Scenes from a Courtesan's Life. Esther Happy, or How a Courtesan Can Love. In 1824, at the last opera ball of the season, several masks were struck by the beauty of a youth who was wandering about the passages and green room with the air of a man in search of a woman, kept at home by unexpected circumstances. The secret of this behavior, now dilatory and again hurried, is known only to old women and to certain experienced loungers in this immense assembly. The crowd does not trouble itself much to watch the crowd. Each one's interest is impassioned, and even idlers are preoccupied. The young dandy was so much absorbed in his anxious quest that he did not observe his own success. He did not hear, he did not see the ironical exclamations of admiration, the genuine appreciation, the biting jibes, the soft invitations of some of the masks, though he was so handsome as to rank among those exceptional persons who come to an opera ball in search of an adventure, and who expect it as confidently as men looked for a lucky coup at roulette in Frascati's day. He seemed quite philosophically sure of his evening. He must be the hero of one of those mysteries with 3 actors which constitute an opera ball, and are known only to those who play a part in them. For to young wives, who come merely to say, "I have seen it," to country people, to inexperienced youths, and to foreigners, the opera house must on those nights be the palace of fatigue and dullness. To these that black swarm, slow and serried, coming, going, winding, turning, returning, mounting, descending, comparable only to ants on a pile of woodies, no more intelligible than the bourse to a Breton peasant who has never heard of the grand liver. With a few rare exceptions, men wear no masks in Paris. A man in a domino is thought ridiculous in this. The spirit of the nation betrays itself. Men who want to hide their good fortune can enjoy the opera ball without going there, and masks who are absolutely compelled to go in come out again. At once one of the most amusing scenes is the crush at the doors produced as soon as the dancing begins by the rush of persons getting away and struggling with those who are pushing in. So, the men who wear masks are either jealous husbands who come to watch their wives, or husbands on the loose who do not wish to be watched by them. 2 situations, equally ridiculous. Now our young man was followed, though he knew it not, by a man in a mask, dogging his steps, short and stout, with a rolling gait like a barrel. To every one familiar with the opera, this disguise betrayed a stockbroker, a banker, a lawyer, some citizen's soul suspicious of infidelity, for in fact in really high society no one courts such humiliating proofs. Several masks had laughed as they pointed this preposterous figure out to each other. Some had spoken to him, a few young men had made game of him, but his stolid manner showed entire contempt for these aimless shafts. He went on whither the young man led him, as a hunted wild boar goes on, and pays no heed to the bullets whistling about his ears or the dogs barking at his heels. Though at first sight pleasure and anxiety wear the same liver-writhed noble black robe of Venisand, though all is confusion at an opera ball, the various circles composing Parisian society meet there, recognize, and watch each other. There are certain ideas so clear to the initiated that this scrawled medley of interests is as legible to them as any amusing novel. So to these old hands, this man could not be here by appointment. He would infallibly have worn some token, red, white, or green, such as notifies a happy meeting, previously agreed on. Was it a case of revenge? Seeing the domino following so closely in the wake of a man apparently happy in an assignation, some of the gazers looked again at the handsome face, on which anticipation had set its divine halo. The youth was interesting. The longer he wandered, the more curiosity he excited. Everything about him proclaimed the habits of refined life in obedience to a fatal law of the time we live in. There is not much difference, physical or moral, between the most elegant and best-bred son of a duke and peer and this attractive youth, whom poverty had not long since held in its iron grip in the heart of Paris. Beauty and youth might cover him in deep gulfs, as in many a young man who longs to play a part in Paris, without having the capital to support his pretensions, and who day after day risks all to win all by sacrificing to the god who has most votaries in this royal city, namely chance. At the same time his dress and manners were above reproach. He trod the classic floor of the opera house as one accustomed there, who can have failed to observe that there, as in every zone in Paris, there is a manner of being which shows who you are, what you are doing, whence you come, and what you want. "What a handsome young fellow, and here we may turn round to look at him," said a mask in whom accustomed eyes recognized a lady of position. "Do you not remember him?" replied the man on whose arm she was leaning. "Madame du Châtelet introduced him to you." What is that? The apothecary's son. She fancied herself in love with who became a journalist, Mademoiselle Coralie's lover. I fancied he had fallen too low ever to pull himself up again, and I cannot understand how he can show himself again in the world of Paris, said the Comte Sixte du Châtelet. He has the air of a prince, the mask went on, and it is not the actress he lived with who could give it to him. My cousin, who understood him, could not lick him into shape. I should like to know the mistress of this sergeant. Tell me something about him that will enable me to mystify him. This couple whispering, as they watched, the young man became the object of study to the square-shouldered domino. Dear Monsieur Chardin, said the prefect of the Charente, taking the dandy's hand, allow me to introduce you to someone who wishes to renew acquaintance with you. Dear Comte Châtelet, replied the young man, that lady taught me how ridiculous was the name by which you address me. A patent from the king has restored to me that of my mother's family Rubempers. Although the fact has been announced in the papers, it relates to so unimportant a person that I need not blush to recall it to my friends, my enemies, and those who are neither. You may class yourself where you will, but I am sure you will not disapprove of a step to which I was advised by your wife, when she was still only Madame de Bargeton. This neat retort, which made the Marquise smile, gave the prefect of La Charente a nervous chill. You may tell her, Lucien went on, that I now bear gules a bull, raging argent on a meadow vert. Raging argent, echoed Châtelet. Madame la Marquise will explain to you, if you do not know, why that old coat is a little better than the chamberlain's key and imperial gold bees, which you bear on yours, to the great despair of Madame Châtelet, ni Negrepellis d'Espard, said Lucien quickly. Since you recognize me, I cannot puzzle you, and I could never tell you how much you puzzle me, said the Marquise d'Espard, amazed at the coolness and impertinence to which the man had risen whom she had formerly despised. Then allow me, madame, to preserve my only chance of occupying your thoughts by remaining in that mysterious twilight, said he, with the smile of a man who does not wish to risk assured happiness. I congratulate you on your changed fortunes, said the Comte du Châtelet to Lucien. I take it as you offer it, replied Lucien, bowing with much grace to the Marquise. What a coxcomb, said the Count, in an undertone to Madame d'Espard. He has succeeded in winning an ancestry. With these young men, such coxcombry, when it is addressed to us, almost always implies some success in high places, said the lady, for with you older men it means ill fortune, and I should very much like to know which of my grand lady friends has taken this fine bird under her patronage. Then I might find the means of amusing myself. This evening, my ticket, anonymously sent, is no doubt a bit of mischief planned by a rival, and having something to do with this young man. His impertinence is to order, keep an eye on him. I will take the Duc de Navarine's arm. You will be able to find me again. Just as Madame d'Espard was about to address her cousin, the mysterious mask came between her and the Duke to whisper in her ear. Lucien loves you, he wrote the note. Your prefect is his greatest foe. How can he speak in his presence? The stranger moved off, leaving Madame d'Espard a prey to a double surprise. The Marquise knew no one in the world who was capable of playing the part assumed by this mask. She suspected a snare, and went to sit down out of sight. The Comte Sixte du Châtelet, whom Lucien had abridged of his ambitious du with an emphasis that betrayed long meditated revenge, followed the handsome dandy, and presently met a young man to whom he thought he could speak without reserve. Well, Rastignac, have you seen Lucien? He has come out in a new skin. If I were half as good looking as he is, I should be twice as rich, replied the fine gentleman in a light but meaning tone expressive of keen raillery. No, said the fat mask in his ear, repaying 1,000 ironies in one by the accent. He lent the monosyllable. Rastignac, who was not the man to swallow an affront, stood as if struck by lightning, and allowed himself to be led into a recess by a grasp of iron, which he could not shake off. You young cockerel, hatched in Mother Vocker's co-op, you whose heart failed you to clutch old Taillefer's millions, when the hardest part of the business was donlet, me tell you for your personal safety, that if you do not treat Lucien like the brother you love, you are in our power, while we are not in yours. Silence and submission, or I shall join your game, and upset the skittles. Lucien de Rubemper is under the protection of the strongest power of the Death Church. Choose between life and death. Answer. Rastignac felt giddy like a man who has slept in a forest, and wakes to see by his side a famishing lioness. He was frightened, and there was no one to see him. The boldest men yield to fear under such circumstances. No one but he can know or would dare, he murmured to himself. The mask clutched his hand tighter, to prevent his finishing his sentence. Act as if I were he said. Rastignac then acted like a millionaire on the highroad, with a brigand's pistol at his head. He surrendered. My dear Count, said he to Du Châtelet, to whom he presently returned, if you care for your position in life, treat Lucien de Rubempré as a man whom you will one day see holding a place far above where you stand. The mask made an imperceptible gesture of approbation, and went off in search of Lucien. My dear fellow, you have changed your opinion of him, very suddenly replied the prefect with justifiable surprise. As suddenly as men change who belong to the centre and vote, with the right, replied Rastignac, to the prefect depute, whose vote had for a few days failed to support the ministry. Are there such things as opinions nowadays? There are only interests, observed des Lupeaulx, who had heard them. What is the case in point? The case of the Sieur de Rubempré, whom Rastignac is setting up as a person of consequence, said Du Châtelet to the Secretary-General. My dear Count, replied des Lupeaulx, very seriously, Monsieur de Rubempré is a young man of the highest merit, and has such good interest at his back, that I should be delighted to renew my acquaintance with him. There he is rushing into the wasps' nest of the rakes of the day, said Rastignac. The three speakers looked towards a corner, where a group of recognized wits had gathered, men of more or less celebrity, and several men of fashion. These gentlemen made common stock of their jests, their remarks, and their scandal, trying to amuse themselves, till something should amuse them. Among this strangely mingled party were some men with whom Lucien had had transactions, combining ostensibly kind offices with covert false dealing. Hallo, Lucien, my boy, why here we are patched up, agnew stuffing, and a new cover. Where have we come from? Have we mounted the high horse once more, with little offerings from Florin's boudoir? Bravo, old chap, and Blondet released Finot to put his arm affectionately around Lucien and press him to his heart. Anduch Finot was the proprietor of a review on which Lucien had worked for almost nothing, and to which Blondet gave the benefit of his collaboration, of the wisdom of his suggestions, and the depth of his views. Finot and Blondet embodied Bertrand and Raton, with this difference that La Fontaine's cat at last showed that he knew himself to be duped, while Blondet, though he knew that he was being fleeced, still did all he could for Finot. This brilliant condottiere of the pen was in fact long to remain a slave. Finot hid a brutal strength of will under a heavy exterior, under polish of wit. As a laborer rubs his bread with garlic, he knew how to garner what he gleaned, ideas and crown-pieces alike in the fields of the dissolute life, led by men engaged in letters or in politics. Blondet for his sins had placed his powers at the service of Finot's vices and idleness, always at war with necessity. He was one of the race of poverty-stricken and superior men, who can do everything for the fortune of others, and nothing for their own Aladdins, who let other men borrow their lamp. These excellent advisers have a clear and penetrating judgment, so long as it is not distracted by personal interest in them. It is the head, and not the arm, that acts. Hence the looseness of their morality, and hence the reproach heaped upon them by inferior minds. Blondet would share his purse with a comrade he had affronted the day before. He would dine, drink, and sleep with one whom he would demolish on the morrow. His amusing paradoxes excused everything excepting the whole world as a jest. He did not want to be taken seriously. Young, beloved, almost famous, and contented, he did not devote himself, like Finot, to acquiring the fortune an old man needs. The most difficult form of courage, perhaps, is that which Lucien needed at this moment to get rid of Blondet, as he had just got rid of Madame d'Espard and Châtelet in him. Unfortunately, the joys of vanity hindered the exercise of prideth basis. Beyond doubt of many great things his vanity had triumphed in the previous encounter. He had shown himself as a rich man, happy and scornful to two persons who had scorned him when he was poor and wretched. But how could a poet, like an old diplomate, run the gauntlet with two self-styled friends, who had welcomed him in misery, under whose roof he had slept in the worst of his troubles? Finot, Blondet, and he had groveled together. They had wallowed in such orgies as consume something more than money, like soldiers who find no market for their courage. Lucien had just done what many men do in Paris. He had still further compromised his character by shaking Finot's hand and not rejecting Blondet's affection. Every man who has dabbled or still dabbles in journalism is under the painful necessity of bowing to men he despises, of smiling at his dearest foe, of compounding the foulest meanness of soiling his fingers to pay his aggressors in their own coin. He becomes used to seeing evil done and passing it over. He begins by condoning it and ends by committing it in the long run. the soul constantly strained by shameful and perpetual compromise, sinks, lower the spring of noble thoughts, grows rusty the hinges of familiarity, where easy and turn of their own accord Alcest becomes fillant natures, lose their firmness talents are perverted faith in great deeds, evaporates the man who yearned to be proud of his work, wastes himself in rubbishy articles, which his conscience regards sooner or later as so many evil actions. He started like Lausto or Vernu to be a great writer. He finds himself a feeble scrivener, hence, it is impossible to honor two highly men, whose character stands as high as their talent, men like d'Arthez, who know how to walk sure-footed across the reefs of literary life. Lucian could make no reply to Blondet's flattery. His wit had an irresistible charm for him, and he maintained the hold of the corrupter over his pupil. Besides, he held a position in the world through his connection with the Comtesse de Montcornet. "Has an uncle left you a fortune?" said Finot, laughing at him. "Like you, I have marked some fools for cutting down," replied Lucian in the same tone. "Then Monsieur has a Reviewa newspaper of his own." Andoch Finot retorted with the impertinent presumption of a chief to a subordinate. "I have something better," replied Lucian, whose vanity, nettled by the assumed superiority of his editor, restored him to the sense of his new position. "What is that, my dear boy?" "I have a parties." "There is a Lucian party," said Vernu, smiling. "Finot, the boy has left you in the lurch. I told you he would. Lucian is a clever fellow, and you never were respectful to him. You used him as a hack-repent blockhead," said Blondet. Blondet, as sharp as a needle, could detect more than one secret in Lucian's air and manner. While stroking him down, he contrived to tighten the curb. He meant to know the reasons of Lucian's return to Paris, his projects, and his means of living. "On your knees to a superiority you can never attain to, albeit you are Finot," he went on. "Admit this gentleman forthwith to be one of the great men to whom the future belongs. He is one of us, so witty and so handsome. Can he fail to succeed by your quibuscum vis? Here he stands in his good Milan armor, his strong sword half unsheathed, and his pennon flying. Bless me, Lucian, where did you steal that smart waistcoat? Love alone can find such stuff as that. Have you an address at this moment? I am anxious to know where my friends are domiciled. I don't know where to sleep. Finot has turned me out of doors for the night, under the vulgar pretext of a lady in the case." "My boy," said Lucian, "I put into practice a motto, by which you may secure a quiet life. Fuge late tace, I am off." "But I am not off till you pay me a sacred debt. That little supper, you know." "Heh," said Blondet, who was rather too much given to good cheer, and got himself treated when he was out of funds. "What supper?" asked Lucian, with a little stamp of impatience. "You don't remember in that I recognize my prosperous friend. He has lost his memory. He knows what he owes us. I will go bail for his good heart," said Finot, taking up Blondet's joke. "Rastignac," said Blondet, taking the young dandy by the arm, as he came up the room to the column, where the so-called friends were standing. "There is a supper in the wind. You will join us unless," he added gravely, turning to Lucian, "Monsieur persists in ignoring a debt of honor he can. Monsieur de Rubempré is incapable of such a thing. I will answer for him," said Rastignac, who never dreamed of a practical joke. "And there is Bixiou, he will come too," cried Blondet. "There is no fun without him. Without him, champagne cloys my tongue, and I find everything insipid, even the pepper of satire." "My friends," said Bixiou, "I see you have gathered round the wonder of the day. Our dear Lucian has revived the metamorphoses of Ovid, just as the gods used to turn into strange vegetables and other things to seduce the ladies. He has turned the chardon the thistle into a gentleman to bewitch whom Charles Roman 10, my dear boy," he went on, holding Lucian by his coat button, "a journalist who apes the fine gentleman deserves rough music in their place," said the merciless jester, as he pointed to Finot and Vernu. "I should take you up in my society paper. You would bring in 100 francs for 10 columns of fun." "Bixiou," said Blondet, "an amphitryon is sacred for 24 hours before a feast, and 12 hours after our illustrious friend is giving us a supper." "What then?" cried Bixiou. "What is more imperative than the duty of saving a great name from oblivion, of endowing the indigent aristocracy with a man of talent? Lucian, you enjoy the esteem of the press, of which you were a distinguished ornament, and we will give you our support." Finot, a paragraph in the latest items. Blondet, a little butter on the 4th page of your paper. "We must advertise the appearance of one of the finest books of the age, L'Archer de Charles Roman 9. We will appeal to Doriat to bring out as soon as possible Les Marguerites, those divine sonnets by the French Petrarch, We must carry our friend through on the shield of stamped paper, by which reputations are made and unmade. If you want a supper, said Lucian to Blondet, hoping to rid himself of this mob, which threatened to increase it, seems to me that you need not work up hyperbole and parable to attack an old friend, as if he were a booby tomorrow night at Lointiers, he cried, seeing a woman come by whom he rushed to meet. Oh, 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 said Bixiou on 3 notes with a mocking glance, and seeming to recognize the mask to whom Lucian addressed himself, this needs confirmation. He followed the handsome pair, got past them, examined them keenly, and came back to the great satisfaction of all the envious crowd, who were eager to learn the source of Lucian's change of fortune. Friends, said Bixiou, you have long known the goddess of the Sire de Rubempre's fortune. She is des Lupeaulx's former rat. A form of dissipation now forgotten, but still customary at the beginning of this century, was the keeping of rats, the rata slang word that has become old-fashioned. Was a girl of 10 or 12, in the chorus of some theatre, more particularly at the opera, who was trained by young rows to vice and infamy. A rat was a sort of demon page, a tomboy, who was forgiven a trick if it were but funny. The rat might take what she pleased. She was to be watched like a dangerous animal, and she brought an element of liveliness into life like Scapin, Sganarelle, and Frontin in old-fashioned comedy. But a rat was too expensive. It made no return in honor, profit, or pleasure. The fashion of rats so completely went out that in these days few people knew anything of this detail of fashionable life before the Restoration, till certain writers took up the rat as a new subject. What, after having seen Coralie killed under him, Lucian means to rob us of La Torpille, the torpedo fish, said Blondet. As he heard the name, the brawny mask gave a significant start, which, though repressed, was understood by Rastignac. It is out of the question, replied Finot. La Torpille has not a sou to give away. Nathan tells me she borrowed 1,000 francs of Florine. Come, gentlemen, gentlemen, said Rastignac, anxious to defend Lucian against so odious an imputation. Well, cried Vernou, is Coralie's kept man likely to be so very particular? Oh, replied Bixiou, those 1,000 francs prove to me that our friend Lucian lives with La Torpille. What an irreparable loss to literature, science, art, and politics, exclaimed Blondet. La Torpille is the only common prostitute in whom I ever found the stuff for a superior courtesan. She has not been spoiled by education. Can neither read nor write. She would have understood us. We might have given to our era one of those magnificent Aspasias, without which there can be no golden age. See how admirably Madame du Barry was suited to the 18th century Ninon de l'Enclos, to the 17th Marion de Lorme, to the 16th Imperia, to the 15th Flora, to Republican Rome, which she made her heir, and which paid off the public debt with her fortune. What would Horace be without Lydia Tibullus, without Delia Catullus, without Lesbia Propertius, without Cynthia Demetrius, without Lamia? Who is his glory at this day? Blondet talking of Demetrius in the opera house seems to me rather too strong of the debats, said Bixiou in his neighbor's ears. And where would the empire of the Caesars have been but for these queens? Blondet went on. Lies and wrote up are Greece and Egypt. They all indeed are the poetry of the ages in which they lived. This poetry, which Napoleon lacked for the widow of his great army, is a barrack jest, was not wanting to the Revolution. It had Madame Tallien in these days. There is certainly a throne to let in France which is for her. Who can fill it? We among us could make a queen. I should have given La Torpille an aunt for her mother, is too decidedly dead on the field of dishonor. Du Tillet would have given her a mansion, Lousteau a carriage, Rastignac her footman, des Lupeaulx a cook, Finot her hats. Finot could not suppress a shrug at standing the point-blank fire of this epigram. Vernou would have composed her advertisements, and Bixiou her repartees. The aristocracy would have come to enjoy themselves with our Ninon, where we would have got artists together, under pain of death by newspaper articles. Ninon the second would have been magnificently impertinent, overwhelming in luxury. She would have set up opinions. Some prohibited dramatic masterpiece should have been read in her drawing-room. It should have been written on purpose, if necessary. She would not have been liberal. A courtesan is essentially monarchical. Oh, what a loss! She ought to have embraced her whole century, and she makes love with a little young man. Lucian will make a sort of hunting dog of her. None of the female powers of whom you speak ever trudged the streets, said Finot, and that pretty little rat has rolled in the mire like a lily seed in the soil, replied Vernou, and she has improved in it, and flowered. Hence her superiority. Must we not have known everything to be able to create the laughter and joy which are part of everything? He is right, said Lousteau, who had hitherto listened without speaking. La Torpille can laugh, and make others laugh, that gift of all great writers and great actors, is proper to those who have investigated every social deep at 18. That girl had already known the greatest wealth, the most squalid miserwoman of every degree she bears about her, a sort of magic wand by which she lets loose the brutal appetites so vehemently suppressed in men who still have a heart, while occupied with politics or science, literature or art. There is not in Paris another woman who can say to the beast as she does come out, and the beast leaves his lair and wallows in excesses, she feeds you up to the chin, she helps you to drink and smoke. In short, this woman is the salt of which Rabelais writes, which thrown on matter animates it, and elevates it to the marvelous realms of art. Her robe displays unimagined splendor, her fingers drop gems, as her lips shed smiles. She gives the spirit of the occasion to every little thing, her chatter twinkles with bright sayings. She has the secret of the quaintest onomatopoeia, full of color, and giving color she. You are wasting 5 francs worth of copy, said Bixiou, interrupting Lousteau. La Tourpelle is something far better than all that. You have all been in love with her more or less. Not one of you can say that she ever was his mistress. She can always command you. You will never command her. You may force your way in and ask her to do you a service. Oh, she is more generous than a brigand chief who knows his business, and more devoted than the best of schoolfellows, said Blondet. You may trust her with your purse or your secrets. But what made me choose her as queen is her Bourbon-like indifference for a fallen favorite. She, like her mother, is much too dear, said des Lupeaulx. The handsome Dutch woman would have swallowed up the income of the Archbishop of Toledo. She ate 2 notaries out of house and home, and kept Maxime de Trailles when he was a court page, said Bixiou. La Tourpelle is too dear, as Raphael was, or Carme, or Taglioni, or Lawrence, or Boule, or any artist of genius, is too dear, said Blondet. Esther never looked so thoroughly a lady, said Rastignac, pointing to the masked figure to whom Lucien had given his arm. I will bet on its being Madame de Serizy. Not a doubt of it, cried du Châtelet, and Monsieur du Rubempre's fortune is accounted for. Ah, the church knows how to choose its Levites. What a sweet ambassador's secretary he will make, remarked des Lupeaulx. All the more so, Rastignac went on, because Lucien is a really clever fellow. These gentlemen have had proof of it more than once. And he turned to Blondet, Finot, and Lousteau. Yes, the boy is cut out of the right stuff to get on, said Lousteau, who was dying of jealousy, and particularly because he has what we call independent ideas. It is you who trained him, said Verneau. Well, replied Bixiou, looking at des Lupeaulx, I trust to the memory of Monsieur, the Secretary-General and Master of Appeals. That mask is La Tourpelle, and I will stand a supper on it. I will hold the stakes, said du Châtelet, curious to know the truth. Come, des Lupeaulx, said Finot, try to identify your rat's ears. There is no need for committing the crime of treason against a mask, replied Bixiou. La Tourpelle and Lucien must pass us as they go up the room again, and I pledge myself to prove that it is she. So our friend Lucien has come above water once more, said Nathan, joining the group. I thought he had gone back to Angoumois for the rest of his days. Has he discovered some secret to ruin the English? He has done what you will not do in a hurry, retorted Rastignac. He has paid up. The burly mask nodded in confirmation. A man who has sown his wild oats at his age puts himself out of court. He has no pluck, he puts money in the funds, replied Nathan. Oh, that youngster will always be a fine gentleman, and will always have such lofty notions as will place him far above many men who think themselves his betters, replied Rastignac. At this moment, journalists, dandies, and idlers were all examining the charming subject of their bet. As horse-dealers examine a horse for sale, these connoisseurs, grown old in familiarity with every form of Parisian depravity, all men of superior talent, each his own way, equally corrupt, equally corrupting, all given over to unbridled ambition, accustomed to assume and to guess everything, had their eyes centered on a masked woman, a woman whom no one else could identify. They, and certain habitual frequenters of the opera balls, could alone recognize under the long shroud of the black domino the hood and falling ruff which make the wearer unrecognizable, the rounded form, the individuality of figure, and gait, the sway of the waist, the carriage of the head, the most intangible trifles to ordinary eyes, but to them the easiest to discern. In spite of this shapeless wrapper, they could watch the most appealing of dramas, that of a woman inspired by a genuine passion, were she La Tourpelle, the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, or Madame de Serizy. On the lowest or highest rung of the social ladder, this woman was an exquisite creature, flash from happy dreams. These old young men, like these young old men, felt so keen an emotion that they envied Lucian the splendid privilege of working such a metamorphosis of a woman into a goddess. The mask was there, as though she had been alone with Lucian for that woman the thousand other persons did not exist, nor the evil and dust-laden atmosphere no, she moved under the celestial vault of love, as Raphael's Madonnas under their slender oval glory. She did not feel herself elbowed the fire of her glance shot from the holes in her mask, and sank into Lucian's eyes the thrill of her frame seemed to answer to every movement of her companion. Whence comes this flame that radiates from a woman in love, and distinguishes her above all others? Whence that sylph-like lightness which seems to negative the laws of gravitation? Is the soul become ambient? Has happiness a physical effluence? The ingenuousness of a girl, the graces of a child were discernible under the domino, though they walked apart. These two beings suggested the figures of Flora and Zephyr, as we see them grouped by the cleverest sculptors. But they were beyond sculpture the greatest of the arts. Lucian and his pretty domino were more like the angels busied with flowers or birds, which Gian Bellini has placed beneath the effigies of the Virgin Mother. Lucian and this girl belonged to the realm of fancy, which is as far above art as cause is above effect. When the domino, forgetful of everything, was within a yard of the group, Bixiou exclaimed, "Esther!" The unhappy girl turned her head quickly at hearing herself called, recognized the mischievous speaker, and bowed her head like a dying creature that has drawn its last breath. A sharp laugh followed, and the group of men melted among the crowd, like a knot of frightened field rats whisking into their holes. By the roadside, Rastignac alone went no further than was necessary, just to avoid making any show of shunning Lucian's flashing eye. He could thus note two phases of distress, equally deep though unconfessed: first the hapless Torpil stricken, as by a lightning stroke, and then the inscrutable mask, the only one of the group who had remained. Esther murmured a word in Lucian's ear just as her knees gave way, and Lucian, supporting her, led her away. Rastignac watched the pretty pair lost in meditation. "How did she get her name of La Torpil?" asked a gloomy voice that struck to his vitals, for it was no longer disguised. "He again has made his escape," muttered Rastignac to himself. "Be silent, or I murder you," replied the mask, changing his voice. "I am satisfied with you, you have kept your word, and there is more than one arm ready to serve you. Henceforth be as silent as the grave. But before that, answer my question." "Well, the girl is such a witch that she could have magnetized the Emperor Napoleon. She could magnetize a man more difficult to influence yourself," replied Rastignac, and he turned to go. "One moment," said the mask, "I will prove to you that you have never seen me anywhere." The speaker took his mask off for a moment. Rastignac hesitated, recognizing nothing of the hideous being he had known formerly at Madame Vauquer's. "The devil has enabled you to change in every particular excepting your eyes, which it is impossible to forget," said he. The iron hand gripped his arm to enjoin eternal secrecy. At 3 in the morning, Des Lupeaulx and Finot found the elegant Rastignac on the same spot, leaning against the column where the terrible mask had left him. Rastignac had confessed to himself he had been at once priest and penchant culprit, and judge he allowed himself to be led away to breakfast, and reached home perfectly tipsy, but taciturn. The Rue de Langlade and the adjacent streets are a blot on the Palais Royal, and the Rue de Rivoli, this portion of one of the handsomest quarters of Paris, will long retain the stain of foulness, left by the hillocks formed of the middens of old Paris, on which mills formerly stood. These narrow streets, dark and muddy, where such industries are carried on as care little for appearances, wear at night an aspect of mystery, full of contrasts, on coming from the well-lighted regions of the Rue Saint-Honore, the Rue Nouveaux Petits Champs, and the Rue de Richelieu, where the crowd is constantly pushing, where glitter the masterpieces of industry, fashion, and art. Every man to whom Paris by night is unknown would feel a sense of dread and melancholy on finding himself in the labyrinth of little streets, which lie round that blaze of light reflected even from the sky-dense blackness, is here instead of floods of gaslight, a dim oil lamp here, and there sheds its doubtful and smoky gleam, and many blind alleys are not lighted at all. Foot passengers are few and walk fast. The shops are shut. The few that are open are of a squalid kind, a dirty unlighted wine shop, or a seller of underclothing, and eau de cologne. An unwholesome chill lays a clammy cloak over your shoulders. Few carriages drive past. There are sinister places, here especially the Rue de Langlade, the entrance to the passage Saint-Guillaume, and the turnings of some streets. The municipal council has not yet been to purge this vast lazar place for prostitution, long since made it its headquarters. It is perhaps a good thing for Paris that these alleys should be allowed to preserve their filthy aspect passing through them by day. It is impossible to imagine what they become by night. They are pervaded by strange creatures of no known world. White half-naked forms cling to the walls. Darkness is alive between the passenger and the wall. A dress steals by a dress that moves and speaks. Half-open doors suddenly shout with laughter. Words fall on the ear such as Rabelais speaks of as frozen and melting snatches of songs come up from the pavement. The noise is not vague. It means something. When it is hoarse, it is a voice. But if it suggests a song, there is nothing human about it. It is more like a croak. Often you hear a sharp whistle, and then the tap of bootheels has a peculiarly aggressive and mocking ring. This medley of things makes you giddy. Atmospheric conditions are reversed. There it is warm in winter and cool in summer. Still, whatever the weather, this strange world always wears the same aspect. It is the fantastic world of Hoffmann of Berlin. The most mathematical of clerks never thinks of it as real after returning through the straits that lead into decent streets, where there are passengers, shops, and taverns. Modern administration or modern policy, more scornful or more shamefaced than the queens and kings of past ages, no longer dare look boldly in the face of this plague of our capitals. Measures, of course, must change with the times, and such as bear on individuals and on their liberty are a ticklish matter. Still, we ought perhaps to show some breadth and boldness as to merely material measure. Resser light and construction. The moralist, the artist, and the sage administrator alike must regret the old wooden galleries of the Palais Royal, where the lambs were to be seen, who will always be found where there are loungers. And is it not best that the loungers should go where they are to be found? What is the consequence? The gayest parts of the boulevards, that delightfulest of promenades, are impossible in the evening for a family party. The police has failed to take advantage of the outlet afforded by some small streets to purge the main street. The girl whom we have seen crushed by a word at the opera ball had been for the last month or two living in the Rue de Langlade in a very poor-looking house. This structure stuck onto the wall of an enormously large one, badly stuccoed of no depth, and immensely high, has all its windows on the street and bears some resemblance to a parrot's perch. On each floor are 2 rooms, let as separate flats. There is a narrow staircase, clinging to the wall, queerly lighted by windows, which mark its ascent on the outer wall, each landing being indicated by a stink. One of the most odious peculiarities of Paris. The shop and entresol at that time were tenanted by a tinman. The landlord occupied the first floor. The 4 upper stories were rented by very decent working girls, who were treated by the portress and the proprietor with some consideration and an obligingness called forth by the difficulty of letting a house so oddly constructed and situated. The occupants of the quarter are accounted for by the existence there of many houses of the same character, for which trade has no use, and which can only be rented by the poorer kinds of industry, of a precarious or ignominious nature. At 3 in the afternoon, the portress who had seen Mademoiselle Esther, brought home half dead by a young man at 2 in the morning, had just held counsel with the young woman of the floor above who, before setting out in a cab to join some party of pleasure, had expressed her uneasiness about Esther. She had not heard her move. Esther was no doubt still asleep, but this slumber seemed suspicious. The portress, alone in her cell, was regretting that she could not go to see what was happening on the 4th floor, where Mademoiselle Esther lodged. Just as she had made up her mind to leave the tinman's son in charge of her room, a sort of den, in a recess on the entresol floor, a cab stopped at the door. A man stepped out wrapped from head to foot in a cloak, evidently intended to conceal his dress or his rank in life, and asked for Mademoiselle Esther. The portress at one felt relieved. This accounted for Esther's silence and quietude. As the stranger mounted the stairs above the portress' room, she noticed silver buckles in his shoes, and fancied she caught sight of the black fringe of a priest's sash. She went downstairs and catechized the driver, who answered without speech, and again the woman understood. The priest knocked, received no answer, heard a slight gasp, and forced the door open with a thrust of his shoulder. Charity, no doubt, lent him strength, but in anyone else it would have been ascribed to practice. He rushed to the inner room, and there found poor Esther in front of an image of the Virgin in painted plaster, kneeling, or rather doubled up on the floor, her hands folded. The girl was dyeing a brazier of burnt charcoal. Told the tale of that dreadful morning. The domino, cloak, and hood were lying on the ground. The bed was undisturbed. The unhappy creature, stricken to the heart by a mortal thrust, had no doubt made all her arrangements on her return from the opera. A candlewick collapsed in the pool of grease that filled the candlesconce showed how completely her last meditations had absorbed her. A handkerchief, soaked with tears proved the sincerity of the Magdalen's despair. While her classic attitude was that of the irreligious courtesan, this abject repentance made the priest smile. Esther, unskilled in dying, had left the door open, not thinking that the air of 2 rooms would need a larger amount of charcoal to make it suffocating. She was only stunned by the fumes. The fresh air from the staircase gradually restored her to a consciousness of her woes. The priest remained standing lost in gloomy meditation, without being touched by the girl's divine beauty, watching her first movements. As if she had been some animal, his eyes went from the crouching figure to the surrounding objects with evident indifference. He looked at the furniture in the room, the paved floor red-polished, and cold was poorly covered with a shabby carpet. Worn to the string, a little bedstead of painted wood, an old-fashioned shape, was hung with yellow cotton, printed with red stars. 1 armchair, and 2 small chairs also of painted wood, and covered with the same cotton print, of which the window curtains were also made a gray wallpaper, sprigged with flowers blackened and greasy with age, a fireplace full of kitchen utensils of the vilest kind, 2 bundles of fire logs, a stone shelf on which lay some jewelry, false and real, a pair of scissors, a dirty pincushion, and some white scented gloves, an exquisite hat perched on the water jug, a turnock shawl stopping a hole in the window, a handsome gown hanging from a nail, a little hard sofa, with no cushions, broken clogs, and dainty slippers, boots that a queen might have coveted, cheap china plates cracked or chipped with fragments of a past meal, and nickel forks, the plate of the Paris, pour a basket full of potatoes, and dirty linen, with a smart gauze cap on the top, a rickety wardrobe with a glass door open and empty, and on the shelves sundry pontiquettes. Was the medley of things dismal or pleasing, abject and handsome, that fell on his eye. These relics of splendor among the potsherds, these household belongings, appropriate to the bohemian existence of the girl, who knelt stricken in her unbuttoned garments, like a horse, dying in harness, under the broken shafts, entangled in the reins. Did the whole strange scene suggest any thoughts to the priest? Did he say to himself that this erring creature must at least be disinterested to live in such poverty when her lover was young and rich? Did he ascribe the disorder of the room to the disorder of her life? Did he feel pity or terror? Was his charity moved to see him, his arms folded, his brow dark, his lips set, his eye harsh? Anyone must have supposed him absorbed in morose feelings of hatred, considerations that jostled each other, sinister schemes. He was certainly insensible to the soft roundness of a bosom, almost crushed under the weight of the bowed shoulders, and to the beautiful modeling of the crouching Venus that was visible under the black petticoat. So closely was the dying girl curled up, the drooping head, which seen from behind showed the white, slender, flexible neck, and the fine shoulders of a well-developed figure, did not appeal to him. He did not raise Esther. He did not seem to hear the agonizing gasps, which showed that she was returning to life. A fearful sob and a terrifying glance from the girl were needed before he condescended to lift her, and he carried her to the bed with an ease that revealed enormous strength. "Lucian," she murmured. "Love is there, the woman is not far behind," said the priest with some bitterness. The victim of Parisian depravity then observed the dress worn by her deliverer, and said with a smile like a child's, when it takes possession of something longed for, "Then I shall not die without being reconciled to heaven." "You may yet expiate your sins," said the priest, moistening her forehead with water, and making her smell at a cruet of vinegar he found in a corner. "I feel that life, instead of departing, is rushing in on me," said she, after accepting the father's care, and expressing her gratitude by simple gestures. This engaging pantomime, such as the Graces might have used to charm, perfectly justified the nickname given to this strange girl. "Do you feel better?" said the priest, giving her a glass of sugar and water to drink. This man seemed accustomed to such queer establishments. He knew all about it. He was quite at home there. This privilege of being everywhere at home is the prerogative of kings, courtesans, and thieves. "When you feel quite well," this strange priest went on, after a pause, "you must tell me the reasons which prompted you to commit this last crime, this attempted suicide." "My story is very simple, father," replied she. 3 months ago, I was living the evil life to which I was born. I was the lowest and vilest of creatures now. I am only the most unhappy. Excuse me from telling you the history of my poor mother, who was murdered by a captain in a house of ill fame," said the priest, interrupting the penitent. "I know your origin, and I know that if a being of your sex can ever be excused for leading a life of shame, it is you who have always lacked good examples. Alas, I was never baptized, and have no religious teaching. All may yet be remedied. Then replied the priest, provided that your faith, your repentance are sincere, and without ulterior motive. Lucian and God fill my heart, said she with ingenuous pathos. You might have said God and Lucian, answered the priest smiling. You remind me of the purpose of my visit. Omit nothing that concerns that young man. You have come from him, she asked with a tender look that would have touched any other priest. Oh, he thought I should do it. No, replied the priest, it is not your death, but your life that we are interested in. Come, explain your position toward each other. In one word, said she. The poor child quaked at the priest's stern tone, but as a woman quakes, who has long ceased to be surprised at brutality. Lucian is Lucian, said she, the handsomest young man, the kindest soul alive. If you know him, my love must seem to you quite natural. I met him by chance 3 months ago at the Port St. Martin Theatre, where I went one day, when I had leave, for we had a day a week at Madame Maynard's, where I then was next day. You understand, I went out without leave. Love had come into my heart, and had so completely changed me, that on my return from the theatre, I did not know myself. I had a horror of myself. Lucian would never have known. Instead of telling him what I was, I gave him my address at these rooms, where a friend of mine was then living, who was so kind as to give them up to me. I swear on my sacred word. You must not swear. Is it swearing to give your sacred word? Well, from that day, I have worked in this room like a lost creature at shirt-making at 28 sous apiece, so as to live by honest labor for a month. I have had nothing to eat but potatoes, that I might keep myself a good girl, and worthy of Lucian, who loves me and respects me as a pattern of virtue. I have made my declaration before the police to recover my rights, and submitted to 2 years' surveillance. They are ready enough to enter your name on the lists of disgrace, but make every difficulty about scratching it out again. All I asked of heaven was to enable me to keep my resolution. I shall be 19 in the month of April. At my age, there is still a chance. It seems to me that I was never born. Till 3 months ago I prayed to God every morning that Lucian might never know what my former life had been. I bought that Virgin you see there, and I prayed to her in my own way, for I do not know any prayers. I cannot read nor write, and I have never been into a church. I have never seen anything of God, excepting in processions out of curiosity. And what do you say to the Virgin? I talk to her as I talk to Lucian, with all my soul, till I make him cry. Oh, so he cries. With joy, said she eagerly. Poor dear boy. We understand each other so well that we have but one soul. He is so nice, so fond, so sweet in heart and mind and manners. He says he is a poet. I say he is. God forgive me, you priest, you see, don't know what love is. But in fact, only girls like me know enough of men to appreciate such as Lucian. A Lucian, you see, is as rare as a woman without sin. When you come across him, you can love no one else. So there, but such a being must have his fellow. So I want to be worthy to be loved by my Lucian. That is where my trouble began last evening at the opera. I was recognized by some young men who have no more feeling than a tiger. Has pity for that matter. I could come round the tiger. The veil of innocence I had tried to wear was worn off. Their laughter pierced my brain and my heart. Do not think you have saved me. I shall die of grief. Your veil of innocence, said the priest. Then you have treated Lucian with the sternest severity. Oh, Father, how can you, who know him, ask me such a question? She replied, with a smile. Who can resist a god? Do not be blasphemous, said the priest mildly. No one can be like God. Exaggeration is out of place. With true love you had not a pure and genuine love for your idol. If you had undergone the conversion you boast of having felt, you would have acquired the virtues which are a part of womanhood. You would have known the charm of chastity, the refinements of modesty, the 2 virtues that are the glory of a maiden. You do not love. Esther's gesture of horror was seen by the priest, but it had no effect on the impassibility of her confessor. Yes, for you love him for yourself, and not for himself, for the temporal enjoyments that delight you, and not for love itself. If he has thus taken possession of you, you cannot have felt that sacred thrill that is inspired by a being on whom God has set the seal of the most adorable perfections. Has it never occurred to you that you would degrade him by your past impurity, that you would corrupt a child by the overpowering seductions which earned you your nickname glorious in infamy? You have been illogical with yourself and your passion of a day. Of a day, she repeated, raising her eyes. By what other name can you call a love that is not eternal, that does not unite us in the future life of the Christian to the being we love? Ah, I will be a Catholic, she cried in a hollow, vehement tone that would have earned her the mercy of the Lord. Can a girl who has received neither the baptism of the Church nor that of knowledge, who can neither read nor write nor pray, who cannot take a step without the stones in the street, rising up to accuse her noteworthy, only for the fugitive gift of beauty which sickness may destroy tomorrow. Can such a vile degraded creature, fully aware too of her degradation for, if you had been ignorant of it, and less devoted, you would have been more excusable can, the intended victim to suicide and hell hope, to be the wife of Lucien de Rubemper. Every word was a poniard thrust, piercing the depths of her heart. At every word the louder sobs and abundant tears of the desperate girl showed the power with which light had flashed upon an intelligence as pure as that of a savage upon a soul at length, aroused upon a nature over which depravity had laid a sheet of foul ice, now thawed in the sunshine of faith. Why did I not die, was the only thought that found utterance in the midst of a torrent of ideas that racked and ravaged her brain. My daughter, said the terrible judge, there is a love which is unconfessed before men, but of which the secret is received by the angels with smiles of gladness. What is that? Love without hope, when it inspires our life, when it fills us with the spirit of sacrifice, when it ennobles every act by the thought of reaching some ideal perfection. Yes, the angels approve of such love. It leads to the knowledge of God to aim at perfection, in order to be worthy of the one you love, to make for him 1,000 secret sacrifices, adoring him, from afar giving your blood drop by drop, abnegating your self-love, never feeling any pride or anger as regards him, even concealing from him all knowledge of the dreadful jealousy he fires in your heart, giving him all he wishes were it to your own loss, loving what he loves, always turning your face to him, to follow him, without his knowing it. Such love as that religion would have forgiven it is no offense to laws human or divine, and would have led you into another road than that of your foul voluptuousness. As she heard this horrible verdict uttered in a word and such a word, and spoken in such a tone, Esther's spirit rose up in fairly legitimate distrust. This word was like a thunderclap giving warning of a storm about to break. She looked at the priest, and felt the grip on her vitals, which wrings the bravest when face to face with sudden and imminent danger. No eye could have read what was passing in this man's mind, but the boldest would have found more to quail at than to hope for in the expression of his eyes, once bright and yellow like those of a tiger, but now shrouded from austerities and privations, with a haze like that which overhangs the horizon in the dog days, when though the earth is hot and luminous, the mist makes it indistinct and dim, almost invisible. The gravity of a Spaniard, the deep furrows, which the myriad scars of virulent smallpox made hideously like broken ruts, were plowed into his face, which was sallow and tanned by the sun. The hardness of this countenance was all the more conspicuous, being framed in the meager dry wig of a priest, who takes no care of his person, a black wig, looking rusty in the light, his athletic frame, his hands like an old soldier's, his broad, strong shoulders were those of the caryatides, which the architects of the Middle Ages introduced into some Italian palaces, remotely imitated in those of the front of the Porte Saint Martin Theatre. The least clear-sighted observer might have seen that fiery passions, or some unwanted accident, must have thrown this man into the bosom of the church. Certainly none but the most tremendous shocks of lightning could have changed him, if indeed such a nature were susceptible of change. Women who have lived the life that Esther had so violently repudiated come to feel absolute indifference as to the critics of our day, who may be compared with them in some respects, and who feel at last perfect disregard of the formulas of art. They have read so many books, they see so many pass away, they are so much accustomed to written pages, they have gone through so many plots, they have seen so many dramas, they have written so many articles, without saying what they meant, and have so often been treasonable to the cause of art, in favor of their personal likings and aversions, that they acquire a feeling of disgust of everything, and yet continue to pass judgment. It needs a miracle to make such a writer produce sound work, just as it needs another miracle to give birth to pure and noble love in the heart of a courtesan. The tone and manner of this priest, who seemed to have escaped from a picture by Zurbaran, struck this poor girl as so hostile, little as externals affected her, that she perceived herself to be less the object of his solitude than the instrument he needed for some scheme, being unable to distinguish between the insinuating tongue of personal interest and the unction of true charity, for we must be acutely awake to recognize false coin when it is offered by a friend. She felt herself as it were in the talons of some fierce and monstrous bird of prey, who after hovering over her for long had pounced down on her, and in her terror she cried in a voice of alarm, "I thought it was a priest's duty to console us, and you are killing me." At this innocent outcry the priest started, and paused. He meditated a moment before replying. During that instant the two persons, so strangely brought together, studied each other cautiously. The priest understood the girl, though the girl could not understand the priest. He no doubt put aside some plan which had threatened the unhappy Esther, and came back to his first ideas. "We are physicians of the soul," said he in a mild voice, "and we know what remedies suit their maladies." "Much must be forgiven to the wretched," said Esther. She fancied she had been wrong. She slipped off the bed, threw herself at the man's feet, kissed his gown with deep humility, and looked up at him with eyes full of tears. "I thought I had done so much," she said. "Listen, my child, your terrible reputation has cast Lucian's family into grief. They are afraid, and not without reason, that you may lead him into dissipation, into endless folly. That is true, it was I who got him to the ball to mystify him. You are handsome enough to make him wish to triumph in you in the eyes of the world, to show you with pride, and make you an object for display. And if he wasted money on Libut, he will waste his time, his powers, he will lose his inclination for the fine future his friends can secure to him. Instead of being some day an ambassador, rich, admired, and triumphant, he, like so many debauchees who choke their talents in the mud of Paris, will have been the lover of a degraded woman. As for you, after rising for a time to the level of a sphere of elegance, you will presently sink back to your former life, for you have not in you the strength bestowed by a good education to enable you to resist vice and think of the future. You would no more be able to break with the women of your own class than you have broken with the men who shamed you at the opera. This morning, Lucian's true friends, alarmed by his passion for you, have dogged his steps, and know, all filled with horror, they have sent me to you to sound your views and decide your fate. But though they are powerful enough to clear a stumbling stone out of the young man's way, they are merciful. Understand this child, a girl whom Lucian loves, has claims on their regard, as a true Christian worships the slough on which by chance the divine light falls. I came to be the instrument of a beneficent purpose still. If I had found you utterly reprobate, armed with effrontery and astuteness, corrupt to the marrow, deaf to the voice of repentance, I should have abandoned you to their wrath. The release, civil and political, which it is so hard to win, which the police is so right to withhold for a time in the interests of society, and which I heard you long for with all the ardor of true repentancies. Here," said the priest, taking an official-looking paper out of his belt. "You were seen yesterday, this letter of release is dated today. You see how powerful the people are who take an interest in Lucian." At the sight of this document, Esther was so ingenuously overcome by the convulsive agitation produced by unlooked-for joy that a fixed smile parted her lips like that of a crazy creature. The priest paused, looking at the girl to see whether, when once she had lost the horrible strength which corrupt natures find in corruption itself, and was thrown back on her frail and delicate primitive nature, she could endure so much excitement. If she had been a deceitful courtesan, Esther would have acted a part. But now that she was innocent and herself, once more she might perhaps die, as a blind man cured may lose his sight again if he is exposed to too bright a light at this moment. This man looked into the very depths of human nature, but his calmness was terrible in its rigidity, a cold Alp snowbound, and near to heaven impenetrable and frowning with flanks of granite, and yet beneficent. Such women are essentially impressionable beings, passing without reason from the most idiotic distrust to absolute confidence in this respect. They are lower than animals, extreme in everything, in their joy and despair, in their religion and irreligion, would almost all go mad if they were not decimated by the mortality peculiar to their class, and if happy chances did not lift one now and then from the slough in which they dwell to understand the very depths of the wretchedness of this horrible existence, one must know how far in madness a creature can go without remaining there, by studying La Torpille's violent ecstasy at the priest's feet. The poor girl gazed at the paper of release with an expression which Dante has overlooked and which surpassed the inventiveness of his Inferno. But a reaction came with tears. Esther rose, threw her arms round the priest's neck, laid her head on his breast, which she wetted with her weeping, kissing the coarse stuff that covered that heart of steel. As if she fain would touch it, she seized hold of him, she covered his hands with kisses, she poured out in a sacred effusion of gratitude her most coaxing caresses, lavished fond names on him, saying again and again, in the midst of her honeyed words, "Let me have it," in 1,000 different tones of voice. She wrapped him in tenderness, covered him with her looks with a swiftness that found him defenseless at last. She charmed away his wrath. The priest perceived how well the girl had deserved her nickname. He understood how difficult it was to resist this bewitching creature. He suddenly comprehended Lucian's love, and just what must have fascinated the poet. Such a passion hides among 1,000 temptations a dart-like hook, which is most apt to catch the lofty soul of an artist. These passions, inexplicable to the vulgar, are perfectly accounted for by the thirst for ideal beauty, which is characteristic of a creative mind. For are we not in some degree akin to the angels whose task it is to bring the guilty to a better mind? Are we not creative, when we purify such a creature? How delightful it is to harmonize moral with physical beauty! What joy and pride if we succeed! How noble a task is that which has no instrument but such alliances, made famous by the example of Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, Alcibiades, Cethegus, and Pompey, and yet so monstrous in the eyes of the vulgar, are based on the same feeling that prompted Louis Roman XIV to build Versailles, or that makes men rush into any ruinous enterprise into converting the miasma of a marsh into a mass of fragrance, surrounded by living waters, placing a lake at the top of a hill, as the Prince de Conti did at Neuntal, or producing Swiss scenery at Cassan, like Bergerac the Farmer General. In short, it is the application of art in the realm of morals. The priest, ashamed of having yielded to this weakness, hastily pushed Esther away, and she sat down quite abashed, for he said, "You are still the courtesan," and he calmly replaced the paper in his sash. Esther, like a child who has a single wish in its head, kept her eyes fixed on the spot where the document lay hidden. "My child," the priest went on after a pause, "your mother was a Jewess, and you have not been baptized. But on the other hand, you have never been taken to the synagogue. You are in the limbo where little children are." "Little children," she echoed in a tenderly pathetic tone. "As you are on the books of the police, a cipher outside the pale of social beings," the priest went on, unmoved. "If love, seen as it swept past, led you to believe 3 months since that you were then born, you must feel that since that day you have been really an infant. You must therefore be led as if you were a child. You must be completely changed. And I will undertake to make you unrecognizable. To begin with, you must forget Lucian." The words crushed the poor girl's heart. She raised her eyes to the priest, and shook her head. She could not speak, finding the executioner in the deliverer again. "At any rate, you must give up seeing him," he went on. "I will take you to a religious house, where young girls of the best families are educated there. You will become a Catholic. You will be trained in the practice of Christian exercises. You will be taught religion. You may come out an accomplished young lady, chaste, pure, well brought up." If the man lifted up a finger and paused. "If he went on, you feel brave enough to leave the torpil behind you here?" "Ah," cried the poor thing, to whom each word had been like a note of some melody, to which the gates of paradise were slowly opening. "Ah, if it were possible to shed all my blood here, and have it renewed." "Listen to me." She was silent. "Your future fate depends on your power of forgetting. Think of the extent to which you pledge yourself. A word, a gesture, which betrays La Torpille, will kill Lucian's wife. A word murmured in a dream, an involuntary thought, an immodest glance, a gesture of impatience, a reminiscence of dissipation, an omission, a shake of the head that might reveal what you know, or what is known about you for your woes." "Yes, yes, father," said the girl, with the exaltation of a saint to walk in shoes of red-hot iron, and smile to live in a pair of stays set with nails, and maintain the grace of a dancer. To eat bread salted with ashes, to drink wormwood, all will be sweet and easy." She fell again on her knees. She kissed the priest's shoes. She melted into tears that wetted them. She clasped his knees, and clung to them, murmuring foolish words. As she wept for joy, her long and beautiful light hair waved to the ground, a sort of carpet, under the feet of the celestial messenger, whom she saw as gloomy and hard as ever when she lifted herself up and looked at him. "What have I done to offend you?" cried she, quite frightened. "I have heard of a woman, such as I am, who washed the feet of Jesus with perfumes. Alas, virtue has made me so poor that I have nothing but tears to offer you." "Have you not understood?" he answered in a cruel voice. "I tell you, you must be able to come out of the house to which I shall take you, so completely changed physically and morally, that no man or woman you have ever known will be able to call you Esther, and make you look round. Yesterday your love could not give you strength enough so completely to bury the prostitute that she could never reappear, and again today she revives in adoration which is due to none but God. Was it not He who sent you to me?" said she. "If during the course of your education you should even see Lucian, all would be lost." He went on. "Remember that." "Who will comfort him?" said she. "What was it that you comforted him for?" asked the priest in a tone in which for the first time during this scene there was a nervous quaver. "I do not know. He was often sad when he came." "Sad?" said the priest. "Did he tell you why?" "Never," answered she. "He was sad at loving such a girl as you," exclaimed he. Alas and well, he might be, said she with deep humility, I am the most despicable creature of my sex, and I could find favor in his eyes only by the greatness of my love. That love must give you the courage to obey me blindly, if I were to take you straight from hence to the house, where you are to be educated. Everybody here would tell Lucian that you had gone away today Sunday with a priest. He might follow in your tracks in the course of a week. The portress, not seeing me again, might suppose me to be what I am not. So one evening's day week at 7 o'clock go out quietly and get into a cab that will be waiting for you at the bottom of the Rue des Frondeurs during this week. Avoid Lucian, find excuses, have him sent from the door, and if he should come in, go up to some friend's room. I shall know if you have seen him, and in that event, all will be at an end. I shall not even come back these 8 days. You will need to make up some suitable clothing, and to hide your look of a prostitute, said he, laying a purse on the chimney shelf. There is something in your manner, in your clothes, something indefinable, which is well known to Parisians, and proclaims you what you are. Have you never met in the streets, or on the boulevards, a modest and virtuous girl walking with her mother? Oh yes, to my sorrow, the sight of a mother and daughter is one of our most cruel punishments. It arouses the remorse that lurks in the innermost folds of our hearts, and that is consuming us. I know too well all I lack. Well then, you know how you should look next Sunday, said the priest, rising. Oh, said she, teach me one real prayer before you go, that I may pray to God. It was a touching thing to see the priest making this girl repeat Ave Maria and Paternoster in French. That is very fine, said Esther, when she had repeated these two grand and universal utterances of the Catholic faith, without making a mistake. What is your name? She asked the priest when he took leave of her. Carlos Herrera. I am a Spaniard banished from my country. Esther took his hand and kissed it. She was no longer the courtesan, she was an angel rising after. In a religious institution, famous for the aristocratic and pious teaching, imparted there one Monday morning, in the beginning of March 1824, the pupils found their pretty flock increased by a newcomer, whose beauty triumphed without dispute, not only over that of her companions, but over the special details of beauty which were found severally in perfection in each one of them. In France, it is extremely rare, not to say impossible, to meet with the 30 points of perfection described in Persian verse, and engraved, it is said, in the seraglio, which are needed to make a woman absolutely beautiful. Though in France the whole is seldom seen, we find exquisite parts, as to that imposing union, which sculpture tries to produce, and has produced in a few rare examples like the Diana and the Callipyge. It is the privileged possession of Greece and Asia Minor. Esther came from that cradle of the human race. Her mother was a Jewess. The Jews, though so often deteriorated by their contact with other nations, have among their many races families in which this sublime type of Asiatic beauty has been preserved. When they are not repulsively hideous, they present the splendid characteristics of Armenian beauty. Esther would have carried off the prize at the seraglio. She had the 30 points harmoniously combined, far from having damaged the finish of her modeling, and the freshness of her flesh. Her strange life had given her the mysterious charm of womanhood. It is no longer the close, waxy texture of green fruit, and not yet the warm glow of maturity. There is still the scent of the flower. A few days longer spent in dissolute living, and she would have been too fat. This abundant health, this perfection of the animal in a being in whom voluptuousness took the place of thought, must be a remarkable fact in the eyes of physiologists, a circumstance so rare that it may be called impossible in very young girls, was that her hands, incomparably fine in shape, were as soft, transparent, and white as those of a woman. After the birth of her second child, she had exactly the hair and the foot for which the Duchesse de Berry was so famous, hair so thick that no hairdresser could gather it into his hand, and so long that it fell to the ground in rings. For Esther was of that medium height which makes a woman a sort of toy, to be taken up and set down, taken up again, and carried without fatigue. Her skin, as fine as rice paper, of a warm amber hue, showing the purple veins, was satiny, without dryness, soft, without being clammy. Esther, excessively strong though apparently fragile, arrested attention by one feature that is conspicuous in the faces in which Raphael has shown his most artistic feeling. For Raphael is the painter who has most studied and best rendered Jewish beauty. This remarkable effect was produced by the depth of the eye socket, under which the eye moved free from its setting. The arch of the brow was so accurate as to resemble the groining of a vault. When youth lends this beautiful hollow its pure and diaphanous coloring, and edges it with close-licet eyebrows, when the light stealing into the circular cavity beneath lingers there With a rosy hue, there are tender treasures in it to delight a lover, beauties to drive a painter to despair, those luminous curves, where the shadows have a golden tone, that tissue as firm as a sinew, and as mobile as the most delicate membrane, is a crowning achievement of nature. The eye at rest within is like a miraculous egg in a nest of silken wings. But as time goes on, this marvel acquires a dreadful melancholy when passions have laid dark smears on those fine forms, when grief had furrowed that network of delicate veins. Esther's nationality proclaimed itself in this oriental modeling of her eyes, with their Turkish lids. Their color was a slate gray, which by night took on the blue sheen of a raven's wing. It was only the extreme tenderness of her expression that could moderate their fire. Only those races that are native to deserts have in the eye the power of fascinating everybody, for any woman can fascinate some one person. Their eyes preserve, no doubt, something of the infinitude they have gazed on. Has nature in her foresight armed their retina with some reflecting background to enable them to endure the mirage of the sand, the torrents of sunshine, and the burning cobalt of the sky? Or do human beings, like other creatures, derive something from the surroundings among which they grow up, and preserve for ages the qualities they have imbibed from them? The great solution of this problem of race lies, perhaps, in the question itself. Instincts are living facts, and their cause dwells in past necessity. Variety in animals is the result of the exercise of these instincts. To convince ourselves of this long-sought-for truth, it is enough to extend to the herd of mankind the observation recently made on flocks of Spanish and English sheep, which in low meadows, where pasture is abundant, feed side by side in close array. But on mountains where grass is scarce, scatter apart. Take these two kinds of sheep, transfer them to Switzerland or France. The mountain breeds will feed apart even in a lowland meadow of thick grass. The lowland sheep will keep together even on an alp. Hardly will a succession of generations eliminate acquired and transmitted instincts. After a century, the highland spirit reappears in a refractory lamb, just as after 18 centuries of exile, the spirit of the East shone in Esther's eyes and features. Her look had no terrible fascination. It shed a mild warmth. It was pathetic without being startling, and the sternest wills were melted in its flame. Esther had conquered hatred. She had astonished the depraved souls of Paris. In short, that look, and the softness of her skin, had earned her the terrible nickname which had just led her to the verge of the grave. Everything about her was in harmony with these characteristics of the period of the burning sands. Her forehead was firmly and proudly molded. Her nose, like that of the Arab race, was delicate and narrow, with oval nostrils well set and open at the base. Her mouth, fresh and red, was a rose unblemished by a flaw. Dissipation had left no trace there. Her chin, rounded as though some amorous sculptor had polished its fullness, was as white as milk. One thing only that she had not been able to remedy betrayed the courtesan fallen very low. Her broken nails, which needed time to recover their shape, so much had they been spoiled by the vulgarest household tasks. The young boarders began by being jealous of these marvels of beauty, but they ended by admiring them before the first week was at an end. They were all attached to the artless Jewess, for they were interested in the unknown misfortunes of a girl of 18 who could neither read nor write, to whom all knowledge and instruction were new, and who was to earn for the archbishop the triumph of having converted a Jewess to Catholicism, and giving the convent a festival in her baptism. They forgave her beauty, finding themselves her superiors in education. Esther very soon caught the manners, the accent, the carriage and attitudes of these hybrid girls. In short, her first nature reasserted itself. The change was so complete that on his first visit Herrera was astonished, as it would seem, and the Mother Superior congratulated him on his ward. Never in their existence as teachers had these sisters met with a more charming nature, more Christian meekness, true modesty, nor a greater eagerness to learn when a girl has suffered such misery as had overwhelmed this poor child, and looks forward to such a reward as the Spaniard held out to Esther. It is hard, if she does not realize the miracles of the early church, which the Jesuits revived in Paraguay. She is edifying, said the superior, kissing her on the brow. And this essentially Catholic word tells all. In recreation hours Esther would question her companions, but discreetly, as to the simplest matters in fashionable life, which to her were like the first strange ideas of life. To a child, when she heard that she was to be dressed in white on the day of her baptism and first communion, that she should wear a white satin fillet, white bows, white shoes, white gloves, and white rosettes in her hair, she melted into tears to the amazement of her companions. It was the reverse of the scene of Jephthah on the mountain. The courtesan was afraid of being understood. she ascribed this dreadful dejection to the joy with which she looked forward to the function, as there is certainly as wide a gulf between the habits she had given up and the habits she was acquiring as there is between the savage state and civilization. She had the grace and simplicity and depth which distinguished the wonderful heroine of the American Puritans. She had, too, without knowing it, a love that was eating out her heart, a strange love, a desire more violent in her, who knew everything, than it can be in a maiden, who knows nothing, though the two forms of desire have the same cause and the same end in view. During the first few months, the novelty of a secluded life, the surprises of learning the handiworks, she was taught the practices of religion, the fervency of a holy resolve, the gentle affections she called forth, and the exercise of the faculties of her awakened intelligence, all helped to repress her memory, even the effort she made to acquire a new one, for she had as much to unlearn as to learn. There is more than one form of memory. The body and mind have each their own. Homesickness, for instance, is a malady of the physical memory. Thus, during the third month, the vehemence of this virgin soul soaring to paradise on outspread wings was not indeed quelled, but fettered by a dull rebellion of which Esther herself did not know the cause. Like the Scottish sheep she wanted to pasture in solitude, she could not conquer the instincts begotten of debauchery. Was it that the foul ways of the Paris she had abjured were calling her back to them? Did the chains of the hideous habits she had renounced cling to her by forgotten rivets? And was she feeling them as old soldiers suffer still? The surgeons tell us in the limbs they have lost had vice and excess so soaked into her marrow that holy waters had not yet exorcised the devil lurking there. Was the sight of him for whom her angelic efforts were made necessary to the poor soul, whom God would surely forgive for mingling human and sacred love, one had led to the other? Was there some transposition of the vital force in her involving her in inevitable suffering? Everything is doubtful and obscure in a case which science scorns to study, regarding the subject as too immoral and too compromising, as if the physician and the writer, the priest and the political student were not above all suspicion. However, a doctor who was stopped by death had the courage to begin an investigation which he left unfinished. Perhaps the dark depression to which Esther fell a victim, and which cast a gloom over her happy life, was due to all these causes, and perhaps unable, as she was to suspect them herself, she suffered as sick creatures suffer, who know nothing of medicine or surgery. The fact is, strange, wholesome, and abundant food, in the place of bad and inflammatory nourishment, did not sustain Esther a pure and regular life divided between recreation and studies, intentionally abridged, taking the place of a disorderly existence, of which the pleasures and the pains were equally horrible. Exhausted the convent boarder, the coolest rest the calmest nights, taking the place of crushing fatigue, and the most torturing agitation gave her low fever, in which the common symptoms were imperceptible to the nursing sister's eye or finger. In fact, virtue and happiness, following on evil and misfortune's security in the stead of anxiety, were as fatal to Esther as her past wretchedness would have been to her young companions planted in corruption. She had grown up in it. That infernal home still had a hold on her, in spite of the commands of a despotic. Well, what she loathed was life to her, what she loved was killing her. Her faith was so ardent that her piety was a delight to those about her. She loved to pray. She had opened her spirit to the lights of true religion, and received it without an effort or a doubt. The priest, who was her director, was delighted with her still at every turn. Her body resisted the spirit. To please a whim of Madame de Maintenon's, who fed them with scraps from the royal table, some carp were taken out of a muddy pool and placed in a marble basin of bright clean water. The carp perished, the animals might be sacrificed, but man could never infect them with the leprosy of flattery. A courtier remarked at Versailles on this mute resistance, "They are like me," said the uncrowned queen, "they pine for their obscure mud." This speech epitomizes Esther's story. At times, the poor girl was driven to run about the splendid convent gardens. She hurried from tree to tree. She rushed into the darkest nook seeking what she did not know. But she fell a prey to the demon. She carried on a flirtation with the trees. She appealed to them in unspoken words. Sometimes in the evening, she stole along under the walls like a snake, without any shawl over her bare shoulders. Often in chapel during the service, she remained with her eyes fixed on the crucifix. Melted to tears, the others admired her, but she was crying with rage instead of the sacred images. She hoped to see those glaring nights when she had led some orgy, as Habeneck leads a Beethoven symphony, at the conservatoire, nights of laughter and lasciviousness. With vehement gestures, inextinguishable laughter rose before her, frenzied, furious, and brutal. She was as mild to look upon as a virgin. that clings to earth only by her woman's shape, within raged an imperial Messalina. She alone knew the secret of this struggle between the devil and the angel, when the superior reproved her for having done her hair more fashionably than the rule of the house allowed. She altered it with prompt and beautiful submission. She would have cut her hair off if the mother had required it of her. This moral homesickness was truly pathetic in a girl who would rather have perished than have returned to the depths of impurity. She grew pale and altered, and thin. The superior gave her shorter lessons and called the interesting creature to her room to question her. But Esther was happy. She enjoyed the society of her companions. She felt no pain in any vital part. Still, it was vitality itself that was attacked. She regretted nothing. She wanted nothing. The superior, puzzled by her boarder's answers, did not know what to think when she saw her pining under consuming debility. The doctor was called in when the girl's condition seemed serious, but this doctor knew nothing of Esther's previous life and could not guess it. He found every organ sound. The pain could not be localized. The invalid's replies were such as to upset every hypothesis. There remained one way of clearing up the learned man's doubts, which now lighted on a frightful suggestion. But Esther obstinately refused to submit to a medical examination. In this difficulty, the superior appealed to the Abbé Herrera. The Spaniard came, saw that Esther's condition was desperate, and took the physician aside for a moment. After this confidential interview, the man of science told the man of faith that the only cure lay in a journey to Italy. The abbé would not hear of such a journey before Esther's baptism and first communion. "How long will it be till then?" asked the doctor. "A month," replied the superior. "She will be dead," said the doctor. "Yes, but in a state of grace and salvation," said the abbé. In Spain, the religious question is supreme above all political, civil, or vital considerations, so the physician did not answer the Spaniard. He turned to the mother superior, but the terrible abbé took him by the arm and stopped him. "Not a word, monsieur," said he. The doctor, though a religious man and a monarchist, looked at Esther with an expression of tender pity. The girl was as lovely as a lily drooping on its stem. "God help her," then he exclaimed as he went away. On the very day of this consultation, Esther was taken by her protector to the Rocher de Cancale, a famous restaurant. For his wish to save her had suggested strange expedients to the priest. He tried the effect of 2 Courtesan excellent dinner, which might remind the poor child of past orgies, and the opera, which would give her mind some images of worldliness. His despotic authority was needed to tempt the young saint to such profanation. Herrera disguised himself so effectually as a military man that Esther hardly recognized him. He took care to make his companion wear a veil, and put her in a box where she was hidden from all eyes. This palliative, which had no risks for innocence, so sincerely regained, soon lost its effect. The convent boarder viewed her protector's dinners with disgust, had a religious aversion for the theatre, and relapsed into melancholy. "She is dying of love for Lucian," said Herrera to himself. He had wanted to sound the depths of this soul, and know how much could be exacted from it. So the moment came when the poor child was no longer upheld by moral force, and the body was about to break down. The priest calculated the time with the hideous practical sagacity formerly shown by executioners in the art of torture. He found his protégée in the garden, sitting on a bench under a trellis on which the April sun fell gently. She seemed to be cold, and trying to warm herself. Her companions looked with interest at her pallor, as of a folded plant, her eyes like those of a dying gazelle, her drooping attitude. Esther rose and went to meet the Spaniard with a lassitude that showed how little life there was in her, and it may be added how little care to live. This hapless outcast, this wild and wounded swallow, moved Carlos Herrera to compassion for the second time. The gloomy minister, whom God should have employed only to carry out his revenges, received the sick girl with a smile which expressed indeed as much bitterness as sweetness, as much vengeance as charity. Esther, practiced in meditation and used to revulsions of feeling, since she had led this almost monastic life, felt on her part for the second time distrust of her protector. But as on the former occasion, his speech reassured her. "Well, my dear child," said he, "and why have you never spoken to me of Lucian?" "I promised you," she said, shuddering convulsively from head to foot. "I swore to you that I would never breathe his name. And yet you have not ceased to think of him." "That, monsieur, is the only fault I have committed. I think of him always, and just as you came, I was saying his name to myself. Absence is killing you." Esther's only answer was to hang her head as the sick do, who already scent the breath of the grave. If you could see him, said he, it would be life, she cried. And do you think of him only spiritually? Ah, monsieur, love cannot be dissected. Child of an accursed race, I have done everything to save you, I send you back to your fate, you shall see him again. Why insult my happiness? Can I not love Lucian, and be virtuous? Am I not ready to die here for virtue, as I should be ready to die for him? Am I not dying for these two fanaticisms, for virtue which was to make me worthy of him, and for him who flung me into the embrace of virtue, yes, and ready to die, without seeing him, or to live by seeing him? God is my judge. The color had mounted to her face, her whiteness had recovered its amber warmth. Esther looked beautiful again. The day after that, on which you are washed in the waters of baptism, you shall see Lucian once more, and if you think you can live in virtue by living for him, you shall part no more. The priest was obliged to lift up Esther, whose knees failed her. The poor child dropped, as if the ground had slipped from under her feet. The abbe seated her on a bench, and when she could speak again, she asked him, "Why not today? Do you want to rob Monseigneur of the triumph of your baptism and conversion? You are too close to Lucian, not to be far from God." "Yes, I was not thinking." "You will never be of any religion," said the priest with a touch of the deepest irony. "God is good," said she, "he can read my heart." Conquered by the exquisite artlessness and gestures, Herrera kissed her on the forehead for the first time. "Your libertine friends named you well. You would bewitch God the Father. A few days more must pass, and then you will both be free." Both, she echoed in an ecstasy of joy. This scene, observed from a distance, struck pupils and superiors alike. They fancied they had looked on at a miracle as they compared Esther with herself. She was completely changed, she was alive, she reappeared her natural self, all love, sweet, coquettish, playful, and gay. In short, it was a resurrection. Herrera lived in the Rue Cassette near St. Sulpice. The church, to which he was attached, this building, hard and stern in style, suited this Spaniard, whose discipline was that of the Dominicans, a lost son of Ferdinand Roman VII's astute policy. He devoted himself to the cause of the Constitution, knowing that this devotion could never be rewarded, till the restoration of the Rey Neto. Carlos Herrera had thrown himself body and soul into the Camarilla at the moment when the Cortes seemed likely to stand and hold their own to the world. This conduct seemed to proclaim a superior soul. The Duc d'Angoulême's expedition had been carried out, King Ferdinand was on the throne, and Carlos Herrera did not go to claim the reward of his services at Madrid. Fortified against curiosity by his diplomatic taciturnity, he assigned as his reason for remaining in Paris his strong affection for Lucien de Rubempré, to which the young man already owed the king's patent relating to his change of name. Herrera lived very obscurely, as priests employed on secret missions traditionally live. He fulfilled his religious duties at St. Sulpice, never went out, but on business, and then after dark, and in a hackney cab. His day was filled up with a siesta in the Spanish fashion, which arranges for sleep between the two chief meals, and so occupies the hours when Paris is in a busy turmoil. The Spanish cigar also played its part, and consumed time as well as tobacco. Laziness is a mask as gravity is, and that again is laziness. Herrera lived on the second floor in one wing of the house, and Lucien occupied the other wing. The two apartments were separated and joined by a large reception room of antique magnificence, suitable equally to the grave priest and to the young poet. The courtyard was gloomy. Large thick trees shaded the garden. Silence and reserve are always found in the dwellings chosen by priests. Herrera's lodging may be described in one word: a cell. Lucian's, splendid with luxury and furnished with every refinement of comfort, combined everything that the elegant life of a dandy demands. A poet, a writer, ambitious and dissipated, at once vain and vainglorious, utterly heedless, and yet wishing for order. One of those incomplete geniuses who have some power to wish to conceive, which is perhaps the same thing, but no power at all to execute. These two, Lucien and Herrera, formed a body politic. This, no doubt, was the secret of their union. Old men, in whom the activities of life have been uprooted and transplanted to the sphere of interest, often feel the need of a pleasing instrument, a young and impassioned actor, to carry out their schemes. Richelieu, too, late found a handsome, pale face with a young mustache to cast in the way of women whom he wanted to amuse. Misunderstood by giddy-pated younger men, he was compelled to banish his master's mother and terrify the queen, after having tried to make each fall in love with him, though he was not cut out to be loved by queens. Do what we will, always in the course of an ambitious life, we find a woman in the way. just when we least expect such an obstacle. However great a political man may be, he always needs a woman to set against a woman, just as the Dutch use a diamond to cut a diamond. Rome, at the height of its power, yielded to this necessity, and observe how immeasurably more imposing was the life of Mazarin, the Italian cardinal, than that of Richelieu. The French cardinal Richelieu met with opposition from the great nobles, and he applied the axe. He died in the flower of his success, worn out by this duel, for which he had only a Capuchin monk, as his second Mazarin was repulsed by the citizen class, and the nobility armed allies, who sometimes victoriously put royalty to flight. But Anne of Austria's devoted servant took off no heads. He succeeded in vanquishing the whole of France and trained Louis Roman XIV, who completed Richelieu's work by strangling the nobility with gilded cords. In the Grand Seraglio of Versailles, Madame de Pompadour, dead Choiseul fell. Had Herrera soaked his mind in these high doctrines, had he judged himself at an earlier age, then Richelieu had he chosen Lucian to be his Cinq Mars. But a faithful Cinq Mars, no one could answer these questions, or measure this Spaniard's ambition, as no one could foresee what his end might be. These questions asked by those who were able to see anything of this coalition, which was long kept a secret, might have unveiled a horrible mystery, which Lucian himself had known. But a few days, Carlos was ambitious for two. That was what his conduct made plain to those persons who knew him, and who all imagined that Lucian was the priest's illegitimate son. 15 months after Lucian's reappearance at the opera ball, which led him too soon into a world where the priest had not wished to see him, till he should have fully armed him against it. He had 3 fine horses in his stable, a coupe for evening use, a cab, and a tilbury to drive by day. He dined out every day. Herrera's foresight was justified. His pupil was carried away by dissipation. He thought it necessary to effect some diversion in the frenzied passion for Esther that the young man still cherished in his heart. After spending something like 40,000 francs, every folly had brought Lucian back with increased eagerness to La Torpille. He searched for her persistently, and as he could not find her, she became to him what game is to the sportsman. Could Herrera understand the nature of a poet's love? When once this feeling has mounted to the brain of one of these great little men, after firing his heart and absorbing his senses, the poet becomes as far superior to humanity through love as he already is through the power of his imagination. A freak of intellectual heredity has given him the faculty of expressing nature by imagery, to which he gives the stamp both of sentiment and of thought, and he lends his love the wings of his spirit. He feels, and he paints, he acts, and meditates. He multiplies his sensations by thought. Present felicity becomes threefold through aspiration for the future and memory of the past, and with it he mingles the exquisite delights of the soul, which makes him the prince of artists. Then the poet's passion becomes a fine poem, in which human proportion is often set at naught. Does not the poet then place his mistress far higher than women crave to sit like the sublime Knight of La Mancha? He transfigures a peasant girl to be a princess. He uses for his own behoof the wand with which he touches everything, turning it into a wonder, and thus enhances the pleasure of loving by the glorious glamour of the ideal. Such a love is the very essence of passion. It is extreme in all things, in its hopes, in its despair, in its rage, in its melancholy, in its joy. It flies, it leaps, it crawls. It is not like any of the emotions known to ordinary men. It is to everyday love what the perennial alpine torrent is to the lowland brook. These splendid geniuses are so rarely understood that they spend themselves in hopes. Deceived, they are exhausted by the search for their ideal mistress, and almost always die like gorgeous insects, splendidly adorned for their love festival by the most poetical of nature's inventions and crushed under the foot of a passerby. But there is another danger when they meet with the form that answers to their soul, and which not unfrequently is that of a baker's wife. They do as Raphael did. As the beautiful insect does, they die in the Fornarina's arms. Lucian was at this pass, his poetical temperament excessive in all things, in good as in evil, had discerned the angel in this girl, who was tainted by corruption, rather than corrupt. He always saw her white-winged, pure and mysterious, as she had made herself for him, understanding that he would have her so. Towards the end of the month of May 1825, Lucian had lost all his good spirits. He never went out, dined with Herrera, sat pensive, worked, read volumes of diplomatic treatises, squatted Turkish fashion on a divan, and smoked 3 or 4 hookahs a day. His groom had more to do in cleaning and perfuming the tubes of this noble pipe than in currying and brushing down the horses' coats, and dressing them with cockades for driving in the boys. As soon as the Spaniard saw Lucian pale, and detected a malady in the frenzy of suppressed passion, he determined to read to the bottom of this man's heart, on which he founded his life. One fine evening, when Lucian, lounging in an armchair, was mechanically contemplating the hues of the setting sun through the trees in the garden, blowing up the mist of scented smoke in slow, regular clouds. As pensive smokers are wont, he was roused from his reverie by hearing a deep sigh. He turned, and saw the abbé standing by him with folded arms. "You were there," said the poet. "For some time," said the priest. "My thoughts have been following the wide sweep of yours." Lucian understood his meaning. "I have never affected to have an iron nature, such as yours is to me. Life is, by turns, paradise and hell. When by chance it is neither, it bores me, and I am bored." "How can you be bored, when you have such splendid prospects before you?" "If I have no faith in those prospects, or if they are too much shrouded." "Do not talk nonsense," said the priest. "It would be far more worthy of you, and of me, that you should open your heart to me. There is now that between us, which ought never to have come between us. A secret. This secret has subsisted for 16 months. You are in love." "And what then?" "A foul hussy called La Tourpille." "Well, my boy, I told you might have a mistress, but a woman of rank, pretty young, influential, a countess at least. I had chosen Madame d'Espard for you to make her the instrument of your fortune, without scruple, for she would never have perverted your heart. She would have left you free to love a prostitute of the lowest class. When you have not, like kings, the power to give her high rank, is a monstrous blunder. And am I the first man, who had renounced ambition, to follow the lead of a boundless passion?" "Good," said the priest, stooping to pick up the mouthpiece of the hookah, which Lucian had dropped on the floor. "I understand the retort. Cannot love and ambition be reconciled? Child, you have a mother in old Heroine, mother, who is wholly devoted to you." "I know it, old friend," said Lucian, taking his hand and shaking it. "You wished for the toys of wealth. You have them. You want to shine. I am guiding you into the paths of power. I kiss very dirty hands to secure your advancement, and you will get on a little while yet, and you will lack nothing of what can charm man or woman. Though effeminate in your caprices, your intellect is manly. I have dreamed all things of you. I forgive you. All you have only to speak to have your ephemeral passions gratified. I have aggrandized your life, by introducing into it that which makes it delightful to most people. The stamp of political influence and dominion. You will be as great as you now are small, but you must not break the machine by which we coin money. I grant you all you will, excepting such blunders as will destroy your future prospects. When I can open the drawing rooms of the Faubourg Saint-Germain to you, I forbid your wallowing in the gutter. Lucian, I mean to be an iron stanchion in your interest. I will endure everything from you, for you. Thus, I have transformed your lack of tact, in the game of life, into the shrewd stroke of a skillful player." Lucian looked up with a start of furious impetuosity. "I carried off La Tourpille." "You!" cried Lucian. In a fit of animal rage, the poet jumped up, flung the jeweled mouthpiece in the priest's face, and pushed him with such violence as to throw down that strong man. "I," said the Spaniard, getting up, and preserving his terrible gravity. His black wig had fallen off a bald skull as shining as a death's head, showed the man's real countenance. It was appalling. Lucian sat on his divan, his hands hanging limp, overpowered, and gazing at the abbé with stupefaction. "I carried her off," the priest repeated. "What did you do with her?" "You took her away the day after the opera ball." "Yes, the day after I had seen a woman, who belonged to you, insulted by wretches, whom I would not have condescended to kick downstairs." "Wretches," interrupted Lucian, "say rather monsters, compared with whom those who are guillotined are angels. Do you know what the unhappy Tourpille had done for 3 of them? One of them was her lover for 2 months. She was poor, and picked up a living in the gutter. He had not a sou. Like me, when you rescued me, he was very near the river. This fellow would get up at night, and go to the cupboard where the girl kept the remains of her dinner, and eat it. At last, she discovered the trick. She understood the shameful thing, and took care to leave a great deal. Then she was happy. She never told anyone but me that night coming home from the opera. The second had stolen some money, but before the theft was found out, she lent him the sum which he was enabled to replace, and which he always forgot to repay to the poor child. As to the third, she made his fortune by playing out a farce worthy of Figaro's genius. She passed as his wife, and became the mistress of a man in power, who believed her to be the most innocent of good citizens. To one she gave life, to another honor, to the third fortune. Does it all count for today? And this is how they reward her. Would you like to see them dead? Said Herrera, in whose eyes there were tears. Come, that is just like you, I know you by that. Nay, hear all raving poet, said the priest, La Torpille is no more. Lucian flew at Herrera to seize him by the throat with such violence that any other man must have fallen backwards, but the Spaniard's arm held off his assailant. Come, listen, said he coldly, I have made another woman of her chaste, pure, well-bred, religious, a perfect lady. She is being educated, she can, if she may, under the influence of your love, become a Ninon, a Marion de Lorme du Barry, as the journalist at the opera ball remarked. You may proclaim her your mistress, or you may retire behind a curtain of your own creating, which will be wiser. By either method you will gain profit, and pride, pleasure, and advancement. But if you are as great a politician as you are a poet, Esther will be no more to you than any other woman of the town, for later perhaps she may help us out of difficulties. She is worth her weight in gold. Drink, but do not get tipsy. If I had not held the reins of your passion, where would you be now, rolling with La Torpille in the slough of misery, from which I dragged you here? Read this, said Herrera, as simply as Talma in Manlius, which he had never seen. A sheet of paper was laid on the poet's knees, and startled him from the ecstasy and surprise with which he had listened to this astounding speech. He took it, and read the first letter written by Mademoiselle Esther. To Monsieur el Abbe Carlos Herrera. My dear protector, will you not suppose that gratitude is stronger in me than love, when you see that the first use I make of the power of expressing my thoughts is to thank you, instead of devoting it to pouring forth a passion that Lucian has perhaps forgotten. But to you, divine man, I can say what I should not dare to tell him who to my joy still clings to earth. Yesterday's ceremony has filled me with treasures of grace, and I place my fate in your hands. Even if I must die far away from my beloved, I shall die purified like the Magdalene, and my soul become to him the rival of his guardian angel. Can I ever forget yesterday's festival? How could I wish to abdicate the glorious throne to which I was raised yesterday? I washed away every stain in the waters of baptism, and received the sacred body of my Redeemer. I am become one of his tabernacles. At that moment I heard the songs of angels. I was more than a woman born to a life of light amid the acclamations of the whole earth, admired by the world in a cloud of incense and prayers that were intoxicating, adorned like a virgin for the heavenly spouse. Thus finding myself worthy of Lucian, which I had never hoped to be, I abjured impure love, and vowed to walk only in the paths of virtue. If my flesh is weaker than my spirit, let it perish, be the arbiter of my destiny, and if I die, tell Lucian that I died to him when I was born to God. Lucian looked up at the abbe with eyes full of tears. You know the rooms fat Caroline Bellefeuille had in the Rue Tatebout. The Spaniard said the poor creature, cast off by her magistrate, was in the greatest poverty. She was about to be sold up. I bought the place all standing, and she turned out with her clothes. Esther, the angel who aspired to heaven, has alighted there, and is waiting for you. At this moment, Lucian heard his horses pawing the ground in the courtyard. He was incapable of expressing his admiration for a devotion which he alone could appreciate. He threw himself into the arms of the man he had insulted, made amends for all by a look, and the speechless effusion of his feelings. Then he flew downstairs, confided Esther's address to his tiger's ear, and the horses went off as if their master's passion had lived in their legs. The next day, a man who by his dress might have been mistaken by the passers-by for a gendarme in disguise was passing the Rue Tatebout opposite a house, as if he were waiting for someone to come out. He walked with an agitated air. You will often see in Paris such vehement promenaders, real gendarmes watching a recalcitrant National Guardsman, bailiffs taking steps to effect an arrest, creditors planning a trick on the debtor who has shut himself in, lovers or jealous and suspicious husbands or friends doing sentry for a friend. But rarely do you meet a face portending such coarse and fierce thoughts as animated that of the gloomy and powerful man who paced to and fro under Mademoiselle Esther's windows with the brooding haste of a bear in its cage. At noon, a window was opened, and a maidservant's hand was put out to push back the padded shutters. A few minutes later, Esther, in her dressing gown, came to breathe the air, leaning on Lucian. Anyone who saw them might have taken them for the originals of some pretty English vignette. Esther was the first to recognize the basilisk eyes of the Spanish priest, and the poor creature, stricken as if she had been shot, gave a cry of horror. There is that terrible priest, said she, pointing him out to Lucian. He said, Lucian smiling, he is no more a priest than you are." "What then?" she said in alarm. "Why, an old villain, who believes in nothing but the devil," said Lucian. This light thrown on the sham priest's secrets, if revealed to anyone less devoted than Esther, might have ruined Lucian forever. As they went along the corridor from their bedroom to the dining room, where their breakfast was served, the lovers met Carlos Herrera. "What have you come here for?" said Lucian roughly. "To bless you," replied the audacious scoundrel, stopping the pair, and detaining them in the little drawing-room of the apartment. "Listen to me, my pretty dears. Amuse yourselves, be happy well, and good happiness at any price is my motto. But you," he went on to Esther, "you, whom I dragged from the mud and have soaped down body and soul, you surely do not dream that you can stand in Lucian's way. As for you, my boy," he went on after a pause, looking at Lucian, "you are no longer poet enough to allow yourself another Corley. This is sober prose. What can be done with Esther's lover? Nothing. Can Esther become Madame de Rubempré? No." "Well, my child," said he, laying his hand on Esther's, and making her shiver as if some serpent had wound itself round her, "the world must never know of your existence. Above all, the world must never know that a certain Mademoiselle Esther loves Lucian, and that Lucian is in love with her. These rooms are your prison, my pigeon. If you wish to go out, and your health will require it, you must take exercise at night at hours when you cannot be seen. For your youth and beauty, and the style you have acquired at the convent, would at once be observed in Paris the day when anyone in the world, whoever it be," he added, in an awful voice, seconded by an awful look, "learns that Lucian is your lover, or that you are his mistress, that day will be your last but one on earth. I have procured that boy a patent permitting him to bear the name and arms of his maternal ancestors. Still, this is not all. We have not yet recovered the title of Marquis, and to get it, he must marry a girl of good family, in whose favor the king will grant this distinction. Such an alliance will get Lucian on in the world, and at court. This boy, of whom I have made a man, will be first secretary to an embassy. Later, he shall be minister at some German court, and God or Ibiter still helping him, he will take his seat some day on the bench reserved for peers." "Or on the bench reserved for Lucian," began interrupting the man. "Hold your tongue," cried Carlos, laying his broad hand on Lucian's mouth. "Would you tell such a secret to a woman?" he muttered in his ear. "Esther, a woman," cried the poet of Les Marguerites. "Still inditing sonnets," said the Spaniard. "Nonsense. Sooner or later all these angels relapse into being women, and every woman at moments is a mixture of a monkey and a child, two creatures who can kill us for fun." "Esther, my jewel," said he to the terrified girl, "I have secured as your waiting maid a creature who is as much mine as if she were my daughter. For your cook you shall have a mulatto woman, which gives style to a house with Europe, and a sigh. You can live here for 1,000 franc note a month, like a queen, a stage queen. Europe has been a dressmaker, a milliner, and a stage super. A sigh has cooked for an epicure, my lord. These two women will serve you like two fairies." Seeing Lucian go completely to the wall before this man, who was guilty at least of sacrilege and forgery, this woman, sanctified by her love, felt an awful fear in the depths of her heart. She made no reply, but dragged Lucian into her room and asked him, "Is he the devil?" "He is far worse to me," he vehemently replied. "But if you love me, try to imitate that man's devotion to me, and obey him on pain of death." "Of death?" she exclaimed, more frightened than ever. "Of death," repeated Lucian. "Alas, my darling, no death could be compared with that which would befall me if—" Esther turned pale at his words, and felt herself fainting. "Well, well," cried the sacrilegious forger, "have you not yet spelt out your descriptives?" Esther and Lucian came out, and the poor girl, not daring to look at the mysterious man, said, "You shall be obeyed, as God is obeyed, monsieur." "Good," said he, "you may be very happy for a time, and you will need only nightgowns and wrappers. That will be very economical." The two lovers went on towards the dining room, but Lucian's patron signed to the pretty pair to stop, and they stopped. "I have just been talking of your servants, my child," said he to Esther. "I must introduce them to you." The Spaniard rang twice. The women he had called Europe and Asai came in, and it was at once easy to see the reason of these names. Asai, who looked as if she might have been born in the island of Java, showed a face to scare the eye, as flat as a board, with the copper complexion peculiar to Malays, with a nose that looked as if it had been driven inwards by some violent pressure. The strange conformation of the maxillary bones gave the lower part of this face a resemblance to that of the larger species of apes. The brow, though sloping, was not deficient in intelligence produced by habits of cunning. Two fierce little eyes had the calm fixity of a tiger's, but they never looked you straight in the face. Asai seemed afraid, lest she might terrify people. Her lips, a dull blue, were parted, prominent teeth of dazzling whiteness, but grown across the leading expression of this animal countenance was one of meanness. Her black hair, straight and greasy-looking like her skin, lay in two shining bands, forming an edge to a very handsome silk handkerchief. Her ears were remarkably pretty, and graced with two large dark pearls. Small, short, and squat, Asai bore a likeness to the grotesque figures the Chinese love to paint on screens, or more exactly to the Hindu idols, which seemed to be imitated from some non-existent type, found nevertheless now and again by travelers. Esther shuddered as she looked at this monstrosity, dressed out in a white apron over a stuff gown. Asai, said the Spaniard, to whom the woman looked up with a gesture that can only be compared to that of a dog to its master, "This is your mistress." And he pointed to Esther in her wrapper. Asai looked at the young fairy with an almost distressful expression, but at the same moment, a flash half hidden between her thick short eyelashes shot like an incendiary spark at Lucian, who, in a magnificent dressing gown thrown open over a fine Holland linen shirt, and red trousers, with a fez on his head, beneath which his fair hair fell in thick curls, presented a godlike appearance. Italian genius could invent the tale of Othello, English genius could put it on the stage, but nature alone reserves the power of throwing into a single glance an expression of jealousy grander and more complete than England and Italy together could imagine. This look seen by Esther made her clutch the Spaniard by the arm, setting her nails in it, as a cat sets its claws to save itself from falling into a gulf of which it cannot see the bottom. The Spaniard spoke a few words in some unfamiliar tongue to the Asiatic monster, who crept on her knees to Esther's feet and kissed them. "She is not merely a good cook," said Herrera to Esther, "she is a pastmaster, and might make Cairn mad with jealousy. Asai can do everything by way of cooking. She will turn you out a simple dish of beans that will make you wonder whether the angels have not come down to add some herb from heaven. She will go to market herself every morning and fight like the devil. She is to get things at the lowest prices. She will tire out curiosity by silence. You are to be supposed to have been in India, and Asai will help you to give effect to this fiction, for she is one of those Parisians who are born to be of any nationality they please. But I do not advise that you should give yourself out to be a foreigner. Europe, what do you say?" Europe was a perfect contrast to Asai, for she was the smartest waiting maid that Monrose could have hoped to see as her rival on the stage, slight, with a scatterbrained manner, a face like a weasel, and a sharp nose. Europe's features offered to the observer a countenance worn by the corruption of Paris life. The unhealthy complexion of a girl fed on raw apples, lymphatic, but sinewy, soft but tenacious. One little foot was set forward, her hands were in her apron pockets, and she fidgeted incessantly, without moving from sheer excess of liveliness. Grisette and stage super, in spite of her youth, she must have tried many trades as full of evil as a dozen maidlenettes put together. She might have robbed her parents, and sat on the bench of a police court. Asai was terrifying, but you knew her thoroughly from the first. She descended in a straight line from Locusta, while Europe filled you with uneasiness which could not fail to increase the more you had to do with her. Her corruption seemed boundless. You felt that she could set the devils by the ears. "Madame might say she had come from Valenciennes," said Europe, in a precise little voice. "I was born there. Perhaps Monsieur," she added to Lucian in a pedantic tone, "will be good enough to say what name he proposes to give to Madame." "Madame van Bogsec," the Spaniard put in, reversing Esther's name. "Madame is a Jewess, a native of Holland, the widow of a merchant, and suffering from a liver complaint, contracted in Java, no great fortune enough to excite curiosity. Enough to live on 6,000 francs a year, and we shall complain of her stinginess," said Europe. "That is the thing," said the Spaniard with a bow. "You limbs of Satan," he went on, catching a sigh, and Europe, exchanging a glance that displeased him. "Remember what I have told you. You are serving a queen. You owe her as much respect as to a queen. You are to cherish her as you would cherish a revenge, and be as devoted to her as to me. Neither the doorporter, nor the neighbors, nor the other inhabitants of the house, in short, not a soul on earth, is to know what goes on here. It is your business to balk curiosity, if any should be roused. And Madame," he went on, laying his broad hairy hand on Esther's arm, "Madame must not commit the smallest imprudence. You must prevent it in case of need, but always with perfect respect. You, Europe, are to go out for Madame in anything that concerns her dress, and you must do her sewing from motives of economy. Finally, nobody, not even the most insignificant creature, is ever to set foot in this apartment. You two between you must do all there is to be done. And you, my beauty, he went on speaking to Esther, when you want to go out in your carriage, by night you can tell Europe she will know where to find your men for you, will have a servant in livery of my choosing like those two slaves. Esther and Lucian had not a word ready. They listened to the Spaniard, and looked at the two precious specimens to whom he gave his orders, what was the secret hold, to which he owed the submission and servitude that were written on these two faces so mischievously recalcitrant, the other so malignantly cruel. He read the thoughts of Lucian and Esther, who seemed paralyzed as Paul and Virginia might have been at the sight of two dreadful snakes, and he said in a good-natured undertone, "You can trust them, as you can me keep no secrets from them, that will flatter them. Go to your work, my little Assai." He added to the cook, "And you, my girl, lay another place." He said to Europe, "The children cannot do less than ask Papa to breakfast." When the two women had shut the door and the Spaniard could hear Europe moving to and fro, he turned to Lucian and Esther, and opening a wide palm he said, "I hold them in the hollow of my hand." The words and gesture made his hearers shudder. "Where did you pick them up?" cried Lucian. "What the devil, I did not look for them at the foot of the throne," replied the man. "Europe has risen from the mire, and is afraid of sinking into it again. Threaten them with Monsieur Ab when they do not please you, and you will see them quake like mice. When the cat is mentioned, I am used to taming wild beasts," he added with a smile. "You strike me as being a demon," said Esther, clinging closer to Lucian. "My child, I tried to win you to heaven, but a repentant Magdalene is always a practical joke on the church. If ever there were one, she would relapse into the courtesan in paradise. You have gained this much, you are forgotten, and have acquired the manners of a lady, for you learned in the convent what you never could have learned in the ranks of infamy in which you were living. You owe me nothing," said he, observing a beautiful look of gratitude on Esther's face. "I did it all for him." And he pointed to Lucian. You will always be, you will die a prostitute, for in spite of the delightful theories of cattle breeders, you can never here below become anything. But what you are, the man who feels bumps, is right, you have the bump of love." The Spaniard, it will be seen, was a fatalist like Napoleon Mahomet, and many other great politicians. It is a strange thing that most men of action have a tendency to fatalism, just as most great thinkers have a tendency to believe in providence. "What I am, I do not know," said Esther with angelic sweetness, "but I love Lucian, and shall die worshipping him." "Come to breakfast," said the Spaniard sharply, "and pray to God that Lucian may not marry too soon, for then you would never see him again." "His marriage would be my death," said she. She allowed the sham priest to lead the way that she might stand on tiptoe and whisper to Lucian without being seen. "Is it your wish," said she, "that I should remain in the power of this man, who sets two hyenas to guard me?" Lucian bowed his head. The poor child swallowed down her grief and affected gladness, but she felt cruelly oppressed. It needed more than a year of constant and devoted care before she was accustomed to these two dreadful creatures, whom Carlos Herrera called the two watchdogs. Lucian's conduct since his return to Paris had borne the stamp of such profound policy that it excited and could not fail to excite the jealousy of all his former friends, on whom he took no vengeance, but by making them furious at his success, at his exquisite get-up, and his way of keeping every one at a distance. The poet, once so communicative, so genial, had turned cold and reserved. De Marsay, the model adopted by all the youth of Paris, did not make a greater display of reticence in speech and deed than did Lucian. As to brains, the journalist had ere now proved his mettle. De Marsay, against whom many people chose to pit Lucian, giving a preference to the poet, was small-minded enough to resent this. Lucian, now in high favor with men who secretly pulled the wires of power, was so completely indifferent to literary fame that he did not care about the success of his romance, republished under its real title L'Archer de Charles Roman IX, or the excitement caused by his volume of sonnets, called Les Marguerites, of which Doriat sold out the edition in a week. "It is posthumous fame," said he, with a laugh, to Mademoiselle Destouches, who congratulated him. The terrible Spaniard held his creature with an iron hand, keeping him in the road towards the goal, where the trumpets and gifts of victory await patient politicians. Lucian had taken Baudinord's bachelor quarters on the Quai Malaquais to be near the Rue Taitbout, and his advisor was lodging under the same roof on the fourth floor. Lucian kept only one horse to ride and drive, a manservant and a groom. When he was not dining out, he dined with Esther. Carlos Herrera kept such a keen eye on the service in the house on the Quai Malaquais that Lucian did not spend 10,000 francs a year, all told 10,000 more, were enough for Esther, thanks to the unfailing and inexplicable devotion of a sigh, and Europe. Lucian took the utmost precautions in going in and out at the Rue Tatebout. He never came but in a cab with the blinds down and always drove into the courtyard. Thus his passion for Esther, and the very existence of the establishment in the Rue Tatebout being unknown to the world, did him no harm in his connections or undertakings. No rash word ever escaped him on this delicate subject. His mistakes of this sort with regard to Coralie at the time of his first stay in Paris had given him experience. In the first place, his life was marked by the correct regularity under which many mysteries can be hidden. He remained in society every night till 1 in the morning. He was always at home from 10 till 1 in the afternoon. Then he drove in the Bois de Boulogne and paid calls. Till 5 he was rarely seen to be on foot, and thus avoided old acquaintances. When some journalist or one of his former associates waved him a greeting, he responded with a bow polite enough to avert annoyance, but significant of such deep contempt as killed all French geniality. He thus had very soon got rid of persons whom he would rather never have known. An old established aversion kept him from going to see Madame d'Espard, who often wished to get him to her house. But when he met her at those of the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, of Mademoiselle Destouches, of the Comtesse de Montcornet, or elsewhere, he was always exquisitely polite to her. This hatred, fully reciprocated by Madame d'Espard, compelled Lucian to act with prudence, but it will be seen how he had added fuel to it by allowing himself a stroke of revenge, which gained him indeed a severe lecture from Carlos. "You are not yet strong enough to be revenged on anyone, whoever it may be," said the Spaniard. "When we are walking under a burning sun, we do not stop to gather even the finest flowers." Lucian was so genuinely superior, and had so fine a future before him, that the young men who chose to be offended or puzzled by his return to Paris and his unaccountable good fortune were enchanted whenever they could do him an ill turn. He knew that he had many enemies, and was well aware of those hostile feelings among his friends. The abbe indeed took admirable care of his adopted son, putting him on his guard against the treachery of the world and the fatal imprudence of youth. Lucian was expected to tell, and did in fact tell, the abbe each evening every trivial incident of the day. Thanks to his mentor's advice, he put the keenest curiosity of the world off the scent, entrenched in the gravity of an Englishman and fortified by the redoubts cast up by diplomatic circumspection. He never gave anyone the right or the opportunity of seeing a corner even of his concerns. His handsome young face had by practice become as expressionless in society as that of a princess at a ceremonial. Towards the middle of 1829, his marriage began to be talked of to the eldest daughter of the Duchesse de Grandlieu, who at that time had no less than 4 daughters to provide for. No one doubted that in honor of such an alliance, the king would revive for Lucian the title of Marquis. This distinction would establish Lucian's fortune as a diplomate, and he would probably be accredited as minister to some German court. For the last 3 years Lucian's life had been regular and above reproach. Indeed, de Marsay had made this remarkable speech about him: "That young fellow must have a very strong hand behind him." Thus Lucian was almost a person of importance. His passion for Esther had in fact helped him greatly to play his part of a serious man. A habit of this kind guards an ambitious man from many follies. Having no connection with any woman of fashion, he cannot be caught by the reactions of mere physical nature on his moral sense. As to happiness, Lucian's was the realization of a poet's dreams. Penniless poets, hungering in a garret. Esther, the ideal courtesan in love, while she reminded Lucian of Coralie, the actress with whom he had lived for a year, completely eclipsed her. Every loving and devoted woman invents seclusion, incognito, the life of a pearl in the depths of the sea, but to most of them, this is no more than one of the delightful whims which supply a subject for conversation, a proof of love which they dream of giving, but do not give. Whereas Esther, to whom her first enchantment was ever new, who lived perpetually in the glow of Lucian's first incendiary glance, never in 4 years had an impulse of curiosity. She gave her whole mind to the task of adhering to the terms of the program prescribed by the sinister Spaniard. Nay, more, in the midst of intoxicating happiness, she never took unfair advantage of the unlimited power that the constantly revived desire of a lover gives to the woman he loves to ask Lucian a single question regarding Herrera, of whom indeed she lived in constant awe. She dared not even think of him, the elaborate benefactions of that extraordinary man to whom Esther undoubtedly owed her feminine accomplishment, and her well-bred manner struck the poor girl as advances on account of hell. I shall have to pay for all this some day, she would tell herself with dismay. Every fine night she went out in a hired carriage. She was driven with a rapidity no doubt insisted on by the abbe in one or another of the beautiful woods round Paris, Boulogne, Vincennes, Romainville, or Vilde, Havre, often with Lucian, sometimes alone with Europe. There she could walk about without fear, for when Lucian was not with her, she was attended by a servant dressed like the smartest of outriders, armed with a real knife whose face and brawny build alike proclaimed him a ruthless athlete. This protector was also provided in the fashion of English footmen with a stick, but such as single-stick players use, with which they can keep off more than one assailant in obedience to an order of the Abbess. Esther had never spoken a word to this escort when Madame wished to go home. Europe gave a call, the man in waiting whistled to the driver who was always within hearing. When Lucian was walking with Esther, Europe, and this man remained about 100 paces behind, like two of the infernal minions that figure in the 1001 Nights, which enchanters place at the service of their devotees. The men, and yet more the women of Paris, know nothing of the charm of a walk in the woods on a fine night. The stillness, the moonlight affects the solitude, have the soothing effect of a bath. Esther usually went out at 10, walked about from midnight till 1 o'clock, and came in at 2:30. It was never daylight in her rooms. Till 11 she then bathed, and went through an elaborate toilet, which is unknown to most women, for it takes up too much time and is rarely carried out by any but courtesans, women of the town, or fine ladies who have the day before them. She was only just ready when Lucian came, and appeared before him as a newly opened flower. Her only care was that her poet should be happy. She was his toy, his chattel. She gave him entire liberty. She never cast a glance beyond the circle where she shone. On this, the abbe had insisted, for it was part of his profound policy that Lucian should have gallant adventures. Happiness has no history, and the storytellers of all lands have understood this so well that the words "they are happy" are the end of every love tale. Hence only the ways and means can be recorded of this really romantic happiness. In the heart of Paris, it was happiness in its loveliest form, a poem, a symphony of 4 years' duration. Every woman will exclaim that was much. Neither Esther nor Lucian had ever said this is too much, and the formula "they were happy" was more emphatically true than even in a fairy tale, for they had no children. So Lucian could coquette with the world, give way to his poet's caprices, and it may be plainly admitted to the necessities of his position. All this time he was slowly making his way, and was able to render secret service to certain political personages by helping them in their work in such matters. He was eminently discreet. He cultivated Madame de Cerezy's circle, being, it was rumored, on the very best terms with that lady. Madame de Cerezy had carried him off from the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, who it was said had thrown him over. One of the phrases by which women avenge themselves on happiness they envy. Lucian was in the lap, so to speak, of the high almoner's set, and intimate with women who were the archbishop's personal friends. He was modest and reserved. He waited patiently. So de Marsay's speech. Marsay was now married, and made his wife live as retired a life as Esther was significant in more ways than one. But the submarine perils of such a course as Lucian's will be sufficiently obvious in the course of this chronicle. Matters were in this position when one fine night in August, the Baron de Nucingen was driving back to Paris from the country residence of a foreign banker, settled in France, with whom he had been dining. The estate lay at 8 leagues from Paris, in the district of La Brie. Now, the Baron's coachman, having undertaken to drive his master there and back with his own horses at nightfall, ventured to moderate the pace. As they entered the forest of Vincennes, the position of beast, man, and master was as follows. The coachman, liberally soaked in the kitchen of the aristocrat of the Bourse, was perfectly tipsy, and slept soundly, while still holding the reins to deceive other wayfarers. The footman, seated behind, was snoring like a wooden top. From Germanized land of little carved figures of large wine-vats and of humming tops the Baron had tried to think. But after passing the bridge at Gournay, the soft somnolence of digestion had sealed his eyes. The horses understood the coachman's plight from the slackness of the reins. They heard the footman's basso continue from his perch behind. They saw that they were masters of the situation, and took advantage of their few minutes' freedom to make their own pace like intelligent slaves. They gave highway robbers the chance of plundering one of the richest capitalists in France. the most deeply cunning of the race, which in France have been energetically styled lynxes, finally being independent of control, and tempted by the curiosity, which every one must have remarked in domestic animals, they stopped where four roads met face to face with some other horses, whom they no doubt asked in horses' language, "Who may you be? What are you doing? Are you comfortable?" When the chaise stopped, the Baron awoke from his nap. At first he fancied that he was still in his friend's park. Then he was startled by a celestial vision, which found him unarmed with his usual weapon, self-interest. The moonlight was brilliant. He could have read by Eitvin an evening paper in the silence of the forest. Under this pure light, the Baron saw a woman alone who, as she got into a hired chaise, looked at the strange spectacle of this sleep-stricken carriage. At the sight of this angel, the Baron felt as though a light had flashed into glory within him. The young lady, seeing herself admired, pulled down her veil. With terrified haste, the manservant gave a signal, which the driver perfectly understood, for the vehicle went off like an arrow. The old banker was fearfully agitated, the blood left his feet cold, and carried fire to his brain. His head sent the flame back to his heart. He was choking. The unhappy man foresaw a fit of indigestion, but in spite of that supreme terror he stood up. "Follow Cuvik Furry, Cuvik Tam, you are asleep," he cried. "100 francs if you catch up dat chaise." At the words 100 francs, the coachman woke up. The servant behind heard them, no doubt in his dreams. The Baron reiterated his orders. The coachman urged the horses to a gallop. And at the Barrière du Trône had succeeded in overtaking a carriage, resembling that in which Nucingen had seen the divine fair one, but which contained a swaggering head clerk from some first-class shop, and a lady of the Rue Vivienne. This blunder filled the Baron with consternation. "If only I had brought George instead of you, stupid fool, he should have found dat woman," said he to the servant, while the excise officers were searching the carriage. "Indeed, Monsieur le Baron, the devil was behind the chaise, I believe disguised as an armed escort, and he sent this chaise instead of hers." "Dara is no such ting as de Teufel," said the Baron. The Baron de Nucingen owned to 60. He no longer cared for women, and for his wife least of all. He boasted that he had never known such love as makes a fool of a man. He declared that he was happy to have done with women. The most angelic of them, he frankly said, was not worth what she cost. Even if you got her for nothing, he was supposed to be so entirely blasé that he no longer paid 2,000 francs a month for the pleasure of being deceived. His eyes looked coldly down from his opera box on the corps de ballet. Never a glance was shot at the capitalist by any one of that formidable swarm of old young girls and young old women, the cream of Paris pleasure. Natural love, artificial, and love of show, love based on self-esteem and vanity, love as a display of taste, decent conjugal love, eccentric love. The Baron had paid for them, all had known them, all excepting real spontaneous love. This passion had now pounced down on him like an eagle on its prey, as it did on Jens, the confidential friend of His Highness, the Prince of Metternich. All the world knows what follies the old diplomate committed for Fanny Elsler, whose rehearsals took up a great deal more of his time than the concerns of Europe. The woman who had just overthrown that iron-bound money-box called Nucingen had appeared to him as one of those who are unique in their generation. It is not certain that Titian's Mistress, or Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, or Raphael's Fornarina were as beautiful as this exquisite Esther, in whom not the most practiced eye of the most experienced Parisian could have detected the faintest trace of the ordinary courtesan. The Baron was especially startled by the noble and stately air, the air of a well-born woman, which Esther, beloved and lapped in luxury, elegance, and devotedness, had in the highest degree. Happy love is the divine unction of women. It makes them all as lofty as empresses. For 8 nights in succession, the Baron went to the forest of Vincennes, then to the Bois de Boulogne, to the woods of Vilde, Avray to Meudon, in short everywhere in the neighborhood of Paris, but failed to meet Esther. That beautiful Jewish face, which he called a face out of tea bipple, was always before his eyes. By the end of a fortnight, he had lost his appetite. Delphine de Nucingen and her daughter Augusta, whom the Baroness was now taking out, did not at first perceive the change that had come over the Baron. The mother and daughter only saw him at breakfast in the morning, and at dinner in the evening when they all dined at home, and this was only on the evenings when Delphine received company. But by the end of 2 months, tortured by a fever of impatience and in a state like that produced by acute homesickness, the Baron, amazed to find his millions impotent, grew so thin, and seemed so seriously ill, that Delphine had secret hopes of finding herself a widow, she pitied her husband somewhat hypocritically, and kept her daughter in seclusion. She bored her husband with questions he answered as Englishmen answer, when suffering from spleen hardly a word. Delphine de Nucingen gave a grand dinner every Sunday she had chosen that day for her receptions after observing that no people of fashion went to the play, and that the day was pretty generally an open one. The emancipation of the shopkeeping and middle classes makes Sunday almost as tiresome in Paris as it is deadly in London, so the Baroness invited the famous Desplaines to dinner to consult him, in spite of the sick man, for Nucingen persisted in asserting that he was perfectly well. Keller, Rastignac, de Marsay, du Tillet, all their friends had made the Baroness understand that a man like Nucingen could not be allowed to die without any notice being taken of it. His enormous business transactions demanded some care. It was absolutely necessary to know where he stood. These gentlemen also were asked to dinner, and the Comte de Gonderville, François Keller's father-in-law, the Chevalier d'Espard des Lupeaulx, Dr. Bianchon, Desplaines' best-beloved pupil Baudinord, and his wife the Comte and Comtesse de Montcornet, Blondet, Mademoiselle Destouches and Conti, and finally Lucien de Rubempré, for whom Rastignac had for the last 5 years manifested the warmest regard. Be order, as the advertisements have it. "We shall not find it easy to get rid of that young fellow," said Blondet to Rastignac, when he saw Lucien come in handsomer than ever and uncommonly well dressed. "It is wiser to make friends with him, for he is formidable," said Rastignac. He said to Marsay, "No one is formidable to my knowledge, but men whose position is assured, and his is unattacked rather than attackable. Look here, what does he live on? Where does his money come from? He has, I am certain, 60,000 francs in debts. He has found a friend in a very rich Spanish priest, who has taken a fancy to him," replied Rastignac. "He is going to be married to the eldest Mademoiselle de Grandlieu," said Mademoiselle Destouches. "Yes," said the Chevalier d'Espard, "but they require him to buy an estate worth 30,000 francs a year as security for the fortune he is to settle on the young lady, and for that he needs 1,000,000 francs, which are not to be found in any Spaniard's shoes." "That is dear for Clotilde, is very ugly," said the Baroness. Madame de Nucingen affected to call Mademoiselle de Grandlieu by her Christian name, as though she Goriot frequented that society. "No," replied du Tillet, "the daughter of a duchess is never ugly to the like of us, especially when she brings with her the title of marquis and a diplomatic appointment. But the great obstacle to the marriage is Madame de Serizy's insane passion for Lucien. She must give him a great deal of money." "Then I am not surprised at seeing Lucien so serious, for Madame de Serizy will certainly not give him 1,000,000 francs to help him to marry Mademoiselle de Grandlieu. He probably sees no way out of the scrape," said de Marsay. "But Mademoiselle de Grandlieu worships him," said the Comtesse de Montcornet, "and with the young person's assistance, he may perhaps make better terms." "And what will he do with his sister and brother-in-law at Angoulême?" asked the Chevalier d'Espard. "Well, his sister is rich," replied Rastignac, "and he now speaks of her as Madame Séchard de Marsac. Whatever difficulties there may be, he is a very good-looking fellow," said Bianchon, rising to greet Lucien. "How do, my dear fellow?" said Rastignac, shaking hands warmly with Lucien. De Marsay bowed coldly after Lucien had first bowed to him. Before dinner, Desplaines and Bianchon, who studied the Baron while amusing him, convinced themselves that this malady was entirely nervous, but neither could guess the cause. So impossible did it seem that the great politician of the money market could be in love, when Bianchon, seeing nothing but love to account for the banker's condition, hinted as much to Delphine de Nucingen. She smiled as a woman who has long known all her husband's weaknesses. After dinner, however, when they all adjourned to the garden, the more intimate of the party gathered round the banker, eager to clear up this extraordinary case, when they heard Bianchon pronounce that Nucingen must be. "Do you know, Baron," said de Marsay, "that you have grown very thin? You are suspected of violating the laws of financial nature." "Ach never," said the Baron. "Yes, yes," replied de Marsay, "they dare to say that you are in love." "Dat is true," replied Nucingen piteously. "I am in love for somebody I do not know." "You in love, you are a coxcomb," said the Chevalier d'Espard. "In love at my age, I know dat is too ridiculous, but vat can I help it, dat is so." "A woman of the world?" asked Lucien. "Nay," said de Marsay, "the Baron would not grow so thin but for a hopeless love, and he has money enough to buy all the women who will or can sell themselves." I do not know who she it, said the Baron, and as Madame de Nucingen is inside de Trouwingroom I may say so dat. Till now I have never known what it is to laugh, I think it is to grow tin. And where did you meet this innocent daisy? Asked Rastignac. In a carriage at midnight, in de forest of Vincennes. Describe her, said de Marse. A vehite gaze hat a rose gown a vehite scharf, a vehite fale face, just out of de bipple eyes like fewer in eastern color. You were dreaming, said Lucian with a smile. Dat is true I vas sleeping like a pig, mit his shkin full, he added for I vas on my way home from tinner at mine friends. Was she alone, said du Tillet, interrupting him. Ja, said the Baron dolefully, but she had ein hijuk behind dat carriage and a maidservant. Lucian looks as if he knew her, exclaimed Rastignac, seeing Esther's lover smile. Who doesn't know the woman who would go out at midnight to meet Nucingen, said Lucian, turning on his heel. Well, she is not a woman who is seen in society, or the Baron would have recognized the man, said the Chevalier d'Espard. I have never seen him, replied the Baron, and for 40 days now I have had her seeked for by de police, and they do not find her. It is better that she should cost you a few hundred francs than cost you your life, said Desplein, and at your age, a passion without hope is dangerous, you might die of it. Ja, replied the Baron, addressing Desplein, and vat I eat does me no goot de air I bread feels, to choke me I go to de forest of Vincennes, to see de place vat I see heroine dat. Is all my life, I could not think of de last loan I trust to my partners, vat have pity on me, I could pay 1,000,000 franc to see dat vomenand, I should gain by dat, for I do nothing on de boursask du Tillet. Very true, replied du Tillet, he hates business, he is quite unlike himself, it is a sign of death. A sign of lof, replied Nucingen, and for me dat is all de same ting. The simple candor of the old man, no longer the stockjobber, who for the first time in his life, saw that something was more sacred, and more precious than gold, really moved these world-hardened men. Some exchanged smiles, other looked at Nucingen, with an expression that plainly said such a man to have come to the sand. Then they all returned to the drawing-room talking over the event. For it was indeed an event calculated to produce the greatest sensation. Madame de Nucingen went into fits of laughter when Lucian betrayed her husband's secret, but the Baron, when he heard his wife's sarcasms, took her by the arm and led her into the recess of a window. Madame, said he in an undertone, have I ever laughed at all at your passions, that you should laugh at mine? A good Frau should help her husband out of his difficulty, without making game of him, like that you do. From the description given by the old banker, Lucian had recognized his Esther, much annoyed that his smile should have been observed. He took advantage of a moment when coffee was served, and the conversation became general to vanish from the scene. What has become of Monsieur de Rubemper? Said the Baroness. He is faithful to his motto, quid me contendit, said Rastignac. Which means who can detain me, or I am unconquerable, as you choose, added de Marsay. Just as Monsieur le Baron was speaking of his unknown lady, Lucian smiled, in a way that makes me fancy he may know her, said Horace Bianchon, not thinking how dangerous such a natural remark might be. Goot, said the banker to himself. Like all incurables, the Baron clutched at everything that seemed at all hopeful. He promised himself that he would have Lucian watched by some one besides Louchard, and his men Louchard, the sharpest commercial detective in Paristo, whom he had applied about a fortnight since. Before going home to Esther, Lucian was due at the Hotel Grandlieu to spend the 2 hours, which made Mademoiselle Clotilde Frédérique de Grandlieu the happiest girl in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. But the prudence characteristic of this ambitious youth warned him to inform Carlos Herrera forthwith of the effect, resulting from the smile wrung from him by the Baron's description of Esther, the banker's passion for Esther, and the idea that had occurred to him of setting the police to seek the unknown beauty, were indeed events of sufficient importance to be at once communicated to the man who had sought under a priest's robe the shelter which criminals of old could find in a church. And Lucian's road from the Rue Saint-Lazare, where Nucingen at that time lived, to the Rue Saint-Dominique, where was the Hotel Grandlieu, led him past his lodgings on the Quai Malaquais. Lucian found his formidable friend smoking his breviary, that is to say, coloring a short pipe, before retiring to bed. The man, strange rather than foreign, had given up Spanish cigarettes, finding them too Roman. 1449 Matters look serious, said the Spaniard, when Lucian had told him all. The Baron, who employs Louchard to hunt up the girl, will certainly be sharp enough to set a spy at your heels, and everything will come out tonight and tomorrow morning, will not give me more than enough time to pack the cards for the game I must play against the Baron first. And foremost, I must prove to him that the police cannot help him. When our lynx has given up all hope of finding his ewe lamb, I will undertake to sell her for all she is worth to him. Sell Esther, cried Lucian, whose first impulse was always the right one. Do you forget where we stand, cried Carlos Herrera. No money left, the Spaniard went on, and 60,000 francs of debts to be paid. If you want to marry Clotilde de Grandlieu, you must invest 1,000,000 of francs in land, as security for that ugly creature's settlement. Well then, Esther, is the quarry I mean to set before that lynx to help us to ease him of that million. That is my concern. Esther will never. That is my concern. She will die of it. That is the undertaker's concern. Besides, what then, cried the savage, checking Lucian's lamentations, merely by his attitude. How many generals died in the prime of life for the Emperor Napoleon? He asked, after a short silence. There are always plenty of women in 1821. Coralie was unique in your eyes, and yet you found Esther after her. Wilcomedo you know hath unknown fair, and she of all women is the fairest, and you will find her in the capital, where the Duc de Grandlieu's son-in-law will be minister and representative of the King of France. And do you tell me now, great baby, that Esther will die of it again? Can Mademoiselle de Grandlieu's husband keep Esther? You have only to leave everything to me. You need not take the trouble to think at all. That is my concern. Only you must do without Esther for a week or two. But go to the Rue Tatebout, all the same. Come, be off to Bill and Coo on your plank of salvation, and play your part well. Slip the flaming note you wrote this morning into Clotilde's hand, and bring me back a warm response. She will recompense herself for many woes in writing. I take to that girl. You will find Esther a little depressed, but tell her to obey. We must display our livery of virtue, our doublet of honesty. The screen behind which all great men hide their infamy. Must show off my handsomer self-view, must never be suspected. Chance has served us better than my brain, which has been beating about in a void for these 2 months past. All the while he was jerking out these dreadful sentences, one by one, like pistol shots, Carlos Herrera was dressing himself to go out. You are evidently delighted, cried Lucian. You never liked poor Esther, and you look forward with joy to the moment when you will be rid of her. You have never tired of loving her, have you? Well, I have never tired of detesting her. But have I not always behaved as though I were sincerely attached to the hussy, who through a sigh hold her life in my hands, a few bad mushrooms in a stew and there an end? But Mademoiselle Esther still lives and is happy, and do you know why? Because you her. Do not be a fool. For 4 years, we have been waiting for a chance to turn up for us or against us. Well, it will take something more than mere cleverness to wash the cabbage luck has flung at us now. There are good and bad together in this turn of the wheels. There are in everything. Do you know what I was thinking of when you came in? No. Of making myself heir here as I did at Barcelona, to an old bigot, by a sigh's help. A crime. I saw no other way of securing your fortune. The creditors are making a stir. If once the bailiffs were at your heels, and you were turned out of the Hotel Grandlieu, where would you be? There would be the devil to pay then. And Carlos Herrera, by a pantomimic gesture, showed the suicide of a man throwing himself into the water. Then he fixed on Lucian one of those steady piercing looks, by which the will of a strong man is injected, so to speak, into a weak one. This fascinating glare, which relaxed all Lucian's fibers of resistance, revealed the existence not merely of secrets of life and death between him and his advisor, but also of feelings as far above ordinary feeling as the man himself was above his vile position. Carlos Herrera, a man at once ignoble and magnanimous, obscure and famous, compelled to live out of the world from which the law had banned him, exhausted by vice, and by frenzied and terrible struggles, though endowed with powers of mind that ate into his soul, consumed especially by a fever of vitality, now lived again, in the elegant person of Lucian de Rubemper, whose soul had become his own. He was represented in social life by the poet to whom he lent his tenacity and iron will. To him, Lucian was more than a son, more than a woman, beloved more than a family, more than his life. He was his revenge. And as souls cling more closely to a feeling than to existence, he had bound the young man to him by insoluble ties. After rescuing Lucian's life at the moment when the poet in desperation was on the verge of suicide, he had proposed to him one of those infernal bargains which are heard of only in romances, but of which the hideous possibility has often been proved in courts of justice by celebrated criminal dramas, while lavishing on Lucian all the delights of Paris life, and proving to him that he yet had a great future before him, he had made him his chattel. But indeed, no sacrifice was too great for this strange man, when it was to gratify his second self. With all his strength, he was so weak to this creature of his making, that he had even told him all his secrets. Perhaps this abstract complicity was a bond the more between them. Since the day when La Torpille had been snatched away, Lucian had known on what a vile foundation his good fortune rested. That priest's robe covered Jacques Collin, a man famous on the hulks, who 10 years since had lived under the homely name of Vautrin in the Maison Vauquer, where Rastignac and Bianchon were at that time boarders. Jacques Collin, known as Trompe-la Mort, had escaped from Rochefort almost as soon as he was recaptured, profiting by the example of the famous Comte de Saint-Helene, while modifying all that was ill-planned in Coignard's daring scheme to take the place of an honest man and carry on the convict's career, is a proposition of which the two terms are too contradictory for a disastrous outcome not to be inevitable, especially in Paris, for by establishing himself in a family a convict multiplies tenfold the perils of such a substitution, and to be safe from all investigation, must not a man assume a position far above the ordinary interests of life? A man of the world is subject to risks, such as rarely trouble those who have no contact with the world. Hence, the priest's gown is the safest disguise, when it can be authenticated by an exemplary life in solitude and inactivity. So a priest, I will be said, the legally dead man, who was quite determined to resuscitate as a figure in the world, and to satisfy passions as strange as himself. The civil war caused by the Constitution of 1812, in Spain, whither this energetic man had betaken himself, enabled him to murder secretly the real Carlos Herrera, from an ambush. This ecclesiastic, the bastard son of a grandee, long since deserted by his father, and not knowing to what woman he owed his birth, was entrusted by King Ferdinand Roman VII, to whom a bishop had recommended him, with a political mission to France. The bishop, the only man who took any interest in Carlos Herrera, died, while this foundling son of the church was on his journey from Cadiz to Madrid, and from Madrid to France. Delighted to have met with this longed-for opportunity, and under the most desirable conditions, Jacques Collin scored his back to efface the fatal letters, and altered his complexion by the use of chemicals, thus metamorphosing himself face to face with the corpse. He contrived to achieve some likeness to his soja, and to complete a change almost as marvelous as that related in the Arabian tale, where a dervish has acquired the power, old as he is, of entering into a young body by a magic spell. The convict, who spoke Spanish, learned as much Latin as an Andalusian priest need know. As banker to 3 hulks, Collin was rich in the cash entrusted to his known, and indeed enforced honesty among such company. A mistake is paid for by a dagger thrust to this capital. He now added the money given by the bishop to Don Carlos Herrera. Then, before leaving Spain, he was able to possess himself of the treasure of an old bigot at Barcelona, to whom he gave absolution, promising that he would make restitution of the money constituting her fortune, which his penitent had stolen by means of murder. Jacques Collin, now a priest, and charged with a secret mission, which would secure him the most brilliant introductions in Paris, determined to do nothing that might compromise the character he had assumed, and had given himself up to the chances of his new life. When he met Lucian on the road between Angoulême and Paris, in this youth, the sham priest saw a wonderful instrument for power. He saved him from suicide, saying, "Give yourself over to me, as to a man of God as men give themselves over to the devil, and you will have every chance of a new career. You will live as in a dream, and the worst awakening that can come to you will be death, which you now wish to meet." The alliance between these two beings, who were to become one, as it were, was based on this substantial reasoning, and Carlos Herrera cemented it by an ingeniously plotted complicity. He had the very genius of corruption, and undermined Lucian's honesty by plunging him into cruel necessity, and extricating him by obtaining his tacit consent to bad or disgraceful actions, which nevertheless left him pure, loyal, and noble in the eyes of the world. Lucian was the social magnificence under whose shadow the forger meant to. "I am the author, you are the play. If you fail, it is I who shall be hissed," said he on the day when he confessed his sacrilegious disguise. Carlos prudently confessed only a little at a time, measuring the horrors of his revelations by Lucian's progress and needs. Thus Trompe-la Mort did not let out his last secret, till the habit of Parisian pleasures and success and gratified vanity had enslaved the weak-minded poet body, and soul where Rastignac, when tempted by this demon, had stood firm. Lucian better managed, and more ingeniously compromised, succumbed, conquered, especially by his satisfaction in having attained an eminent position. Incarnate evil, whose poetical embodiment is called the devil, displayed every delightful seduction before this youth, who was half a woman, and at first gave much and asked for little. The great argument used by Carlos was the eternal secret promised by Tartuffe to Elmire. The repeated proofs of absolute devotion, such as that of said to Mahomet, put the finishing touch to the horrible achievement of Lucian's subjugation by a Jacques Collin. At this moment not only had Esther and Lucian devoured all the funds entrusted to the honesty of the banker of the hulks, who for their sakes had rendered himself liable to a dreadful calling to account, but the dandy, the forger, and the courtesan were also in debt. Thus, as the very moment of Lucian's expected success, the smallest pebble under the foot of either of these three persons might involve the ruin of the fantastic structure of fortune so audaciously built up. At the opera ball Rastignac had recognized the man he had known as Vautrin at Madame Vauquer's, but he knew that if he did not hold his tongue he was a dead man, so Madame de Nucingen's lover and Lucian had exchanged glances, in which fear lurked on both sides, under an expression of amity. In the moment of danger Rastignac, it is clear, would have been delighted to provide the vehicle that should convey Jacques Collin to the scaffold. From all this, it may be understood that Carlos heard of the Baron's passion with a glow of somber satisfaction, while he perceived in a single flash all the advantage a man of his temper might derive by means of a hapless Esther. "Go on," said he, to Lucian. "The devil is mindful of his chaplain. You are smoking on a powder barrel." "Incido per ens," replied Carlos, with a smile. "That is my trade." The house of Grandlieu divided into two branches about the middle of the last century. First, the ducal line, destined to lapse, since the present duke has only daughters, and then the Vicomte de Grandlieu, who will now inherit the title and armorial bearings of the elder branch. The ducal house bears gules three broad axes, or in fess, with the famous motto Cavio non timeo, which epitomizes the history of the family. The coat of the Vicomte de Grandlieu is the same, quartered with that of Navarreins, gules a fess, crenellated or surmounted by a knight's helmet, with the motto Grands Fates Grand Lieu. The present Viscountess, widowed in 1813, has a son and a daughter. Though she returned from the emigration almost ruined, she recovered a considerable fortune by the zealous aid of Derville the lawyer. The Duc and Duchesse de Grandlieu, on coming home in 1804, were the object of the Emperor's advances. Indeed, Napoleon, seeing them come to his court, restored to them all of the Grandlieu estates that had been confiscated to the nation, to the amount of about 40,000 francs a year, of all the great nobles of the Faubourg Saint-Germain who allowed themselves to be won over by Napoleon. This Duke and Duchess was an adjutant of the senior branch, and connected with the Braganzas, were the only family who afterwards never disowned him and his liberality. When the Faubourg Saint-Germain remembered this as a crime against the Grandlieus, Louis Roman XVIII respected them for it, but perhaps his only object was to annoy Monsieur. A marriage was considered likely between the young Vicomte de Grandlieu and Marie Athénise, the Duke's youngest daughter, now 9 years old, Sabine the youngest. But one married the Baron du Guénic. After the Revolution of July 1830, Josephine III became Madame d'Ajuda Pinto. After the death of the Marquis' first wife, Mademoiselle de Rochefide, or Rochefoucauld the eldest, had taken the veil in 1822. The second, Mademoiselle Clotilde Frédéric, at this time 27 years of age, was deeply in love with Lucien de Rubempré. It need not be asked whether the Duc de Grandlieu's mansion, one of the finest in the Rue Saint-Dominique, did not exert 1,000 spells over Lucian's imagination. Every time the heavy gate turned on its hinges to admit his cab, he experienced the gratified vanity to which Mirabeau confessed. "Though my father was a mere druggist at El Humo, I may enter here." This was his thought. And indeed, he would have committed far worse crimes than allying himself with a forger to preserve his right to mount the steps of that entrance to hear himself, announced Monsieur de Rubempré, at the door of the fine Louis Roman 14 drawing-room, decorated in the time of the Grand Monarch, on the pattern of those at Versailles, where that choicest circle met that cream of Paris society called then Le Petit Château. The noble Portuguese lady, one of those who never care to go out of their own home, was usually the center of her neighbors' attentions. Chaulius, the Navarreins, the Lenoncourts, the pretty Baronne de Macumerny de Chaulieu, Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, Madame d'Espard, Madame de Camps, and Mademoiselle Des a connection of the Grandlus, who are a Breton family were frequent visitors on their way to a ball, or on their return from the opera the Vicomte de Grandlieu, the Duc de Rhetore, the Marquis de Chaulieu afterwards Duc de Lenoncourt Chaulieu his wife, Madeleine de Mortsauf, the Duc de Lenoncourt's granddaughter the Marquis de Pinto the Prince de Blamont, Chauvry the Marquis de Beaucint the Vidame de Pamiers, the Vannesses the old Prince de Cadignan, and his son the Duc de Maufrigneuse were constantly to be seen in the stately drawing-room, where they breathed the atmosphere of a court, where manners, tone, and wit were in harmony with the dignity of the master and mistress, whose aristocratic mien and magnificence had obliterated the memory of their servility to Napoleon. The old Duchesse d'Uxelles, mother of the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, was the oracle of this circle, to which Madame de Serizy had never gained admittance, though née de Ronquerolles. Lucien was brought thither by Madame de Maufrigneuse, who had won over her mother to speak in his favor, for she had doted on him for 2 years, and the engaging young poet had kept his footing there thanks to the influence of the High Almoner of France and the support of the Archbishop of Paris. Still, he had not been admitted, till he had obtained the patent restoring to him the name and arms of the Rubemper family, the Duc de Rhetore, the Chevalier d'Espard, and some others jealous of Lucien, periodically stirred up the Duc de Grandlieu's prejudices against him by retelling anecdotes of the young man's previous career. But the Duchess, a devout Catholic, surrounded by the great prelates of the Church, and her daughter Clotilde would not give him up. Lucien accounted for these hostilities by his connection with Madame de Bargeton, Madame d'Espard's cousin, and now Comtesse du Châtelet. Then, feeling the importance of allying himself to so powerful a family, and urged by his privy adviser to win Clotilde, Lucien found the courage of the parvenu. He came to the house 5 days in the week. He swallowed all the affronts of the envious, he endured impertinent looks, and answered irony with wit. His persistency, the charm of his manners, and his amiability at last neutralized opposition and reduced obstacles. He was still in the highest favor with Madame de Maufrigneuse, whose ardent letters, written under the influence of her passion, were preserved by Carlos Herrera. He was idolized by Madame de Serizy, and stood well in Mademoiselle Destuch's good graces, and well content with being received in these houses. Lucien was instructed by the abbe to be as reserved as possible in all other quarters. "You cannot devote yourself to several houses at once," said his mentor. "The man who goes everywhere finds no one to take a lively interest in him. Great folks only patronize those who emulate their furniture, whom they see every day, and who have the art of becoming as necessary to them as the seat they sit on." Thus Lucien, accustomed to regard the Grandlieu's drawing-room as his arena, reserved his wit, his jests, his news, and his courtiers' graces for the hours he spent there every evening, insinuating, tactful, and warned by Clotilde of the shoals he should avoid. He flattered Monsieur de Grandlieu's little weaknesses. Clotilde, having begun by envying Madame de Maufrigneuse, her happiness ended by falling desperately in love with Lucien. Perceiving all the advantages of such a connection, Lucien played his lover's part, as well as it could have been acted by Armand, the latest June premiere at the Comédie Française. He wrote to Clotilde letters, which were certainly masterpieces of literary workmanship, and Clotilde replied, vying with him in genius in the expression of perfervid love on paper. For she had no other outlet. Lucien went to church at St. Thomas d'Aquin every Sunday, giving himself out as a devout Catholic, and he poured forth monarchical and pious harangues which were a marvel to all. He also wrote some exceedingly remarkable articles in papers devoted to the congregation, refusing to be paid for them, and signing them only with an Roman 50. He produced political pamphlets when required by King Charles Roman X, or the High Almoner, and for these he would take no payment. "The king," he would say, "has done so much for me that I owe him my blood." For some days past, there had been an idea of attaching Lucien to the Prime Minister's cabinet as his private secretary, but Madame d'Espard brought so many persons into the field in opposition to Lucien that Charles Roman X's Maître Jacques hesitated to clinch the matter, nor was Lucien's position by any means clear. Not only did the question, "What does he live on everybody's lips, as the young man rose in life, require an answer, but even benevolent curiosity is, much as malevolent curiosity went on from one inquiry to another, and found more than one joint in the ambitious youth's harness. Clotilde de Grandlieu unconsciously served as a spy for her father and mother a few days, since she had led Lucien into a recess, and told him of the difficulties raised by her family. Invest 1,000,000 francs in land, and my hand is yours. That is my mother's ultimatum, Clotilde had explained. And presently, they will ask you where you got the money, said Carlos, when Lucien reported this last word in the bargain. My brother-in-law will have made his fortune, remarked Lucien. We can make him the responsible back. Then only the million is needed, said Carlos. I will think it over. To be exact as to Lucien's position in the Hotel Grandlieu, he had never dined there. Neither Clotilde, nor the Duchesse d'Uxelles, nor Madame de Maufrigneuse, who was always extremely kind to Lucien, could ever obtain this favor from the Duke. So persistently suspicious was the old nobleman of the man that he designated as Le Sire de Rubempré. This shade of distinction, understood by everyone who visited at the house, constantly wounded Lucien's self-respect, for he felt that he was no more than tolerated, but the world is justified in being suspicious. It is so often taken in. To cut a figure in Paris with no known source of wealth and no recognized employment is a position which can by no artifice be long maintained. So Lucien, as he crept up in the world, gave more and more weight to the question, what does he live on? He had been obliged indeed to confess to Madame de Sérisy, to whom he owed the patronage of Monsieur Granville, the public prosecutor, and of the Comte Octave de Bovin, a minister of state and president of one of the supreme courts. I am dreadfully in debt. As he entered the courtyard of the mansion, where he found an excuse for all his vanities, he was saying to himself, as he reflected on Trompe Mort's scheming, I can hear the ground cracking under my feet. He loved Esther, and he wanted to marry Mademoiselle de Grandlieu. A strange dilemma, one must be sold to buy the other. Only one person could effect this bargain without damage to Lucien's honor, and that was the supposed Spaniard. Were they not bound to be equally secret each for the other? Such a compact, in which each is in turn master and slave, is not to be found twice in any one life. Lucien drove away the clouds that darkened his brow, and walked into the Grandlieu drawing-room, gay and beaming at this moment. The windows were open, the fragrance from the garden scented the room. The flower basket in the center displayed its pyramid of flowers. The Duchess, seated on a sofa in the corner, was talking to the Duchesse de Chaulieu. Several women together formed a group remarkable for their various attitudes, stamped with the different expression which each strove to give to an affected sorrow in the fashionable world. Nobody takes any interest in grief or suffering. Everything is talk. The men were walking up and down the room, or in the garden. Clotilde and Josephine were busy at the table. The Vidame de Pamiers, the Duc de Grandlieu, the Marquis d'Ajuda de Pinto, and the Duc de Maufrigneuse were playing whisk, as they called it, in a corner of the room. When Lucien was announced, he walked across the room to make his bow to the Duchess, asking the cause of the grief. He could read in her face. Madame de Chaulieu has just had dreadful news. Her son-in-law, the Baron de Macumer, ex-Duke of Soria, is just dead. The young Duc de Soria and his wife, who had gone to Chantepleurs to nurse their brother, have written this sad intelligence. Louise is heartbroken. A woman is not loved twice in her life, as Louise was loved by her husband, said Madeleine de Mortsauf. She will be a rich widow, observed the old Duchesse d'Uxelles, looking at Lucien, whose face showed no change of expression. Poor Louise, said Madame d'Espard, I understand her and pity her. The Marquise d'Espard put on the pensive look of a woman full of soul, and feeling Sabine de Grandlieu, who was but 10 years old, raised knowing eyes to her mother's face. But the satirical glance was repressed by a glance from the Duchess. This is bringing children up properly. If my daughter lives through the shock, said Madame de Chaulieu with a very maternal manner, I shall be anxious about her future life. Louise is so very romantic. It is so difficult nowadays, said a venerable cardinal, to reconcile feeling with the proprieties. Lucien, who had not a word to say, went to the table to do what was polite to the demoiselles de Grandlieu. When the poet had gone a few yards away, the Marquise d'Espard leaned over to whisper in the Duchess' ear, And do you really think that that young fellow is so much in love with your Clotilde? The perfidy of this question cannot be fully understood, but with the help of a sketch of Clotilde, that young lady was at this moment standing up. Her attitude allowed the Marquise d'Espard's mocking eye to take in Clotilde's lean, narrow figure, exactly like an asparagus stalk. The poor girl's bust was so flat that it did not allow of the artifice known to dressmakers as fichus menteurs or padded habitudes, and Clotilde, who knew that her name was a sufficient advantage in life, far from trying to conceal this defect, heroically made a display of it by wearing plain tight dresses. She achieved the effect of that stiff prim shape, which medieval sculptors succeeded in giving to the statuettes, whose profiles are conspicuous against the background of the niches in which they stand in cathedrals. Clotilde was more than 5 feet 4 in height, if we may be allowed to use a familiar phrase, which has the merit at any rate of being perfectly intelligible. Was all legs. These defective proportions gave her figure an almost deformed appearance, with a dark complexion, harsh black hair, very thick eyebrows, fiery eyes, set in sockets that were already deeply discolored, a side face, shaped like the moon in its first quarter, and a prominent brow. She was the caricature of her mother, one of the handsomest women in Portugal. Nature amuses herself with such tricks. Often we see in one family a sister of wonderful beauty, whose features in her brother are absolutely hideous, though the two are amazingly alike. Clotilde's lips, excessively thin and sunken, wore a permanent expression of disdain, and yet her mouth, better than any other feature of her face, revealed every secret impulse of her heart for affection, lent it a sweet expression, which was all the more remarkable because her cheeks were too sallow for blushes, and her hard black eyes never told anything. Notwithstanding these defects, notwithstanding her board-like carriage, she had by birth and education a grand air, a proud demeanor, in short, everything that has been well named la génie size, qua due partly perhaps to her uncompromising simplicity of dress, which stamped her as a woman of noble blood. She dressed her hair to advantage, and it might be accounted to her for a beauty, for it grew vigorously thick and long. She had cultivated her voice, and it could cast a spell. She sang exquisitely. Clotilde was just the woman of whom one says she has fine eyes, or she has a delightful temper. If anyone addressed her in the English fashion, as your grace, she would say, you mean your leanness. Why should not my poor Clotilde have a lover? Replied the Duchess to the Marquise. Do you know what she said to me yesterday? If I am loved for ambition's sake, I undertake to make him love me for my own sake. She is clever and ambitious, and there are men who like those two qualities as, for him, dear, he is as handsome as a vision. And if he can but repurchase the Rubemper estates out of regard for us, the king will reinstate him in the title of Marquis. After all, his mother was the last of the Rubempers. Poor fellow, where is he to find 1,000,000 francs? Said the Marquise. That is no concern of ours, replied the Duchess. He is certainly incapable of stealing the money. Besides, we would never give Clotilde to an intriguing or dishonest man, even if he were handsome, young, and a poet like Monsieur de Rubemper. You are late this evening, said Clotilde, smiling at Lucien with infinite graciousness. Yes, I have been dining out. You have been quite gay these last few days, said she, concealing her jealousy and anxiety behind a smile. Quite gay, replied Lucien, newly by the merest chance. I have been dining every day this week with bankers, today with the Nucingens, yesterday with du Tillet, the day before with the Kellers. Whence it may be seen that Lucien had succeeded in assuming the tone of light impertinence of great people. You have many enemies, said Clotilde, offering him how graciously a cup of tea. Someone told my father that you have debts to the amount of 60,000 francs, and that before long Saint Pelagie will be your summer quarters. If you could know what all these calumnies are to me, it all recoils on me. I say nothing of my own suffering. Me father has a way of looking that crucifies me, but of what you must be suffering, if any least part of it should be the truth. Do not let such nonsense worry you. Love me as I love you, and give me time a few months, said Lucien, replacing his empty cup on the silver tray. Do not let my father see you, he would say something disagreeable, and as you could not submit to that we should be done, for that odious Marquise d'Espard told him that your mother had been a monthly nurse, and that your sister did ironing. We were in the most abject poverty, replied Lucien, the tears rising to his eyes. That is not calumny, but it is most ill-natured gossip. My sister now is a more than millionaire, and my mother has been dead 2 years. This information has been kept in stock to use, just when I should be on the verge of success here. But what have you done to Madame d'Espard? I was so rash at Madame de Ceris's as to tell the story with some added pleasantries, in the presence of Roman 2000 de Beauvais, and de Granville of her attempt to get a commission of lunacy, appointed to sit on her husband, the Marquis d'Espard. Bianchon had told it to me. Monsieur de Granville's opinions, supported by those of Beauvais and Cerisy, influenced the decision of the Keeper of the Seals. They all were afraid of the Gazette des Tribunaux, and dreaded the scandal, and the Marquise got her knuckles rapped in the summing up for the judgment finally recorded in that miserable business. Though Roman 1000 de Cerisy, by his tattle, has made the Marquise my mortal foe, I gained his good offices, and those of the public prosecutor. And Comte Octave de Bovin for Madame de Serizy told them the danger in which I stood in consequence of their allowing the source of their information to be guessed at the Marquis d'Espard, was so clumsy as to call upon me regarding me as the first cause of his winning the day in that atrocious suit. I will rescue you from Madame d'Espard, said Clotilde. How, cried Lucien. My mother will ask the young d'Espards here, they are charming boys, and growing up now the father and sons will sing your praises, and then we are sure never to see their mother again. Oh, Clotilde, you are an angel. If I did not love you for yourself, I should love you for being so clever. It is not cleverness, said she, all her love beaming on her lips. Good night. Do not come again for some few days. When you see me in church at St. Thomas d'Aquin, with a pink scarf, my father will be in a better temper. You will find an answer stuck to the back of the chair you are sitting in. It will comfort you perhaps for not seeing me put the note you have brought under my handkerchief. This young person was evidently more than 27. Lucien took a cab in the Rue de la Planche, got out of it on the boulevards, took another by the Madeleine, and desired the driver to have the gates opened and drive in at the house in the Rue Taitbout. On going in at 11 o'clock, he found Esther in tears, but dressed as she was wont to dress to do him honor. She awaited her Lucien, reclining on a sofa covered with white satin, brocaded with yellow flowers, dressed in a bewitching wrapper of India muslin, with cherry-colored bows, without her stays, her hair simply twisted into a knot, her feet in little velvet slippers lined with cherry-colored satin. All the candles were burning, the hookah was prepared, but she had not smoked her own, which stood beside her unlighted, emblematical of her loneliness. On hearing the doors open, she sprang up like a gazelle, and threw her arms round Lucien, wrapping him like a web caught by the wind, and flung about a tree. Parted, is it true? Oh, just for a few days, replied Lucien. Esther released him, and fell back on her divan like a dead thing. In these circumstances, most women babble like parrots. Oh, how they love at the end of 5 years. They feel as if their first happiness were a thing of yesterday. They cannot give you up, they are magnificent in their indignation. Despair, love, grief, dread, dejection, presentiments, in short, they are as sublime as a scene from Shakespeare. But make no mistake, these women do not love when they are really all that they profess. When they love truly, they do as Esther did, as children do, as true love does. Esther did not say a word. She lay with her face buried in the pillows, shedding bitter tears. Lucien, on his part, tried to lift her up and spoke to her. But my child, we are not to part. What, after 4 years of happiness, is this the way you take a short absence? What on earth do I do to all these girls? He added to himself, remembering that Coralie had loved him thus. Ah, monsieur, you are so handsome, said Europe. The senses have their own ideal. When added to this fascinating beauty, we find the sweetness of nature, the poetry that characterized Lucien. It is easy to conceive of the mad passion roused in such women, keenly alive as they are to external gifts and artless in their admiration. Esther was sobbing quietly and lay in an attitude expressive of the deepest distress. But little goose, said Lucien, did you not understand that my life is at stake? At these words, which he chose on purpose, Esther started up like a wild animal. Her hair fell tumbling about her excited face like wreaths of foliage. She looked steadily at Lucien. Your life, she cried, throwing up her arms and letting them drop with a gesture known only to a courtesan in peril. To be sure, that friend's note speaks of serious risk. She took a shabby scrap of paper out of her sash, then seeing Europe, she said, leave us, my girl. When Europe had shut the door, she went on, here, this is what he writes, and she handed to Lucien a note she had just received from Carlos, which Lucien read aloud. You must leave tomorrow at 5 in the morning. You will be taken to a keeper's lodge in the heart of the forest of Saint Germain, where you will have a room on the first floor. Do not quit that room till I give you leave. You will want for nothing. The keeper and his wife are to be trusted. Do not write to Lucien. Do not go to the window during daylight, but you may walk by night. With the keeper, if you wish for exercise, keep the carriage blinds down on the way. Lucien's life is at stake. Lucien will go tonight to bid you goodbye. Burn this in his presence. Lucien burned the note at once, in the flame of a candle. Listen, my own Lucien, said Esther, after hearing him read this letter as a criminal. Here's the sentence of death. I will not tell you that I love you, it would be idiotic. For nearly 5 years, it has been as natural to me to love you as to breathe and live. From the first day when my happiness began under the protection of that inscrutable being, who placed me here as you place some little curious beast in a cage, I have known that you must marry. Marriage is a necessary factor in your career, and God preserve me from hindering the development of your fortunes. That marriage will be my death, but I will not worry you. I will not do as the common girls do who kill themselves by means of a brazier of charcoal. I had enough of that once. Twice raises your gorge, as Mariette says. No, I will go a long way off out of France. A sigh, knows the secrets of her country. She will help me to die quietly. A prickwiff, it is all over. I ask but one thing, my dearest, and that is that you will not deceive me. I have had my share of living since the day I first saw you in 1824, till this day. I have known more happiness than can be put into the lives of 10 fortunate wives. So take me for what I am, a woman as strong as I am weak. Say, I am going to be married. I will ask no more of you than a fond farewell, and you shall never hear of me again. There was a moment's silence after this explanation, as sincere as her action and tone were guileless. Is it that you are going to be married? She repeated, looking into Lucian's blue eyes with one of her fascinating glances, as brilliant as a steel blade. We have been toiling at my marriage for 18 months past, and it is not yet settled, replied Lucian. I do not know when it can be settled, but it is not in question now. Child, it is the Abbe. We are in real peril. Nucingen saw you. Yes, in the wood at Vincennes, said she. Did he recognize me? No, said Lucian, but he has fallen so desperately in love with you that he would sacrifice his coffers after dinner. When he was describing how he had met you, I was so foolish as to smile involuntarily, and most imprudently, for I live in a world like a savage, surrounded by the traps of a hostile tribe. Carlos, who spares me the pains of thinking, regards the position as dangerous, and he has undertaken to pay Nucingen out if the Baron takes it into his head to spy on us, and he is quite capable of it. He spoke to me of the incapacity of the police. You have lighted a flame in an old chimney choked with soot. And what does your Spaniard propose to do? Asked Esther very softly. I do not know in the least, said Lucian. He told me I might sleep soundly and leave it to him, but he dared not look at Esther. If that is the case, I will obey him with the dog-like submission I profess, said Esther, putting her hand through Lucian's arm and leading him into her bedroom, saying, at any rate, I hope you dined well, my Lulu, at that detestable Baron's. Assize cooking prevents my ever thinking a dinner good, however famous the chef may be, where I happen to dine. However, Carme did the dinner tonight, as he does every Sunday. Lucian involuntarily compared Esther with Clotilde. The mistress was so beautiful, so unfailingly charming, that she had as yet kept at arm's length the monster, who devours the most perennial love satiety. What a pity, thought he, to find one's wife in 2 volumes in one poetry, delight, love, devotion, beauty, sweetness. Esther was fussing about as women do. Before going to bed she came, and went and fluttered round, singing all the time. You might have thought her a hummingbird. In the other a noble name, family honors, rank, knowledge of the world, and no earthly means of combining them, cried Lucian to himself. Next morning at 7, when the poet awoke in the pretty pink and white room, he found himself alone. He rang, and Europe hurried in. What are Monsieur's orders? Esther. Madame went off this morning at 4:45, by Monsieur L. Abbe's order. I admitted a new face. Carriage paid. A woman's. No, sir, an English womanon of those people who do their day's work by night, and we are ordered to treat her as if she were Madame. What can you have to say to such hack? Poor Madame, how she cried when she got into the carriage. Well, it has to be done, cried she. I left that poor dear boy asleep, said she, wiping away her tears. Europe, if he had looked at me, or spoken my name, I should have stayed. I could but have died with him. I tell you, sir, I am so fond of Madame that I did not show her the person who has taken her place. Some waiting maids would have broken her heart by doing so. And is the stranger there? Well, sir, she came in the chaise that took away Madame, and I hid her in my room, in obedience to my instructions. Is she nice looking? So far as such a second-hand article can be, but she will find her part easy enough if you play yours, sir, said Europe, going to fetch the false Esther. The night before, ere going to bed, the all-powerful banker had given his orders to his valet, who at 7 in the morning brought in to him the notorious Louchard, the most famous of the commercial police, whom he left in a little sitting-room there. The Baron joined him in a dressing gown and slippers. You half made a fool of me, he said in reply to this official's greeting. I could not help myself, Monsieur le Baron. I do not want to lose my place, and I had the honor of explaining to you that I could not meddle in a matter that had nothing to do with my functions. What did I promise you to put you into communication with one of our agents, who as it seemed to me would be best able to serve you, but you know, Monsieur le Baron, the sharp lines that divide men of different trades. If you build a house, you do not set a carpenter to do smith's work well. There are two branches of the police: political police and the judicial police. The political police never interfere with the other branch and vice versa. If you apply to the chief of the political police, he must get permission from the minister to take up our business, and you would not dare to explain it to the head of the police throughout the kingdom. A police agent who should act on his own account would lose his place. Well, the ordinary police are quite as cautious as the political police, so no one, whether in the Home Office or at the Prefecture of Police, ever moves excepting in the interest of the state or for the ends of justice. If there is a plot or a crime to be followed up, then indeed the heads of the corps are at your service. But you must understand, Monsieur le Baron, that they have other fish to fry than looking after the 50,000 love affairs in Paris. As to me and my men, our only business is to arrest debtors, and as soon as anything else is to be done, we run enormous risks if we interfere with the peace and quiet of any man or woman. I sent you one of my men, but I told you I could not answer for him. You instructed him to find a particular woman in Paris. Courtesan bled you of 1,000-franc note, and did not even move. You might as well look for a needle in the river as for a woman in Paris who is supposed to haunt Vincennes, and of whom the description answers to every pretty woman in the capital. And could not Courtesan have told me to truff, instead of making me plead out 1,000 francs? Listen to me, Monsieur le Baron, said Louchard. Will you give me 1,000 crowns? I will give Yousel you a piece of advice. Is it vort 1,000 crowns here Atvis? Asked Nucingen. I am not to be caught, Monsieur le Baron answered Louchard. You are in love, you want to discover the object of your passion. You are getting as yellow as a lettuce. Without water, 2 physicians came to see you yesterday. Your man tells me, who think your life is in danger now. I alone can put you in the hands of a clever fellow, but the deuce is in it if your life is not worth 1,000 crowns. Tell me the name of dat clever fellow, and depend on my generosity. Louchard took up his hat, bowed, and left the room. What ein Teufel, cried Nucingen, come back, look here. Take notice, said Louchard. Before taking the money, I am only selling a piece of information. Pure and simple. I can give you the name and address of the only man who is able to be of use to you, but he is a master. Get out, mit you, cried Nucingen. Dara is not no name, dat is vort 1,000 crown. But dat von Varskaldand, dat only ven, it is sign at the bottom of a bank bill. I shall give you 1,000 franc. Louchard, a little weasel, who had never been able to purchase an office as lawyer, notary, clerk, or attorney, leered at the Baron in a significant fashion. To you 1,000 crowns, or let it alone, you will get them back in a few seconds on the bourse, said he. I will give you 1,000 franc, repeated the Baron. You would cheapen a gold mine, said Louchard, bowing and leaving. I shall get dat address for 500 franc, cried the Baron, who desired his servant to send his secretary to him. Turcaret is no more in these days the smallest banker like the greatest, exercises his acumen in the smallest transactions, he bargains over art, beneficence, and love. He would bargain with the Pope for a dispensation. Thus, as he listened to Louchard, Nucingen had hastily concluded that Courtesan, Louchard's right-hand man, must certainly know the address of that master spy. Courtesan would tell him for 500 francs what Louchard wanted to see 1,000 crowns, for the rapid calculation plainly proves that if the man's heart was in possession of love, his head was still that of the Lynx stock-jobber. Go your own self, Monsieur, said the Baron to his secretary, to Courtesan, dat spy of Louchart's de bailiff. Man, but go in one capriolet very cuvic, and preing him here cuvic to me, I shall vait go out trough de garten here, is dat key, for no man shall see dat man in here, you shall take him into dat little gartenhouse, try to do dat little business very clever. Visitors called to see Nucingen on business, but he waited for Courtesan. He was dreaming of Esther, telling himself that before long he would see again the woman who had aroused in him such unhoped-for emotions, and he sent everybody away with vague replies and double-edged promises. Courtesan was to him the most important person in Paris, and he looked out into the garden every minute. Finally, after giving orders that no one else was to be admitted, he had his breakfast served in the summer-house at one corner of the garden, in the banker's office. The conduct and hesitancy of the most knowing, the most clear-sighted, the shrewdest of Paris financiers seemed inexplicable. "What ails the chief?" said a stockbroker to one of the head clerks. "No one knows. They are anxious about his health. It would seem yesterday Madame la Baronne got to spline, and Bianchon to meet." One day when Sir Isaac Newton was engaged in physicking one of his dogs named Beauty, who, as is well known, destroyed a vast amount of work, and whom he reproved only in these words, "Ah, Beauty, you little know the mischief you have done." Some strangers called to see him, but they at once retired, respecting the great man's occupation in every more or less lofty life. There is a little dog Beauty. When the Marechal de Richelieu came to pay his respects to Louis Roman XV after taking Man, one of the greatest feats of arms of the 18th century, the king said to him, "Have you heard the great news? Poor Lancemat is dead." Lancemat was a gatekeeper in the secret of the king's intrigues. The bankers of Paris never knew how much they owed to Courtesan. That spy was the cause of Nucingen's allowing an immense loan to be issued in which his share was allotted to him, and which he gave over to them. The stockjobber could aim at a fortune any day with the artillery of speculation, but the man was a slave to the hope of happiness. The great banker drank some tea, and was nibbling at a slice of bread and butter, as a man does whose teeth have for long been sharpened by appetite, when he heard a carriage stop at the little garden gate. In a few minutes, his secretary brought in Courtesan, whom he had run to earth in a café not far from St. Pelagie, where the man was breakfasting on the strength of a bribe given to him by an imprisoned debtor for certain allowances that must be paid for. Courtesan, you must know, was a whole poem. A Paris poem. Merely to see him would have been enough to tell you that Beaumarchais, Figaro, Molière's Mascarille, Marivaux, Frontin, and Dancourt's Lafleur, great representatives of audacious swindling, of cunning, driven to bay, of stratagem, rising again from the ends of its broken wires, were all quite second-rate by comparison with this giant of cleverness and meanness. When in Paris you find a real type, he is no longer a man, he is a spectacle, no longer a factor in life, but a whole life, many lives. Bake a plaster cast 4 times in a furnace, and you get a sort of bastard imitation of Florentine bronze. Well, the thunderbolts of numberless disasters, the pressure of terrible necessities, had bronzed Courtesan's head, as though sweating in an oven, had 3 times over stained his skin close-laced wrinkles that could no longer be relaxed, made eternal furrows, whiter in their cracks. The yellow face was all wrinkles. The bald skull, resembling Voltaire's, was as parched as a death's head, and but for a few hairs at the back, it would have seemed doubtful whether it was that of a living man under a rigid brow. A pair of Chinese eyes, like those of an image under a glass shade, in a tissue, artificial eyes, which sham life but never var removed, but expressed nothing. The nose as flat as that of a skull sniffed at fate, and the mouth as thin-lipped as a miser's was always open, but as expressionless as the grin of a letterbox. Courtesan, as apathetic as a savage, with sunburned hands, affected that Diogenes-like indifference which can never bend to any formality of respect. And what a commentary on his life was written on his dress, for anyone who can decipher a dress, above all what trousers made by long wear, as black and shiny as the camlet of which lawyers' gowns are made. A waistcoat bought in an old clothes shop in the Temple, with a deep embroidered collar, a rusty black coat, and everything well brushed clean after a fashion, and graced watch, and an imitation gold chain. Courtesan allowed a triangle of shirt to show with pleats in which glittered a sham diamond pin. His black velvet stock, set stiff like a gorget over which lay rolls of flesh as red as that of a Caribbee. His silk hat was as glossy as satin, but the lining would have yielded grease enough for 2 street lamps if some grocer had bought it to boil down. But to enumerate these accessories is nothing if only I could give an idea of the air of immense importance that Courtesan contrived to impart to them. There was something indescribably knowing in the collar of his coat, and the fresh blacking on a pair of boots, with gaping soles, to which no language can do justice. However, to give some notion of this medley of effect, it may be added that any man of intelligence would have felt only on seeing Courtesan that if instead of being a spy he had been a thief, all these odds and ends, instead of raising a smile, would have made one shudder with horror. Judging only from his dress, the observer would have said to himself, "That is a scoundrel, he gambles, he drinks, he is full of vices, but he does not get drunk. He does not cheat, he is neither a thief nor a murderer." And Courtesan remained inscrutable till the word spy suggested itself. This man had followed as many unrecognized trades as there are recognized ones. The sly smile on his lips, the twinkle of his green eyes, the queer twitch of his snub nose, showed that he was not deficient in humor. He had a face of chiton, and his soul must probably be like his face. Every movement of his countenance was a grimace wrung from him by politeness, rather than by any expression of an inmost impulse, he would have been alarming if he had not seemed so droll. Courtesan, one of the most curious products of the scum, that rises to the top of the seething Paris cauldron, where everything ferments, prided himself on being above all things a philosopher, he would say without any bitter feeling. I have great talents, but of what use are they? I might as well have been an idiot. And he blamed himself instead of accusing mankind. Find, if you can, many spies who have not had more venom about them than Courtesan had. Circumstances are against me, he would say to his chiefs. We might be fine crystal, we are but grains of sand, that is all. His indifference to dress had some sense. He cared no more about his everyday clothes than an actor does. He excelled in disguising himself in makeup. He could have given Frédéric Lemaitre a lesson, for he could be a dandy when necessary. Formerly, in his younger days, he must have mingled in the outable society of people living on a humble scale. He expressed excessive disgust for the criminal police corps, for under the Empire he had belonged to Fouche's police, and looked upon him as a great man. Since the suppression of this government department, he had devoted his energies to the tracking of commercial defaulters, but his well-known talents and acumen made him a valuable auxiliary, and the unrecognized chiefs of the political police had kept his name on their lists. Courtesan, like his fellows, was only a super in the dramas of which the leading parts were played by his chief, when a political investigation was in the wind. Go away, said Nucingen, dismissing his secretary with a wave of the hand. Why should this man live in a mansion, and I in a lodging? Wondered Courtesan to himself. He has dodged his creditors 3 times, he has robbed them. I never stole a farthing. I am a clever fellow than he is. Courtesan main frowned, said the Baron. You half vat you call plead me of 1,000 franc note. My girl owed God and the devil. Vat you half a girl, a mistress, cried Nucingen, looking at Courtesan with admiration, not unmixed with envy. I am but 6 to 6, replied Courtesan, as a man whom vice has kept young as a bad example. And vat do she do? She helps me, said Courtesan. When a man is a thief, and an honest woman loves him, either she becomes a thief, or he becomes an honest man. I have always been a spy. And you vant money always? asked Nucingen. Always, said Courtesan with a smile. It is part of my business to want money as it is yours to make it. We shall easily come to an understanding. You find me a little, and I will undertake to spend it. You shall be the well and I the bucket. Would you like to have 1 note for 500 franc? What a question, but what a fool I am. You do not offer it out of a disinterested desire to repair the slights of fortune. Not at all. I give it. Besides the 1,000 franc note, vat you plead me off, dat makes 1,500 franc vat I give you. Very good, you give me the 1,000 francs I have had, and you will add 500 francs. Just so, said Nucingen, nodding. But that still leaves only 500 francs, said Courtesan, imperturbably. Dat I give, added the Baron. That I take. Very good, and what, Monsieur le Baron, do you want for it? I have been told dat derivas in Paris, one man, vat could find the voman vat I lof, and dat you know his address, a real master to spy. Very true. Vel den gif me dat address, and I give you 500 franc. Where are they? Said Courtesan. Here they are, said the Baron, drawing a note out of his pocket. All right, hand them over, said Courtesan, holding out his hand. Noting for noting, lo see de man, and you get de money. You might sell to me many a dress at dat price. Courtesan began to laugh. To be sure, you have a right to think that of me, said he with an air of blaming himself. The more rascally our business is, the more honesty is necessary. But look here, Monsieur le Baron, make it 600, and I will give you a bit of advice. Give it and trust to my generosity. I will risk it, Courtesan said, but it is playing high in such matters. You see, we have to work underground. You say quick march, you are rich, you think that money can do everything. Well, money is something, no doubt, still money can only buy men as the 2 or 3 best heads in our force so often say, and there are many things you would never think of which money cannot buy. You cannot buy good luck, so good police work is not done in this style. Will you show yourself in a carriage with me? We should be seen. Chance is just as often for us as against us. Literally, said the Baron. Why, of course, sir. A horseshoe picked up in the street led the chief of the police to the discovery of the infernal machine. Well, if we were to go tonight in a hackney coach to Monsieur de Saint-Germain, he would not like to see you walk in any more than you would like to be seen going there. Dat is true, said the Baron. Ah, he is the greatest of the great. Such another, as the famous Corentin Fouche's right arm, who was some say his natural son born, while he was still a priest. But that is nonsense. Fouche knew how to be a priest, as he knew how to be a minister well. You will not get this man to do anything for you see for less than 10,000 franc notes think of that, but he will do the job, and do it well, neither seen nor heard, as they say. I ought to give Monsieur de Saint-Germain notice, and he will fix a time for your meeting in some place where no one can see or hear, for it is a dangerous game to play policeman for private interests. Still, what is to be said? He is a good fellow, the king of good fellows, and a man who has undergone much persecution, and for having saving his country too, like me, like all who helped to save it. Vel den right, and named a happy day, said the Baron, smiling at his humble jest. And Monsieur le Baron will allow me to drink his health, said Courtesan, with a manner at once cringing and threatening. Sheen, cried the Baron to the gardener, go, and tell George to send me 120 francs, and praying dem to me. Still, Monsieur le Baron, if you have no more information than you have just given me, I doubt whether the great man can be of any use to you. I know off odors, replied the Baron with a cunning look. I have the honor to bid you good morning, Monsieur le Baron, said Courtesan, taking the 20-franc piece. I shall have the honor of calling again to tell Georges where you are to go this evening, for we never write anything in such cases when they are well managed. It is funny how sharp de ces rascals are, said the Baron to himself. It is de same mit de police, as it is in busness. When he left, the Baron Courtesan went quietly from the Rue Saint-Lazare to the Rue Saint-Honore as far as the Café David. He looked in through the windows, and saw an old man who was known there by the name of Le Père Canquil. The Café David at the corner of the Rue de la Monnaie and the Rue Saint-Honore enjoyed a certain celebrity during the first 30 years of the century, though its fame was limited to the quarter known as that of the Bourdonnais. Here certain old retired merchants and large shopkeepers still in trade were wont to meet the Camusots, the Lebas, the Pilleralts, the Populates, and a few house owners like little old Molyneux. Now and again old Guillaume might be seen there coming from the Rue du Colombier. Politics were discussed in a quiet way, but cautiously, for the opinions of the Café David were liberal. The gossip of the neighborhood was repeated. Men so urgently feel the need of laughing at each other. This café, like all cafés for that matter, had its eccentric character in the person of the said Père Canquil, who had been regular in his attendance there since 1811, and who seemed to be so completely in harmony with the good folks who assembled there that they all talked politics in his presence without reserve. Sometimes this old fellow, whose guilelessness was the subject of much laughter to the customers, would disappear for a month or two, but his absence never surprised anybody, and was always attributed to his infirmities or his great age, for he looked more than 60 in 1811. What has become of old Canquil? One or another would ask of the manageress at the desk. I quite expect that one fine day we shall read in the advertisement sheet that he is dead, she would reply. Old Canquil bore a perpetual certificate of his native province in his accent. He spoke of une statue, a statue, le pupil, the people, and said Tur for Turk. His name was that of a tiny estate called Les Canquils, a word meaning cockchafer in some districts situated in the department of Vaucluse, whence he had come at last. Everyone had fallen into the habit of calling him Canquil instead of des Canquils, and the old man took no offense, for in his opinion the nobility had perished in 1793, and besides the land of Les Canquils did not belong to him. He was a younger son's younger son. Nowadays old Canquil's costume would look strange, but between 1811 and 1820, it astonished no one. The old man wore shoes with cut steel buckles, silk stockings with stripes round the leg, alternately blue and white, corded silk knee breeches, with oval buckles cut to match those on his shoes, a white embroidered waistcoat, an old coat of olive brown with metal buttons, and a shirt with a flat pleated frill completed his costume. In the middle of the shirt frill twinkled a small gold locket, in which might be seen under glass a little temple worked in hair, one of those pathetic trifles which give men confidence, just as a scarecrow frightens sparrows. Most men, like other animals, are frightened or reassured by trifles. Old Canquil's breeches were kept in place by a buckle which, in the fashion of the last century, tightened them across the stomach. From the belt hung on each side a short steel chain composed of several finer chains, and ending in a bunch of seals. His white neckcloth was fastened behind by a small gold buckle. Finally, on his snowy and powdered hair he still in 1816 wore the municipal cocked hat which Monsieur Tri, the president of the law courts, also used to wear, But Pierre Canquil had recently substituted for this hat so dear to old men, the undignified top hat, which no one dares to rebel against the good man, thought he owed so much as this to the spirit of the age. A small pigtail tied with a ribbon had traced a semicircle on the back of his coat, the greasy mark being hidden by powder. If you looked no further than the most conspicuous feature of his face, a nose covered with excrescences red and swollen enough to figure in a dish of truffles, you might have inferred that the worthy man had an easy temper foolish, and easy-going that of a perfect gaby, and you would have been deceived like all at the Café David, where no one had ever remarked the studious brow, the sardonic mouth, and the cold eyes of this old man petted by his vices, and as calm as Vitellius, whose imperial and portly stomach reappeared in him, palingenetically, so to speak. In 1816, a young commercial traveler named Gaudissart, who frequented the Café David, sat drinking from 11 o'clock till midnight with a half-pay officer. He was so rash as to discuss a conspiracy against the Bourbons, a rather serious plot. Then, on the point of execution, there was no one to be seen in the café but Pierre Canquil, who seemed to be asleep, 2 waiters who were dozing, and the accountant at the desk. Within 24 hours, Gaudissart was arrested. The plot was discovered. 2 men perished on the scaffold. Neither Gaudissart nor anyone else ever suspected that worthy old Canquil of having peached the waiters. Were dismissed for a year. They were all on their guard, and afraid of the police's. Pierre Canquil was too. Indeed, he talked of retiring from the Café David. Such horror had he of the police. Courtesan went into the café, asked for a glass of brandy, and did not look at Canquil, who sat reading the papers. But when he had gulped down the brandy, he took out the Baron's gold piece, and called the waiter by rapping 3 short raps on the table. The lady at the desk and the waiter examined the coin with a minute care that was not flattering to Courtesan, but their suspicions were justified by the astonishment produced on all the regular customers by Courtesan's appearance. Was that gold got by theft or by murder? This was the idea that rose to some clear and shrewd minds as they looked at Courtesan over their spectacles, while affecting to read the news. Courtesan, who saw everything and never was surprised at anything, scornfully wiped his lips with a bandana in which there were but 3 darns, took his change, slipped all the coppers into his side pocket, of which the lining, once white, was now as black as the cloth of the trousers, and did not leave one for the waiter. What a gallows bird, said Pierre Canquil to his neighbor Monsieur Pillerault. Pshaw, said Monsieur Camusot to all the company, for he alone had expressed no astonishment. It is Courtesan, Louchard's right-hand man, the police agent we employ in business. The rascals want to nab someone who is hanging about, perhaps. It would seem necessary to explain here the terrible and profoundly cunning man who was hidden under the guise of Pierre Canquil, as Vautrin was hidden under that of the Abbé Carlos. Born at Canquil's, the only possession of his family, which was highly respectable, this southerner's name was Parade. He belonged, in fact, to the younger branch of the Parade family, an old but impoverished house of Franche-Comté, still owning the little estate of La Parade, the 7th child of his father. He had come on foot to Paris in 1772, at the age of 17, with 2 crowns of 6 francs in his pocket, prompted by the vices of an ardent spirit and the coarse desire to get on, which brings so many men to Paris from the south as soon as they understand that their father's property can never supply them with means to gratify their passions. It is enough to say of Parade's youth that in 1782 he was in the confidence of chiefs of the police and the hero of the department, highly esteemed by Roman 2000 Lenoir and d'Albert, the last lieutenant generals of police. The revolution had no police, it needed none. Espionage, though common enough, was called public spirit. The Directorate, a rather more regular government than that of the Committee of Public Safety, was obliged to reorganize the police, and the First Consul completed the work by instituting a prefect of police and a department of police supervision. Parade, a man knowing the traditions, collected the force, with the assistance of a man named Courtesan, a far cleverer man than Parade, though younger. But he was a genius only in the subterranean ways of police inquiries. In 1808, the great services Parade was able to achieve were rewarded by an appointment to the eminent position of Chief Commissioner of Police at Antwerp. In Napoleon's mind, this sort of police governorship was equivalent to a minister's post with the duty of superintending Holland. At the end of the campaign of 1809, Parade was removed from Antwerp by an order in council from the emperor, carried in a chaise to Paris between 2 gendarmes, and imprisoned in La Force. 2 months later, he was let out on bail furnished by his friend Corentin, after having been subjected to 3 examinations, each lasting 6 hours, in the office of the head of the police. Did Parade owe his overthrow to the miraculous energy he displayed in aiding Fouche in the defense of the French coast, when threatened by what was known at the time as the Walcheren expedition, when the Duke of Otranto manifested such abilities, as alarmed the Emperor Fouche thought it probable even then, and now, when everybody knows what went on in the cabinet council called together by Cambyses, it is absolutely certain the ministers, thunderstruck by the news of England's attempt a retaliation on Napoleon for the Boulogne expedition, and taken by surprise when the master was entrenched in the island of Lobo, where all Europe believed him to be lost, had not an idea which way to turn the general opinion, was in favor of sending post haste to the Emperor Fouche alone, was bold enough to sketch a plan of campaign, which in fact he carried into execution. "Do as you please," said Cambyses, "but I, who prefer to keep my head on my shoulders, shall send a report to the emperor." It is well known that the emperor on his return found an absurd pretext at a full meeting of the Council of State for discarding his minister and punishing him for having saved France without the sovereign's help from that time. Fourth, Napoleon had doubled the hostility of Prince de Talleyrand and the Duke of Otranto, the only 2 great politicians formed by the Revolution who might perhaps have been able to save Napoleon in 1813. To get rid of Parade, he was simply accused of connivance in favoring smuggling and sharing certain profits with the great merchants. Such an indignity was hard on a man who had earned the marshal's baton of the police department by the great services he had done. This man, who had grown old in active business, knew all the secrets of every government since 1775, when he had entered the service. The emperor, who believed himself powerful enough to create men for his own uses, paid no heed to the representations subsequently laid before him in favor of a man who was reckoned as one of the most trustworthy, most capable, and most acute of the unknown genii, whose task it is to watch over the safety of a state. He thought he could put Courtesan in Parade's place. But Courtesan was at that time employed by Corentin for his own benefit. Parade felt the blow all the more keenly, because being greedy and a libertine he had found himself with regard to women in the position of a pastry cook, who loves sweetmeats. His habits of vice had become to him a second nature. He could not live without a good dinner, without gambling, in short, without the life of an unpretentious fine gentleman, in which men of powerful faculties so generally indulge, when they have allowed excessive dissipation to become a necessity. Hitherto, he had lived in style without ever being expected to entertain, and living well, for no one ever looked for a return from him or from his friend Corentin. He was cynically witty, and he liked his profession. He was a philosopher, and besides a spy, whatever grade he may hold in the machinery of the police, can no more return to a profession regarded as honorable or liberal than a prisoner from the hulks can, once branded, once matriculated spies and convicts like deacons, have assumed an indelible character. There are beings on whom social conditions impose an inevitable fate. Parade, for his further woe, was very fond of a pretty little girl, whom he knew to be his own child, by a celebrated actress to whom he had done a signal service, and who for 3 months had been grateful to him. Parade, who had sent for his child from Antwerp, now found himself without employment in Paris, and with no means beyond a pension of 1,200 francs a year allowed him by the police department. As Lenoir's old disciple, he took lodgings in the Rue des Moineaux on the 4th floor, 5 little rooms at a rent of 250 francs. If any man should be aware of the uses and sweets of friendship, is it not the moral leper known to the world, as a spy to the mob, as a mouchard to the department, as an agent? Parade and Corentin were such friends, as Orestes and Pylades. Parade had trained Corentin as Vien trained David, but the pupil soon surpassed his master. They had carried out more than one undertaking together. Parade, happy at having discerned Corentin's superior abilities, had started him in his career. By preparing a success for him, he obliged his disciple to make use of a mistress, who had scorned him as a bait to catch a man. See, the Chouans, and Corentin at that time was hardly 25. Corentin, who had been retained as one of the generals, of whom the Minister of Police is the High Constable, still held under the Duc de Rovigo the high position he had filled under the Duke of Otranto. Now, at that time, the general police and the criminal police were managed on similar principles. When any important business was on hand, an account was opened, as it were, for the 3, 4, 5 really capable agents. The minister, on being warned of some plot by whatever means, would say to one of his colonels of the police force. How much will you want to achieve this or that result? Corentin or Courtesan would go into the matter and reply, 20, 30, or 40,000 francs. Then, as soon as the order was given to go ahead all the means, and the men were left to the judgment of Corentin or the agent selected, and the criminal police used to act in the same way to discover crimes with the famous Vidocq. Both branches of the police chose their men chiefly from among the ranks of well-known agents who have matriculated in the business, and are as it were as soldiers of the secret army, so indispensable to a government, in spite of the public orations of philanthropists or narrow-minded moralists, but the absolute confidence placed in two men of the temper of Parade and Corentin conveyed to them the right of employing perfect strangers under the risk moreover of being responsible to the minister. In all serious cases, Parade's experience and acumen were too valuable to Corentin, who after the storm of 1820 had blown over, employed his old friend, constantly consulted him, and contributed largely to his maintenance. Corentin managed to put about 1,000 francs a month into Parade's hands. Parade, on his part, did Corentin good service in 1816. Corentin, on the strength of the discovery of the conspiracy, in which the Bonapartist Gaudissart was implicated, tried to get Parade reinstated in his place in the police office. But some unknown influence was working against Parade. This was the reason why. In their anxiety to make themselves necessary, Parade, Corentin, and Courtesan, at the Duke of Otranto's instigation, had organized for the benefit of Louis Roman XVIII a sort of opposition police, in which very capable agents were employed. Louis Roman XVIII died, possessed of secrets, which will remain secrets from the best informed historians. The struggle between the general police of the kingdom and the king's opposition police led to many horrible disasters, of which a certain number of executions sealed the secrets. This is neither the place nor the occasion for entering into details on this subject, for these scenes of Paris life are not scenes of political life. Enough has been said to show what were the means of living of the man who, at the Café David, was known as good old Canquil, and by what threads he was tied to the terrible and mysterious powers of the police. Between 1817 and 1822, Corentin, Courtesan, Parade, and their myrmidons were often required to keep watch over the Minister of Police himself. This perhaps explains why the minister declined to employ Parade and Courtesan, on whom Corentin contrived to cast the minister's suspicions in order to be able to make use of his friend. When his reinstatement was evidently out of the question, the ministry put their faith in Corentin. They enjoined him to keep an eye on Parade, which amused Louis Roman XVIII. Corentin and Parade were then masters of the position. Courtesan, long attached to Parade, was still at his service. He had joined the force of the commercial police, the Gardes du Commerce, by his friend's orders. And in fact, as a result of the sort of zeal that is inspired by a profession, we love these two chiefs liked to place their best men in those posts where information was most likely to flow in. And indeed, Courtesan's vices and dissipated habits, which had dragged him lower than his two friends, consumed so much money that he needed a great deal of business. Courtesan, without committing any indiscretion, had told Louchard that he knew the only man who was capable of doing what the Baron de Nucingen required. Parade was in fact the only police agent who could act on behalf of a private individual with impunity. At the death of Louis Roman XVIII, Parade had not only ceased to be of consequence, but had lost the profits of his position as spy in ordinary to His Majesty, believing himself to be indispensable. He had lived fast, women high feeding, and the club, the Cercle des Étrangers, had prevented this man from saving. And like all men cut out for debauchery, he enjoyed an iron constitution. But between 1826 and 1829, when he was nearly 74 years of age, he had stuck halfway. To use his own expression, year by year, he saw his comforts dwindling. He followed the police department to its grave, and saw with regret that Charles Roman X's government was departing from its good old traditions. Every session saw the estimates pared down which were necessary to keep up the police out of hatred for that method of government, and a firm determination to reform that institution. It is as if they thought they could cook in white gloves, said Parade to Corentin. In 1822, this couple foresaw 1830. They knew how bitterly Louis Roman XVIII hated his successor, which accounts for his recklessness with regard to the younger branch, and without which his reign would be an unanswerable riddle. As Parade grew older, his love for his natural daughter had increased. For her sake he had adopted his citizen guise, for he intended that his Lydie should marry respectably. So for the last 3 years, he had been especially anxious to find a corner either at the prefecture of police or in the general police office. Some ostensible and recognized post he had ended by inventing a place of which the necessity, as he told Corentin, would sooner or later be felt. He was anxious to create an inquiry office at the prefecture of police, to be intermediate between the Paris police, in the strictest sense the criminal police, and the superior general police, so as to enable the Supreme Board to profit by the various scattered forces. No one but Parade at his age, and after 55 years of confidential work, could be the connecting link between the three branches of the police, or the keeper of the records, to whom political and judicial authority alike could apply for the elucidation of certain cases. By this means Parade hoped with Corentin's assistance to find a husband and scrape together a portion for his little Lydie. Corentin had already mentioned the matter to the Director General of the police forces of the realm, without naming Parade, and the Director General, a man from the south, thought it necessary that the suggestion should come from the chief of the city police. At the moment when Courtesan struck 3 raps on the table with the gold piece, a signal conveying "I want to speak to you," the senior was reflecting on this problem: by whom, and under what pressure can the performative police be made to move? And he looked like a noodle studying his courier franchise. Poor Fouch, thought he to himself, as he made his way along the Rue Saint-Honore, that great man is dead. Our go-betweens with Louis Roman 18 are out of favor, and besides, as Corentin said only yesterday, nobody believes in the activity or the intelligence of a man of 70. Oh, why did I get into a habit of dining at Very's, of drinking choice wines, of singing La Mere Godichin, of gambling, when I am in funds to get a place and keep it? As Corentin says, it is not enough to be clever, you must have the gift of management. Poor dear Roman 1000 Lenoir was right when he wrote to me in the matter of the Queen's necklace. You will never do any good, when he heard that I did not stay under that slut Oliva's bed. If the venerable Pierre Canquillet was called so in the house lived on in the Rue des Moineaux, on a 4th floor, you may depend on it, he had found some peculiarity in the arrangement of the premises, which favored the practice of his terrible profession. The house, standing at the corner of the Rue Saint-Roch, had no neighbors on one side, and as the staircase up the middle divided it into 2, there were on each floor 2 perfectly isolated rooms. Those 2 rooms looked out on the Rue Saint-Roch. There were garret rooms above the 4th floor, one of them a kitchen, and the other a bedroom for Pierre Canquil's only servant, a Fleming, named Cat, formerly Lydie's wet nurse. Old Canquil had taken one of the outside rooms for his bedroom, and the other for his study. The study ended at the party wall, a very thick one. The window opening on the Rue des Moineaux looked on a blank wall at the opposite corner. As this study was divided from the stairs by the whole width of Parade's bedroom, the friends feared no eye no ear, as they talked business in this study made on purpose for his detestable trade. Parade, as a further precaution, had furnished Cat's room with a thick straw bed, a felt carpet, and a very heavy rug, under the pretext of making his child's nurse comfortable. He had also stopped up the chimney, warming his room by a stove with a pipe through the wall to the Rue Saint-Roch. Finally, he laid several rugs on his floor to prevent the slightest sound being heard by the neighbors beneath. An expert himself in the tricks of spies, he sounded the outer wall, the ceiling, and the floor once a week, examining them, as if he were in search of noxious insects. It was the security of this room from all witnesses or listeners that had made Corentin select it as his council chamber, when he did not hold a meeting in his own room. Where Corentin lived was known to no one but the chief of the superior police, and to Parade, he received there such personages as the ministry or the king selected to conduct very serious cases, but no agent or subordinate ever went there, and he plotted everything connected with their business at Parade's. In this unpretentious room schemes were matured, and resolutions passed, which would have furnished strange records and curious dramas if only walls could talk. Between 1816 and 1826, the highest interests were discussed there. There first germinated the events which grew to weigh on France. There Parade and Corentin, with all the foresight, and more than all the information of Bellart, the Attorney General, had said even in 1819, if Louis Roman 18 does not consent to strike such or such a blow to make away with such or such a prince, is it because he hates his brother? He must wish to leave him heir to a revolution. Parade's door was graced with a slate, on which very strange marks might sometimes be seen, figures scrawled in chalk. This sort of devil's algebra bore the clearest meaning to the initiated. Lydie's rooms opposite to Parade's shabby lodging consisted of an anteroom, a little drawing-room, a bedroom, and a small dressing-room. The door, like that of Parade's room, was constructed of a plate of sheet-iron 3 lines thick sandwiched between 2 strong oak planks, fitted with locks and elaborate hinges, making it as impossible to force it as if it were a prison door. Thus, though the house had a public passage through it with a shop below, and no doorkeeper, Liddy lived there, without a fear. The dining-room, the little drawing-room, and her bedroom, every window, balcony, a hanging garden were luxurious in their Dutch cleanliness. The Flemish nurse had never left Liddy, whom she called her daughter. The two went to church with a regularity that gave the royalist grocer, who lived below in the corner shop, an excellent opinion of the worthy Canquil. The grocer's family kitchen and counterjumpers occupied the first floor, and the entresol, the landlord, inhabited the second floor, and the third had been let for 20 years past to a lapidary. Each resident had a key of the street door. The grocer's wife was all the more willing to receive letters and parcels addressed to these 3 quiet households, because the grocer's shop had a letterbox. Without these details, strangers, or even those who know Paris well, could not have understood the privacy and quietude, the isolation and safety, which made this house exceptional in Paris. After midnight, Pierre Canquil could hatch plots, receive spies or ministers' wives or husses, without anyone on earth knowing anything about it. Parade, of whom the Flemish woman would say to the grocer's cook, he would not hurt a fly, was regarded as the best of men. He grudged his daughter nothing. Liddy, who had been taught music by Schmuck, was herself a musician capable of composing. She could wash in a sepia drawing and paint in gouache and watercolor. Every Sunday Parade dined at home with her. On that day, this worthy was wholly paternal. Liddy, religious but not a bigot, took the sacrament at Easter and confessed every month. Still, she allowed herself from time to time to be treated to the play. She walked in the Tuileries when it was fine. These were all her pleasures, for she led a sedentary life. Liddy, who worshipped her father, knew absolutely nothing of his sinister gifts and dark employments. Not a wish had ever disturbed this pure child's pure life. Slight and handsome like her mother, gifted with an exquisite voice and a delicate face framed in fine fair hair, she looked like one of those angels, mystical rather than real, which some of the early painters grouped in the background of the Holy Family. The glance of her blue eyes seemed to bring a beam from the sky on those she favored with a look. Her dress, quite simple, with no exaggeration of fashion, had a delightful middle-class modesty. Picture to yourself an old Satan as the father of an angel, and purified in her divine presence, and you will have an idea of Parade and his daughter. If anybody had soiled this jewel, her father would have invented to swallow him alive, one of those dreadful plots in which, under the Restoration, the unhappy wretches were trapped, who were designate to die on the scaffold. 1,000 crowns were ample maintenance for Liddy and Cat, whom she called nurse. As Parade turned into the Rue des Moineaux, he saw Courtesan. He outstripped him, went upstairs before him, heard the man's steps on the stairs, and admitted him before the woman had put her nose out of the kitchen door. A bell rung by the opening of a glass door on the 3rd story, where the lapidary lived, warned the residents on that and the 4th floors when a visitor was coming to them. It need hardly be said that, after midnight, Parade muffled this. "What is up in such a hurry, philosopher?" Philosopher was the nickname bestowed on Courtesan by Parade, and well merited by the Epictetus among police agents. The name of Courtesan, alas, hid one of the most ancient names of feudal Normandy. Well, there is something like 10,000 francs to be netted. What is it, political? No, a piece of idiocy. Baron de Nucingen, you know, the old certified swindler, is neighing after a woman he saw in the Bois de Vincennes, and she has got to be found, or he will die of love. They had a consultation of doctors yesterday. By what his man tells me, I have already eased him of 1,000 francs under pretense of seeking the fair one. And Courtesan related Nucingen's meeting with Esther, adding that the Baron had now some further information. "All right," said Parade. "We will find his Dulcinea. Tell the Baron to come tonight, in a carriage, to the Champs Élysées corner of the Avenue de Gabriel and the Allée de Marigny." Parade saw Courtesan out, and knocked at his daughter's rooms, as he always knocked to be let in. He was full of glee. Chance had just offered the means at last of getting the place he longed for. He flung himself into a deep armchair, after kissing Liddy on the forehead, and said, "Play me something." Liddy played him a composition for the piano by Beethoven. "That is very well played, my pet," said he, taking Liddy on his knees. "Do you know that we are 21 years old? We must get married soon, for our old daddy is more than 70. "I am quite happy here," said she. You love no one but your ugly old father, asked Parade. Why, whom should I love? I am dining at home, my darling, go, and tell Cat I am thinking of getting an appointment, and finding a husband worthy of you, some good young man very clever, whom you may some day be proud of. I have never seen, but one yet that I should have liked for a husband. You have seen one then? Yes, in the Tuileries, replied Liddy. He walked past me. He was giving his arm to the Comtesse de Cerisy. And his name is? Lucien de Rubempré. I was sitting with Cat under a limmy tree thinking of nothing. There were two ladies sitting by me, and one said to the other, There are Madame de Cerisy. And that handsome Lucien de Rubempré. I looked at the couple that the two ladies were watching. Oh, my dear, said the other, some women are very lucky. That woman is allowed to do everything she pleases just because she was a de Ronquerolles, and her husband is in power. But, my dear, said the other lady, Lucien costs her very dear. What did she mean, Papa? Just nonsense, such as people of fashion will talk, replied Parade with an air of perfect candor. Perhaps they were alluding to political matters. Well, in short, you asked me a question, so I answer you. If you want me to marry, find me a husband, just like that young man. Silly child, replied her father, the fact that a man is handsome is not always a sign of goodness. Young men, gifted with an attractive appearance, meet with no obstacles at the beginning of life. So they make no use of any talent, they are corrupted by the advances made to them by society, and they have to pay interest later for their attractiveness. What I should like for you is what the middle classes, the rich, and the fools leave unholpen and unprotected. What fathers? An unrecognized man of talent, but their child. I have it in my power to hunt through every garret in Paris and carry out your program by offering for your affection a man as handsome as the young scamp you speak of, but a man of promise with a future before him, destined to glory and fortune. By the way, I was forgetting, I must have a whole flock of nephews, and among them there must be one worthy of you. I will write or get someone to write to Provence. A strange coincidence at this moment, a young man half dead of hunger and fatigue, who had come on foot from the department of Vauclusia, nephew of Pierre Canquois in search of his uncle, was entering Paris through the Barrière de l'Italie in the daydreams of the family. Ignorant of this uncle's fate, Parade had supplied the text for many hopes. He was supposed to have returned from India with millions stimulated by these fireside romances. This grandnephew named Theodore had started on a voyage round the world in quest of this eccentric uncle. After enjoying for some hours the joys of paternity, Parade, his hair washed and dyed for his powder, was a disguise addressed in a stout coarse blue frock coat buttoned up to the chin, and a black cloak shod in strong, thick-soled boots, furnished himself with a private card, and walked slowly along the Avenue Gabriel, where Courtesan, dressed as an old costermonger woman, met him in front of the gardens of the Élysée Bourbon. Monsieur de Saint-Germain, said Courtesan, giving his old chief the name he was officially known by, you have put me in the way of making 500 pieces francs, but what I came here for was to tell you that damned baron, before he gave me the shiners, had been to ask questions at the house, the prefecture of police. I shall want you, no doubt, replied Parade. Look up numbers 7, 10, and 21. We can employ those men without anyone finding it out, either at the police ministry or at the prefecture. Courtesan went back to a post near the carriage, in which Monsieur de Nucingen was waiting for Parade. I am Monsieur de Saint-Germain, said Parade to the baron, raising himself to look over the carriage door. Ver gut get in mit, me, replied the baron, ordering the coachman to go on slowly to the Arc de l'Étoile. You have been to the prefecture of police, Monsieur le Baron. That was not fair. Might I ask what you said to Roman 1000 le Préfet, and what he said in reply, asked Parade. Before I should give 500 francs to a villain like Courtesan, I vant to know if he had earned dem. I simply said to the Prefect of Police dat I vant to employ ein agent named Parade to go abroad in a delicate matter, and should I trust him unlimited. The Prefect telt me you vas a very clever man, and ver honest man, and dat vas everything. And now that you have learned my true name, Monsieur le Baron, will you tell me what it is you want? When the Baron had given a long and copious explanation, in his hideous Polish Jew dialect, of his meeting with Esther, and the cry of the man behind the carriage, and his vain efforts, he ended by relating what had occurred at his house the night before, Lucien's involuntary smile, and the opinion expressed by Bianchon and some other young dandies, that there must be some acquaintance between him and the unknown fair. Listen to me, Monsieur le Baron, You must in the first instance place 10,000 francs in my hands, on account for expenses, for to you this is a matter of life or death. And as your life is a business manufactory, nothing must be left undone to find this woman, for you are caught. Ja, I am caught. If more money is wanted, Baron, I will let you know. Put your trust in me, said Parade. I am not a spy, as you perhaps imagine. In 1807, I was Commissioner General of Police at Antwerp. And now that Louis Roman XVIII is dead, I may tell you in confidence that for 7 years I was the chief of his counterpolice, so there is no beating me down. You must understand, Monsieur le Baron, that it is impossible to make any estimate of the cost of each man's conscience. Before going into the details of such an affair, be quite easy. I shall succeed. Do not fancy that you can satisfy me with a sum of money. I want something for my reward. So long as dat is not a kingdom, said the Baron. It is less than nothing to you. Den I am your man's. You know the Kellers. Over well. François Keller is the Comte de Gondreville's son-in-law, and the Comte de Gondreville and his son-in-law dined with you yesterday. Who dare Teufel told you dat? Cried the Baron. Dat will be George. He is always a gossip. Parade smiled, and the banker at once formed strange suspicions of his manservant. The Comte de Gondreville is quite in a position to obtain me a place I covet at the Prefecture of Police within 48 hours. The Prefect will have notice that such a place is to be created, said Parade. In continuation, ask for it for me. Get the Comte de Gondreville to interest himself in the matter with some degree of warmth, and you will thus repay me for the service I am about to do you. I ask your word, only, for if you fail me sooner or later, you will curse the day you were born. You have Parade's word for that. I give you main vort of honor to do that is possible. If I do no more for you than is possible, it will not be enough. Vel I will act quite frankly. Frankly, that is all I ask, said Parade, and frankness is the only thing at all new that you and I can offer to each other. Frankly, echoed the Baron. Vere, shall I put you down? At the corner of the Pont Louis Roman 16. To the Pont de la Chambre, said the Baron to the footman at the carriage door. Then I am to get dat unknown person, said the Baron to himself as he drove home. What a queer business, thought Parade, going back on foot to the Palais Royal, where he intended trying to multiply his 10,000 francs by 3 to make a little fortune for Liddy here. I am required to look into the private concerns of a very young man who has bewitched my little girl by a glance. He is, I suppose, one of those men who have an eye for a woman, said he to himself, using an expression of a language of his own, in which his observations or quarantines were summed up in words that were anything rather than classical, but for that very reason energetic and picturesque. The Baron de Nucingen, when he went in, was an altered man. He astonished his household and his wife by showing them a face full of life and color. So cheerful did he. Our shareholders had better look out for themselves, said du Tillet to Rastignac. They were all at tea in Delphine de Nucingen's boudoir, having come in from the opera. Ja, said the Baron, smiling, I feel ver much dat I shall do some business. Then you have seen the fair being asked Madame de Nucingen? No, said he, I have only hoped to see her. Do men ever love their wives? So cried Madame de Nucingen, feeling, or affecting to feel, a little jealous. When you have got her, you must ask us to sup with her, said du Tillet to the Baron, for I am very curious to study the creature who has made you so young as you are. She is a chef d'oeuvre of creation, replied the old banker. He will be swindled, like a boy, said Rastignac in Delphine's ear. Pooh, he makes quite enough money to give a little back, I suppose, said du Tillet, interrupting the Baroness. Nucingen was walking up and down the room as if his legs had the fidgets. Now is your time to make him pay your fresh debts, said Rastignac in the Baroness' ear. At this very moment, Carlos was leaving the Rue Taitbout full of hope. He had been there to give some last advice to Europe, who was to play the principal part in the farce, devised to take in the Baron de Nucingen. He was accompanied as far as the boulevard by Lucien, who was not at all easy at finding this demon, so perfectly disguised that even he had only recognized him by his voice. Where the devil did you find a handsomer woman than Esther? He asked his evil genius. My boy, there is no such thing to be found in Paris. Such a complexion is not made in France. I assure you I am still quite amazed. Venus Callipyge has not such a figure. A man would lose his soul for her. But where did she spring from? She was the handsomest girl in London. Drunk with gin, she killed her lover, in a fit of jealousy, The lover was a wretch of whom the London police are well quit, and this woman was packed off to Paris, for a time to let the matter blow over. The hussy was well brought up. Daughter of a clergyman, she speaks French as if it were her mother tongue. She does not know, and never will know why she is here. She was told that if you took a fancy to her, she might fleece you of millions, but that you were as jealous as a tiger, and she was told how Esther lived. But supposing Nucingen should prefer her to Esther. Ah, it is out at last, cried Carlos. You dread now lest what dismayed you yesterday should not take place. After all, be quite easy. That fair and fair-haired girl has blue eyes. She is the antipodes of the beautiful Jewess, and only such eyes as Esther's could ever stir a man so rotten as Nucingen. What the devil, you could not hide an ugly woman, when this puppet has played her part. I will send her off in safe custody to Rome, or to Madrid, where she will be the ray. If we have her only for a short time, said Lucian, I will go back to her. Go, my boy, amuse yourself. You will be a day older tomorrow. For my part, I must wait for someone, whom I have instructed to learn what is going on at the Baron de Nucingen's. Who? His valet's mistress, for after all, we must keep ourselves informed at every moment of what is going on in the enemy's camp. At midnight, Packard Esther's tall chasseur met Carlos on the Pont des Arts, the most favorable spot in all Paris for saying a few words, which no one must overhear. All the time they talked, the servant kept an eye on one side, while his master looked out on the other. The Baron went to the prefecture of police this morning between 4 and 5, said the man, and he boasted this evening that he should find the woman he saw in the Bois de Vincennes, had been promised it. We are watched, said Carlos. By whom? They have already employed, louchered the bailiff. That would be child's play, replied Carlos. We need fear nothing but the guardians of public safety, the criminal police, and so long as that is not set in motion we can go on. That is not all. What else? Our chums of the Hulkseye saw Laparelle yesterday. He has choked off a married couple, and has bagged 10,000 5-franc pieces in gold. He will be nabbed, said Jacques Collin. That is the Rue Boucher crime. What is the order of the day, said Packard with the respectful demeanor a marshal must have assumed when taking his orders from Louis Roman 18. You must get out every evening at 10 o'clock, replied Herrera. Make your way pretty briskly to the Bois de Vincennes. The boys, de Meudon and de Vilde, Avray, if anyone should follow, you let them do it. Be free of speech, chatty open to a bribe talk about Rubemper's jealousy, and his mad passion for Madame, saying that he would not on any account have it known that he had a mistress of that kind. Enough, must I have any weapons? Never, exclaimed Carlos vehemently. A weapon? Of what use would that be to get us into a scrape? Do not under any circumstances use your hunting knife, when you know that you can break the strongest man's legs. By the trick I showed Yawen you can hold your own against 3 armed warders, feeling quite sure that you can account for 2 of them, before they have got out flint, and steal. What is there to be afraid of? Have not your cane? To be sure, said the man. Packard nicknamed the old guard Old Wideawake, or the right mana man, with legs of iron, arms of steel, Italian whiskers, hair like an artist's, a beard like a sapper's, and a face as colorless and immovable as Contenson's. Kept his spirit to himself, and rejoiced in a sort of drummajor appearance which disarmed suspicion. A fugitive from Poissy or Melun has no such serious self-consciousness and belief in his own merit as Giafar to the Haroun el Rashid of the Hulks. He served him with the friendly admiration which Parade felt for Corentin. This huge fellow, with a small body in proportion to his legs, flat-chested and lean of limb, stalked solemnly about on his 2 long pins. Whenever his right leg moved, his right eye took in everything around him with the placid swiftness peculiar to thieves and spies. The left eye followed the right eye's example, wiry, nimble, ready for anything at any time, but for a weakness of Dutch courage. Packard would have been perfect. Jacques Collin used to say so completely was he endowed with the talents indispensable to a man at war with society. But the master had succeeded in persuading his slave to drink only in the evening. On going home at night, Packard tippled the liquid gold poured into small glasses out of a pot-bellied stone jar from Danzig. We will make them open their eyes, said Packard, putting on his grand hat and feathers after bowing to Carlos, whom he called his confessor. These were the events which had led 3 men so clever each in his way, as Jacques Collin, Parade, and Corentin, to a hand-to-hand fight on the same ground, each exerting his talents in a struggle for his own passions or interests. It was one of those obscure but terrible conflicts on which are expended in marches and countermarches in strategy, skill, hatred, and vexation, the powers that might make a fine fortune men and means, were kept absolutely secret by Payard, seconded in this business by his friend Corentina business. They thought but a trifle, and so as to them history is silent as it is on the true causes of many revolutions. But this was the result. 5 days after Monsieur de Nucingen's interview with Payard in the Champs, Élysées, a man of about 50 called in the morning, stepping out of a hansom cab, and flinging the reins to his servant. He had the dead white complexion, which a life in the world gives to diplomates, was dressed in blue cloth, and had a general air of fashion, almost that of a minister of state. He inquired of the servant, who sat on a bench on the steps, whether the Baron de Nucingen were at home, and the man respectfully threw open the splendid plate-glass doors. "Your name, sir," said the footman. "Tell the Baron that I have come from the Avenue Gabriel," said Corentin. "If anybody is with him, be sure not to say so too loud, or you will find yourself out of place." A minute later, the man came back and led Corentin by the back passages to the Baron's private room. Corentin and the banker exchanged impenetrable glances, and both bowed politely. "Monsieur le Baron," said Corentin, "I come in the name of Payard." "Vergot," said the Baron, fastening the bolts of both doors. "Monsieur de Rubempre's mistress lives in the Rue Taitbout in the apartment formerly occupied by Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille Roman, 1000 de Granville's ex-mistress, Attorney General." "That so near to me," exclaimed the Baron, "dat is ver strange. I can quite understand your being crazy about that splendid creature. It was a pleasure to me to look at her," replied Corentin. "Lucien is so jealous of the girl that he never allows her to be seen, and she loves him devotedly, for in 4 years, since she succeeded La Bellefeuille in those rooms, inheriting her furniture and her profession, neither the neighbors, nor the porter, nor the other tenants in the house have ever set eyes on her. My lady never stirs out. But at night, when she sets out, the blinds of the carriage are pulled down, and she is closely veiled. Lucien has other reasons besides jealousy for concealing this woman. He is to be married to Clotilde de Grandlieu, and he is at this moment Madame de Serizy's favorite fancy. He naturally wishes to keep a hold on his fashionable mistress, and on his promised bride, so you are master of the position. For Lucien will sacrifice his pleasure to his interests, and his vanity. You are rich, this is probably your last chance of happiness. Be liberal, you can gain your end through her waiting maid. Give the slut 10,000 francs, she will hide you in her mistress' bedroom. It must be quite worth that to you." No figure of speech could describe the short, precise tone of finality in which Corentin spoke. The Baron could not fail to observe it, and his face expressed his astonishment, an expression he had long expunged from his impenetrable features. "I have also to ask you for 5,000 francs for my friend Payard, who has dropped 5 of your 1,000-franc notes. A tiresome accident," Corentin went on in a lordly tone of command. "Payard knows his Paris too well to spend money in advertising, and he trusts entirely to you. But this is not the most important point," added Corentin, checking himself in such a way as to make the request for money seem quite a trifle. "If you do not want to end your days miserably, get the place for Payard that he asked you to procure for him, and it is a thing you can easily do. The chief of the general police must have had notice of the matter yesterday. All that is needed is to get Gonderville to speak to the prefect of police. Very well. Just say to Malin Comte de Gonderville that it is to oblige one of the men who relieved him of Roman 2,000 decimus, and he will work it." "Here den, Monsieur," said the Baron, taking out 5,000-franc notes and handing them to Corentin. "The waiting maid is great friends with a tall chasseur named Paccard living in the Rue de Provence over a carriage builders. He goes out as hejük to persons who give themselves princely airs. You can get at Madame van Bogsec's woman, through Paccard, a brawny Piedmontese, who has a liking for vermouth." This information, gracefully thrown in as a postscript, was evidently the return for the 5,000 francs. The Baron was trying to guess Corentin's place in life, for he quite understood that the man was rather a master of spies than a spy himself, but Corentin remained to him as mysterious as an inscription is to an archaeologist when 3/4 of the letters are missing. "Vad is dat maid called?" he asked. "Eugenie," replied Corentin, who bowed and withdrew. The Baron, in a transport of joy, left his business for the day, shut up his office, and went up to his rooms, in the happy frame of mind of a young man of 20, looking forward to his first meeting with his first mistress. The Baron took all the 1,000-franc notes out of his private cashbox, a sum sufficient to make the whole village happy 55,000 francs and stuffed them into the pocket of his coat. But a millionaire's lavishness can only be compared with his eagerness for gain as soon as a whim or a passion is to be gratified, money is dross to a Croesus. In fact, he finds it harder to have whims than gold. A keen pleasure is the rarest thing in these satiated lives, full of the excitement that comes of great strokes of speculation, in which these dreed-up hearts have burned themselves out. For instance, one of the richest capitalists in Paris one day met an extremely pretty little working girl. Her mother was with her, but the girl had taken the arm of a young fellow in very doubtful finery with a very smart swagger. The millionaire fell in love with the girl at first sight. He followed her home. He went in, he heard all her story, a record of alternations of dancing at Mabel and days of starvation, of playgoing and hard work. He took an interest in it and left 5,000 franc notes under a 5-franc piece. An act of generosity, abused. Next day a famous upholsterer Brascon came to take the damsel's orders, furnished rooms that she had chosen, and laid out 20,000 francs. She gave herself up to the wildest hopes, dressed her mother to match, and flattered herself she would find a place for her ex-lover in an insurance office. She waited a day, 2 days, then a week, 2 weeks. She thought herself bound to be faithful. She got into debt. The capitalist called away to Holland, had forgotten the girl. He never went once to the paradise where he had placed her, and from which she fell as low as it is possible to fall even in Paris. Nucingen did not gamble. Nucingen did not patronize the arts. Nucingen had no hobby. Thus he flung himself into his passion for Esther with a headlong blindness, on which Carlos Herrera had confidently counted. After his breakfast, the Baron sent for Georges, his body-servant, and desired him to go to the Rue Tatebout and ask Mademoiselle Eugenie, Madame Van Bogsec's maid, to come to his office on a matter of importance. You shall look out for her, he added, and make her valk up to my room, and tell her I shall make her fortune. Georges had the greatest difficulty in persuading Eugenie to come. Madame never lets me go out, said she. I might lose my place, and so forth, and Georges sang her praises loudly to the Baron, who gave him 10 louis. If Madame goes out without her this evening, said Georges to his master, whose eyes glowed like carbuncles, she will be here by 10 o'clock. Goot, you shall come to dress me at 9 o'clock and do my hair. I shall look so good as possible. I believe I shall really see dat mistresser money is not money any more. The Baron spent an hour from noon till 1 in dyeing his hair and whiskers. At 9 in the evening, having taken a bath before dinner, he made a toilet worthy of a bridegroom, and scented himself a perfect Adonis. Madame de Nucingen, informed of this metamorphosis, gave herself the treat of inspecting her husband. Good heavens, cried she, what a ridiculous figure! Do at least put on a black satin stock, instead of that white neckcloth, which makes your whiskers look so black. Besides, it is so empire quite the old fogey. You look like some superannuated parliamentary council. And take off these diamond buttons. They are worth 100,000 francs apiece. That slut will ask you for them, and you will not be able to refuse her. And if a baggage is to have them, I may as well wear them as earrings. The unhappy banker, struck by the wisdom of his wife's reflections, obeyed reluctantly. Ridiculous, ridiculous, I hafe never telt you dat you shall be ridiculous, when you dressed yourself so smart, to see your little Monsieur de Rastignac. I should hope that you never saw me make myself ridiculous. Am I the woman to make such blunders in the first syllable of my dress? Come, turn about, button your coat up to the neck, all but the 2 top buttons, as the Duc de Maufrigneuse does. In short, try to look young. Monsieur, said Georges, here is Mademoiselle Eugenie. 80 matem, said the banker, and he escorted his wife as far as her own rooms to make sure that she should not overhear their conference. On his return, he took Europe by the hand and led her into his room with a sort of ironical respect. Vel, my chilt, you are a happy creature, for you are de maid of dat most beautiful woman in de world, and your fortune shall be made if you will talk to her for me, and in mine interests. I would not do such a thing for 10,000 francs, exclaimed Europe. I would have you to know, Monsieur le Baron, that I am an honest girl. Oh yes, I expect to pay dear for your honesty in business. Dat is vat we call curiosity. And that is not everything. Europe went on. If you should not take Madame's fancy, and that is on the cards, would be angry, and I am done for. My place is worth 1,000 francs. De capital to make 1,000 franc is 20,000 franc, and if I shall give you dat, you shall not lose noting. Well, to be sure, if that is the tone you take about it, my worthy old fellow, said Europe, That is quite another story. Where is the money? Here, replied the Baron, holding up the banknotes one at a time. He noted the flash struck by each in turn from Europe's eyes, betraying the greed he had counted on. That pays for my place, but how about my principles, my conscience? Said Europe, cocking her crafty little nose, and giving the Baron a serio-comic leer. Your conscience shall not be paid for so much as your place, but I shall say 5,000 franc more, said he, adding 5,000 franc notes. No, 20,000 for my conscience, and 5,000 for my place if I lose it. Just vat you please, said he, adding the 5 notes, but to earn dem, you shall hide me in your lady's room by night, ven, she shall be lone. If you swear never to tell who let you in, I agree, but I warn you of one thing, Madame is as strong as a Turk, she is madly in love with Monsieur de Rubemper. And if you paid 1,000,000 francs in banknotes, she would never be unfaithful to him. It is very silly, but that is her way when she is in love. She is worse than an honest woman, I tell you. When she goes out for a drive in the woods at night, Monsieur very seldom stays at home. She has gone out this evening, so I can hide you in my room. If Madame comes in alone, I will fetch you. You can wait in the drawing room. I will not lock the door into her room. And then, while the rest is your concern, so be ready. I shall pay you the 25,000 francs. In dat drawing room you jife, I jife. Indeed, said Europe, you're so confiding as all that, on my word. Oh, you will have your chance to fleece me, yet we shall be friends. Well then, be in the Rue Taitbout at midnight, but bring 30,000 francs about you. A waiting woman's honesty, like a hackney cab, is much dearer after midnight. It shall be more prudent if I give you a check on my bank. No, said Europe, notes, or the bargain is off. So at 1 in the morning, the Baron de Nucingen, hidden in the garret, where Europe slept, was suffering all the anxieties of a man who hopes to triumph. His blood seemed to him to be tingling in his toenails, and his head ready to burst like an overheated steam engine. I had more than 100,000 crowns vort of enjoyment in my mind, he said to Du Tillet, when telling him the story. He listened to every little noise in the street, and at 2 in the morning, he heard his mistress' carriage far away on the boulevard. His heart beat vehemently under his silk waistcoat. As the gate turned on its hinges, he was about to behold the glowing face of his Esther. The clatter of the carriage step and the slam of the door struck upon his heart. He was more agitated in expectation of this supreme moment than he would have been if his fortune had been at stake. Aha, cried he, dis is vad I call to lift it, is too much to lift. I shall be incapable of everything. Madame is alone. Come down, said Europe, looking in above all. Make no noise, great elephant. Great elephant, he repeated, laughing and walking, as if he trod on red-hot iron. Europe led the way, carrying a candle. Here, Count Dem, said the Baron, when he reached the drawing room, holding out the notes to Europe. Europe took the 30 notes very gravely, and left the room, locking the banker in. Nucingen went straight to the bedroom, where he found the handsome Englishwoman. Is that you, Lucien? Said she. Neen, my beauty, said Nucingen, but he said no more. He stood speechless on seeing a woman the very antipodes to Esther, fair hair, where he had seen black slenderness, where he had admired a powerful frame, a soft English evening, where he had looked for the bright sun of Arabia. Heyday, where have you come from? Who are ya? What do you want? Cried the Englishwoman, pulling the bell which made no sound. The bells day are in Cottonvool, but hafe not any fear I shall go vey, said he. Dat is dirty tausend franc, I hafe tron in de vader. Are you dat mistress of Monsieur Lucien de Rubemper? Rather, my son, said the lady, who spoke French well, but vat vas, you, she went on, mimicking Nucingen's accent. Ein man vat is ver much took in, replied he lamentably. Is a man took in ven he finds a pretty woman? Asked she with a laugh. Permit me to send you tomorrow some jewels, as a souvenir of de Baron von Nucingen. Don't know him, said she, laughing like a crazy creature, but the jewels will be welcome, my fat burglar friend. You shall know him. Gut night, Matem, you are a tidbit for ein king, but I am only a poor banker, more dan 60-year-old, and you hafe made me feel vat power the woman I loaf hafe over me, since your diffin beauty hafe not make me forget her. Vel dat is ver pretty vat you say, replied the Englishwoman. It is not so pretty vat she is, dat I say it too. You spoke of 30,000 francs to whom did you give them? To dat hussy, your maid. The Englishwoman called Europe, who was not far off. Oh, shrieked Europe, a man in Madame's room, and he is not Monsieur, how shocking. Did he give you 30,000 francs to let him in? No, Madame, for we are not worth it, the pair of us. And Europe set to screaming thief so determinedly that the banker made for the door in a fright, and Europe, tripping him up, rolled him down the stairs. Old wretch, cried she, you would tell tales to my mistress. Thief, thief, stop thief. The enamored baron, in despair, succeeded in getting unhurt to his carriage which he had left on the boulevard, but he was now at his wits' end, as to whom to apply to. And pray, madame, did you think to get my earnings out of me? Said Europe, coming back like a fury to the lady's room. I know nothing of French customs, said the Englishwoman. But one word from me tomorrow to monsieur, and you, madame, would find yourself in the streets, retorted Europe insolently. Dat damn maid, said the baron to Georges, who naturally asked his master, if all had gone well, hafe do me out of dirty Toussaint Frank, but it vas my own fault, my own great fault. And so monsieur's dress was all wasted. The deuce is in it. I should advise you, monsieur le baron, not to have taken your tonic for nothing. Georges, I shall be dying of despair. I hafe cold, I hafe ice on main heart, no more of Esther, my good friend. Georges was always the baron's friend when matters were serious. 2 days after this scene, which Europe related far more amusingly than it can be written, because she told it with much mimicry, Carlos and Lucian were breakfasting tete-a-tete. My dear boy, neither the police nor anybody else must be allowed to poke a nose into our concerns, said Herrera in a low voice, as he lighted his cigar from Lucian's. It would not agree with us. I have hit on a plan daring, but effectual, to keep our baron and his agents quiet. You must go to see Madame de Serizy, and make yourself very agreeable to her. Tell her, in the course of conversation, that to oblige Rastignac, who has long been sick of Madame de Nucingen, you have consented to play fence for him to conceal a mistress. Monsieur de Nucingen, desperately in love with this woman Rastignac, keeps hidden. That will make her laugh. Has taken it into his head to set the police to keep an eye on you, who are innocent of all his tricks, and whose interest with the Grandlus may be seriously compromised. Then you must beg the Countess to secure her husband's support, for he is a minister of state, to carry you to the prefecture of police. When you have got there face to face with the prefect, make your complaint, but as a man of political consequence, who will sooner or later be one of the motor powers of the huge machine of government, you will speak of the police as a statesman should, admiring everything the prefect included. The very best machines make oil stains or splutter. Do not be angry till the right moment. You have no sort of grudge against Monsieur le Prefect, but persuade him to keep a sharp lookout on his people, and pity him for having to blow them up. The quieter and more gentlemanly you are, the more terrible will the Prefect be to his men. Then we shall be left in peace, and we may send for Esther back, for she must be belling like the does in the forest. The Prefect at that time was a retired magistrate. Retired magistrates make far too young prefects partisans of the right, riding the high horse on points of law. They are not light-handed in arbitrary action, such as critical circumstances often require cases in which the prefect should be as prompt as a fireman called to a conflagration. So face to face with the vice-president of the Council of State, the prefect confessed to more faults than the police really has deplored its abuses, and presently was able to recollect the visit paid to him by the Baron de Nucingen and his inquiries as to parrot. The prefect, while promising to check the rash zeal of his agents, thanked Lucian for having come straight to him, promised secrecy, and affected to understand the intrigue. A few fine speeches about personal liberty and the sacredness of home life were bandied between the prefect and the minister Monsieur de Serizy, observing in conclusion that though the high interests of the kingdom sometimes necessitated illegal action in secret crime, began when these state measures were applied to private cases. Next day, just as Parade was going to his beloved Café David, where he enjoyed watching the bourgeois eat, as an artist watches flowers, open, a gendarme, in private clothes, spoke to him in the street. I was going to fetch you, said he in his ear. I have orders to take you to the prefecture. Parade called a hackney cab, and got in without saying a single word, followed by the gendarme. The prefect treated Parade as though he were the lowest warder on the hulks, walking to and fro in a side path of the garden of the prefecture, which at that time was on the Quai des Orfèvres. It is not without good reason, monsieur, that since 1830 you have been kept out of office. Do not you know to what risk you expose us, not to mention yourself? The lecture ended in a thunderstroke. The prefect sternly informed poor Parade that not only would his yearly allowance be cut off, but that he himself would be narrowly watched. The old man took the shock with an air of perfect calm. Nothing can be more rigidly expressionless than a man struck by lightning. Parade had lost all his stake in the game. He had counted on getting an appointment, and he found himself bereft of everything but the alms bestowed by his friend Courtesan. "I have been the prefect of police myself. I think you perfectly right," said the old man quietly to the functionary who stood before him in his judicial majesty, and who answered with a significant shrug. "But allow me, without any attempt to justify myself, to point out that you do not know me at all." Parade went on with a keen glance at the prefect. "Your language is either too severe to a man who has been the head of the police in Holland, or not severe enough for a mere spy. But Monsieur le Prefect," Parade added after a pause while the other kept silence, "bear in mind what I now have the honor to telling you. I have no intention of interfering with your police, nor of attempting to justify myself. But you will presently discover that there is someone in this business who is being deceived at this moment. It is your humble servant and by you will say it was Roman 1. And he bowed to the chief, who sat passive to conceal his amazement. Parade returned home, his legs and arms feeling broken and full of cold fury with the Baron. Nobody but that burly banker could have betrayed a secret contained in the minds of Courtesan, Parade, and Courtesan. The old man accused the banker of wishing to avoid paying. Now that he had gained his end, a single interview had been enough to enable him to read the astuteness of this most astute of bankers. "He tries to compound with everyone, even with us. But I will be revenged," thought the old fellow. "I have never asked a favor of Courtesan. I will ask him now to help me to be revenged on that imbecile moneybox." Cursed the Baron. "Well, you will know the stuff I am made of one fine morning, when you find your daughter disgraced. But does he love his daughter, I wonder?" By the evening of the day when this catastrophe had upset the old man's hopes, he had aged by 10 years. As he talked to his friend Courtesan, he mingled his lamentations with tears wrung from him by the thought of the melancholy prospects he must bequeath to his daughter, his idol, his treasure, his peace offering to God. "We will follow the matter up," said Courtesan. "First of all we must be sure that it was the Baron who peached. Were we wise in enlisting Gondreville's support? That old rascal owes us too much not to be anxious to swamp us. Indeed, I am keeping an eye on his son-in-law Keller, a simpleton in politics, and quite capable of meddling in some conspiracy to overthrow the elder branch to the advantage of the younger. I shall know tomorrow what is going on at Nucingen's, whether he has seen his beloved, and to whom we owe this sharp pull-up. Do not be out of heart. In the first place, the prefect will not hold his appointment much longer. The times are big with revolution, and revolutions make good fishing for us." A peculiar whistle was just then heard in the street. "That is Courtesan," said Parade, who put a light in the window, "and he has something to say that concerns me." A minute later, the faithful Courtesan appeared in the presence of the two gnomes of the police, whom he revered as though they were two genii. "What is up?" asked Courtesan. "A new thing. I was coming out of 113, where I lost everything, when whom do I spy under the gallery? Georges. The man has been dismissed by the Baron, who suspects him of treachery." "That is the effect of a smile I gave him," said Parade. "Bah, when I think of all the mischief I have known caused by smiles," said Courtesan. "To say nothing of that caused by a whiplash," said Parade, referring to the Simus case in Une Ténébreuse affair. "But come, Courtesan, what is going on?" "This is what is going on," said Courtesan. "I made Georges blab, by getting him to treat me to an endless series of liqueurs of every color. I left him tipsy. I must be as full as a still myself. Our Baron has been to the Rue Tatebout, crammed with pastilles du Cerel. There he found the fair one you know of. Beauty. A good joke. The English beauty is not his fair unknown, and he has spent 30,000 francs to bribe the latest maid. A piece of folly. That creature thinks itself a great man, because it does mean things with great capital. Reverse the proposition, and you have the problem of which a man of genius is the solution." The Baron came home in a pitiable condition. Next day Georges, to get his finger in the pie, said to his master, "Why, Monsieur le Baron, do you employ such blackguards? If you would only trust to me, I would find the unknown lady, for your description of her is enough. I shall turn Paris upside down." "Go ahead," says the Baron, "I shall reward you handsomely." Georges told me the whole story, with the most absurd details. Butman is born to be rained upon. Next day the Baron received an anonymous letter, something to this effect: "Monsieur de Nucingen is dying of love for an unknown lady. He has already spent a great deal utterly in vain. If you will repair at midnight to the end of the Neuilly Bridge, and get into the carriage, behind which the chasseur he saw at Vincennes will be standing allowing himself to be blindfolded. He will see the woman he loves as his wealth may lead him to suspect the intentions of persons who proceed in such a fashion. He may bring as an escort his faithful Georges. And there will be nobody in the carriage off. The Baron goes taking Georges with him, but telling him nothing. They both submit to have their eyes bound up, and their heads wrapped in veils. The Baron recognizes the manservant. 2 hours later, the carriage going at the pace of Louis Roman 18. God rest his soul, he knew what was meant by the police. He did pulled up in the middle of a wood. The Baron had the handkerchief off and saw in a carriage, standing still, his adored fair one. Whiff she vanished, and the carriage at the same lively pace brought him back to the Neuilly Bridge, where he found his own. Someone had slipped into George's hand a note to this effect: how many banknotes will the Baron part with to be put into communication with his unknown fair? Georges handed this to his master, and the Baron, never doubting that Georges was in collusion with me, or with you, Monsieur Perret, to drive a hard bargain, turned him out of the house. What a fool that banker is! He ought not to have sent away Georges before he had known the unknown. Then Georges saw the woman, said Corentin. Yes, replied Courtesan. Well, cried Perret, and what is she like? Oh, said Courtesan, he said but one word: a son of loveliness. We are being tricked by some rascals who beat us at the game, said Perret. Those villains mean to sell their woman very dear to the Baron. Ja, mein Herr, said Courtesan, and so when I heard you got slapped in the face at the prefecture, I made Georges blab. I should like very much to know who it is that has stolen a march on me, said Perret. We would measure our spurs. We must play eavesdropper, said Courtesan. He is right, said Perret. We must get into chinks to listen and wait. We will study that side of the subject, cried Corentin. For the present I am out of work. You, Perret, be a very good boy. We must always obey Monsieur le Préfet. Monsieur de Nucingen wants bleeding, said Courtesan. He has too many banknotes in his veins. But it was Liddy's marriage portion. I looked for there, said Perret in a whisper to Corentin. Now come along, Courtesan. Let us be off, and leave our daddy to bye. Monsieur, said Courtesan to Corentin on the doorstep. What a queer piece of brokerage our good friend was planning. What, marry a daughter with the price of aha, it would make a pretty little play, and very moral too, entitled A Girl's Dower. You are highly organized animals, indeed, replied Corentin. What ears you have! Certainly social nature arms all her species with the qualities needed for the duties she expects of them. Society is second nature. That is a highly philosophical view to take, cried Courtesan. A professor would work it up into a system. Let us find out all we can, replied Corentin with a smile, as he made his way down the street with the spy, as to what goes on at Monsieur de Nucingen's. With regard to this girl, main facts, never mind the details. Just watch to see if his chimneys are smoking, said Courtesan. Such a man as the Baron de Nucingen cannot be happy incognito, replied Corentin, and besides, we for whom men are but cards ought never to be tricked by them. By gad, it would be the condemned jailbird amusing himself by cutting the executioner's throat. You always have something droll to say, replied Corentin, with a dim smile that faintly wrinkled his set white face. This business was exceedingly important in itself, apart from its consequences. If it were not the Baron who had betrayed Perret, who could have had any interest in seeing the Préfet of Police from Corentin's point of view, it seemed suspicious were there any traitors among his men. And as he went to bed, he wondered what Perret too was considering. Who can have gone to complain to the Préfet? Whom does the woman belong to? And thus, without knowing each other, Jacques Collin, Perret, and Corentin were converging to a common point, while the unhappy Esther Nucingen and Lucien were inevitably entangled in the struggle which had already begun, and of which the point of pride peculiar to police agents was making a war to the death. Thanks to Europe's cleverness, the more pressing half of the 60,000 francs of debt owed by Esther and Lucien was paid off. The creditors did not even lose confidence. Lucien and his evil genius could breathe for a moment. Like some pool, they could start again, along the edge of the precipice, where the strong man was guiding the weak man to the gibbet, or to fortune. We are staking now, said Carlos to his puppet, to win or lose all, but happily the cards are beveled, and the punters young. For some time, Lucien, by his terrible mentor's orders, had been very attentive to Madame de Serizy. It was in fact indispensable that Lucien should not be suspected of having kept a woman for his mistress, and in the pleasure of being loved and the excitement of fashionable life, he found a spurious power of forgetting. He obeyed Mademoiselle Clotilde de Grandlieu by never seeing her excepting in the Bois or the Champs-Élysées. On the day after Esther was shut up in the parkeeper's house, the being who was to her so enigmatic and terrible who weighed upon her soul, came to desire her to sign 3 pieces of stamped paper, made terrible by these fateful words, on the first accepted payable, for 60,000 francs on the second accepted payable, for 120,000 francs on the third accepted payable, for 120,000 francs 300,000 francs, in all by writing bon pour you, simply promise to pay the word accepted, constitutes a bill of exchange, and makes you liable to imprisonment the word entails on the person who is so imprudent as to sign the risk of 5 years' imprisonment a punishment, which the police magistrate hardly ever inflicts, and which is reserved at the assizes for confirmed rogues. The law of imprisonment for debt is a relic of the days of barbarism, which combines with its stupidity the rare merit of being useless inasmuch as it never catches swindlers. The point, said the Spaniard to Esther, is to get Lucien out of his difficulties. We have debts to the tune of 60,000 francs, and with these 300,000 francs we may perhaps pull through. Having antedated the bills by 6 months, Carlos had had them drawn on Esther by a man whom the county court had misunderstood, and whose adventures, in spite of the excitement they had caused, were soon forgotten, hidden, lost in the uproar of the Great Symphony of July 1830. This young fellow, a most audacious adventurer, the son of a lawyer's clerk of Boulogne near Paris, was named Georges Marie de Stourny. His father, obliged by adverse circumstances to sell his connection, died in 1824, leaving his son without the means of living. After giving him a brilliant education, the folly of the lower middle class, at 23, the clever young law student had denied his paternity by printing on his cards, Georges d'Estourny. This card gave him an odor of aristocracy, and now as a man of fashion he was so impudent as to set up a tilbury and a groom, and haunt the clubs. One line will account for this: he gambled on the bourse with the money entrusted to him by the kept women of his acquaintance. Finally, he fell into the hands of the police, and was charged with playing at cards with too much luck. He had accomplices, youths whom he had corrupted, his compulsory satellites accessory to his fashion, and his credit compelled to fly. He forgot to pay his differences on the bourse, all Paris of the stock exchange, and clubs was still shaken by this double stroke of swindling. In the days of his splendor, Georges d'Estourny, a handsome youth, and above all a jolly fellow as generous as a brigand chief, had for a few months protected La Tourpille. The false abbe based his calculations on Esther's former intimacy with this famous scoundrel, an incident peculiar to women of her class. Georges d'Estourny, whose ambition grew bolder with success, had taken under his patronage a man who had come from the depths of the country to carry on a business in Paris, and whom the Liberal party were anxious to indemnify for certain sentences, endured with much courage, in the struggle of the press with Charles Roman X's government. The persecution being relaxed, however, during the Martignac administration, the Sieur Cerizet had then been pardoned, and he was henceforth known as the brave Cerizet. Cerizet, then being patronized for form's sake by the bigwigs of the left, founded a house which combined the business of a general agency with that of a bank and a commission agency. It was one of those concerns which in business remind one of the servants who advertise in the papers as being able and willing to do everything. Cerizet was very glad to ally himself with Georges d'Estourny, who gave him hints. Esther, in virtue of the anecdote about Nanon, might be regarded as the faithful guardian of part of Georges d'Estourny's fortune. An endorsement in the name of Georges d'Estourny made Carlos Herrera master of the money he had created. This forgery was perfectly safe so long as Mademoiselle Esther, or someone for her, could or was bound to pay. After making inquiries as to the house of Cerizet, Carlos perceived that he had to do with one of those humble men who are bent on making a fortune. But luckily Cerizet, with whom d'Estourny had really deposited his moneys, had in hand a considerable sum with which he was speculating for a rise on the bourse, a state of affairs which allowed him to style himself a banker. Such things are done in Paris. A man may be despised, but money never. Carlos went off to Cerizet, intending to work him after his manner, for as it happened, he was master of all this worthy's secrets, a meet partner for d'Estourny. Cerizet the brave lived in an entresol in the Rue du Gros Chenet, and Carlos, who had himself mysteriously announced as coming from Georges d'Estourny, found the self-styled banker quite pale at the name. The abbe saw in this humble private room a little man with thin light hair, and recognized him at once from Lucian's description as the Judas who had ruined David Setchard. "Can we talk here without risk of being overheard?" said the Spaniard, now metamorphosed into a red-haired Englishman with blue spectacles as clean and prim as a Puritan going to meeting. "Why, monsieur," said Cerizet, "who are you?" "Mr. William Barker, a creditor of Roman 1000 D. Esternes, and I can prove to you the necessity for keeping your doors closed. If you wish it, we know, monsieur, all about your connections with the Petits, Claudes the Quintets, and the Setchards of Angoulême." On hearing these words, Cerizet rushed to the door and shut it, flew to another leading into a bedroom, and bolted it. Then he said to the stranger, "Speak lower, monsieur," and he studied the sham Englishman as he asked him, "What do you want with me?" "Dear me," said William Barker, "everyone for himself in this world. You had the money of that rascal d'Esterny, be quite easy, I have not come to ask for it. But that scoundrel who deserves hanging between you and me gave me these bills saying that there might be some chance of recovering the money, and as I do not choose to prosecute in my own name, he told me you would not refuse to back them." Cerizet looked at the bills. "But he is no longer at Frankfurt," said he. "I know it," replied Barker, "but he may still have been there at the date of those bills." "I will not take the responsibility," said Cerizet. "I do not ask such a sacrifice of you," replied Barker. "You may be instructed to receive them, endorse them, and I will undertake to recover the money." "I am surprised that d'Esterny should show so little confidence in me," said Cerizet. "In his position," replied Barker, "you can hardly blame him for having put his eggs in different baskets." "Can you believe," the little broker began, as he handed back to the Englishman the bills of exchange formally accepted. "I believe that you will take good care of his money," said Barker. "I am sure of it. It is already on the green table of the bourse. My fortune depends on your appearing to lose it," said Barker. "Sir," cried Cerizet. "Look here, my dear Monsieur Cerizet," said Barker, coolly interrupting him, "you will do me a service. By facilitating this payment, be so good as to write me a letter, in which you tell me that you are sending me these bills receipted on d'Esterny's account, and that the collecting officer is to regard the holder of the letter as the possessor of the 3 bills. Will you give me your name?" "No names," replied the English capitalist, "put the bearer of this letter, and these bills you will be handsomely repaid for obliging me." "How?" said Cerizet. "In one word, you mean to stay in France, do not you?" "Yes, monsieur." "Well, Georges d'Esterny will never re-enter the country." "Pray, why?" "There are 5 persons at least to my knowledge who would murder him, and he knows it." "Then no wonder he is asking me for money enough to start him trading to the Indies," cried Cerizet. "And unfortunately, he has compelled me to risk everything in state speculation. We already owe heavy differences to the House of Du Tillet. I live from hand to mouth." "Withdraw your stakes." "Oh, if only I had known this sooner," exclaimed Cerizet. "I have missed my chance." "One last word," said Barker. "Keep your own counsel, you are capable of that, but you must be faithful too, which is perhaps less certain. We shall meet again, and I will help you to make a fortune." Having tossed this sordid soul a crumb of hope that would secure silence for some time to come, Carlos still disguised, as Barker betook himself to a bailiff whom he could depend on, and instructed him to get the bills brought home to Esther. "They will be paid all right," said he to the officer. "It is an affair of honor, only we want to do the thing regularly." Barker got a solicitor to represent Esther in court, so that judgment might be given in presence of both parties. The collecting officer, who was begged to act with civility, took with him all the warrants for procedure, and came in person to seize the furniture in the Rue Tatebout, where he was received by Europe. Her personal liability once proved, Esther was ostensibly liable beyond dispute for 300 and more thousand francs of debts. In all this, Carlos displayed no great powers of invention. The farce of false debts is often played in Paris. There are many sub-gobsecs and sub-gigonnets who for a percentage will lend themselves to this subterfuge, and regard the infamous trick as a jest in France. Everything of a crime is done with a laugh. By this means, refractory parents are made to pay, or rich mistresses who might drive a hard bargain, but who face to face with flagrant necessity or some impending dishonor pay up. If with a bad grace Maxime de Trailles had often used such means, borrowed from the comedies of the old stage Carlos Herrera, who wanted to save the honor of his gown, as well as Lucian's had worked the spell by a forgery not dangerous for him, but now so frequently practiced, that justice is beginning to object. There is, it is said, a bourse for falsified bills near the Palais Royal, where you may get a forged signature for 3 francs. Before entering on the question of the 100,000 crowns that were to keep the door of the bedroom, Carlos determined, first to extract 100,000 more from Roman 1,000 de Nucingen. And this was the way by his orders Assai got herself up for the Baron's benefit, as an old woman, fully informed as to the unknown beauty's affairs. Hitherto novelists of manners have placed on the stage a great many usurers, but the female moneylender has been overlooked. The Madame la Ressource of the present day, a very singular figure, euphemistically spoken of as a wardrobe purchaser, a part that the ferocious Assai could play, for she had 2 old clothes shops managed by women she could trust, one in the Temple, and the other in the Rue Neuve Saint-Marc. "You must get into the skin of Madame de Saint-Esteve," said he. Herrera wished to see Assai dressed. The go-between arrived in a dress of flowered damask made of the curtains of some dismantled boudoir, and one of those shawls of Indian designout of date worn and valueless, which end their career on the backs of these women. She had a collar of magnificent lace though torn, and a terrible bonnet. But her shoes were of fine kid, in which the flesh of her fat feet made a roll of black lace stocking. "And my waist buckle," she exclaimed, displaying a piece of suspicious-looking finery prominent on her cook's stomach. "There's style for you, and my fronto, Mame Nourrison, has turned me out quite spiff." "Be as sweet as honey at first," said Carlos, "be almost timid, as suspicious as a cat, and above all make the Baron ashamed of having employed the police, without betraying that you quake before the constable. Finally make your customer understand, in more or less plain terms, that you defy all the police in the world to discover his jewel. Take care to destroy your traces. When the Baron gives you a right to tap him on the stomach and call him a pot-bellied old rip, you may be as insolent as you please, and make him trot like a footman." Nucingen threatened by Assai with never seeing her again if he attempted the smallest espionagement. The woman on his way to the Bourse in secret, in a wretched entresol, in the Rue Neuve Saint-Marc. How often, and with what rapture have amorous millionaires trodden these squalid paths, the pavements of Paris. No, Madame de Saint-Esteve, by tossing the Baron from hope to despair by turns, brought him to the point when he insisted on being informed of all that related to the unknown beauty at any cost. Meanwhile, the law was put in force, and with such effect that the bailiffs, finding no resistance from Esther, put in an execution on her effects, without losing a day. Lucien, guided by his adviser, paid the recluse at Saint-Germain 5 or 6 visits. The merciless author of all these machinations thought this necessary to save Esther from pining to death, for her beauty was now their capital. When the time came for them to quit the parkeeper's lodge, he took Lucien and the poor girl to a place on the road, whence they could see Paris, where no one could overhear them. They all 3 sat down in the rising sun, on the trunk of a felled poplar, looking over one of the finest prospects in the world, embracing the course of the Seine, with Montmartre, Paris, and Saint-Denis. "My children," said Carlos, "your dream is over. You little one will never see Lucien again, or if you should, you must have known him only for a few days 5 years ago." "Death has come upon me," then said she without shedding a tear. "Well, you have been ill these 5 years," said Herrera. "Imagine yourself to be consumptive, and die without boring us with your lamentations. But you will see you can still live, and very comfortably. To leave us, Lucien, go and gather sonnets," said he, pointing to a field a little way off. Lucien cast a look of humble entreaty at Esther, one of the looks peculiar to such men, weak and greedy, with tender hearts and cowardly spirits. Esther answered with a bow of her head, which said, "I will hear the executioner, that I may know how to lay my head under the axe, and I shall have courage enough to die decently." The gesture was so gracious, but so full of dreadful meaning, that the poet wept. Esther flew to him, clasped him in her arms, drank away the tears, and said, "Be quite easy," one of those speeches that are spoken with the manner, the look, the tones of delirium. Carlos then explained to her quite clearly, without attenuation, often with horrible plainness of speech, the critical position in which Lucien found himself, his connection with the Hotel Grandlieu, his splendid prospects, if he should succeed, and finally how necessary it was that Esther should sacrifice herself to secure him this triumphant future. "What must I do?" cried she, with the eagerness of a fanatic. "Obey me blindly," said Carlos, "and what have you to complain of? It rests with you to achieve a happy lot. You may be what Tullia is, what your old friends Florine Mariette and Laval noble heiress, mistress of a rich man whom you need not love. When once our business is settled, your lover is rich enough to make you happy." "Happy," said she, raising her eyes to heaven. You have lived in paradise for 4 years, said he. Can you not live on such memories? I will obey you, said she, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. For the rest, do not worry yourself. You have said it, my love is a mortal disease. That is not enough, said Carlos. You must preserve your looks at a little past 22. You are in the prime of your beauty, thanks to your past happiness. And above all, be the torpil again. Be roguish, extravagant, cunning, merciless to the millionaire. I put in your power, listen to me. That man is a robber on a grand scale. He has been ruthless to many persons. He has grown fat on the fortunes of the widow, and the orphan. You will avenge them. Asai is coming to fetch you in a hackney coach, and you will be in Paris this evening. If you allow anyone to suspect your connection with Lucien, you may as well blow his brains out at once. You will be asked where you have been for so long. You must say that you have been traveling with a desperately jealous Englishman. You used to have wit enough to humbug people. Find such wit again now. Have you ever seen a gorgeous kite, the giant butterfly of childhood, twinkling with gilding and soaring to the sky? The children forget the string that holds it. Some passerby cuts it. The gaudy toy turns head over heels, as the boys say, and falls with terrific rapidity. Such was Esther as she listened to Carlos. What love costs an old man. For a whole week, Nucingen went almost every day to the shop in the Rue Neuve Saint-Marc to bargain for the woman he was in love with here, sometimes under the name of Saint Esteve, sometimes under that of her tool Madame Nourrisson. Asai sat enthroned among beautiful clothes in that hideous condition, when they have ceased to be dresses, and are not yet rags. The setting was in harmony with the appearance assumed by the woman, for these shops are among the most hideous characteristics of Paris. You find there the garments tossed aside by the skinny hand of death. You hear, as it were, the gasping of consumption under a shawl, or you detect the agonies of beggary under a gown spangled with gold. The horrible struggle between luxury and starvation is written on filmy laces. You may picture the countenance of a queen under a plumed turban, placed in an attitude that recalls and almost reproduces the absent features. It is all hideous amid prettiness. Juveniles lash in the hands of the appraiser, scatters the shabby muffs, the ragged furs of courtesans at bay. There is a dunghill of flowers, among which here and there we find a bright rose plucked but yesterday and worn for a day. And on this an old hag is always to be seen crouching, first cousin to usury, the skinflint bargainer, bald and toothless, and ever ready to sell the contents. So well is she used to sell the covering gown without the woman, or the woman without the gown. Here Asai was in her element, like the warder among convicts, like a vulture, red-beaked, amid corpses more terrible than the savage horrors that made the passerby shudder in astonishment, sometimes, at seeing one of their youngest and sweetest reminiscences hung up in a dirty shop window, behind which a Saint Esteve sits and grins. From vexation to vexation, 1,000 francs at a time, the banker had gone so far as to offer 60,000 francs to Madame de Saint Esteve, who still refused to help him, with a grimace that would have outdone any monkey after a disturbed night. After confessing to himself that Esther completely upset his ideas, after realizing some unexpected turns of fortune on the bourse, he came to her one day, intending to give the 100,000 francs on which Asai insisted, but he was determined to have plenty of information for the money. Well, have you made up your mind, old higgler? Said Asai, clapping him on the shoulder. The most dishonoring familiarity is the first tax these women levy on the frantic passions or griefs that are confided to them. They never rise to the level of their clients. They make them seem squat beside them on their mud heap. Asai, it will be seen, obeyed her master admirably. Need must, said Nucingen. And you have the best of the bargain, said Asai. Women have been sold much dearer than this one to you. Relatively speaking, there are women and women. De Marseille paid 60,000 francs for Coralie, who is dead now. The woman you want cost 100,000 francs when new, but to you, you old goat, it is a matter of agreement. But where is she? Ah, you shall see. I am like you. A gift for a gift, oh my good man. Your adored one has been extravagant. These girls know no moderation. Your princess is at this moment what we call a fly by night. A fly. Come, come, don't play the simpleton. Louchard is at her heels, and I have lent her 50,000 francs. 25, say, cried the banker. Well, of course, 25 for 50, that is only natural, replied Asai. To do the woman justice, she is honesty itself. She had nothing left but herself. And says she to me, my good madame, Saint Esteve, the bailiffs are after me, no one can help me. But you give me 20,000 francs, I will pledge my heart to you. Oh, she has a sweet heart, no one but me knows where it lies any folly on my part, and I should lose my 20,000 francs. Formerly, she lived in the Rue Tatebout. Before leaving, her furniture was seized for costs. Those rascally bailiffs, you know them, you, who are one of the great men on the Bourse. Before leaving, she is no fool. She let her rooms for 2 months to an Englishwoman, a splendid creature who had a little thingummy Rubempré for a lover, and he was so jealous that he only let her go out at night. But as the furniture is to be seized, the Englishwoman has cut her stick all the more, because she cost too much for a little whippersnapper like Lucien. You cry up de goots, said Nucingen. Naturally, said Assai, I lend to the beauties, and it pays, for you get 2 commissions for 1 job. Assai was amusing herself by caricaturing the manners of a class of women who are even greedier but more wheedling and mealy-mouthed than the Malay woman, and who put a gloss of the best motives on the trade. They ply. Assai affected to have lost all her illusions, 5 lovers and some children, and to have submitted to be robbed by everybody in spite of her experience. From time to time, she exhibited some pontificates to prove how much bad luck there was in her line of business. She represented herself as pinched and in debt, and to crown all, she was so undisguisedly hideous that the Baron at last believed her to be all she said she was. Vel den, I shall pay the 100,000 and veer, shall I see her, said he with the air of a man who has made up his mind to any sacrifice. My fat friend, you shall come this eveningen, your carriage of course opposite the gymnase. It is on the way, said Assai. Stop at the corner of the Rue Saint-Barbe. I will be on the lookout, and we will go and find my mortgaged beauty with the black harrow. She has splendid hair, has my mortgage. If she pulls out her comb, Esther is covered as if it were a pall. But though you are knowing in arithmetic, you strike me as a muff in other matters. And I advise you to hide the girl safely, for if she is found, she will be clapped into St. Pelagie the very next day, and they are looking for her. Shall it not be possible to get hold of de bills, said the incorrigible billbroker. The bailiffs have got them, but it is impossible. The girl has had a passion, and has spent some money left in her hands, which she is now called upon to pay by the pokra. Queer thing is a heart of 2 and 20. Vergoot, I shall arrange all dat, said Nucingen, assuming a cunning look. It is quite settled dat I shall protect her. Well, old noodle, it is your business to make her fall in love with you, and you certainly have ample means to buy sham love as good as the real article. I will place your princess in your keeping. She is bound to stick to you. And after that, I don't care, but she is accustomed to luxury. And the greatest consideration, I tell you, my boy, she is quite the lady. If not, should I have given her 20,000 francs? Vergoot, it is a pargain till dis effening. The Baron repeated the bridal toilet he had already once achieved, but this time, being certain of success, he took a double dose of pilules. At 9 o'clock, he found the dreadful woman at the appointed spot, and took her into his carriage. Vierte, said the Baron. Where echoed Assai, Rue de la Perle, in the Marison address, for the nonce for your pearl, is in the mud, but you will wash her clean. Having reached the spot, the false Madame de Saint-Estève said to Nucingen with a hideous smile, We must go a short way on foot. I am not such a fool as to have given you the right address. You think of efforting, said the Baron. It is my business, said she. Assai led Nucingen to the Rue Barbette, where in furnished lodgings kept by an upholsterer, he was led up to the 4th floor. On finding Esther in a squalid room dressed as a workwoman, and employed on some embroidery, the millionaire turned pale. At the end of a quarter of an hour, while Assai affected to talk in whispers to Esther, the young old man could hardly speak. Montemissel, said he at length to the unhappy girl, Vil, you be so goot as to let me be your protector. Why, I cannot help myself, monsieur, replied Esther, letting fall 2 large tears. Do not weep, I shall make you the happiest of women, only permit that I shall laugh, you shall see. Well, child, the gentleman is reasonable, said Assai. He knows that he is more than 60, and he will be very kind to you. You see, my beauty, I have found you quite a father. I had to say so, Assai whispered to the banker, who was not best pleased. You cannot catch swallows by firing a pistol at them. Come here, she went on, leading Nucingen into the adjoining room. You remember our bargain, my angel. Nucingen took out his pocketbook and counted out the 100,000 francs, which Carlos, hidden in a cupboard, was impatiently waiting for, and which the cook handed over to him. Here are the 100,000 francs, our man stakes on Assai now. We must make him lay on Europe, said Carlos to his confidant when they were on the landing. And he vanished after giving his instruction to the Malay, who went back into the room. She found Esther weeping bitterly, the poor girl, like a criminal condemned to death, had woven a romance of hope, and the fatal hour had tolled. "My dear children," said a sigh, "where do you mean to go for the Baron de Nucingen?" Esther looked at the great banker, with a start of surprise that was admirably acted. "Ja, mein Kind, I am dat Baron von Nucingen." The Baron de Nucingen must not cannot remain in such a room, as this a sigh went on. "Listen to me, your former maid Eugenie." "Eugenie from the Rue Taitbout," cried the Baron. "Just so, the woman placed in possession of the furniture," replied a sigh, "and who let the apartment to that handsome Englishwoman." "How I understand," said the Baron. "Madame's former waiting maid," a sigh went on, respectfully alluding to Esther, "will receive you very comfortably this evening, and the commercial police will never think of looking for her in her old rooms, which she left 3 months ago." First rate," cried the Baron, "and besides, I know de ce commercial police, and I know vat sorts shall make dem disappear." "You will find Eugenie a sharp customer," said a sigh. "I found her for Madame." "Ha, I know her," cried the millionaire, laughing. "She half fleeced me out of dirty Toussaint franc." Esther shuddered with horror, in a way that would have led a man of any feeling to trust her with his fortune. "Oh, dat vas mein own fault," the Baron said. "I vas seeking for you." And he related the incident that had arisen out of the letting of Esther's rooms to the Englishwoman. "There now you see, Madame Eugenie never told you all that," the sly thing said a sigh. "Still, Madame is used to the hussy," she added to the Baron. "Keep her on all the same." She drew Nucingen aside and said, "If you give Eugenie 500 francs a month, which will fill up her stocking finely, you can know everything that Madame does make her. The latest maid Eugenie will be all the more devoted to you, since she has already done you. Nothing attaches a woman to a man more than the fact that she has once fleeced him. But keep a tight rein on Eugenie. She will do any earthly thing for money. She is a dreadful creature." "And vat of you?" I said a sigh. "I make both ends meet." Nucingen, the astute financier, had a bandage over his eyes. He allowed himself to be led like a child. The sight of that spotless and adorable Esther wiping her eyes and pricking in the stitches of her embroidery as demurely as an innocent girl revived in the amorous old man the sensations he had experienced in the forest of Vincennes. He would have given her the key of his safe. He felt so young, his heart was so overflowing with adoration. He only waited till a sigh should be gone to throw himself at the feet of this Raphael's Madonna. This sudden blossoming of youth in the heart of a stockbroker of an old man is one of the social phenomena which must be left to physiology to account for, crushed under the burden of business, stifled under endless calculations, and the incessant anxieties of million-hunting young emotions, revive with their sublime illusions, sprout and flower like a forgotten cause, or a forgotten seed, whose effects, whose gorgeous bloom, are the sport of chance brought out by a late and sudden gleam of sunshine. The Baron, a clerk by the time he was 12 years old in the ancient house of Aldriger at Strasbourg, had never set foot in the world of sentiment. So there he stood in front of his idol, hearing in his brain 1,000 modes of speech, while none came to his lips, till at length he acted on the brutal promptings of desire that betrayed a man of 66. "Will you come to Rue Taitbout?" said he. "Wherever you please, monsieur," said Esther, rising. "Wherever I please," he echoed in rapture. "You are ein Angel from de sky, and I loaf you more as if I was a little man. Vile, I hate grey hairs." "You had better say white, for they are too fine a black to be only grey," said a sigh. "Get out, foul dealer in human flesh, you have got your moneys, do not slobber no more on dis flower of loaf," cried the banker, indemnifying himself by this violent abuse for all the insolence he had submitted to. "You old rip, I will pay you out for that speech," said a sigh, threatening the banker with a gesture worthy of the Hala, at which the Baron merely shrugged his shoulders between the lip of the pot. "And that of the guzzler there is often a viper, and you will find me there," she went on, furious at Nucingen's contempt. "Millionaires, whose money is guarded by the Bank of France, whose mansions are guarded by a squad of footmen, whose person in the streets is safe behind the rampart of a coach with swift English horses, fear no ill." So the Baron looked calmly at a sigh, as a man who had just given her 100,000 francs. This dignity had its effect. A sigh beat a retreat, growling down the stairs, in highly revolutionary language. She spoke of the guillotine. "What have you said to her?" asked the Madonna à la broderie, "for she is a good soul." "She hafe sold you, she hafe robbed you." "When we are beggared," said she, in a tone to rend the heart of a diplomate, "who has ever any money or consideration for us?" "Poor little ting," said Nucingen, "do not stop here ein moment longer." The Baron offered her his arm, he led her away just as she was, and put her into his carriage with more respect perhaps than he would have shown to the handsome Duchesse de Maufrigneuse. You shall have a fine carriage, de prettiest carriage in Paris, said Nucingen, as they drove along everything dat luxury. Shall be for you not any cuvine, shall be more rich dan vat you shall be respected like ein German Braut. I shall have you to be Friedu, not veep listen to me I loaf. You really truly mit de purest loaf, every tear of yours breaks my heart. Can one truly love a woman one has bought, said the poor girl in the sweetest tones. Joseph fast solt by his broders for dat, he was so comely dat is so into Bippel, and into Eastern lance men by dare wives. On arriving at the Rue Tatebout, Esther could not return to the scene of her happiness, without some pain. She remained sitting on a couch motionless, drying away her tears one by one, and never hearing a word of the crazy speeches poured out by the banker. He fell at her feet, and she let him kneel, without saying a word to him, allowing him to take her hands, as he would, and never thinking of the sex of the creature, who was rubbing her feet to warm them, for Nucingen found that they were cold. This scene of scalding tears shed on the Baron's head, and of ice-cold feet that he tried to warm, lasted from midnight till 2 in the morning. Eugenie, cried the Baron at last to Europe, persuade your Mrs. that she shall go to bed. No, cried Esther, starting to her feet like a scared horse, never in this house. Look her, monsieur, I know madame, she is as gentle and kind as a lamb, said Europe to the Baron, only, you must not rub her the wrong way, you must get at her sideways. She had been so miserable here, you see how worn the furniture is, let her go her own way. Furnish some pretty little house for her very nicely, perhaps, when she sees everything new about her, she will feel a stranger there, and think you better looking than you are, and be angelically sweet. Oh, madame has not her match, and you may boast of having done a very good stroke of business, a good heart, genteel manners, a fine instep, and a skin, a complexion, and witty enough to make a condemned wretch laugh. And madame can feel an attachment, and then how she can dress well, if it is costly still, as they say, you get your money's worth here. All the gowns were seized, everything she has is 3 months old, but madame is so kind, you see, that I love her, and she is my mistress, but in all justice such a woman as she is in the midst of furniture that has been seized, and for whom, for a young scamp who has ruined her, poor little thing, she is not at all herself. Esther, Esther, go to bed, my angel, if it is me vat fright you, I shall stay here on dis sofa, cried the Baron, fired by the purest devotion, as he saw that Esther was still weeping. Well then, said Esther, taking the lynx's hand, and kissing it with an impulse of gratitude which brought something very like a tear to his eye, I shall be grateful to you. And she fled into her room and locked it. Dara is something furry strange in all dat, thought Nucingen, excited by his pilules. Vat shall they say at home. He got up and looked out of the window. My carriage still is Dara, it shall soon be daylight. He walked up and down the room. Vat Montame de Nucingen should laugh at me ven, she should know how I have spent dis night. He applied his ear to the bedroom door, thinking himself rather too much of a simpleton. Esther. No reply. Mein Gott, and she is still weeping, said he to himself, as he stretched himself on the sofa. About 10 minutes after sunrise, the Baron de Nucingen, who was sleeping the uneasy slumbers that are snatched by compulsion in an awkward position on a couch, was aroused with a start by Europe, from one of those dreams that visit us in such moments, and of which the swift complications are a phenomenon inexplicable by medical physiology. "Oh God, help us, madame," she shrieked, "Madameth, soldiers, gendarmes, biliffs, they have come to take us." At the moment when Esther opened her door, and appeared hurriedly wrapped in her dressing gown, her bare feet, in slippers, her hair in disorder, lovely enough to bring the angel Raphael to perdition, the drawing-room door vomited into the room a gutter of human mire, that came on 10 feet towards the beautiful girl, who stood like an angel in some Flemish church picture. One man came foremost. Courtesan, the horrible Courtesan, laid his hand on Esther's dewy shoulder. "You are Mademoiselle Van," he began. Europe, by a backhanded slap on Courtesan's cheek, sent him sprawling to measure his length on the carpet, and with all the more effect, because at the same time, she caught his leg with the sharp kick known to those who practice the art as a coup de savate. "Hands off," cried she, "no one shall touch my mistress." "She has broken my leg," yelled Courtesan, picking himself up. "I will have damages." From the group of bumbiliffs, looking like what they were all standing with their horrible hats on their yet more horrible heads, with mahogany-colored faces, and bleared eyes, damaged noses, and hideous mouths, louchered now stepped forth more decently dressed than his men, but keeping his hat on, his expression at once smooth-faced and smiling. "Mademoiselle, I arrest you," said he to Esther. "As for you, my girl," he added to Europe, "any resistance will be punished and perfectly useless." The noise of muskets let down with a thud of their stocks on the floor of the dining-room, showing that the invaders had soldiers to bake them, gave emphasis to this speech. "And what am I arrested for?" said Esther. "What about our little debts?" said Louchard. "To be sure," cried Esther, "give me leave to dress." "But unfortunately, mademoiselle, I am obliged to make sure that you have no way of getting out of your room," said Louchard. All this passed so quickly that the Baron had not yet had time to intervene. "Well, and am I still a foul dealer in human flesh, Baron de Nucingen?" cried the hideous Assai, forcing her way past the sheriff's officers to the couch, where she pretended to have just discovered the banker. "Contemptible wretch!" exclaimed Nucingen, drawing himself up in financial majesty. He placed himself between Esther and Louchard, who took off his hat, as Courtesan cried out, "Monsieur le Baron de Nucingen." At a signal from Louchard, the bailiffs vanished from the room, respectfully taking their hats off. Courtesan alone was left. "Do you propose to pay, Monsieur le Baron?" asked he, hat in hand. "I shall pay," said the banker, "but I must know what this is all about." 312,000 francs, and some centimes costs paid, but the charges for the arrest not included. 300,000 francs, cried the Baron. "Dat is a furry expensive vaking for a man that has passed the night on a sofa," he added in Europe's ear. "Is that man really the Baron de Nucingen?" asked Europe to Louchard, giving weight to the doubt by a gesture which Mademoiselle Dupont, the low comedy servant of the Franchise, might have envied. "Yes, mademoiselle," said Louchard. "Yes," replied Courtesan. "I shall be answerable," said the Baron, piqued in his honor by Europe's doubt. "You shall allow me to say ein Wort to her." Esther and her elderly lover retired to the bedroom. Louchard, finding it necessary to apply his ear to the keyhole. "I loaf you more as my life, Esther, but vi jife to your creditors' moneys, which shall be so much better in your pocket. Go into prison. I shall undertake to buy up dose 100,000 crowns for 100,000 francs, and so you shall have 200,000 francs for you." "That scheme is perfectly useless," cried Louchard through the door. "The creditor is not in love with Mademoiselle not, he, you understand, and he means to have more than all now he knows that you are in love with her." "You damn sneak," cried Nucingen, opening the door and dragging Louchard into the bedroom. "You know not dat vat you talk about. I shall jife you yourself 20% if you make the job." "Impossible, Roman 1000 le Baron." "What, monsieur, you could have the heart to let my mistress go to prison," said Europe, intervening. "But take my wages, my savings, take them, madame. I have 40,000 francs. "Ah, my good girl, I did not really know you," cried Esther, clasping Europe in her arms. Europe proceeded to melt into tears. "I shall pay," said the Baron piteously, as he drew out a pocket-book, from which he took one of the little printed forms which the Bank of France issues to bankers, on which they have only to write a sum in figures, and in words to make them available as checks to bearer. "It is not worth the trouble, Monsieur le Baron," said Louchard. "I have instructions not to accept payment in anything but coin of the realm, gold or silver. As it is you, I will take banknotes." "Der Teufel," cried the Baron. "Well, show me your papers." Courtesan handed him 3 packets, covered with blue paper, which the Baron took, looking at the man, and adding in an undertone, "It should have been a better day's vork for you ven you had jife me notice." "Why, how should I know you were here, Monsieur le Baron?" replied the spy, heedless whether Louchard heard him. "You lost my services by withdrawing your confidence. You are done," added this philosopher, shrugging his shoulders. "Quite true," said the Baron. "Ah, my chilt," he exclaimed, seeing the bills of exchange, and turning to Esther, "you are the victim of a thorough scoundrel, ein highway type." "Alas, yes," said poor Esther, "but he loved me truly." "Then I should have known, I should have made you to protest." "You are off your head, Monsieur le Baron," said Louchard. "There is a third endorsement." "Yes, Dara is a third endorsement," Sarazit, a man of the opposition. "Will you write an order on your cashier, Monsieur le Baron?" said Louchard. "I will send Courtesan to him, and dismiss my men. It is getting late, and everybody will know that." "Go den, Courtesan," said Nucingen. "My cashier lives at the corner of Rue des Mathurins and Rue de l'Arcate. Here is ein Wort for dat. He shall go to Du Tillet, or to de Kellers, in case v shall not have 100,000 francs for our cash." shall be at de bank get dress, my Anchel. He said to Esther, you are at liberty, and old vomans, he went on looking at Assai, are more dangerous as young vomans. I will go and give the creditor a good laugh, said Assai, and he will give me something for a treat today, we bear, no malice, Monsieur le Baron, added Saint Esteve with a horrible courtesy. Louchard took the bills out of the Baron's hands, and remained alone with him in the drawing-room with her. Half an hour later, the cashier came, followed by Courtesan. Esther then reappeared in a bewitching though improvised costume. When the money had been counted by Louchard, the Baron wished to examine the bills, but Esther snatched them with a cat-like grab, and carried them away to her desk. What will you give the rabble, said Courtesan to Nucingen. You have not shown much consideration, said the Baron. And what about my leg, cried Courtesan. Louchard, you shall jive 100 francs, to Courtesan out of the change of the 1000-franc note. De lady is a beauty, said the cashier to the Baron, as they left the Rue Taitbout, but she is costing you ver dear, Monsieur le Baron. Keep my cigarette, said the Baron, who had said the same to Courtesan and Louchard. Louchard went away with Courtesan, but on the boulevard Assai, who was looking out for him, stopped Louchard. The bailiff and the creditor are there in a cab, said she. They are thirsty, and there is money going. While Louchard counted out the cash, Courtesan studied the customers. He recognized Carlos by his eyes, and traced the form of his forehead, under the wig he shrewdly regarded as suspicious. He took the number of the cab, while seeming quite indifferent to what was going on Assai, and Europe puzzled him beyond measure. He thought that the Baron was the victim of excessively clever sharpers, all the more so because Louchard, when securing his services, had been singularly close, and besides the twist of Europe's foot, had not struck his shin only. A trick like that is learned at Saint Lazare, he had reflected as he got up. Carlos dismissed the bailiff, paying him liberally, and as he did so said to the driver of the cab to the Perrin Palais Royal. The rascal, thought Courtesan, as he heard the order, there is something up. Carlos drove to the Palais Royal at a pace which precluded all fear of pursuit. He made his way in his own fashion through the arcades, took another cab on the Place du Château d'Eau, and bid the man go to the Passage de l'Opéra, the end of the Rue Pinon. A quarter of an hour later, he was in the Rue Taitbout. On seeing him, Esther said, "Here are the fatal papers." Carlos took the bills, examined them, and then burned them in the kitchen fire. "We have done the trick," he said, showing her 310,000 francs, in a roll which he took out of the pocket of his coat. "This, and the 100,000 francs squeezed out by a sigh, set us free to act." Oh God," cried poor Esther. "But you idiot," said the ferocious swindler, "you have only to be ostensibly Nucingen's mistress, and you can always see Lucien. He is Nucingen's friend. I do not forbid your being madly in love with him." Esther saw a glimmer of light in her darkened life. She breathed once more. "Europe, my girl," said Carlos, leading the creature into a corner of the boudoir, where no one could overhear a word. "Europe, I am pleased with you." Europe held up her head, and looked at this man with an expression which so completely changed her faded features, that Assai, witnessing the interview, as she watched her from the door, wondered whether the interest by which Carlos held Europe might not perhaps be even stronger than that by which she herself was bound to him. "That is not all, my child. 400,000 francs are a mere nothing to me. Packard will give you an account for some plate, amounting to 30,000 francs, on which money has been paid on account. But our goldsmith Bidden has paid money for us. Our furniture seized by him will no doubt be advertised. Tomorrow go and see Bidden. He lives in the Rue de l'Arbre. Sec, he will give you Mont-Piet tickets for 10,000 francs. You understand?" Esther ordered the plate. She had not paid for it, and she put it up the spout. "She will be in danger of a little summons for swindling, so we must pay the goldsmith the 30,000 francs, and pay up 10,000 francs to the Mont-Piet, to get the plate back. 4 to 3,000 francs in all, including the costs. The silver is very much alloyed. The Baron will give her a new service, and we shall bone a few thousand francs. Out of that you had 2 years' account with the dressmaker." "Put it at 6,000 francs, replied Europe. "Well, if Madame Auguste wants to be paid, and keep our custom, tell her to make out a bill for 30,000 francs over 4 years. Make a similar arrangement with the milliner. The jeweler Samuel Frisch, the Jew in the Rue Saint-Avoy, will lend you some ponticates. We must owe him 25,000 francs, and we must want 6,000 for jewels pledged at the Mont-Piet. We will return the trinkets to the jeweler. Half the stones will be imitation, but the Baron will not examine them. In short, you will make him fork out another 150,000 francs, to add to our nest eggs within a week." "Madame might give me a little help," said Europe, tell her so, for she sits there mumchance, and obliges me to find more inventions than 3 authors for one piece. If Esther turns prudish, just let me know, said Carlos. Nucingen must give her a carriage and horses, she will have to choose, and buy everything herself, go to the horse dealer and the coachmaker, who are employed by the jobmaster, where Packard finds work. We shall get handsome horses, very dear, which will go lame within a month, and we shall have to change them. We might get 6,000 francs out of a perfumer's bill, said Europe. Oh, said he, shaking his head, we must go gently. Nucingen has only got his arm into the press, we must have his head. Besides all this, I must get 500,000 francs. You can get them, replied Europe. Madame will soften towards the fat fool for about 600,000, and insist on 400,000 more to love him truly. Listen to me, my child, said Carlos. The day when I get the last 100,000 francs, there shall be 20,000 for you. What good will they do me, said Europe, letting her arms drop, like a woman to whom life seems impossible. You could go back to Valenciennes, buy a good business, and set up as an honest woman if you chose. There are many tastes in human nature. Packard thinks of settling. Sometimes he has no encumbrances on his hands, and not much on his conscience. You might suit each other, replied Carlos. Go back to Valenciennes. What are you thinking of, monsieur? Cried Europe in alarm. Europe, who was born at Valenciennes, the child of very poor parents, had been sent at 7 years of age to a spinning factory, where the demands of modern industry had impaired her physical strength, just as vice had untimely depraved her. Corrupted at the age of 12, and a mother at 13, she found herself bound to the most degraded of human creatures. On the occasion of a murder case, she had been as a witness before the court, haunted at 16 by a remnant of rectitude, and the terror inspired by the law. Her evidence led to the prisoner being sentenced to 20 years of hard labor. The convict, one of those men who have been in the hands of justice more than once, and whose temper is apt at terrible revenge, had said to the girl in open court, in 10 years, as sure as you live. Prudence, Europe's name was Prudence Servian, I will return to be the death of you if I am scragged for it. The president of the court tried to reassure the girl by promising her the protection and the care of the law, but the poor child was so terror-stricken that she fell ill and was in hospital nearly a year. Justice is an abstract being represented by a collection of individuals who are incessantly changing, whose good intentions and memories are like themselves liable to many vicissitudes. Courts and tribunals can do nothing to hinder crimes. Their business is to deal with them. When done from this point of view, a preventive police would be a boon to a country. But the mere word police is in these days a bugbear to legislators who no longer can distinguish between the 3 words government, administration, and lawmaking. The legislator tends to centralize everything in the state, as if the state could act. The convict would be sure always to remember his victim, and to avenge himself when justice had ceased to think of either of them. Prudence, who instinctively appreciated the danger in a general sense, so to speak, left Valenciennes, and came to Paris at the age of 17 to hide there. She tried 4 trades, of which the most successful was that of a super at a minor theatre. She was picked up by Packard, and to him she told her woes. Packard, Jacques Collins' disciple and right-hand man, spoke of this girl to his master, and when the master needed a slave, he said to Prudence, if you will serve me as the devil must be served, I will rid you of Durat. Durat was the convict. The Damocles sword hung over Prudence Servian's head. But for these details, many critics would have thought Europe's attachment somewhat grotesque, and no one could have understood the startling announcement that Carlos had ready. Yes, my girl, you can go back to Valenciennes. Here, read this. And he held out to her yesterday's paper, pointing to this paragraph. Toulon, yesterday, Jean-François Durat was executed here early. In the morning, the garrison, etc. Prudence dropped the paper. Her legs gave way under the weight of her body. She lived again, for to use her own words, she never liked the taste of her food, since the day when Durat had threatened her. You see, I have kept my word. It has taken 4 years to bring Durat to the scaffold by leading him into a snare. Well, finish my job here, and you will find yourself at the head of a little country business in your native town, with 20,000 francs of your own, as Packard's wife, and I will allow him to be virtuous as a form of pension. Europe picked up the paper and read with greedy eyes, all the details of which for 20 years the papers have never been tired, as to the death of convicted criminals, the impressive scene, the chaplain who has always converted the victim, hardened criminal preaching to his fellow convicts the battery of guns, the convicts on their knees, and then the twaddle and reflections, which never lead to any change in the management of the prisons, where 1,800 crimes are herded. We must place Asai on the staff, once more, said Carlos. Asai came forward, not understanding Europe's pantomime. In bringing her back here as cook, you must begin by giving the Baron such a dinner, as he never ate in his life. He went on. Tell him that Asai has lost all her money at play, and has taken service once more. We shall not need an outdoor servant. Packard shall be coachman. Coachmen do not leave their box where they are safe out of the way, and he will run less risk from spies. Madame must turn him out in a powdered wig and a braided felt cocked hat that will alter his appearance. Besides, I will make him us. Are we going to have manservants in the house? Asked Asai with a leer. All honest folk, said Carlos. All softheads, retorted the mulatto. If the Baron takes a house, Packard has a friend who will suit as the lodge porter, said Carlos. Then we shall only need a footman and a kitchen maid, and you can surely keep an eye on 2 strangers. As Carlos was leaving, Packard made his appearance. Wait a little while, there are people in the street, said the man. This simple statement was alarming. Carlos went up to Europe's room and stayed there till Packard came to fetch him, having called a hackney cab that came into the courtyard. Carlos pulled down the blinds and was driven off at a pace that defied pursuit. Having reached the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, he got out at a short distance from a hackney coach, stand to which he went on foot, and thence returned to the Quai Malaquais, escaping all inquiry. Here, child, said he to Lucian, showing him 400 banknotes for 1,000 francs. Here is something on account for the purchase of the estates of Rubemper. We will risk 100,000 omnibuses. Have just been started. The Parisians will take to the novelty in 3 months. We shall have trebled our capital. I know the concern. They will pay splendid dividends, taken out of the capital, to put ahead on the Cherson. Old idea of Nucingens, revived. If we acquire the Rubemper land, we shall not have to pay on the nail. You must go and see des Lupeaulx, and beg him to give you a personal recommendation to a lawyer, named Desroches, a cunning dog whom you must call on at his office. Get him to go to Rubemper, and see how the land lies. Promise him a premium of 20,000 francs, if he manages to secure you 30,000 francs a year, by investing 800,000 francs in land, round the ruins of the old house. How you go on and on. I am always going on. This is no time for joking. You must then invest 100,000 crowns in treasury bonds, so as to lose no interest. You may safely leave it to Desroches. He is as honest as he is, knowing that being done. Get off to Angoulême, and persuade your sister and your brother-in-law to pledge themselves to a little fib in the way of business. Your relations are to have given you 600,000 francs to promote your marriage with Clotilde de Grandlieu. There is no disgrace in that. We are saved, cried Lucian, dazzled. You are, yes, replied Carlos, but even you are not safe till you walk out of St. Thomas d'Aquin with Clotilde as your wife. And what have you to fear? Said Lucian, apparently much concerned for his counselor. Some inquisitive souls are on my track. I must assume the manners of a genuine priest. It is most annoying. The devil will cease to protect me if he sees me with a breviary under my arm. At this moment, the Baron de Nucingen, who was leaning on his cashier's arm, reached the door of his mansion. I am ver much afraid, said he, as he went in, dat I have done a bat days vorkvel. We must make it up some oder vase. De misfortune is dat, you shall have been caught, mein Herr Baron, said the worthy German, whose whole care was for appearances. Ja, my missus and titter should be in a position vody of me, said this Louis Roman XIV of the counting house. Feeling sure that sooner or later Esther would be his, the Baron was now himself again a masterly financier. He resumed the management of his affairs, and with such effect that his cashier, finding him in his office room at 6 o'clock next morning, verifying his securities, rubbed his hands with satisfaction. Aha, mein Herr Baron, you shall have saved money last night, said he, with a half-cunning, half-loutish German grin. Though men who are as rich as the Baron de Nucingen have more opportunities than others for losing money, they also have more chances of making it, even when they indulge their follies. Though the financial policy of the House of Nucingen has been explained elsewhere, it may be as well to point out that such immense fortunes are not made, are not built up, are not increased, and are not retained in the midst of the commercial, political, and industrial revolutions of the present day, but at the cost of immense losses, or if you choose to view it so, of heavy taxes on private fortunes. Very little newly created wealth is thrown into the common treasury of the world. Every fresh accumulation represents some new inequality in the general distribution of wealth. What the state exacts it makes some return, but what a house like that of Newsingen takes it keeps. Such covert robbery escapes the law for the reason which would have made a Jacques Collin of Frederick the Great if instead of dealing with provinces by means of battles, he had dealt in smuggled goods or transferable securities. The high politics of money-making consist in forcing the states of Europe to issue loans at 20 or at 10%, in making that 20 or 10% by the use of public funds in squeezing industry on a vast scale, by buying up raw material, in throwing a rope to the first founder of a business, just to keep him above water till his drowned-out enterprise is safely landed. In short, in all the great battles for money-getting. The banker no doubt like the conqueror runs risks, but there are so few men in a position to wage this warfare that the sheep have no business to meddle. Such grand struggles are between the shepherds. Thus, as the defaulters are guilty of having wanted to win too much, very little sympathy is felt as a rule for the misfortunes brought about by the coalition of the Newsingens. If a speculator blows his brains out, if a stockbroker bolts, if a lawyer makes off with the fortune of 100 families, which is far worse than killing a man, if a banker is insolvent, all these catastrophes are forgotten in Paris in few months and buried under the oceanic surges of the great city. The colossal fortunes of Jacques Coeur, of the Medici, of the Angos, of Dieppe, of the Offredis, of La Rochelle, of the Fuggers, of the Tipelots, of the Corners, were honestly made long ago by the advantages they had over the ignorance of the people as to the sources of precious products. But nowadays geographical information has reached the masses and competition has so effectually limited the profits that every rapidly made fortune is the result of chance, or of a discovery, or of some legalized robbery. The lower grades of mercantile enterprise have retorted on the perfidious dealings of higher commerce, especially during the last 10 years by base adulteration of the raw material. Wherever chemistry is practiced, wine is no longer procurable. The vine industry is consequently waning. Manufactured salt is sold to avoid the excise. The tribunals are appalled by this universal dishonesty. In short, French trade is regarded with suspicion by the whole world, and England, too, is fast being demoralized. With us, the mischief has its origin in the political situation. The Charter proclaimed the reign of money and success has become the supreme consideration of an atheistic age. And indeed, the corruption of the higher ranks is infinitely more hideous, in spite of the dazzling display and specious arguments of wealth, than that ignoble and more personal corruption of the inferior classes, of which certain details lend a comic element. If you will to this drama, the government, always alarmed by a new idea, has banished these materials of modern comedy from the stage. The citizen class, less liberal than Louis Roman XIV, dreads the advent of its marriage to Figaro, forbids the appearance of a political Tartuffe, and certainly would not allow Turcaret to be represented, for Turcaret is king. Consequently, comedy has to be narrated, and a book is now the weaponless Swift, but no more sure that writers. In the course of this morning, amid the coming and going of callers' orders to be given and brief interviews making Newsingen's private office a sort of financial lobby, one of his stockbrokers announced to him the disappearance of a member of the company, one of the richest and cleverest. 2. Jacques Folleix, brother of Martin Folleix, and the successor of Jules Desmarets. Jacques Folleix was stockbroker in ordinary to the house of Newsingen, in concert with Du Tillet, and the Kellers. The Baron had plotted the ruin of this man in cold blood, as if it had been the killing of a Passover lamb. He could not have helped, replied the Baron quietly. Jacques Folleix had done them immense service in stock-jobbing during a crisis a few months, since he had saved the situation by acting boldly. But to look for gratitude from a money dealer is as vain as to try to touch the heart of the wolves of the Ukraine in winter. Poor fellow, said the stockbroker, he so little anticipated such a catastrophe that he had furnished a little house for his mistress in the Rue St. George's. He has spent 150,000 francs in decorations and furniture. He was so devoted to Madame du Val-Noble, the poor woman must give it all up, and nothing is paid for. Goot, thought Newsingen, dis is de very chance to make up for vat I have lost dis night he have paid for noting. He asked his informant. Why, said the stockbroker, where would you find a tradesman so ill-informed as to refuse credit to Jacques Folleix? There is a splendid cellar of wine. It would seem by the way the house is for sale, he meant to buy it. The lease is in his name. What a piece of folly! Plate, furniture, wine, carriage horses, everything will be valued in a lump. And what will the creditors get out of it? Come again tomorrow, said Nucingen, I shall have seen all dat. And if it is not a declared bankruptcy, if tings can be arranged and compromised, I shall tell you to offer some reasonable price for dat furniture, if I shall buy de lease. That can be managed, said his friend. If you go there this morning, you will find one of Follick's partners there, with the tradespeople who want to establish a first claim, but Laval Noble has their accounts made out to Follick's. The Baron sent off one of his clerks forthwith to his lawyer Jacques Follick's, had spoken to him about this house, which was worth 60,000 francs at most, and he wished to be put in possession of it at once, so as to avail himself of the privileges of the householder. The cashier, honest man, came to inquire whether his master had lost anything by Follick's bankruptcy. On de contraire, mein gut Wolfgang, I stand to win 100,000 francs. How vast dat? Vel I shall have de little house, vat dat poor Teufel Follick's should furnish for his missus this year. I shall have all dat for 50,000 franc to de creditors, and my notary Mater Cardot shall have my orders to buy de house for de landlord vant de money I knew dat. But I hat lost main head, ver soon my diffen Esther shall life, in a little palace I have been dera mit Follick's it, is close to hear it, shall fit me like a glove. Follick's failure required the Baron's presence at the Bourse, but he could not bear to leave his house in the Rue Saint-Lazare without going to the Rue Tatebout. He was already miserable at having been away from Esther for so many hours. He would have liked to keep her at his elbow. The profits he hoped to make out of his stockbroker's plunder made the former loss of 400,000 francs quite easy to endure. Delighted to announce to his Anshel that she was to move from the Rue Tatebout to the Rue St. George's, where she was to have ein little palace, where her memories would no longer rise up in antagonism to their happiness. The pavement felt elastic under his feet. He walked like a young man in a young man's dream, as he turned the corner of the Rue des Trois Frères in the middle of his dream. And of the road the Baron beheld Europe coming towards him looking very much upset. Where shall you go? He asked. Well, monsieur, I was on my way to you. You were quite right yesterday. I see now that poor Madame had better have gone to prison for a few days. But how should women understand money matters? When Madame's creditors heard that she had come home, they all came down upon us, like birds of prey. Last evening, at 7 o'clock Monsieur Men came, and stuck terrible posters up to announce a sale of furniture on Saturday, but that is nothing, Madame, who is all heart once upon a time, to oblige that wretch of a man you know. That wretch? Well, the man she was in love with, Esther knew well. He was charming, he was only a gambler. He gambled with beveled cards. Well, and what do you do at the Bourse, said Europe. But let me go on one day to hinder George's, as he said, from blowing out his brains. She pawned all her plate and her jewels, which had never been paid for. Now, on hearing that she had given something to one of her creditors, they came in a body, and made a scene. They threaten her with the police courtier Angel at that bar. Is it not enough to make a wig stand on end? She is bathed in tears, she talks of throwing herself into the river, and she will do it. If I shall go to see her, dat is goodbye to de Bourse, and it is impossible, but I shall go, for I shall make some money for her. You shall compose her, I shall pay her debts, I shall go to see her at 4 o'clock. But tell me, Eugenie, dat she shall loaf me a little. A little, a great deal. I tell you what, monsieur, nothing but generosity can win a woman's heart. You would no doubt have saved 100,000 francs, or so, by letting her go to prison. Well, you would never have won her heart. As she said to me, Eugenie, he has been noble, grand, has a great soul. She have said dat, Eugenie, cried the Baron. Yes, monsieur, to me myself. Heretic dis 10 louis. Thank you, but she is crying at this moment. She has been crying ever since yesterday, as much as a weeping Magdalene could have cried in 6 months. The woman you love is in despair. And for debts that are not even hers, O Menthe, devour women as women devour old Fogester. Day all is de same. She have pledged herself, vi no one shall ever pledge herself. Tell her dat she shall sign noting more, I shall pay, but if she shall sign something more, I. What will you do, said Europe with an air. Main God, I have no power over her. I shall take de management of her little affairs. Dara go to comfort her, and you shall say that in Einmont she shall live in a little palace. You have invested heavily, Monsieur le Baron, and for large interest in a woman's heart. I tell you look to me younger. I am but a waiting maid, but I have often seen such a change. It is happiness gives a certain glow. If you have spent a little money, do not let that worry you. You will see what a good return it will bring. And I said to Madame, I told her she would be the lowest of the low, a perfect hussy, if she did not love you, for you have picked her out of hell. When once she has nothing on her mind, you will see, between you and me, I may tell you that night, when she cried so much what is to be said, we value the esteem of the man who maintains you, and she did not dare tell you everything she wanted to fly. To fly, cried the Baron in dismay at the notion, but the bourse go vey, I shall not come in but tell her that I shall see her at her window, dat shall gife me courage. Esther smiled at Monsieur de Nucingen as he passed the house, and he went ponderously on his way saying, She is ein Anschel. This was how Europe had succeeded in achieving the impossible. At about 2:30 Esther had finished dressing, as she was wont to dress, when she expected Lucien. She was looking charming. Seeing this, Prudence, looking out of the window, said, There is Monsieur. The poor creature flew to the window thinking she would see Lucien. She saw Nucingen. Oh, how cruelly you hurt me, she said. There is no other way of getting you to seem to be gracious to a poor old man, who after all is going to pay your debts, said Europe, for they are all to be paid. What debts, said the girl, who only cared to preserve her love, which dreadful hands were scattering to the winds? Those which Monsieur Carlos made in your name. Why, here are nearly 450,000 francs, cried Esther. And you owe 150,000 more. But the Baron took it all very well. He is going to remove you from hence, and place you in a little palace. On my honor, you are not so badly off in your place, as you have got on the right side of this man. As soon as Carlos is satisfied, I should make him give me a house, and a settled income. You are certainly the handsomest woman I ever saw, madame, and the most attractive, but we so soon grow ugly. I was fresh and good-looking, and look at me, I am 23, about the same age as madame, and I look 10 years older, and illness is enough. Well, but when you have a house in Paris and investments, you need never be afraid of ending in the streets. Esther had ceased to listen to Europe. Eugenie Prudence Servian, the will of a man gifted with the genius of corruption, had thrown Esther back into the mud with as much force as he had used to drag her out of it. Those who know love in its infinitude know that those who do not accept its virtues do not experience its pleasures. Since the scene in the den in the Rue de Langlade, Esther had utterly forgotten her former existence. She had since lived very virtuously, cloistered by her passion. Hence, to avoid any obstacle, the skillful fiend had been clever enough to lay such a train that the poor girl, prompted by her devotion, had merely to utter her consent to swindling actions already done or on the point of accomplishment. This subtlety, revealing the mastery of the tempter, also characterized the methods by which he had subjugated Lucien. He created a terrible situation, dug a mine, filled it with powder, and at the critical moment said to his accomplice, You have only to nod and the whole will explode. Esther, of old knowing only the morality peculiar to courtesans, thought all these attentions so natural that she measured her rivals only by what they could get men to spend on them. Ruined fortunes are the conduct stripes of these creatures. Carlos, in counting on Esther's memory, had not calculated wrongly. These tricks of warfare, these stratagems, employed 1,000 times, not only by these women, but by spendthrifts too, did not disturb Esther's mind. She felt nothing but her personal degradation. She loved Lucien. She was to be the Baron de Nucingen's mistress by appointment. This was all she thought of. The supposed Spaniard might absorb the earnest money. Lucien might build up his fortune with the stones of her tomb. A single night of pleasure might cost the old banker so many 1,000-franc notes, more or less. Europe might extract a few 100,000 francs by more or less ingenious trickery. None of these things troubled the enamored girl. This alone was the canker that ate into her heart. For 5 years, she had looked upon herself as being as white as an angel. She loved. She was happy. She had never committed the smallest infidelity. This beautiful, pure love was now to be defiled. There was in her mind no conscious contrasting of her happy, isolated past and her foul future life. It was neither interest nor sentiment that moved her, only an indefinable and all-powerful feeling that she had been white, and was now black, pure, and was now impure, noble, and was now ignoble. Desiring to be the ermine, moral taint seemed to her unendurable, and when the Baron's passion had threatened her, she had really thought of throwing herself out of the window. In short, she loved Lucien wholly, and as women very rarely love a man, women who say they love, who often think they love best, dance, waltz, and flirt with other men, dress for the world, and look for a harvest of concupiscent glances. But Esther, without any sacrifice, had achieved miracles of true love. She had loved Lucien for 6 years as actresses love and courtesans, women who, having rolled in mire and impurity, thirst for something noble, for the self-devotion of true love, and who practice exclusiveness, only word for an idea so little known in real life. Vanished nations, Greece, Rome, and the East have at all times kept women shut up. The woman who loves should shut herself up, so it may easily be imagined that on quitting the palace of her fancy, where this poem had been enacted to go to this old man's little palace, Esther felt heartsick, urged by an iron hand. She had found herself waist-deep in disgrace before she had time to reflect. But for the past 2 days she had been reflecting and felt a mortal chill about her heart. At the word's end, in the street, she started to her feet and said, "In the street, no, in the Seine rather." "In the Seine, and what about Monsieur Lucien?" said Europe. This single word brought Esther to her seat again. She remained in her armchair, her eyes fixed on a rosette in the carpet, the fire in her brain drying up her tears. At 4 o'clock Nucingen found his angel lost in that sea of meditations and resolutions whereon a woman's spirit floats, and whence she emerges with utterances that are incomprehensible to those who have not sailed it in her convoy. "Clear your brow, main scone," said the Baron, sitting down by her. "You shall hafe no more debts. I shall arrange mit Eugenie, and in ein Mont you shall go vay from de ses rooms, and go to dat little palace vas a pretty hant. Jife at me dat, I shall kiss it." Esther gave him her hand, as a dog gives a paw. "Ach ja, you shall jife de hant, but not de heart, and it is dat heart I loaf." The words were spoken with such sincerity of accent that poor Esther looked at the old man with a compassion in her eyes that almost maddened him. Lovers, like martyrs, feel a brotherhood in their sufferings. Nothing in the world gives such a sense of kindred as community of sorrow. "Poor man," said she, "he really loves." As he heard the words, misunderstanding their meaning, the Baron turned pale, the blood tingled in his veins. He breathed the airs of heaven. At his age, a millionaire for such a sensation will pay as much gold as a woman can ask. "I loaf you like that, I loaf, my daughter," said he, "and I feel daringed." He laid her hand over his heart. "Debt, I shall not bear to see you anything but happy. If you would only be a father to me, I would love you very much. I would never leave you, and you would see that I am not a bad woman, not grasping or greedy as I must seem to you now." "You have done some little follies," said the Baron, "like all dose pretty women. Dat is all. Say no more about dat. It is our pussiness to make money for you. Be happy. I shall be your fater for some days yet, for I know I must make you accustomed to my old carcase." "Really?" she exclaimed, springing onto Nucingen's knees and clinging to him with her arm round his neck. "Really?" repeated he, trying to force a smile. She kissed his forehead. She believed in an impossible combination might remain untouched and see Lucien. She was so coaxing to the banker that she was La Torpille. Once more she fairly bewitched the old man, who promised to be a father to her for 40 days. Those 40 days were to be employed in acquiring and arranging the house in the Rue St. George's. When he was in the street again, as he went home, the Baron said to himself, "I am an old flat." But though in Esther's presence he was a mere child away from her, he resumed his lynx's skin, just as the gambler in Le Joueur becomes affectionate to Angelique when he has not a liard. "A 500,000 francs I have paid, and I have not yet seen vat her leg is like dat is too silly, but happily nobody shall have known it," said he to himself 3 weeks after. And he made great resolutions to come to the point with the woman who had cost him so dear. Then, in Esther's presence, once more, he spent all the time he could spare her in making up for the roughness of his first words. "After all," said he, "at the end of a month, I cannot be de fater eternal." Towards the end of the month of December 1829, just before installing Esther in the house in the Rue St. George's, the Baron begged du Tillet to take Florine there, that she might see whether everything was suitable to Nucingen's fortune, and if the description of a little palace were duly realized by the artists commissioned to make the cage worthy of the bird. Every device known to luxury before the Revolution of 1830 made this residence a masterpiece of taste. Grindot, the architect, considered it his greatest achievement. As a decorator, the staircase, which had been reconstructed of marble, the judicious use of stucco, ornament, textiles, and gilding, the smallest details as much as the general effect, outdid everything of the kind left in Paris from the time of Louis Roman 15. "This is my dream, this, and virtue," said Florine with a smile. "And for whom are you spending all this money?" "For a woman vat is going up there," replied the Baron. "A way of playing Jupiter," replied the actress. "And when is she on show?" "On the day of the housewarming," cried du Tillet. "Not before dat," said the Baron. "My word, how we must lace and brush and fig ourselves." Out Florine went on what a dance the women will lead their dressmakers and hairdressers for that evening's fun. "And when is it to be?" "Dat is not for me to say." What a woman she must be, cried Florine, how much I should like to see her. And so should I, answered the Baron artlessly. What is everything new, Togerth, house, the furniture, and the woman? Even the banker, said Du Tillet, for my old friend seems to me quite young again. Well, he must go back to his 20th year, said Florine, at any rate for once. In the early days of 1830, everybody in Paris was talking of Nucingen's passion, and the outrageous splendor of his house. The poor Baron pointed at, laughed at, and fuming with rage, as may easily be imagined, took it into his head that on the occasion of giving the housewarming he would, at the same time, get rid of his paternal disguise, and get the price of so much generosity, always circumvented by La Torpille. He determined to treat of their union by correspondence, so as to win from her an autograph. Promise bankers have no faith in anything less than a promissory note. So one morning early in the year, he rose early, locked himself into his room, and composed the following letter in very good French, for though he spoke the language very badly, he could write it very well. Dear Esther, the flower of my thoughts, and the only joy of my life, when I told you that I loved you as I love my daughter, I deceived you, I deceived myself. I only wished to express the holiness of my sentiments, which are unlike those felt by other men, in the first place, because I am an old man, and also because I have never loved till now. I love you so much that if you cost me my fortune, I should not love you the less. Be just, most men would not like me have seen the angel in you. I have never even glanced at your past. I love you both as I love my daughter Augusta, and as I might love my wife if my wife could have loved me, since the only excuse for an old man's love is that he should be happy. Ask yourself if I am not playing a too ridiculous part. I have taken you to be the consolation and joy my declining days. You know that, till I die, you will be as happy as a woman can be, and you know too that after my death you will be rich enough to be the envy of many women. In every stroke of business I have effected, since I have had the happiness of your acquaintance, your share is set apart, and you have a standing account with Nucingen's bank. In a few days you will move into a house which sooner or later will be your own if you like it. Now plainly, will you still receive me then as a father, or will you make me happy? Forgive me for writing so frankly, but when I am with you I lose all courage. I feel too keenly that you are indeed my mistress. I have no wish to hurt you. I only want to tell you how much suffer and how hard it is to wait at my age, when every day takes with it some hopes and some pleasures. Besides, the delicacy of my conduct is a guarantee of the sincerity of my intentions. Have I ever behaved as your creditor? You are like a citadel, and I am not a young man. In answer to my appeals, you say your life is at stake, and when I hear you, you make me believe it. But here I sink into dark melancholy, and doubts dishonorable to us both. You seem to me as sweet and innocent as you are lovely, but you insist on destroying my convictions. Ask yourself, you tell me you bear a passion in your heart, an indomitable passion, but you refuse to tell me the name of the man you love. Is this natural? You have turned a fairly strong man into an incredibly weak one. You see what I have come to. I am induced to ask you at the end of 5 months what future hope there is for my passion again. I must know what part 1 am to play at the opening of your house. Money is nothing to me. When it is spent for you, I will not be so absurd as to make a merit to you of this contempt. But though my love knows no limits, my fortune is limited, and I care for it only for your sake. Well, if by giving you everything I possess, I might as a poor man win your affection, I would rather be poor and loved than rich and scorned by you. You have altered me so completely, my dear Esther, that no one knows me. I paid 10,000 francs for a picture by Joseph Bridau because you told me that he was clever and unappreciated. I give every beggar I meet 5 francs in your name. Well, and what does the poor man ask who regards himself as your debtor? When you do him the honor of accepting anything he can give you, he asks only for a hope. And what a hope, good God, is it not rather the certainty of never having anything from you? But what my passion may seize the fire in my heart will abet your cruel deceptions. You find me ready to submit to every condition you can impose on my happiness, on my few pleasures, but promise me at least that on the day when you take possession of your house you will accept the heart and service of him who for the rest of his days must sign himself your slave. Frederic de Nucingen. For how he bores Methi's money bag, cried Esther a courtesan once more. She took a small sheet of notepaper and wrote all over it as close as it could go scribe's famous phrase, which has become a proverb, prenez mon hours. A quarter of an hour later Esther, overcome by remorse, wrote the following letter. Monsieur le Baron, pay no heed to the note you have just received from me. I had relapsed into the folly of my youth. Forgive Monsieur, a poor girl who ought to be your slave. I never more keenly felt the degradation of my position than on the day when I was handed over. To you you have paid, I owe myself to you, there is nothing more sacred than a debt of dishonor. I have no right to compound it by throwing myself into the Seine. A debt can always be discharged in that dreadful coin which is good only to the debtor. You will find me yours to command. I will pay off in one night all the sums for which that fatal hour has been mortgaged, and I am sure that such an hour with me is worth millions, all the more because it will be the only one, the last. I shall then have paid the debt, and may get away from life. A good woman has a chance of restoration after a fall, but we the like of us fall too low. My determination is so fixed that I beg you will keep this letter in evidence of the cause of death of her who remains for one day your servant, Esther. Having sent this letter, Esther felt a pang of regret 10 minutes after she wrote a third note as follows. Forgive me, dear baronet, as I once more, I did not mean either to make game of you or to wound you. I only want you to reflect on this simple argument. If we were to continue in the position towards each other of father and daughter, your pleasure would be small, but it would be enduring. If you insist on the terms of the bargain, you will live to mourn for me. I will trouble you no more the day when you shall choose pleasure rather than happiness. Will have no morrow for me, your daughter, Esther. On receiving the first letter, the Baron fell into a cold fury, such as a millionaire may die if he looked at himself in the glass, and rang the bell. An hot bat for main feet, said he to his new valet. While he was sitting with his feet in the bath, the second letter came. He read it, and fainted away. He was carried to bed. When the banker recovered consciousness, Madame de Nucingen was sitting at the foot of the bed. The hussy is right, said she. Why do you try to buy love? Is it to be bought in the market? Let me see your letter to her. The Baron gave her sundry rough drafts. He had made Madame de Nucingen read them, and smiled. Then came Esther's third letter. She is a wonderful girl, cried the Baroness when she had read it. What shall I do, Montaigne? Asked the Baron of his wife. Wait, but nature is pitiless, he cried. Look here, my dear, you have been admirably kind to me, said Delphine. I will give you some good advice. You are ver gut vamen, said he. When you have any debts, I shall pay. Your state on receiving these letters touches a woman far more than the spending of millions, or than all the letters you could write, however fine they may be. Try to let her know it indirectly, perhaps. She will be yours and have no scruples. She will not die of that, added she, looking keenly at her husband. But Madame de Nucingen knew nothing whatever of the nature of such women. What a clever woman is Montaigne de Nucingen, said the Baron to himself when his wife had left him. Still the more the Baron admired the subtlety of his wife's counsel, the less he could see how he might act upon it, and he not only felt that he was stupid, but he told himself so. The stupidity of wealthy men, though it is almost proverbial, is only comparative. The faculties of the mind, like the dexterity of the limbs, need exercise. The dancer's strength is in his feet, the blacksmith's in his arms, the market porter is trained to carry loads, the singer works his larynx, and the pianist hardens his wrist. A banker is practiced in business matters. He studies and plans them, and pulls the wires of various interests, just as a playwright trains his intelligence in combining situations, studying his actors, giving life to his dramatic figures. We should no more look for powers of conversation in the Baron de Nucingen than for the imagery of a poet in the brain of a mathematician. How many poets occur in an age who are either good prose writers or as witty in the intercourse of daily life as Madame Cornwell. Buffon was dull company, Newton was never in love, Lord Byron loved nobody but himself, Rouse was gloomy and half crazy, La Fontaine absent-minded. Human energy, equally distributed, produces dolts. Mediocrity in all unequally bestowed, it gives rise to those incongruities to whom the name of genius is given, and which, if we only could see them, would look like deformities. The same law governs the body. Perfect beauty is generally allied with coldness or silliness, though Pascal was both a great mathematician and a great writer, though Beaumarchais was a good man of business, and Zamet a profound courtier, these rare exceptions prove the general principle of the specialization of brain faculties. Within the sphere of speculative calculations, the banker put forth as much intelligence and skill finesse and mental power as a practiced diplomatist expends on national affairs. If he were equally remarkable outside his office, the banker would be a great man. Nucingen made one with the Prince de Lean with Mazarin or with Diderot is a human formula that is almost inconceivable, but which has nevertheless been known as Pericles, Aristotle, Voltaire, and Napoleon. The splendor of the imperial crown must not blind us to the merits of the individual. The emperor was charming, well-informed, and witty. Monsieur de Nucingen, a banker, and nothing more, having no inventiveness outside his business, like most bankers, had no faith in anything but sound security in matters of art. He had the good sense to go cash in hand to experts in every branch, and had recourse to the best architect, the best surgeon, the greatest connoisseur in pictures or statues, the cleverest lawyer, when he wished to build a house, to attend to his health, to purchase a work of art or an estate. But as there are no recognized experts in intrigue, no connoisseurs in love affairs, a banker finds himself in difficulties when he is in love, and much puzzled as to the management of a woman. So Nucingen could think of no better method than that he had hitherto pursued, to give a sum of money to some Fronton, male or female, to act and think for him. Madame de Saint-Estève alone could carry out the plan imagined by the Baroness. Nucingen bitterly regretted having quarreled with the odious old clothesseller. However, feeling confident of the attractions of his cashbox and the soothing documents signed Garrett, he rang for his man and told him to inquire for the repulsive widow in the Rue Saint-Marc and desire her to come to see him. In Paris, extremes are made to meet by passion. Vice is constantly binding the rich to the poor, the great to the mean. The Empress consults Mademoiselle Lenormand. The fine gentleman in every age can always find a Ramponneau. The man returned within 2 hours. Monsieur le Baron, said he, Madame de Saint-Estève is ruined. Ah, so much to better, cried the Baron in glee, I shall have her safe den. The good woman is given to gambling, it would seem, the valet went on, and moreover she is under the thumb of a third-rate actor in a suburban theatre, whom for decency's sake she calls her godson. She is a first-rate cook, it would seem, and wants a place. Dos twofull of geniuses of de common people, half always 10 ways of making money, and 1 dozen ways of spending. It said the Baron to himself, quite unconscious that Panurge had thought the same thing. He sent his servant off in quest of Madame de Saint-Estève, who did not come till the next day. Being questioned by a sigh, the servant revealed to this female spy the terrible effects of the notes written to Monsieur le Baron by his mistress. Monsieur must be desperately in love with the woman, said he, in conclusion, for he was very near dying. For my part, I advised him never to go back to her, for he will be wheedled over at once. A woman who has already cost Monsieur le Baron 500,000 francs, they say, without counting what he has spent on the house in the Rue Saint-Georges. But the woman cares for money, and for money only. As Madame came out of Monsieur's room, she said with a laugh, if this goes on, that slut will make a widow of me. The devil, cried a sigh, it will never do to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Monsieur le Baron has no hope now, but in you, said the valet. The fact is, I do know how to make a woman go. Well, walk in, said the man, bowing to such occult powers. Well, said the false Saint-Estève, going into the sufferer's room with an abject air, Monsieur le Baron has met with some difficulties. What can you expect? Everybody is open to attack on his weak side. Dear me, I have had my troubles too. Within 2 months, the wheel of fortune has turned upside down for me. Here I am looking out for a place. We have neither of us been very wise. If Monsieur le Baron would take me as cook to Madame Esther, I would be the most devoted of slaves. I should be useful to you, Monsieur, to keep an eye on Eugenie and Madame. Dara is no hope of dat, said the Baron. I cannot succeed in being de master. I am let such a tance as a Topasai put in. Well, you have made others dance, daddy, and the little slut has got you, and is making a fool of you. Heaven is just, said the Baron. I have not sent for you to preach to me. Pooh, my boy, a little moralizing breaks no bones. It is the salt of life to the like of us as vice is to your bigot scum. Have you been generous? You have paid her debts. Ya, said the Baron lamentably. That is well, and you have taken her things out of pawn, and that is better, but you must see that it is not enough. All this gives her no occupation, and these creatures love to cut a dash. I shall have a surprise for her Rue Saint Georges nose, dat, said the Baron, but I shall not be made a fool of. Very well then, let her go. I am only afraid dat, she shall let me go, cried the Baron. And we want our money's worth, my boy, replied Asai. Listen to me. We have fleeced the public of some millions, my little friend. 25 millions, I am told you possess. The Baron could not suppress a smile. Well, you must let one go. I shall let one go, but as soon as I shall let one go, I shall have to give still another. Yes, I understand, replied Asai. You will not say B for fear of having to go on to Z. Still, Esther is a good girl. A ver honest girl, cried the banker, and she is ready to submit, but only as in payment of a debt. In short, she does not want to be your mistress, she feels an aversion well, and I understand it. The child has always done just what she pleased. When a girl has never known any but charming young men, she cannot take to an old one. You are not handsome, you are as big as Louis Roman 18, and rather dull company, as all men are who try to cajole fortune, instead of devoting themselves to women well. If you don't think 600,000 francs too much, said Asai, I pledge myself to make her whatever you can wish. 600,000 francs, cried the Baron with a start. Esther, is to cost me 1,000,000 to begin with. Happiness is surely worth 1,600,000 francs, you old sinner. You must know men in these days have certainly spent more than 1 or 2 millions on a mistress. I even know women who have cost men their lives, for whom heads have rolled into the basket. You know the doctor who poisoned his friend. He wanted the money to gratify a woman. Ja, I know all dat, but if I am in loaf I am not ein idiot, at least while I am here, but if I shall see her, I shall jife her my pocketbook. Well, listen, Monsieur le Baron, said Asai, assuming the attitude of a Semiramis, you have been squeezed dry enough already now. As sure as my name is Saint Estevine, the way of business of course I will stand by you. Good, I shall repay you. I believe you, my boy, for I have shown you that I know how to be revenged. Besides, I tell you this, daddy, I know how to snuff out your Madame Esther as you would snuff a candle. And I know, my lady, when the little hussy has once made you happy, she will be even more necessary to you than she is at this moment. You paid me, well, you have allowed yourself to be fooled. But after all you have forked out, I have fulfilled my part of the agreement, haven't I? Well, look here, I will make a bargain with you. Let me hears. You shall get me the place as cook to Madame, engage me for 10 years, and pay the last 5 in advance. You had, is that just a little earnest money? When once I am about Madame, I can bring her to these terms. Of course, you must first order her a lovely dress from Madame Auguste, who knows her style and taste, and order the new carriage to be at the door at 4 o'clock. After the bourse closes, go to her rooms, and take her for a little drive in the Bois de Boulogne. Well, by that act the woman proclaims herself your mistress. She has advertised herself to the eyes and knowledge of all Paris. 100,000 francs. You must dine with her. I know how to cook such a dinner. You must take her to the play, to the Variets, to a stage box. And then all Paris will say, there is that old rascal Nucingen with his mistress. It is very flattering to know that such things are said. Well, all this, for I am not grasping, is included for the first 100,000 francs in a week. By such conduct you will have made some way. But I shall have paid 100,000 francs. In the course of the second week, Asai went on, as though she had not heard this lamentable ejaculation. Madame, tempted by these preliminaries, will have made up her mind to leave her little apartment and move to the house you are giving her. Your Esther will have seen the world again, have found her old friends. She will wish to shine and do the honors of her palace. Is in the nature of things. Another 100,000 francs. By heaven, you are at home. Their Esther compromisage must be yours. The rest is a mere trifle, in which you must play the principal part. Old elephant, how wide the monster opens his eyes. Well, I will undertake that 400,000, and that, my fine fellow, you need not pay till the day after. What do you think of that? For honesty, I have more confidence in you than you have in me. If I persuade Madame to show herself as your mistress, to compromise herself, to take every gift you offer her, perhaps this very day you will believe that I am capable of inducing her to throw open the pass of the great Saint Bernard. And it is a hard job. I can tell you it will take as much pulling to get your artillery through as it took the first consul to get over the Alps. But vi! Her heart is full of love, old shaver Razibus, as you say, who know Latin, replied Asai. She thinks herself the Queen of Sheba, because she has washed herself in sacrifices made for her lover. An idea that sort of woman gets into her head. Well, well, old fellow, we must be just. It is fine that baggage would die of grief at being your mistress. I really should not wonder, but what I trust to, and I tell you to give you courage, is that there is good in the girl at bottom. You have a genius for corruption, said the Baron, who had listened to a sigh in admiring silence, just as I have a knack of debanking. Then it is settled, my pigeon said a sigh. Done for 50,000 franc, instead of 100,000, and I shall give you 500,000 today after my triumph. Very good, I will set to work, said a sigh, and you may come, monsieur, she added respectfully. You will find madame as soft already as a cat's back, and perhaps inclined to make herself pleasant. Go, my goot Vaughman, said the banker, rubbing his hands. And after seeing the horrible mulatto out of the house, he said to himself, how vice it is to have much money. He sprang out of bed, went down to his office, and resumed the conduct of his immense business with a light heart. Nothing could be more fatal to Esther than the steps taken by Nucingen. The hapless girl, in defending her fidelity, was defending her life. This very natural instinct was what Carlos called prudery. Now a sigh, not without taking such precautions as usual in such cases, went off to report to Carlos the conference she had held with the Baron, and all the profit she had made by it. The man's rage, like himself, was terrible. He came forthwith to Esther in a carriage with the blinds drawn, driving into the courtyard. Still almost white with fury, the double-deed forger went straight into the poor girl's room. She looked at him. She was standing upend. She dropped onto a chair as though her legs had snapped. What is the matter, monsieur, said she, quaking in every limb. Leave us, Europe, said he to the maid. Esther looked at the woman, as a child might look at its mother, from whom some assassin had snatched it to murder it. Do you know where you will send Lucian? Carlos went on, when he was alone with Esther. Where? asked she in a low voice, venturing to glance at her executioner. Where I come from, my beauty. Esther, as she looked at the man, saw red to the hulks. He added in an undertone. Esther shut her eyes and stretched herself out. Her arms dropped, and she turned white. The man rang, and Prudence appeared. Bring her round, he said coldly. I have not done. He walked up and down the drawing-room. While waiting, Prudence Europe was obliged to come and beg monsieur to lift Esther onto the bed. He carried her with the ease that betrayed athletic strength. They had to procure all the chemist's strongest stimulants to restore Esther to a sense of her woes. An hour later, the poor girl was able to listen to this living nightmare, seated at the foot of her bed, his eyes fixed and glowing like two spots of molten lead. My little sweetheart, said he, Lucian now stands between a splendid life, honored, happy, and respected, and the hole full of water, mud, and gravel, into which he was going to plunge. When I met him, the house of Grandlieu requires of the dear boy an estate worth 1,000,000 francs before securing for him the title of Marquis, and handing over to him that maypole named Clotilde, by whose help he will rise to power thanks to you and me. Lucian has just purchased his maternal manor, the old Château de Rubempré, which indeed did not cost much, 30,000 francs, but his lawyer, by clever negotiations, has succeeded in adding to it estates worth 1,000,000, on which 300,000 francs are paid the château, the expenses and percentages to the men, who were put forward as a blind, to conceal the transaction from the country people. Have swallowed up the remainder. We have to be sure 100,000 francs invested in a business here which a few months hence will be worth 200,000 to 300,000 francs, but there will still be 400,000 francs to be paid. In 3 days, Lucian will be home from Angoulême, where he has been, because he must not be suspected of having found a fortune in remaking your bed. Oh no, cried she, looking up with a noble impulse. I ask you then, is this a moment to scare off the Baron? He went on calmly, and you very nearly killed him the day before yesterday. He fainted like a woman on reading your second letter. You have a fine style, I congratulate you. If the Baron had died, where should we be now? When Lucian walks out of St. Thomas d'Aquin's son-in-law to the Duc de Grandlieu. If you want to try a dip in the Seine, well, my beauty, I offer you my hand for a dive together. It is one way of ending matters. But consider a moment, would it not be better to live and say to yourself again and again, this fine fortune, this happy family, he will have children. Have you ever thought of the joy of running your fingers through the hair of his children? Esther closed her eyes with a little shiver. Well, as you gaze on that structure of happiness, you may say to yourself, this is my doing. There was a pause, and the two looked at each other. This is what I have tried to make out of such despair as saw no issue. But the river, said Carlos, am I selfish? That is the way to love. Men show such devotion to none but kings. But I have anointed Lucian king. If I were riveted for the rest of my days to my old chain, I fancy I could stay there resigned so long as I could say he is gay, he is at court, my soul and mind would triumph. While my carcase was given over to the jailers, you are a mere female, you love like a female. But in a courtesan, as in all degraded creatures, love should be a means to motherhood in spite of nature, which has stricken you with barrenness. If ever under the skin of the Abb Carlos Herrera anyone were to detect the convict, I have been. Do you know what I would do to avoid compromising Lucian? Esther awaited the reply with some anxiety. Well, he said after a brief pause, I would die as the Negroes die without a word, and you with all your airs will put folks on my traces. What did I require of you to be La Torpille again for 6 months for 6 weeks, and to do it to clutch a million? Lucian will never forget you men. Do not forget the being of whom they are reminded day after day, by the joy of a waking rich every morning. Lucian is a better fellow than you are. He began by loving Coralie, she did good. But he had not enough money to bury her. He did not do as you did just now, he did not faint. Though he is a poet, he wrote 6 rollicking songs, and earned 300 francs with which he paid for Coralie's funeral. I have those songs, I know them by heart. Well then, do you too compose your songs, be cheerful, be wild, be irresistible and insatiable. You hear me, do not let me have to speak again. Kiss Papa goodbye. When half an hour after Europe went into her mistress' room, she found her kneeling in front of a crucifix in the attitude which the most religious of painters has given to Moses before the burning bush on Horeb, to depict his deep and complete adoration of Jehovah. After saying her prayers, Esther had renounced her better life, the honor she had created for herself, her glory, her virtue, and her love. She rose. "Oh, madame, you will never look like that again," cried prudent Servian, struck by her mistress' sublime beauty. She hastily turned the long mirror, so that the poor girl should see herself. Her eyes still had a light, as of the soul flying heavenward. The Jewess complexion was brilliant, sparkling with tears, unshed. In the fervor of prayer, her eyelashes were like leaves after a summer shower. For the last time they shone with the sunshine of pure love. Her lips seemed to preserve an expression, as of her last appeal to the angels, whose palm of martyrdom she had no doubt borrowed, while placing in their hands her past unspotted life. And she had the majesty which Mary Stuart must have shown at the moment, when she bid adieu to her crown, to earth, and to love. I wish Lucian could have seen me thus, she said with a smothered sigh. Now, she added in a strident tone, now for a fling. Europe stood dumb at hearing the words, as though she had heard an angel blaspheme. Well, why need you stare at me to see if I have cloves in my mouth instead of teeth? I am nothing henceforth but a vile foul creature, a thief, and I expect my lord, so get me a hot bath, and put my dress out. It is 12 o'clock, the Baron will look in, no doubt. When the bourse closes, I shall tell him I was waiting for him, and a sigh is to prepare us dinner first. Chop, mind you, I mean to turn the man's brain. Come, hurry, hurry, my girl, we are going to have some fun, that is to say, we must go to work. She sat down at the table and wrote the following note. My friend, if the cook you have sent me had not already been in my service, I might have thought that your purpose was to let me know how often you had fainted yesterday on receiving my 3 notes. What can I say? I was very nervous that day. I was thinking over the memories of my miserable existence, but I know how sincere a sigh is still. I cannot repent of having caused you so much pain, since it has availed to prove to me how much you love me. This is how we are made, we luckless and despised creatures. True affection touches us far more deeply than finding ourselves the objects of lavish liberality. For my part, I have always rather dreaded being a peg on which you would hang your vanities. It annoyed me to be nothing else to you. Yes, in spite of all your protestations, I fancied you regarded me merely as a woman paid for. Well, you will now find me a good girl, but on condition of your always obeying me a little. If this letter can in any way take the place of the doctor's prescription, prove it by coming to see me after the bourse closes. You will find me in full fig, dressed in your gifts, for I am for life your pleasure machine. Esther. At the bourse, the Baron de Nucingen was so gay, so cheerful, seemed so easy-going, and allowed himself so many jests, that Du Tillet and the Kellers, who were on change, could not help asking him the reason of his high spirits. I am beloofd we shall soon jife dat housevarming, he told Du Tillet. And how much does it cost you? Asked Francois Keller rudely. It was said that he had spent 25,000 francs a year on Madame Colville. Dat woman is an angel, she never has asked me for 1 sou. They never do, replied Du Tillet, and it is to avoid asking that they have always aunts or mothers. Between the Bourse and the Rue Tatebout, 7 times did the Baron say to his servant, "You go so slovip to horse." He ran lightly upstairs, and for the first time he saw his mistress in all the beauty of such women, who have no other occupation than the care of their person and their dress just out of her bath. The flower was quite fresh and perfumed, so as to inspire desire in Robert de Arbrisel. Esther was in a charming toilette, a dress of black corded silk, trimmed with rose-colored gimp, opened over a petticoat of grey satin, the costume subsequently worn by Amigo the handsome singer in I Puritani. A Honiton lace kerchief fell or floated over her shoulders. The sleeves of her gown were strapped round, with cording to divide the puffs which for some little time fashion has substituted for the large sleeves, which had grown too monstrous. Esther had fastened a Mechlin lace cap on her magnificent hair, with a pin à la fall as it is called ready to fall, but not really falling, giving her an appearance of being tumbled, and in disorder, though the white parting showed plainly on her little head between the waves of her hair. "Is it not a shame to see Madame so lovely in a shabby drawing-room like this?" said Europe to the Baron, as she admitted him. "Vel den come to the Rue St. George's," said the Baron, coming to a full stop like a dog marking a partridge. "The weather is splendid, we shall drive to the Champs-Élysées, and Montaigne, Saint Estephe and Eugenie shall carry Dara, all your Chloes and your linen, and we shall dine in de Rue St. George's." "I will do whatever you please," said Esther, "if only you will be so kind as to call my cook Asai, and Eugenie Europe. I have given those names to all the women who have served me ever since the first 2 I do not love chain." "Asai Europe," echoed the Baron, laughing. "How ver droll you are! You hafe inventions. I should hafe eaten many dinners before I should hafe call a cook Asai." "It is our business to be droll," said Esther. "Come now, may not a poor girl be fed by Asia and dressed by Europe? When you live on the whole world, it is a myth, I say. Some women would devour the earth. I only ask for half, you see." "Vadavaman is Montaigne, Saint Estephe," said the Baron to himself, as he admired Esther's changed demeanor. "Europe, my girl, I want my bonnet," said Esther. "I must have a black silk bonnet, lined with pink and trimmed with lace." "Madame Thomas has not sent it home. Come, Monsieur le Baron, quick, off you go, begin your functions, as a manifolk that is to say of all pleasure happiness is burdensome. You have your carriage here. Go to Madame Thomas," said Europe to the Baron. "Make your servant ask for the bonnet for Madame van Bogseck. And above all," she added in his ear, "bring her the most beautiful bouquet to be had in Paris. It is winter, so try to get tropical flowers." The Baron went downstairs and told his servants to go to Montaigne Thomas. The coachman drove to a famous pastrycook's. "She is a milliner, you damn idiot, and not a cake shop," cried the Baron, who rushed off to Madame Pravat's in the Palais Royal, where he had a bouquet made up for the price of 10 louis, while his man went to the great modiste. A superficial observer walking about Paris wonders who the fools can be that buy the fabulous flowers that grace the illustrious Bouquetier's shop window, and the choice products displayed by Chevet of European famith, only purveyor who can vie with the Rocher de Cancale in a real and delicious revue des du monde. Well, every day in Paris, 100 or more passions à la Nucingen come into being and find expression in offering such rarities as queens dare not purchase, presented kneeling to baggages who, to use a size word, like to cut a dash. But for these little details, a decent citizen would be puzzled to conceive how a fortune melts in the hands of these women, whose social function in Fourier's scheme is perhaps to rectify the disasters caused by avarice and cupidity. Such squandering is no doubt to the social body what a prick of the lancet is to a plethoric subject in 2 months. Nucingen had shed broadcast on trade more than 200,000 francs. By the time the old lover returned, darkness was falling. The bouquet was no longer of any use. The hour for driving in the Champs-Élysées in winter is between 2 and 4. However, the carriage was of use to convey Esther from the Rue Tatebout to the Rue St. George's, where she took possession of the little palace. Never before had Esther been the object of such worship or such lavishness, and it amazed her, but like all royal ingrates, she took care to express no surprise. When you go into St. Peter's at Rome, to enable you to appreciate the extent and height of this queen of cathedrals, you are shown the little finger of a statue, which looks of a natural size, and which measures I know not how much. Descriptions have been so severely criticized necessary, as they are to a history of manners, that I must here follow the example of the Roman cicerone, As they entered the dining room, the Baron could not resist asking Esther to feel the stuff of which the window curtains were made, draped with magnificent fullness, lined with white watered silk, and bordered with a gimp fit to trim a Portuguese princess bodice. The material was silk brought from Canton, on which Chinese patients had painted oriental birds with a perfection only to be seen in medieval illuminations, or in the Missal of Charles Roman, 5, the pride of the Imperial Library at Vienna. It half cost 2,000 franken L for a milord who brought it from Intia. It is very nice, charming, said Esther. How I shall enjoy drinking champagne, here the froth will not get dirty here on a bare floor. Oh madame, cried Europe, only look at the carpet. Dis carpet hafe been made for de Duc de Torlonia, a friend of mine who found it too dear, so I took it for you, who are my cuvines, said Nucingen. By chance this carpet by one of our cleverest designers matched with the whimsicalities of the Chinese. Curtains, the walls, painted by Skinner and Leon de Laura, represented voluptuous scenes in carved ebony frames, purchased for their weight in gold, from Ducemerard and forming panels, with a narrow line of gold that coyly caught the light. From this you may judge of the rest. You did well to bring me here, said Esther. It will take me a week to get used to my home, and not to look like a parvenu in it. My home, den, you shall accept it, cried the Baron in glee. Why, of course, and 1,000 times of course, stupid animal, said she, smiling. Animal, vas enough. Stupid is a term of endearment, said she, looking at him. The poor man took Esther's hand, and pressed it to his heart. He was animal enough to feel, but too stupid to find words. Feel how it beats for ein little tender Wort. And he conducted his goddess to her room. Oh madame, I cannot stay here, cried Eugenie. It makes me long to go to bed. Well, said Esther, I mean to please the magician who has worked all these wonders. Listen, my fat elephant, after dinner, we will go to the play together. I am starving to see a play. It was just 5 years since Esther had been to a theater. All Paris was rushing at that time to the Porte Saint-Martin to see one of those pieces to which the power of the actors lends a terrible expression of reality. Richard Darlington, like all ingenuous natures, Esther loved to feel the thrills of fear as much as to yield to tears of pathos. Let us go to see Frederick Lemaitre, said she. He is an actor I adore. It is a horrible piece, said Nucingen, foreseeing the moment when he must show himself in public. He sent his servant to secure one of the 2 stage boxes on the Grand Tirand. This is another strange feature of Paris. Whenever success on Feet of Clay fills a house, there is always a stage box to be had 10 minutes. Before the curtain rises, the managers keep it for themselves, unless it happens to be taken for a passion. A la Nucingen, this box, like Chevet's dainties, is a tax levied on the whims of the Parisian Olympus. It would be superfluous to describe the plate and china. Nucingen had provided 3 services of plate, common, medium, and best, and the best plates, dishes, and all was of chased silver gilt. The banker, to avoid overloading the table with gold and silver, had completed the array of each service with porcelain of exquisite fragility in the style of Dresden china, which had cost more than the plate. As to the linen, Saxony, England, Flanders, and France vied in the perfection of flowered damask. At dinner it was the Baron's turn to be amazed on tasting Assay's cookery. I understand, said he, why you call her Assay dis, is Asiatic cooking. I begin to think he loves me, said Esther to Europe. He has said something almost like a bon mot. I said many vorts, said he. Well, he is more like Turcaret than I had heard. He was, cried the girl, laughing at this reply, worthy of the many artless speeches for which the banker was famous. The dishes were so highly spiced as to give the Baron an indigestion on purpose that he might go home early, so this was all he got in the way of pleasure out of his first evening with Esther at the theater. He was obliged to drink an immense number of glasses of eau sucrée, leaving Esther alone between the acts. By a coincidence so probable that it can scarcely be called chance, Tullia Mariette and Madame Duval Noble were at the play that evening. Richard Darlington enjoyed a wild success, and a deserved success such as is seen only in Paris. The men who saw this play all came to the conclusion that a lawful wife might be thrown out of window, and the wives loved to see themselves unjustly persecuted. The women said to each other, this is too much, we're driven to it, but it often happens. Now a woman as beautiful as Esther and dressed as Esther could not show off with impunity in a stage box at the Porte Saint-Martin. And so during the second act there was quite a commotion in the box, where the 2 dancers were sitting, caused by the undoubted identity of the unknown fair one with La Torpille. "Heyday, where has she dropped from?" said Mariette to Madame du Val-Noble. "I thought she was drowned. But is it she? She looks to me 37 times younger and handsomer than she was 6 years ago. Perhaps she has preserved herself in ice like Madame d'Espard and Madame Zayanchek," said the Comte de Bramberg, who had brought the three women to the play to a pitier box. "Isn't she the rat you meant to send me to hocus my uncle?" said he, addressing Tullia. "The very same," said the singer du Bruel. "Go down to the stalls and see if it is she." "What brass she has got!" exclaimed Madame du Val-Noble, using an expressive but vulgar phrase. "Oh," said the Comte de Bramberg, "she very well may. She is with my friend the Baron de Nucingen. I will go." "Is that the immaculate Joan of Arc who has taken Nucingen by storm, and who has been talked of, till we are all sick of her, these 3 months past?" asked Mariette. "Good evening, my dear Baron," said Philippe Bridow, as he went into Nucingen's box. "So here, you are married to Mademoiselle Esther. Mademoiselle, I am an old officer, whom you once on a time were to have got out of a scrape at Issoudun." Philippe Bridow. "I know nothing of it," said Esther, looking round the house through her opera glasses. "Dis lady," said the Baron, "is no longer known as Esther so short. She is called Montaigne de Champion. Little estate vat I have bought for her." "Though you do things in such style," said the Comte, "these ladies are saying that Madame de Champy gives herself too great airs. If you do not choose to remember me, will you condescend to recognize Mariette Tullia?" Madame du Val-Noble, the parvenu, went on, a man for whom the Duc de Maufrigneuse had won the Dauphin's favor. "If these ladies are kind to me, I am willing to make myself pleasant to them," replied Madame de Champy dryly. "Kind? Why, they are excellent. They have named you Joan of Arc," replied Philippe. "Vel den, if de ces ladies vil keep you company," said Nucingen, "I shall go vey, for I have eaten too much. Your carriage shall come for you, and your people dat Teufel aside." "The first time, and you leave me alone," said Esther. "Come, come, you must have courage enough to die on deck. I must have my man with me, as I go out. If I were insulted, am I to cry out for nothing?" The old millionaire's selfishness had to give way to his duties. As a lover, the Baron suffered but stayed. Esther had her own reasons for detaining her man. If she admitted her acquaintance, she would be less closely questioned in his presence than if she were alone. Philippe Bridow hurried back to the box where the dancers were sitting and informed them of the state of affairs. "Oh, so it is she who has fallen heir to my house in the Rue St. George's," observed Madame du Val-Noble, with some bitterness, for she, as she phrased it, was on the loose. "Most likely," said the Colonel du Tillet, "told me that the Baron had spent 3 times as much there as your poor Falaise." "Let us go round to her box," said Tullia. "Not if I know it," said Mariette. "She is much too handsome. I will call on her at home." "I think myself good-looking enough to risk it," remarked Tullia. So the much-daring leading dancer went round between the acts and renewed acquaintance with Esther, who would talk only on general subjects. "And where have you come back from, my dear child?" asked Tullia, who could not restrain her curiosity. "Oh, I was for 5 years in a castle in the Alps, with an Englishman as jealous as a tiger, a nabob. I called him a nabote, a dwarf, for he was not so big as Le Bailly de Ferret. And then I came across a banker from, a savage to salvation, as Florine might say, and now here I am in Paris again. I long so for amusement, that I mean to have a rare time. I shall keep open house. I have 5 years of solitary confinement to make good, and I am beginning to do it. 5 years of an Englishman is rather too much. 6 weeks are the allowance according to the advertisements." "Was it the Baron who gave you that lace?" "No, it is a relic of the nabob. What a luck I have, my dear. He was as yellow as a friend's smile, at a success. I thought he would be dead in 10 months. Pooh, he was as strong as a mountain. Always distrust men who say they have a liver complaint. I will never listen to a man who talks of his liver. I have had too much of livers who cannot die. My nabob robbed me. He died without making a will, and the family turned me out of doors like a leper. So then I said to my fat friend here, pay for 2, you may as well call me Joan of Arc. I have ruined England, and perhaps I shall die at the stake." "Of love," said Tullia. "And burned alive," answered Esther, and the question made her thoughtful. The Baron laughed at all this vulgar nonsense, but he did not always follow it readily, so that his laughter sounded like the forgotten crackers that go off after fireworks. We all live in a sphere of some kind, and the inhabitants of every sphere are endowed with an equal share of curiosity. Next evening at the opera, Esther's reappearance was the great news. Behind the scenes between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, all Paris in the Champs-Élysées had recognized La Torpille and knew at last who was the object of the Baron de Nucingen's passion. Do you know, Blondet remarked to de Mars in the green room at the Opera House, that La Torpille vanished the very day after the evening when we saw her here, and recognized her in little Rubemper's mistress. In Paris, as in the provinces, everything is known. The police of the Rue de Jerusalem are not so efficient as the world itself, for everyone is a spy on everyone else, though unconsciously. Carlos had fully understood the danger of Lucien's position during and after the episode of the Rue Taitbout. No position can be more dreadful than that in which Madame du Val-Noble now found herself, and the phrase "to be on the loose," or as the French say, left on foot, expresses it perfectly. The recklessness and extravagance of these women precludes all care for the future in that strange world, far more witty and amusing than might be supposed. Only such women as are not gifted with that perfect beauty which time can hardly impair, and which is quite unmistakably such women, in short, as can be loved merely as a fancy, ever think of old age, and save a fortune. The handsomer they are, the more improvident they are. Are you afraid of growing ugly, that you are saving money? Was a speech of Florin's to Mariette, which may give a clue to one cause of this thriftlessness. Thus, if a speculator kills himself or a spendthrift comes to the end of his resources, these women fall with hideous promptitude from audacious wealth to the utmost misery. They throw themselves into the clutches of the old clothes buyer, and sell exquisite jewels for a mere song. They run into debt expressly to keep up a spurious luxury in the hope of recovering what they have lost. A cashbox to draw upon these ups and downs of their career account for the costliness of such connections, generally brought about, as a sigh had hooked another word of her vocabulary, Nucingen, for Esther. And so those who know their Paris are quite aware of the state of affairs, when in the Champs Elysees that bustling and mongrel Bazarthy meet some woman in a hired fly, whom 6 months or a year before they had seen in a magnificent and dazzling carriage, turned out in the most luxurious style. If you fall on Saint Pelagie, you must contrive to rebound on the Bois de Boulogne, said Florine, laughing with Blondet over the little Vicomte de Portendura. Some clever women never run the risk of this contrast. They bury themselves in horrible furnished lodgings, where they expiate their extravagance by such privations as are endured by travelers lost in a Sahara, but they never take the smallest fancy for economy. They venture forth to masked balls, they take journeys into the provinces, they turn out well dressed on the boulevards when the weather is fine, and then they find in each other the devoted kindness which is known only among proscribed races. It costs a woman in luck no effort to bestow some help, for she says to herself, "I may be in the same plight by Sunday." However, the most efficient protector still is the purchaser of dress. When this greedy moneylender finds herself the creditor, she stirs and works on the hearts of all the old men she knows in favor of the mortgaged creature in thin boots and a fine bonnet. In this way, Madame du Val-Noble, unable to foresee the downfall of one of the richest and cleverest of stockbrokers, was left quite unprepared. She had spent Follick's money on her whims, and trusted to him for all necessaries, and to provide for the future. How could I have expected such a thing in a man who seemed such a good fellow? In almost every class of society, the good fellow is an open-handed man who will lend a few crowns now and again, without expecting them back, who always behaves in accordance with a certain code of delicate feeling above mere vulgar obligatory and commonplace morality. Certain men regarded as virtuous and honest have, like Nucingen, ruined their benefactors, and certain others who have been through a criminal court have an ingenious kind of honesty towards women. Perfect virtue, the dream of Molière and Alceste, is exceedingly rare still. It is to be found everywhere, even in Paris. The good fellow is the product of a certain facility of nature, which proves nothing. A man is a good fellow, as a cat is silky, as a slipper is made to slip onto the foot. And so in the meaning given to the word, by a kept woman, Folix ought to have warned his mistress of his approaching bankruptcy, and have given her enough to live. D'Esterny, the dashing swindler, was a good fellow. He cheated at cards, but he had set aside 30,000 francs for his mistress, and at carnival suppers, women would retort on his accusers, "No matter, you may say what you like, Georges was a good fellow, he had charming manners, he deserved a better fate." These girls laugh laws to scorn, and adore a certain kind of generosity. They sell themselves, as Esther had done, for a secret ideal, which is their religion. After saving a few jewels from the wreck with great difficulty, Madame du Val-Noble was crushed under the burden of the horrible report. She ruined Folix. She was almost 30, And though she was in the prime of her beauty still, she might be called an old woman, and all the more so because in such a crisis all a woman's rivals are against her. Mariette, Florine Tullia would ask their friend to dinner, and gave her some help, but as they did not know the extent of her debts, they did not dare to sound the depths of that gulf. An interval of 6 years formed rather too long a gap in the ebb and flow of the Paris tide between La Torpille and Madame du Val-Noble, for the woman on foot to speak to the woman in her carriage. But La Val-Noble knew that Esther was too generous not to remember sometimes that she had, as she said, fallen heir to her possessions, and not to seek her out by some meeting, which might seem accidental though arranged. To bring about such an accident, Madame du Val-Noble, dressed in the most ladylike way, walked out every day in the Champs-Élysées on the arm of Theodore Gaillard, who afterwards married her, and who in these straits behaved very well to his former mistress, giving her boxes at the play, and inviting her to every spree. She flattered herself that Esther, driving out one fine day, would meet her face to face. Esther's coachman was Packard, for her household had been made up in 5 days by a Europe, and Packard under Carlo's instructions, and in such a way that the house in the Rue St. Georges was an impregnable fortress. Parade, on his part, prompted by deep hatred, by the thirst for vengeance, and above all by his wish to see his darling Lydie married, made the Champs-Élysées the end of his walks, as soon as he heard from Courtesan that Monsieur de Nucingen's mistress might be seen there. Parade could dress so exactly like an Englishman, and spoke French so perfectly, with the mincing accent that the English give the language. He knew England itself so well, and was so familiar with all the customs of the country, having been sent to England by the police authorities 3 times between 1779 and 1786, that he could play his part in London and at ambassadors' residences without awaking suspicion. Parade, who had some resemblance to Musson the famous juggler, could disguise himself so effectually that once Courtesan did not recognize him. Followed by Courtesan, dressed as a mulatto, Parade examined Esther and her servants with an eye which, seeming heedless, took everything in. Hence, it quite naturally happened that in the side alley where the carriage company walk in fine, dry weather, he was on the spot one day when Esther met Madame du Val-Noble. Parade, his mulatto in livery at his heels, was airing himself quite naturally like a nabob, who is thinking of no one but himself, in a line with the 2 women, so as to catch a few words of their conversation. "Well, my dear child," said Esther to Madame du Val-Noble, "come and see me. Nucingen owes it to himself not to leave his stockbroker's mistress without a sou. All the more so, because it is said that he ruined Falaix," remarked Theodore Gaillard, "and that we have every right to squeeze him." "He dines with me tomorrow," said Esther. "Come and meet him then," she added in an undertone. "I can do what I like with him, and as yet he has not that," and she put the nail of a gloved finger under the prettiest of her teeth with the click that is familiarly known to express with peculiar energy, "just nothing. You have him safe." "My dear, as yet he has only paid my debts." "How mean!" cried Susan du Val-Noble. "Oh," said Esther, "I had debts enough to frighten a minister of finance. Now, I mean to have 30,000 a year, before the first stroke of midnight." "Oh, he is excellent, I have nothing to complain of. He does it well. In a week we give a housewarming. You must come that morning. He is to make me a present of the lease of the house in the Rue St. George's. In decency, it is impossible to live in such a house on less than 30,000 francs a year off my own, so as to have them safe in case of accident. I have known poverty, and I want no more of it. There are certain acquaintances, one has had enough of it once." "And you who used to say my face is my fortune, how you have changed!" exclaimed Susan. "It is the air of Switzerland. You grow thrifty there. Look here, go there yourself, my dear, catch a Swiss, and you may perhaps catch a husband, for they have not yet learned what such women as we are can be. And at any rate, you may come back with a passion for investments in the Funsa, most respectable and elegant passion. Goodbye." Esther got into her carriage again, a handsome carriage, drawn by the finest pair of dappled grey horses, at that time, to be seen in Paris. "The woman who is getting into the carriage is handsome," said Parade to Courtesan, "but I like the one who is walking best. Follow her, and find out who she is." "That is what that Englishman has just remarked in English," said Theodore Gaillard, repeating Parade's remark to Madame du Val-Noble. Before making this speech in English, Parade had uttered a word or two in that language, which had made Theodore look up in a way that convinced him that the journalist understood English. Madame du Val-Noble very slowly made her way home to very decent furnished rooms in the Rue Louis Grand, glancing round now, and then to see if the mulatto were following her. This establishment was kept by a certain Madame Gerard, whom Suzanne had obliged in the days of her splendor, and who showed her gratitude by giving her a suitable home. This good soul, an honest and virtuous citizen, even pious, looked on the courtesan as a woman of a superior order. She had always seen her in the midst of luxury, and thought of her as a fallen queen. She trusted her daughters with her, and which is a fact more natural than might be supposed. A courtesan was as scrupulously careful in taking them to the play as their mother could have been. And the two Gerard girls loved her. The worthy, kind lodging-house keeper was like those sublime priests who see in these outlawed women only a creature to be saved and loved. Madame du Val-Noble respected this worth, and often, as she chatted with the good woman, she envied her, while bewailing her own ill fortune. "You are still handsome, you may make a good end," yet Madame Gerard would say. But indeed Madame du Val-Noble was only relatively impoverished. This woman's wardrobe, so extravagant and elegant, was still sufficiently well furnished to allow of her appearing on occasion, as on that evening, at the Porte Saint-Martin, to see Richard Darlington in much splendor, and Madame Gerard would most good-naturedly pay for the cabs needed by the lady on foot to go out to dine or to the play, and to come home again. "Well, dear Madame Gerard," said she, to this worthy mother, "my luck is about to change, I believe." "Well, well, madame, so much the better. But be prudent, do not run into debt any more. I have such difficulty in getting rid of the people who are hunting for you." "Oh, never worry yourself about those hounds. They have all made no end of money out of me. Here are some tickets for the Variates for your girls, a good box on the second tier. If anyone should ask for me this evening, before I come in, show them up. All the same, Adele, my old maid, will be here. I will send her round." Madame du Val-Noble, having neither mother nor aunt, was obliged to have recourse to her maid, equally en photo, play the part of a Saint Esteve with the unknown follower whose conquest was to enable her to rise again in the world. She went to dine with Theodore Gaillard, who, as it happened, had a spree on that day, that is to say, a dinner given by Nathan, in payment of a bet he had lost. One of those orgies, when a man says to his guests, "You can bring a woman." It was not without strong reasons that Parade had made up his mind to rush in person on to the field of this intrigue. At the same time, his curiosity, like Corentin's, was so keenly excited that even in the absence of reasons, he would have tried to play a part in the drama. At this moment, Charles Roman X's policy had completed its last evolution. After confiding the helm of state to ministers of his own, choosing the king was preparing to conquer Algiers, and to utilize the glory that should accrue as a passport to what has been called his coup d'état. There were no more conspiracies at home. Charles Roman believed he had no domestic enemies, but in politics, as at sea, a calm may be deceptive. Thus Corentin had lapsed into total idleness. In such a case, a true sportsman to keep his hand in for lack of larks kills sparrows. Domitian, we know, for lack of Christians killed flies. Courtesan, having witnessed Esther's arrest, had with the keen instinct of a spy fully understood the upshot of the business. The rascal, as we have seen, did not attempt to conceal his opinion of the Baron de Nucingen. Who is benefiting by making the banker pay so dear for his passion, was the first question the allies asked each other, recognizing a sigh as a leader in the piece. Courtesan hoped to find out the author through her, but she slipped through his fingers again and again, hiding like an eel in the mud of Paris. And when he found her again as the cook in Esther's establishment, it seemed to him inexplicable that the half-caste woman should have had a finger in the pie. Thus, for the first time, these two artistic spies had come on a text that they could not decipher, while suspecting a dark plot to the story. After 3 bold attempts on the house in the Rue Taitbout, Courtesan still met with absolute dumbness. So long as Esther dwelt there, the lodge porter seemed to live in mortal terror. A sigh had perhaps promised poisoned meatballs to all the family in the event of any indiscretion. On the day after Esther's removal, Courtesan found this man rather more amenable. He regretted the lady, he said, who had fed him with the broken dishes from her table. Courtesan, disguised as a broker, tried to bargain for the rooms, and listened to the porter's lamentations, while he fooled him, casting a doubt on all the man said by a questioning "Really?" "Yes, monsieur, the lady lived here for 5 years, without ever going out, and more by token her lover, desperately jealous, though she was beyond reproach, took the greatest precautions when he came in or went out, and a very handsome young man he was too." Lucien was at this time still staying with his sister Madame Sechard, But as soon as he returned, Courtesan sent the porter to the Quai Malaquais to ask Monsieur de Rubempré whether he were willing to part with the furniture left in the rooms lately occupied by Madame van Bogsec. The porter then recognized Lucien as the young widow's mysterious lover, and this was all that Courtesan wanted. The deep, but suppressed astonishment may be imagined with which Lucien and Carlos received the porter whom they affected to regard as a madman. They tried to upset his convictions. Within 24 hours, Carlos had organized a force which detected Courtesan red-handed in the act of espionage. Courtesan, disguised as a market porter, had twice already brought home the provisions purchased in the morning by Assai, and had twice got into the little mansion in the Rue St. Georges. Corentin, on his part, was making a stir, but he was stopped short by recognizing the certain identity of Carlos Herrera, for he learned at once that this Abb, the secret envoy of Ferdinand Roman VII, had come to Paris towards the end of 1823. Still, Corentin thought it worth while to study the reasons which had led the Spaniard to take an interest in Lucien de Rubempré. It was soon clear to him, beyond doubt, that Esther had for 5 years been Lucien's mistress, so the substitution of the Englishwoman had been effected for the advantage of that young dandy. Now Lucien had no means, he was rejected as a suitor for Mademoiselle de Grandlieu, and he had just bought up the lands of Rubempré at the cost of 1,000,000 francs. Corentin very skillfully made the head of the general police take the first steps, and the préfet de police, apropos to Parade, informed his chief that the appellants in that affair had been in fact the Comte de Cerisy and Lucien de Rubempré. "We have it," cried Parade and Corentin. The two friends had laid plans in a moment. "This hussy," said Corentin, "has had intimacies, she must have some women friends among them. We shall certainly find one or another who is down on her luck. One of us must play the part of a rich foreigner, and take her up. We will throw them together, they always want something of each other in the game of lovers, and we shall then be in the citadel." Parade naturally proposed to assume his disguise as an Englishman, the wild life he should lead during the time that he would take to disentangle the plot of which he had been the victim smiled on his fancy, while Corentin, grown old in his functions, and weakly too, did not care for it disguised as a mulatto. Courtesan at once evaded Carlos' force. Just 3 days before Parade's meeting with Madame du Valnoble in the Champs-Élysées, this last of the agents employed by Roman 2000 de Sartine and Lenoir had arrived provided with a passport at the Hotel Murraybau, Rue de la Paix, having come from the colonies via Le Havre in a traveling chaise as mud-splashed, as though it had really come from Le Havre, instead of no further than by the road from Saint Denis to Paris. Carlos Herrera, on his part, had his passport vice at the Spanish embassy, and arranged everything at the Quai Malaquais to start for Madrid. And this is why within a few days Esther was to become the owner of the house in the Rue St. Georges, and of shares yielding 30,000 francs a year. Europe and Assai were quite cunning enough to persuade her to sell these shares, and privately transmit the money to Lucien. Thus Lucien, proclaiming himself rich through his sister's liberality, would pay the remainder of the price of the Rubempré estates of this transaction. No one could complain. Esther alone could betray herself, but she would die rather than blink an eyelash. Clotilde had appeared with a little pink kerchief round her crane's neck, so she had won her game at the Hotel de Grandlieu. The shares in the omnibus company were already worth thrice their initial value. Carlos, by disappearing for a few days, would put malice off the scent. Human prudence had foreseen everything. No error was possible. The false Spaniard was to start on the morrow of the day when Parade met Madame du Valnoble, but that very night at 2 in the morning Assai came in a cab to the Quai Malaquais, and found the stoker of the machines smoking in his room, and reconsidering all the points of the situation here stated in a few words, like an author going over a page in his book, to discover any faults to be corrected. Such a man would not allow himself a second time such an oversight as that of the porter in the Rue Taitbout. Packard whispered Assai in her master's ear, recognized Courtesan yesterday at 2:30 in the Champs-Élysées, disguised as a mulatto servant to an Englishman, who for the last 3 days has been seen walking in the Champs-Élysées watching Esther. Packard knew the hound by his eyes, as I did when he dressed up as a market porter. Packard drove the girl home, taking a round, so as not to lose sight of the wretch. Courtesan is at the Hotel Murraybau, but he exchanged so many signs of intelligence with the Englishman that Packard says the other cannot possibly be an Englishman. "We have a gadfly behind us," said Carlos. "I will not leave till the day after tomorrow, that Courtesan is certainly the man who sent the porter after us from the Rue Tatebout. We must ascertain whether this sham Englishman is our foe. At noon, Mr. Samuel Johnson's black servant was solemnly waiting on his master, who always breakfasted too heartily with a purpose parade, wished to pass for a tippling Englishman. He never went out, till he was half-seas over he, wore black cloth gaiters up to his knees, and padded to make his legs look stouter. His trousers were lined with the thickest fustian, his waistcoat was buttoned up to his cheeks, a red scratch wig hid half his forehead, and he had added nearly 3 inches to his height. In short, the oldest frequenter of the Café David could not have recognized him from his square-cut coat of black cloth. With full skirts, he might have been taken for an English millionaire. Courtesan made a show of the cold insolence of a nabob's confidential servant. He was taciturn, abrupt, scornful, and uncommunicative, and indulged in fierce exclamations and uncouth gestures. Parade was finishing his second bottle, when one of the hotel waiters unceremoniously showed in a man, in whom Parade and Courtesan both at once discerned a gendarme in mufti. "Monsieur Parade," said the gendarme to the nabob, speaking in his ear, "my instructions are to take you to the prefecture." Parade, without saying a word, rose and took down his hat. "You will find a hackney coach at the door," said the man as they went downstairs. The prefect thought of arresting you, but he decided on sending for you to ask some explanation of your conduct through the peace officer whom you will find in the coach. "Shall I ride with you?" asked the gendarme of the peace officer when Parade had got in. "No," replied the other. "Tell the coachman quietly to drive to the prefecture." Parade and Carlos were now face to face in the coach. Carlos had a stiletto under his hand. The coach driver was a man he could trust, quite capable of allowing Carlos to get out without seeing him, or being surprised on arriving at his journey's end to find a dead body in his cab. No inquiries are ever made about a spy. The law almost always leaves such murders unpunished. It is so difficult to know the rights of the case. Parade looked with his keenest eye at the magistrate sent to examine him by the prefect of police. Carlos struck him as satisfactory: a bald head deeply wrinkled at the back, and powdered hair, a pair of very light gold spectacles, with double green glasses over weak eyes, with red rims, evidently needing care. These eyes seemed the trace of some squalid malady. A cotton shirt with a flat pleated frill, a shabby black satin waistcoat, the trousers of a man of law, black spun silk stockings, and shoes tied with ribbon, a long black overcoat, cheap gloves, black and worn for 10 days, and a gold watch chain in every point, the lower grade of magistrate known, by a perversion of terms, as a peace officer. "My dear Monsieur Parade, I regret to find such a man as you the object of surveillance, and that you should act so as to justify it. Your disguise is not to the prefect's taste. If you fancy that you can thus escape our vigilance, you are mistaken. You traveled from England by way of Beaumont-sur-Oise, no doubt." "Beaumont-sur-Oise," repeated Parade. "Or by St. Denis," said the sham lawyer. Parade lost his presence of mind. The question must be answered. Now any reply might be dangerous in the affirmative, it was farcical in the negative. If this man knew the truth, it would be Parade's ruin. "He is a sharp fellow," thought he. He tried to look at the man and smile, and he gave him a smile for an answer. The smile passed muster without protest. "For what purpose have you disguised yourself, taken rooms at the Murraybow, and dressed Courtesan as a black servant?" asked the peace officer. "Monsieur le Préfet may do what he chooses with me, but I owe no account of my actions to anyone but my chief," said Parade with dignity. "If you mean me to infer that you are acting by the orders of the general police," said the other coldly, "we will change our route and drive to the Rue de Grenelle instead of the Rue de Jerusalem. I have clear instructions with regard to you, but be careful you are not in any deep disgrace, and you may spoil your own game in a moment. As for me, I owe you no grudge. Come, tell me the truth." "Well then, this is the truth," said Parade with a glance at his Cerberus red eyes. The sham lawyer's face remained expressionless, impassible. He was doing his business. All truths were the same to him. He looked as though he suspected the prefect of some caprice. Prefects have their little tantrums. "I have fallen desperately in love with a woman, mistress of that stockbroker, who is gone abroad for his own pleasure, and the displeasure of his creditors. Folliques. Madame du Valnoble." "Yes," replied Parade, "to keep her for a month, which will not cost me more than 1,000 crowns. I have got myself up as a nabob, and taken Courtesan as my servant. This is so absolutely true, monsieur, that if you like to leave me in the coach, where I will wait for you on my honor as an old Commissioner General of Police, You can go to the hotel and question Courtesan. Not only will Courtesan confirm what I have the honor of stating, but you may see Madame du Valnoble's waiting maid, who is to come this morning, to signify her mistress' acceptance of my offers, or the conditions she makes. An old monkey knows what grimaces mean. I have offered her 1,000 francs a month, and a carriagathat comes to 1,500 francs worth of presents, and as much again in some outings dinners. And playgoing, you see, I am not deceiving you by a centime when I say 1,000 crowns. A man of my age may well spend 1,000 crowns on his last fancy. Bless me, Papa Parade, and you still care enough for women too, but you are deceiving me. I am 60 myself, and I can do without M. However, if the case is, as you stated, I quite understand that you should have found it necessary to get yourself up as a foreigner to indulge your fancy. You can understand that Parade or old Canquil of the Rue des Moines. I neither of them would have suited Madame du Valnoble. Carlos put in, delighted to have picked up Canquil's address. Before the Revolution, he went on, I had for my mistress a woman, who had previously been kept by the gentleman-in-waiting, as they then called the executioner. One evening at the play, she pricked herself with a pin, and cried out a customary ejaculation in those days à burrow, on which her neighbor asked her if this were a reminiscence. Well, my dear Parade, she cast off her man for that speech. I suppose you have no wish to expose yourself to such a slap in the face. Madame du Valnoble is a woman for gentlemen. I saw her once at the opera, and thought her very handsome. Tell the driver to go back to the Rue de la Paix. My dear Parade, I will go upstairs with you to your rooms, and see for myself. A verbal report will no doubt be enough for Monsieur le Préfet. Carlos took a snuff-box from his side pocket, a black snuff-box, lined with silver gilt, and offered it to Parade with an impulse of delightful good-fellowship. Parade said to himself, and these are their agents. Good heavens, what would Monsieur Lenoir say if he could come back to life, or Monsieur de Sartines? That is part of the truth, no doubt, but it is not all, said the sham lawyer, sniffing up his pinch of snuff. You have had a finger in the Baron de Nucingen's love affairs, and you wish no doubt to entangle him in some slipknot. You missed fire with the pistol, and you are aiming at him with a field-piece. Madame du Valnoble is a friend of Madame de Champy's. Devil take it, I must take care not to founder, said Parade to himself. He is a better man than I thought him. He is playing me. He talks of letting me go, and he goes on making me blab. Well, asked Carlos with a magisterial air. Monsieur, it is true that I have been so foolish as to seek a woman in Monsieur de Nucingen's behoof, because he was half mad with love. That is the cause of my being out of favor, for it would seem that, quite unconsciously, I touched some important interests. The officer of the law remained immovable. But after 52 years' experience, Parade went on, I know the police well enough to have held my hand after the blowing up I had from Monsieur le Préfet, who no doubt was right. Then you would give up this fancy, if Monsieur le Préfet required it of you, that I think would be the best proof you could give of the sincerity of what you say. He is going it, thought Parade. Ah, by all that's holy, the police today is a match for that of Monsieur Lenoir. Give it up, said he aloud. I will wait till I have Monsieur le Préfet's orders, but here we are at the hotel, if you wish to come up. Where do you find the money, said Carlos point-blank, with a sagacious glance. Monsieur, I have a friend. Get along, said Carlos. Go, and tell that story to an examining magistrate. This audacious stroke on Carlos' part was the outcome of one of those calculations, so simple that none but a man of his temper would have thought it out. At a very early hour he had sent Lucien to Madame de Serizy's. Lucien had begged the Count's private secretarias from the Count to go and obtain from the Prefect of Police full particulars concerning the agent employed by the Baron de Nucingen. The secretary came back, provided with a note concerning Parade, a copy of the summary noted on the back of his record. In the police force, since 1778, having come to Paris from Avignon 2 years previously. Without money or character, possessed of certain state secrets. Lives in the Rue des Moines under the name of Canquil, the name of a little estate, where his family resides in the department of Vaucluse. Very respectable people. Was lately inquired for by a grandnephew named Theodore de la Parade. See the report of an agent, no. 37 of the documents. He must be the man to whom Courtesan is playing the mulatto servant, cried Carlos, when Lucien returned with other information besides this note. Within 3 hours, this man, with the energy of a commander-in-chief, had found by Packard's help an innocent accomplice capable of playing the part of a gendarme in disguise, and had got himself up as a peace officer 3 times in the coach. He had thought of killing Parade, but he had made it a rule never to commit a murder with his own hand. He promised himself that he would get rid of Parade all in good time by pointing him out as a millionaire to some released convicts about the town. Parade and his mentor, as they went in, heard Courtesan's voice, arguing with Madame du Val-Nobles, made Parade sign to Carlos to remain in the outer room with a look meant to convey, "Thus you can assure yourself of my sincerity." Madame agrees to everything said. Adele. Madame is at this moment calling on a friend, Madame de Champy, who has some rooms in the Rue Tatebout on her hands, for a year full of furniture, which she will let her have. No doubt Madame can receive Mr. Johnson more suitably there, for the furniture is still very decent, and Monsieur might buy it for Madame by coming to an agreement with Madame de Champy. "Very good, my girl, if this is not a job of fleecing, it is a bit of the wool," said the mulatto to the astonished woman. "However, we will go shares." "That is your darky all over," cried Mademoiselle Adele. "If your nabob is a nabob, he can very well afford to give Madame the furniture. The lease ends in April 1830. Your nabob may renew it if he likes." "I am quite willing," said Parade, speaking French with a strong English accent, as he came in and tapped the woman on the shoulder. He cast a knowing look back at Carlos, who replied by an assenting nod, understanding that the nabob was to keep up his part. But the scene suddenly changed its aspect at the entrance of a person over whom neither Carlos nor Parade had the least power. Courtesan suddenly came in. He had found the door open, and looked in, as he went by, to see how his old friend played his part as nabob. "The prefect is still bullying me," said Parade, in a whisper to Courtesan. "He has found me out as a nabob." "We will spill the prefect," Courtesan muttered in reply. Then, after a cool bow, he stood darkly scrutinizing the magistrate. "Stay here till I return," said Carlos. "I will go to the prefecture. If you do not see me again, you may go your own way." Having said this in an undertone to Parade so as not to humiliate him, in the presence of the waiting maid, Carlos went away, not caring to remain under the eye of the newcomer, in whom he detected one of those fair-haired, blue-eyed men, coldly terrifying. "That is the peace officer sent after me by the prefect," said Parade. "That," said Courtesan. "You have walked into a trap. That man has 3 packs of cards in his shoes. You can see that by the place of his foot in the shoe. Besides, a peace officer need wear no disguise." Courtesan hurried downstairs to verify his suspicions. Carlos was getting into the fly. "Hallo, Monsieur l'Abbé," cried Courtesan. Carlos looked around, saw Courtesan, and got in quickly. Still, Courtesan had time to say, "That was all I wanted to know." Qui maliquise, he shouted to the driver with diabolical mockery in his tone and expression. "I am done," said Jacques Collin to himself. "They have got me. I must get ahead of them by sheer pace, and above all find out what they want of us." Courtesan had seen the Abbé Carlos Herrera 5 or 6 times, and the man's eyes were unforgettable. Courtesan had suspected him at once from the cut of his shoulders, then by his puffy face, and the trick of 3 inches of added height gained by a heel inside the shoe. "Ah, old fellow, they have drawn you," said Courtesan, finding no one in the room but Parade and Courtesan. "Who?" cried Parade with metallic hardness. "I will spend my last days in putting him on a gridiron and turning him on it." "It is the Abbé Carlos Herrera, the Courtesan of Spain, as I suppose this explains everything. The Spaniard is a demon of the first water, who has tried to make a fortune for that little young man by coining money out of a pretty baggage's bolster. It is your lookout if you think you can measure your skill with a man who seems to me the very devil to deal with." "Oh," exclaimed Courtesan, "he fingered the 300,000 francs the day when Esther was arrested. He was in the cab. I remember those eyes, that brow, and those marks of the smallpox." "Oh, what a fortune my Liddy might have had," cried Parade. "You may still play the nabob," said Courtesan. "To keep an eye on Esther, you must keep up her intimacy with Val-Noble. She was really Lucien's mistress." "They have got more than 500,000 francs out of Nucingen already," said Courtesan. "And they want as much again." Courtesan went on. "The Rubemper estate is to cost 1,000,000, daddy," added he, slapping Parade on the shoulder. "You may get more than 100,000 francs to settle on Liddy." "Don't tell me that, Courtesan. If your scheme should fail, I cannot tell what I might not do." "You will have it by tomorrow. Perhaps the Abbé, my dear fellow, is most astute. We shall have to kiss his spurs. He is a very superior devil. But I have him sure enough he is not a fool, and he will knock under try to be a gaby as well as a nabob and fear nothing. In the evening of this day, when the opposing forces had met face to face on level ground, Lucian spent the evening at the Hotel Grandlieu. The party was a large one in the face of all the assembly. The Duchess kept Lucian at her side for some time, and was most kind to him. "You are going away for a little while," said she. "Yes, Madame la Duchesse, my sister, in her anxiety to promote my marriage, has made great sacrifices, and I have been enabled to repurchase the lands of the Rubempers, to reconstitute the whole estate. But I have found in my Paris lawyer a very clever man who has managed to save me from the extortionate terms that the holders would have asked if they had known the name of the purchaser." "Is there a chateau?" asked Clotilde with too broad a smile. "There is something which might be called a chateau, but the wiser plan would be to use the building materials in the construction of a modern residence." Clotilde's eyes blazed with happiness above her smile of satisfaction. "You must play a rubber with my father this evening," said she. "In a fortnight, I hope you will be asked to dinner." "Well, my dear sir," said the Duc de Grandlieu, "I am told that you have bought the estate of Rubemper. I congratulate you. It is an answer to those who say you are in debt. We bigwigs like France or England are allowed to have a public debt, but men of no fortune, beginners, you see, may not assume that privilege. Indeed, Monsieur le Duc, I still owe 500,000 francs on my land." "Well, well, you must marry a wife who can bring you the money, but you will have some difficulty in finding a match with such a fortune in our faubourg, where daughters do not get large dowries." "Their name is enough," said Lucian. "We are only 3 whist players, ma freinus d'Espard, and it will you make a 4th," said the Duke, pointing to the cartable. Clotilde came to the table to watch her father's game. "She expects me to believe that she means it for me," said the Duke, patting his daughter's hands, and looking round at Lucian, who remained quite grave. Lucian, Monsieur d'Espard's partner, lost 20 louis. "My dear mother," said Clotilde to the Duchess, "he was so judicious as to lose." At 11 o'clock, after a few affectionate words with Mademoiselle de Grandlieu, Lucian went home, and to bed thinking of the complete triumph he was to enjoy a month hence, for he had not a doubt of being accepted as Clotilde's lover, and married before Lent in 1830. On the morrow, when Lucian was smoking his cigarettes, after breakfast sitting with Carlos, who had become much depressed, Roman 1000, de Saint Esteve, was announced what a touch of irony, who begged to see either the Abbé Carlos Herrera or Monsieur Lucian de Rubemper. "Was he told downstairs that I had left Paris?" cried the Abbé. "Yes, sir," replied the groom. "Well, then, you must see the man," said he to Lucian, "but do not say a single compromising word, do not let a sign of surprise escape you, it is the enemy." "You will overhear me," said Lucian. Carlos hid in the adjoining room, and through the crack of the door he saw Corentin, whom he recognized only by his voice. Such powers of transformation did the great man possess this time. Corentin looked like an old paymaster general. "I have not had the honor of being known to you," Monsieur Corentin began, "but—" "Excuse my interrupting you, monsieur, but—" "But the matter in point is your marriage to Mademoiselle Clotilde de Grandlieu will never take place," Corentin added eagerly. Lucian sat down and made no reply. "You are in the power of a man who is able and willing, and ready to prove to the Duc de Grandlieu that the lands of Rubemper are to be paid for with the money that a fool has given to your mistress, Mademoiselle Esther," Corentin went on. "It will be quite easy to find the minutes of the legal opinions, in virtue of which Mademoiselle Esther was summoned. There are ways, too, of making d'Estourney speak. The very clever maneuvers employed against the Baron de Nucingen will be brought to light. As yet all can be arranged. Pay down 100,000 francs, and you will have peace. All this is no concern of mine. I am only the agent of those who levy this blackmail, nothing more." Corentin might have talked for an hour. Lucian smoked his cigarette with an air of perfect indifference. "Monsieur," replied he, "I do not want to know who you are, for men who undertake such jobs as these have no name, at any rate in my vocabulary. I have allowed you to talk at your leisure. I am at home. You seem to me not bereft of common sense. Listen to my dilemma." There was a pause, during which Lucian met Corentin's cat-like eye fixed on him with a perfectly icy stare. "Either you are building on facts that are absolutely false, and I need pay no heed to them," said Lucian, "or you are in the right. And in that case, by giving you 100,000 francs, I put you in a position to ask me for as many 100,000 francs as your employer can find Saint Esteves to ask for." However, to put an end once, and for all to your kind intervention, I would have you know that I Lucien de Rubemper fear, no one I have no part in the jobbery of which you speak. If the Grandlus make difficulties, there are other young ladies of very good family, ready to be married. After all, it is no loss to me, if I remain single, especially, if as you imagine I deal in blank bills to such advantage. If Monsieur L. Ab Carlos Herrera, Monsieur Lucien put in the Ab Herrera, is at this moment on the way to Spain, he has nothing to do with my marriage, my interests are no concern of his. That remarkable statesman was good enough to assist me at one time with his advice. But he has reports to present to His Majesty, the King of Spain. If you have anything to say to him, I recommend you to set out for Madrid. Monsieur, said Corentin, plainly, you will never be Mademoiselle Clotilde de Grandlus' husband. So much the worse for her, replied Lucien, impatiently pushing Corentin towards the door. You have fully considered the matter? Asked Corentin coldly. Monsieur, I do not recognize that you have any right either to meddle in my affairs, or to make me waste a cigarette, said Lucien, throwing away his cigarette that had gone out. Good day, monsieur, said Corentin. We shall not meet again, but there will certainly be a moment in your life when you would give half your fortune to have called me back from these stairs. In answer to this threat, Carlos made as though he were cutting off a head. Now to business, cried he, looking at Lucien, who was as white as ashes after this dreadful interview. If among the small number of my readers, who take an interest in the moral and philosophical side of this book, there should be only one capable of believing that the Baron de Nucingen was happy, that one would prove how difficult it is to explain the heart of a courtesan by any kind of physiological formula. Esther was resolved to make the poor millionaire pay dearly for what he called his day of triumph. And at the beginning of February 1830, the housewarming party had not yet been given in the little palace. Well, said Esther in confidence to her friends, who repeated it to the Baron, I shall open house at the carnival, and I mean to make my man as happy as a cock in plaster. The phrase became proverbial among women of her kidney. The Baron gave vent to much lamentation like married men. He made himself very ridiculous. He began to complain to his intimate friends, and his dissatisfaction was generally known. Esther meanwhile took quite a serious view of her position as the pompadour of this prince of speculators. She had given 2 or 3 small evening parties solely to get Lucien into the house Lousteau, Rastignac du Tillet, Bixiou, Nathan the Comte de Brambergal, the cream of the dissipated crew frequented her drawing room, and as leading ladies in the piece she was playing Esther, accepted Tullia Florentine Fanny Beauper and Florentwo dancers, and 2 actresses besides Madame Duval Noble. Nothing can be more dreary than a courtesan's home without the spice of rivalry, the display of dress, and some variety of type. In 6 weeks Esther had become the wittiest, the most amusing, the loveliest, and the most elegant of those female pariahs who form the class of kept women, placed on the pedestal that became her. She enjoyed all the delights of vanity, which fascinate women in general, but still as one who is raised above her caste by a secret thought, she cherished in her heart an image of herself, which she gloried in, while it made her blush. The hour when she must abdicate was ever present to her consciousness. Thus she lived a double life, really scorning herself. Her sarcastic remarks were tinged by the temper which was roused in her by the intense contempt felt by the angel of love, hidden in the courtesan, for the disgraceful and odious part played by the body in the presence, as it were, of the soul, at once actor and spectator victim. And judge, she was a living realization of the beautiful Arabian tales in which a noble creature lies hidden under a degrading form, and of which the type is the story of Nebuchadnezzar, in the book of books, the Bible, having granted herself a lease of life, till the day after her infidelity, the victim might surely play a while with the executioner. Moreover, the enlightenment that had come to Esther as to the secretly disgraceful means by which the Baron had made his colossal fortune relieved her of every scruple. She could play the part of the goddess of vengeance, as Carlos said, and so she was by turns enchanting and odious to the banker, who lived only for her, when the Baron had been worked up to such a pitch of suffering that he wanted only to be quit of Esther. She brought him round by a scene of tender affection. Herrera, making a great show of starting for Spain, had gone as far as Tours. He had sent the chaise on as far as Bordeaux, with a servant inside engaged to play the part of master, and to wait for him at Bordeaux. Then, returning by diligence dressed as a commercial traveler, he had secretly taken up his abode under Esther's roof, and thence, aided by a sigh, and Europe carefully directed all his machinations, keeping an eye on everyone and especially on Parade. About a fortnight before the day chosen for her great entertainment, which was to be given in the evening, after the first opera ball, the courtesan, whose witticisms were beginning to make her feared, happened to be at the Italian opera at the back of a box, which the Baron, forced to give a box, had secured in the lowest tier in order to conceal his mistress, and not to flaunt her in public within a few feet of Madame de Nucingen. Esther had taken her seat so as to rake that of Madame de Cerisy, whom Lucian almost invariably accompanied. The poor girl made her whole happiness center in watching Lucian on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays by Madame de Cerisy's side. At about 9:30 in the evening, Esther could see Lucian enter the countess box with a care-laden brow, pale, and with almost drawn features. These symptoms of mental anguish were legible only to Esther. The knowledge of a man's countenance is to the woman who loves him like that of the sea to a sailor. Good God, what can be the matter? What has happened? Does he want to speak with that angel of hell, who is to him a guardian angel, and who lives in an attic between those of Europe and a sigh? Tormented by such reflections, Esther scarcely listened to the music, still less, it may be believed, did she listen to the Baron, who held one of his Anchel's hands in both his, talking to her, in his horrible Polish-Jewish accent, a jargon which must be as unpleasant to read as it is to hear spoken. Esther, said he, releasing her hand, and pushing it away with a slight touch of temper, "You do not listen to me. I tell you what, Baron, you blunder in love as you gibber in French. Der Teufel! I am not in my boudoir here, I am at the opera. If you were not a barrel made by Huret or Fichet, metamorphosed into a man by some trick of nature, you would not make so much noise in a box with a woman who is fond of music. I don't listen to you, I should think. Not there you sit, rustling my dress like a cockchafer in a paper bag, and making me laugh with contempt. You say to me, 'You are so pretty, I should like to eat you, old simpleton.' Supposing I were to say to you, 'You are less intolerable this evening than you were yesterday,' will go home well from the way you puff and cipher. I feel you. If I don't listen to you, I perceive that you have eaten an enormous dinner, and your digestion is at work. Let me instruct you, for I cost you enough to give some advice for your money now. And then let me tell you, my dear fellow, that a man whose digestion is so troublesome as yours is not justified in telling his mistress that she is pretty at unseemly hours. An old soldier died of that very folly in the arms of religion, as Blondet has it. It is now 10 o'clock. You finished dinner at Du Tillet's at 9 o'clock. With your pigeon, the Comte de Bramberg, you have millions and truffles to digest. Come tomorrow night at 10. That you are cruel, cried the Baron, recognizing the profound truth of this medical argument. Cruel, echoed Esther, still looking at Lucian. Have you not consulted Bianchon Desplein, old Haudry, since you have had a glimpse of future happiness? Do you know what you seem like to me? Novit. A fat old fellow, wrapped in flannel, who walks every hour from his armchair to the window to see if the thermometer has risen to the degree marked silkworms, the temperature prescribed by his physician. You are really an ungrateful slut, cried the Baron in despair at hearing a tune, which, however, amorous old men not unfrequently hear at the opera. Ungrateful, retorted Esther. What have you given me till now? A great deal of annoyance. Come, Papa, can I be proud of you? You are proud of me. I wear your livery and badge with an air you paid my debts. So you Roman 999. But you have grabbed so many millions. Come, you need not sulk. You admitted that to Methet you need not think twice of that. And this is your chief title to fame, a baggage, and a thief, a well-assorted couple. You have built a splendid cage for a parrot that amuses you. Go and ask a Brazilian cockatoo what gratitude it owes to the man who placed it in a gilded cage. Don't look at me like that. You are just like a Buddhist bonze. Well, you show your redandwhite cockatoo to all Paris. You say, does anybody else in Paris own such a parrot? And how well it talks, how cleverly it picks its words. If Du Tillet comes in, it says at once, howdo, little swindler. Why, you are as happy as a Dutchman who has grown an unique tulip, as an old nabob pensioned off in Asia by England, when a commercial traveler sells him the first Swiss snuff-box that opens in 3 places. You want to win my heart? Well, now I will tell you how to do it. Speak, speak, Dara, is noting. I shall not do for you. I loaf to be fooled by you. Be young, be handsome, be like Lucian de Rubemper over there by your wife, and you shall have gratis what you can never buy with all your millions. I shall go vey, for really, you are too bat this evening, said the banker with a lengthened face. Very well, good night, then said Esther, tell Georges to make your pillows very high, and place your fee low, for you look apoplectic this evening. You cannot say, my dear, that I take no interest in your health." The Baron was standing up, and held the doorknob in his hand. "Here, Newsingen," said Esther, with an imperious gesture. The Baron bent over her with dog-like devotion. "Do you want to see me very sweet, and giving you sugar and waiter, and petting you in my house, this very evening, old monster? You shall break my heart." "Break your heart, you mean bore you," she went on. "Well, bring me Lucian, that I may invite him to our Belshazzar's feast, and you may be sure he will not fail to come, if you succeed in that little transaction. I will tell you that I love you, my fat Frederick, in such plain terms that you cannot but believe me." "You are an enchantress," said the Baron, kissing Esther's glove. "I should be willing to listen to abuse for ein hour, if always der was a kiss at the end of it. But if I am not obeyed, and she threatened the Baron with her finger, as we threaten children. The Baron raised his head like a bird caught in a springe, and imploring the trapper's pity. "Dear heaven, what ails Lucian?" said she to herself, when she was alone, making no attempt to check her falling tears. "I never saw him so sad." This is what had happened to Lucian that very evening. At 9 o'clock he had gone out, as he did every evening in his brougham, to go to the Hotel de Grandlieu, using his saddle horse and cab in the morning only. Like all young men, he had hired a brougham for winter evenings, and had chosen a first-class carriage and splendid horses from one of the best jobmasters. For the last month all had gone well with him. He had dined with the Grandlieus 3 times, the Duke was delightful to him, his shares in the omnibus company sold for 300,000 francs had paid off a third more of the price of the land. Clotilde de Grandlieu, who dressed beautifully, now reddened inch thick when he went into the room, and loudly proclaimed her attachment to him. Some personages of high estate discussed their marriage as a probable event. The Duc de Chaulieu, formerly ambassador to Spain, and now for a short while Minister for Foreign Affairs, had promised the Duchesse de Grandlieu that he would ask for the title of Marquis for Lucian. So that evening, after dining with Madame de Serizy, Lucian had driven to the Faubourg Saint-Germain to pay his daily visit. He arrives, the coachman calls for the gate to be opened, he drives into the courtyard, and stops at the steps. Lucian, on getting out, remarks 4 other carriages in waiting. On seeing Monsieur de Rubempré, one of the footmen placed to open and shut the hall door, comes forward, and out onto the steps in front of the door like a soldier on guard. "His Grace is not at home," says he. "Madame la Duchesse is receiving company," observes Lucian to the servant. "Madame la Duchesse is gone out," replies the man solemnly. "Mademoiselle Clotilde." "I do not think that Mademoiselle Clotilde will see you, monsieur, in the absence of Madame la Duchesse." "But there are people here," replies Lucian in dis. "I do not know, sir," says the man, trying to seem stupid, and to be respectful. There is nothing more fatal than etiquette to those who regard it as the most formidable arm of social law. Lucian easily interpreted the meaning of this scene, so disastrous to him. The Duke and Duchess would not admit him. He felt the spinal marrow freezing in the core of his vertebral column, and a sickly cold sweat bedewed his brow. The conversation had taken place in the presence of his own body-servant, who held the door of the brougham, doubting whether to shut it. Lucian signed to him that he was going away again. But as he stepped into the carriage, he heard the noise of people coming downstairs, and the servant called out first, Madame la Duchesse de Chaulieu's people, then Madame la Vicomtesse de Grandlieu's carriage. Lucian merely said to the Italian opera, but in spite of his haste, the luckless dandy could not escape the Duc de Chaulieu, and his son the Duc de Rhetore, to whom he was obliged to bow, for they did not speak a word to him. A great catastrophe at court, the fall of a formidable favorite, has ere now been pronounced on the threshold of a royal study, in one word, from an usher with a face like a plaster cast. "How am I to let my adviser know of this disastrous instant?" thought Lucian, as he drove to the opera house. "What is going on?" He racked his brain with conjectures. This was what had taken place that morning at 11 o'clock. The Duc de Grandlieu, as he went into the little room where the family all breakfasted together, said to Clotilde after kissing her, "Until further orders, my child, think no more of the Sieur de Rubempré." Then he had taken the Duchesse by the hand, and led her into a window recess to say a few words in an undertone which made poor Clotilde turn pale, for she watched her mother, as she listened to the Duke, and saw her expression of extreme surprise. "Jean," said the Duke to one of his servants, "take this note to Monsieur le Duc de Chaulieu, and beg him to answer by you yes or no. I am asking him to dine here today," he added to his wife. Breakfast had been a most melancholy meal. The Duchess was meditative, the Duke seemed to be vexed with himself, and Clotilde could with difficulty restrain her tears. "My child, your father is right, you must obey him," the mother had said to the daughter with much emotion. "I do not say, as he does, think no more of Lucien Noffer. I understand your suffering." Clotilde kissed her mother's hand, "But I do say, my darling, wait, take no step, suffer in silence, since you love him, and put your trust in your parents' care. Great ladies, my child, are great, just because they can do their duty on every occasion, and do it nobly." "But what is it about?" asked Clotilde, as white as a lily. "Matters too serious to be discussed with you, my dearest," the Duchess replied, "for if they are untrue your mind would be unnecessarily sullied, and if they are true, you must never know them." At 6 o'clock, the Duc de Chaulieu had come to join the Duc de Grandlieu, who awaited him in his study. "Tell me, Henrifer," the dukes were on the most familiar terms, and addressed each other by their Christian names. This is one of the shades invented to mark a degree of intimacy, to repel the audacity of French familiarity, and humiliate conceit. "Tell me, Henry, I am in such a desperate difficulty that I can only ask advice of an old friend who understands business, and you have practice and experience. My daughter Clotilde, as you know, is in love with that little Rubemper, whom I have been almost compelled to accept as her promised husband. I have always been averse to the marriage. However, Madame de Grandlieu could not bear to thwart Clotilde's passion. When the young fellow had repurchased the family estate and paid 3/4 of the price, I could make no further objections. But last evening, I received an anonymous letter. You know how much that is worth, in which I am informed that the young fellow's fortune is derived from some disreputable source, and that he is telling lies when he says that his sister is giving him the necessary funds for his purchase. For my daughter's happiness, and for the sake of our family, I am adjured to make inquiries, and the means of doing so are suggested to me. Here, read it. I am entirely of your opinion as to the value of anonymous letters, my dear Ferdinand," said the Duc de Chaulieu, after reading the letter. "Still, though we may contemn them, we must make use of them. We must treat such letters as we would treat a spy. Keep the young man out of the house, and let us make inquiries. I know how to do it. Your lawyer is Derville, a man in whom we have perfect confidence. He knows the secrets of many families, and can certainly be trusted with this. He is an honest man, a man of weight, and a man of honor. He is cunning and wily, but his wiliness is only in the way of business, and you need only employ him to obtain evidence you can depend upon. We have in the Foreign Office an agent of the superior police, who is unique in his power of discovering state secrets. We often send him on such missions. Inform Derville that he will have a lieutenant in the case. Our spy is a gentleman who will appear wearing the ribbon of the Legion of Honor, and looking like a diplomate. This rascal will do the hunting. Derville will only look on. Your lawyer will then tell you if the mountain brings forth a mouse, or if you must throw over this little Rubemper within a week. You will know what you are doing. The young man is not yet so far a marquis as to take offense at my being not at home for a week," said the Duc de Grandlieu. "Above all, if you end by giving him your daughter," replied the minister, "if the anonymous letter tells the truth. What of that? You can send Clotilde to travel with my daughter-in-law Madeleine, who wants to go to Italy. You relieve me immensely. I don't know whether I ought to thank you." "Wait till the end." "By the way," exclaimed the Duc de Grandlieu, "what is your man's name? I must mention it to Derville. Send him to me tomorrow by 5 o'clock. I will have Derville here, and put them in communication." "His real name," said Roman 1000 de Chaulieu, "is, I think, Courtesan, a name you must never have heard, for my gentleman will come ticketed with his official name. He calls himself Monsieur de Saint something Saint, Yves Saint Valor, something of the kind. You may trust him." Louis Roman 18 had perfect confidence in him. After this confabulation, the steward had orders to shut the door on Monsieur de Rubempreuch was done. Lucien paced the waiting room at the opera house like a man who was drunk. He fancied himself the talk of all Paris. He had in the Duc de Rhetore one of those unrelenting enemies on whom a man must smile, as he can never be revenged, since their attacks are in conformity with the rules of society. The Duc de Rhetore knew the scene that had just taken place on the outside steps of the Grandlieu's house. Lucien, feeling the necessity of at once reporting the catastrophe to his high privy councillor, nevertheless, was afraid of compromising himself by going to Esther's house, where he might find company. He actually forgot that Esther was here, so confused were his thoughts. And in the midst of so much perplexity, he was obliged to make small talk with Rastignac, who, knowing nothing of the news, congratulated him on his approaching marriage. At this moment, Nucingen appeared smiling, and said to Lucien, "Will you do me de pleasure to come to see Montame de Champyvatville, invite yourself to von housewarming party?" "With pleasure, Baron," replied Lucien, to whom the Baron appeared as a rescuing angel. "Leave us," said Esther to Monsieur de Nucingen, when she saw him come in with Lucien. "Go and see Madame du Valnoble, whom I discover in a box on the third tier with her nabob. Great many nabobs grow in the Indies," she added with a knowing glance at Lucien. "And that one," said Lucien smiling, "is uncommonly like yours." "And them," said Esther, answering Lucien with another look of intelligence, while still speaking to the Baron. "Bring her here with her nabob. He is very anxious to make your acquaintance. They say, he is very rich. The poor woman has already poured out, I know not how many elegies. She complains that her nabob is no good. And if you relieve him of his ballast, perhaps he will sail closer to the wind." "You tink we are all tives," said the Baron as he went away. "What ails you, my Lucien?" asked Esther in her friend's ear, just touching it with her lips as soon as the box door was shut. "I am lost. I have just been turned from the door of the Hôtel de Grandlieu, under pretense that no one was admitted. The Duke and Duchess were at home, and 5 pairs of horses were champing in the courtyard." "What will the marriage not take place?" exclaimed Esther, much agitated, for she saw a glimpse of paradise. "I do not yet know what is being plotted against me." "My Lucien," said she, in a deliciously coaxing voice, "why be worried about it? You can make a better match by and by. We'll get you the price of 2 estates. Give us supper tonight that I may be able to speak in secret to Carlos, and above all invite the sham Englishman. And Valnoble, that nabob, is my ruin. He is our enemy. We will get hold of him, and we—" But Lucien broke off with a gesture of despair. "Well, what is it?" asked the poor girl. "Oh, Madame de Serizy, seize me," cried Lucien, "and to crown our woes, the Duc de Rhetore, who witnessed my dismissal, is with her." In fact, at that very minute, the Duc de Rhetore was amusing himself with Madame de Serizy's discomfiture. "Do you allow Lucien to be seen in Mademoiselle Esther's box?" said the young Duke, pointing to the box. "And to Lucien, you who take an interest in him, should really tell him such things are not allowed. He may sup at her house. He may even, but in fact I am no longer surprised at the Grandlieu's coolness towards the young man. I have just seen their door shut in his face on the front steps." "Women of that sort are very dangerous," said Madame de Serizy, turning her opera glass on Esther's box. "Yes," said the Duke, "as much by what they can do as by what they wish." "They will ruin him," cried Madame de Serizy, "for I am told they cost as much whether they are paid or no." "Not to him," said the young Duke, affecting surprise. "They are far from costing him anything. They give him money at need, and all run after him." The Countess' lips showed a little nervous twitching, which could not be included in any category of smiles. "Well then," said Esther, "come to supper at midnight, bring Blondet and Rastignac. Let us have 2 amusing persons at any rate, and we won't be more than 9. You must find some excuse for sending the Baron to fetch Eugenie under pretense of warning Assai, and tell her what has befallen me, so that Carlos may know before he has the nabob under his claws." "That shall be done," said Esther. And thus Peyrade was probably about to find himself unwittingly under the same roof with his adversary. The tiger was coming into the lion's den, and a lion surrounded by his guards. When Lucien went back to Madame de Serizy's box, instead of turning to him smiling and arranging her skirts for him to sit by her, she affected to pay him not the slightest attention, but looked about the house through her glass. Lucien could see, however, by the shaking of her hand, that the Countess was suffering from one of those terrible emotions by which illicit joys are paid for. He went to the front of the box all the same, and sat down by her at the opposite corner, leaving a little vacant space between himself and the Countess. He leaned on the ledge of the box, with his elbow resting his chin on his gloved hand. Then he half turned away, waiting for a word. By the middle of the act, the Countess had still neither spoken to him nor looked at him. "I do not know," said she at last, "why you are here. Your place is in Mademoiselle Esther's box." "I will go there," said Lucien, leaving the box, without looking at the Countess. "My dear," said Madame du Valnoble, going into Esther's box with Peyrade, whom the Baron de Nucingen did not recognize, "I am delighted to introduce Mr. Samuel Johnson. He is a great admirer of Roman 1000 de Nucingen's talents." "Indeed, monsieur," said Esther, smiling at Peyrade. "Oh yes, Baku," said Peyrade. "Why, Baron, here is a way of speaking French, which is as much like yours as the low Breton dialect is like that of Burgundy. It will be most amusing to hear you discuss money matters. Do You know, Monsieur Nabob, what I shall require of you if you are to make acquaintance with my baron, said Esther, with a smile. Oh, thank you so much. You will introduce me to Sir Baronet, said Parade, with an extravagant English accent. Yes, said she, you must give me the pleasure of your company at supper. There is no pitch stronger than champagne for sticking men together. It seals every kind of business, above all such as you put your foot in. Come this evening. You will find some jolly fellows as for you, my little Frederick. She added in the Baron's ear, you have your carriage here, just drive to the Rue St. George's, and bring Europe to me here. I have a few words to say to her about the supper. I have caught Lucian. He will bring 2 men who will be fun. We will draw the Englishmen, she whispered to Madame du Val-Noble. Parade and the Baron left the women together. Oh, my dear, if you ever succeed in drawing that great brute, you will be clever indeed, said Suzanne. If it proves impossible, you must lend him to me for a week, replied Esther, laughing. You would but keep him half a day, replied Madame du Val-Noble. The bread I eat is too hard, it breaks my teeth, never again to my dying day. Will I try to make an Englishman happy? They are all cold and selfish pigs on their hind legs. What no consideration, said Esther with a smile. On the contrary, my dear, the monster has never shown the least familiarity. Under no circumstances, whatever, asked Esther. The wretch always addresses me as Madame, and preserves the most perfect coolness imaginable at moments, when every man is more or less amenable to him. Lovemaking, my word, it is nothing more nor less than shaving himself. He wipes the razor, puts it back in its case, and looks in the glass as if he were saying, I have not cut myself. Then he treats me with such respect, as is enough to send a woman mad. That odious Milord Potboiler amuses himself by making poor Theodore hide in my dressing-room, and stand there half the day. In short, he tries to annoy me in every way, and as stingy, as miserly as Gobseck and Gigonnet rolled into one. He takes me out to dinner, but he does not pay the cab that brings me home if I happen not to have ordered my carriage to fetch me. Well, said Esther, but what does he pay you for your services? Oh, my dear, positively nothing. 500 francs a month, and not a penny more, and the hire of a carriage. But what is it? A machine such as they hire out for a third-rate wedding to carry an epicier to the Mary to church, and to the Cadron Blue. Oh, he nettles me with his respect. If I try hysterics and feel ill, he is never vexed. He only says, I wish my lady to have her own way, for there is nothing more detestable, no gentleman, than to say to a nice woman, you are a cotton bale, a bundle of merchandise. Ha, ha, are you a member of the Temperance Society and Anti-Slavery? And my horror sits pale and cold and hard, while he gives me to understand that he has as much respect for me as he might have for a Negro, and that it has nothing to do with his feelings, but with his opinions as an abolitionist. A man cannot be a worse wretch, said Esther, but I will smash up that outlandish Chinny. Smash him up, replied Madame du Val-Noble. Not if he does not love me. You yourself, would you like to ask him for 2 sous? He would listen to you solemnly, and tell you with British precision that would make a slap in the face seem genial, that he pays dear enough for the trifle that love can be to his poor life. And as before, Madame du Val-Noble mimicked Parade's bad French. To think that in our line of life, we are thrown in the way of such men, exclaimed Esther. Oh, my dear, you have been uncommonly lucky. Take good care of your Nucingen. But your nabob must have got some idea in his head. That is what Adele says. Look here, my dear, that man, you may depend, has laid a bet that he will make a woman hate him and pack him off in a certain time. Or else he wants to do business with Nucingen, and took me up knowing that you and I were friends. That is what Adele thinks, answered Madame du Val-Noble. That is why I introduced him to you this evening. Oh, if only I could be sure what he is at, what tricks I could play with you and Nucingen. And you don't get angry, asked Esther. You don't speak your mind now and then. Try it. You are sharp and smooth. Well, in spite of your sweetness, he would kill you with his icy smiles. I am anti-slavery, he would say. And you are free. If you said the funniest things, he would only look at you and say, very good. And you would see that he regards you merely as a part of the show. And if you turned furious, the same thing, it would still be a show. You might cut him open under the left breast, without hurting him in the least. His internals are of tinted iron. I am sure I told him. So he replied, I am quite satisfied with that physical constitution. And always polite, my dear, he wears gloves on his soul. I shall endure this martyrdom for a few days longer to satisfy my curiosity, but for that I should have made Philippe slap my lord's cheek, and he has not his match as a swordsman. There is nothing else left for it. I was just going to say so, cried Esther. But you must ascertain first that Philippe is a boxer, for these old English fellows, my dear, have a depth of malignity. This one has no match on earth. No, if you could but see him asking my commands to know at what hour he may comito take me by surprise, of Courtesan pouring out respectful speeches, like a so-called gentleman, you would say why he adores her. And there is not a woman in the world who would not say the same. And they envy us, my dear, exclaimed Esther. Ah well, sighed Madame du Valnoble, in the course of our lives, we learn more or less how little men value us. But my dear, I have never been so cruelly, so deeply, so utterly scorned by brutality, as I am by this great skinful of port wine. When he is tipsy, he goes away not to be unpleasant, as he tells Adele, and not to be under two powers at once, wine and woman. He takes advantage of my carriage. He uses it more than I do. Oh, if only we could see him under the table tonight. But he can drink 10 bottles, and only be fuddled when his eyes are full. He still sees clearly. Like people whose windows are dirty outside, said Esther. But who can see from inside what is going on in the street? I know that property in man do till it has it in the highest degree. Try to get do till it, and if he and Nucingen between them could only catch him in some of their plots, I should at least be revenged. They would bring him to beggary. Oh, my dear, to have fallen into the hands of a hypocritical Protestant after that poor Folix, who was so amusing, so good-natured, so full of chaff. How we used to laugh. They say, all stockbrokers are stupid. Well, he for one never lacked wit but once. When he left you without a sou, that is what made you acquainted with the unpleasant side of pleasure. Europe, brought in by Monsieur de Nucingen, put her viperine head in at the door, and after listening to a few words whispered in her ear by her mistress, she vanished. At 11:30 that evening 5 carriages were stationed in the Rue St. George's before the famous courtesan's door. There was Lucien's, who had brought Rastignac Bixiou, and Blondet du Tillot's, the Baron de Nucingen's. The nabob's, and Florinesh was invited by du Tillot. The closed and doubly shuttered windows were screened by the splendid Chinese silk curtains. Supper was to be served at 1. Waxlights were blazing. The dinning groom and little drawing groom displayed all their magnificence. The party looked forward to such an orgy as only 3 such women, and such men as these, could survive. They began by playing cards, as they had to wait about 2 hours. Do you play, my lord? asked du Tillot to Parade. I have played with O'Connell, Pitt, Fox, Canning, Lord Brougham, Lord. Say at once, no end of lords, said Bixiou. Lord Fitzwilliam, Lord Ellenborough, Lord Hertford, Lord. Bixiou was looking at Parade's shoes and stooped down. What are you looking for? asked Blondet. For the spring one must touch to stop this machine, said Florine. Do you play for 20 francs a point? I will play for as much as you like to lose. He does it well, said Esther to Lucien. They all take him for an Englishman. Du Tillot, Nucingen, Parade, and Rastignac sat down to a whistable. Florine, Madame du Valnoble, Esther, Blondet, and Bixiou sat round the fire chatting. Lucien spent the time in looking through a book of fine engravings. Supper is ready, Packard presently announced, in magnificent livery. Parade was placed at Florine's left hand, and on the other side of him Bixiou, whom Esther had enjoined to make the Englishman drink freely and challenge him to beat him. Bixiou had the power of drinking an indefinite quantity. Never in his life had Parade seen such splendor, or tasted of such cookery, or seen such fine women. I am getting my money's worth this evening for the 1,000 crowns La Valnoble has cost me, till now, thought he, and besides, I have just won 1,000 francs. This is an example for men to follow, said Suzanne, who was sitting by Lucien with a wave of her hand, at the splendors of the dinning room. Esther had placed Lucien next herself, and was holding his foot between her own under the table. Do you hear, said Madame du Valnoble, addressing Parade, who affected blindness. This is how you ought to furnish a house, when a man brings millions home from India, and wants to do business with the Nucingens. He should place himself on the same level. I belong to a temperance society. Then you will drink like a fish, said Bixiou, for the Indies are uncommon hot, uncle. It was Bixiou's jest during supper to treat Parade as an uncle of his, returned from India. Montame du Valnoble told me you shall have some ideas, said Nucingen, scrutinizing Parade. Ah, this is what I wanted to hear, said du Tillot, to Rastignac, the two talking gibberish together. You will see they will understand each other at last, said Bixiou, guessing what du Tillot had said to Rastignac. Sir Baronet, I have imagined a speculation, a very comfortable jobaku, profitable and rich in profits. Now you will see, said Blondet to du Tillet, he will not talk 1 minute without dragging in the Parliament and the English government. It is in China in the opium trade. Ja, I know, said Nucingen at once as a man who is well acquainted with commercial geography, but the English government have taken up the opium trade as a means dat shall open up China, and she shall not allow dat v. Nucingen has cut him out, with the government, remarked du Tillet to Blondet. Ah, you have been in the opium trade, cried Madame du Valnoble. Now, I understand why you are so narcotic, some has stuck in your soul. Dare you see, cried the Baron to the self-styled opium merchant, and pointing to Madame du Valnoble, you are like me, never shall a millionaire be able to make a vomit loaf him. I have loved much, and often, milady, replied Parade. As a result of temperance, said Bixiou, who had just seen Parade finish his 3rd bottle of claret, and now had a bottle of port wine uncorked. Oh, cried Parade, it is very fine, the Portugal of England. Blondet, du Tillet, and Bixiou smiled at each other. Parade had the power of travestying everything, even his wit. There are very few Englishmen who will not maintain that gold and silver are better in England than elsewhere. The fowls and eggs exported from Normandy to the London market enable the English to maintain that the poultry and eggs in London are superior, very fine, to those of Paris, which come from the same district. Esther and Lucien were dumbfounded by this perfection of costume, language, and audacity. They all ate and drank so well and so heartily while talking and laughing that it went on till 4 in the morning. Bixiou flattered himself that he had achieved one of the victories so pleasantly related by Brillat Savarin. But at the moment when he was saying to himself, as he offered his uncle some more wine, I have vanquished England, Parade replied in good French to this malicious scoffer, Tauger's moan, Garkin, go it, my boy, which no one heard but Bixiou. Hallo, good men, all he is as English as I am, my uncle is a Gascon, I could have no other. Bixiou and Parade were alone, so no one heard this announcement. Parade rolled off his chair on to the floor. Packard forthwith picked him up and carried him to an attic where he fell sound asleep. At 6 o'clock next evening, the nabob was roused by the application of a wet cloth, with which his face was being washed, and awoke to find himself on a camped face to face with a sigh wearing a mask and a black domino. Well, Papa, Parade you, and I have to settle accounts, said she. Where am I? Asked he, looking about him. Listen to me, said Assai, and that will sober you, though you do not love Madame du Valnoble, you love your daughter, I suppose. My daughter, Parade echoed with a roar. Yes, Mademoiselle Liddy. What then? What then? She is no longer in the Rue des Moineaux, she has been carried off. Parade breathed a sigh like that of a soldier dying of a mortal wound on the battlefield. While you were pretending to be an Englishman, someone else was pretending to be Parade. Your little Liddy thought she was with her father, and she is now in a safe place. So you will never find her, unless you undo the mischief you have done. What mischief? Yesterday Monsieur Lucien de Rubempré had the door shut in his face at the Duc de Grandlieu's. This is due to your intrigues, and to the man you let loose on us. Do not speak. Listen, Assai, when on seeing Parade open his mouth, you will have your daughter again, pure and spotless, she added, emphasizing her statement by the accent on every word. Only on the day after that, on which Monsieur Lucien de Rubempré walks out of St. Thomas d'Aquin as the husband of Mademoiselle Clotilde, if within 10 days Lucien de Rubempré is not admitted, as he has been to the Grandlieu's house, you to begin with will die a violent death, and nothing can save you from the fate that threatens you. Then, when you feel yourself dying, you will have time before breathing your last to reflect. My daughter is a prostitute for the rest of her life. Though you have been such a fool as give us this hold for our clutches, you still have sense enough to meditate on this ultimatum from our government. Do not bark, say nothing to anyone, go to Courtesan's and change your dress, and then go home. Cat will tell you that at a word from you your little Liddy went downstairs, and has not been seen since. If you make any fuss, if you take any steps, your daughter will begin where I tell you she will end. She is promised to de Marse. With old Canquil, I need not mince matters, I should think, or wear gloves. Heh, go on downstairs, and take care not to meddle in our concerns any more. Assai left Parade in a pitiable state. Every word had been a blow with a club. The spy had tears in his eyes, and tears hanging from his cheeks at the end of a wet furrow. They are waiting dinner for Mr. Johnson, said Europe, putting her head in a moment after. Parade made no reply. He went down, walked till he reached a cabstand, and hurried off to undress at Courtesan's, not saying a word to him. He resumed the costume of Pierre Canquil, and got home by 8 o'clock. He mounted the stairs with a beating heart. When the Flemish woman heard her master, she asked him, "Well, and where is Mademoiselle?" with such simplicity that the old spy was obliged to lean against the wall. The blow was more than he could bear. He went into his daughter's rooms, and ended by fainting with grief, when he found them empty, and heard Kat's story, which was that of an abduction as skillfully planned as if he had arranged it himself. Well, well, thought he, I must knock under. I will be revenged later. Now, I must go to Courtesan. This is the first time we have met our foes. Courtesan will leave that handsome boy free to marry an empress, if he wishes. Yes, I understand that my little girl should have fallen in love with him at first sight. Oh, that Spanish priest is a knowing one. Courage, friend. Parade, disgorge your prey. The poor father never dreamed of the fearful blow that awaited him. On reaching Courtesan's house, Bruno, the confidential servant, who knew Parades, "Monsieur is gone away. For a long time. For 10 days. Where? I don't know. Good God, I am losing my wits. I ask him whereas if we ever told them," thought he. A few hours before the moment when Parade was to be roused in his garret, in the Rue St. Georges, Courtesan, coming in from his country place at Passy, had made his way to the Duc de Grandlieu's, in the costume of a retainer of a superior class. He wore the ribbon of the Legion of Honor at his buttonhole. He had made up a withered old face with powdered hair, deep wrinkles, and a colorless skin. His eyes were hidden by tortoiseshell spectacles. He looked like a retired office clerk. On giving his name as Monsieur Saint Denis, he was led to the Duke's private room, where he found Derville reading a letter which he himself had dictated to one of his agents, the number whose business it was to write documents. The Duke took Courtesan aside to tell him all he already knew. Monsieur de Saint Denis listened coldly and respectfully, amusing himself by studying this grand gentleman, by penetrating the tufa beneath the velvet cover, by scrutinizing this being now and always absorbed in whist, and in regard for the house of Grandlieu. "If you will take my advice, monsieur," said Courtesan to Derville, after being duly introduced to the lawyer, "we shall set out this very afternoon for Angoulême by the Bordeaux coach, which goes quite as fast as the mail, and we shall not need to stay there 6 hours to obtain the information Monsieur le Duc requires. It will be enough if I have understood your Gracito ascertain whether Monsieur de Rubempre's sister and brother-in-law are in a position to give him 1,200,000 francs, and he turned to the Duke. "You have understood me perfectly," said the Duke. "We can be back again in 4 days. Courtesan went on addressing Derville, "and neither of us will have neglected his business long enough for it to suffer." "That was the only difficulty I was about to mention to his Grace," said Derville. "It is now 4 o'clock. I am going home to say a word to my head clerk, and pack my traveling bag, and after dinner at 8 o'clock, I will be. But shall we get places?" he said to Monsieur de Saint Denis, interrupting himself. "I will answer for that," said Courtesan. "B. in the yard of the chief office of the Messageries, at 8 o'clock. If there are no places, they shall make some, for that is the way to serve Monseigneur le Duc de Grandlieu." "Gentlemen," said the Duke most graciously, "I postpone my thanks." Courtesan and the lawyer, taking this as a dismissal, bowed and withdrew. At the hour when Parade was questioning Courtesan's servant, Monsieur de Saint Denis and Derville, seated in the Bordeaux coach, were studying each other in silence as they drove out of Paris. Next morning, between Orleans and Tours, Derville, being bored, began to converse, and Courtesan condescended to amuse him, but keeping his distance, he left him to believe that he was in the diplomatic service, and was hoping to become consul general by the good offices of the Duc de Grandlieu. 2 days after leaving Paris, Courtesan and Derville got out at Mansle, to the great surprise of the lawyer, who thought he was going to Angoulême. "In this little town," said Courtesan, "we can get the most positive information as regards Madame Setchard." "Do you know her then?" asked Derville, astonished to find Courtesan so well informed. "I made the conductor talk, finding he was a native of Angoulême. He tells me that Madame Setchard lives at Marsac, and Marsac is but a league away from Mansle. I thought we should be at greater advantage here than at Angoulême for verifying the facts. And besides," thought Derville, "as Monsieur le Duc said, I act merely as the witness to the inquiries made by this confidential agent." The inn at Mansle, La Belle Étoile, had for its landlord one of those fat and burly men whom we fear we may find no more on our return, but who still 10 years after are seen standing at their door with as much superfluous flesh as ever, in the same linen, cap, the same apron, with the same knife, the same oiled hair, the same triple chinel. Stereotyped by novel writers from the immortal Cervantes to the immortal Walter Scott. Are they not all boastful of their cookery? Have they not all whatever you please to order? And do not all end by giving you the same hectic chicken and vegetables cooked with rank butter? They all boast of their fine wines, and all make you drink the wine of the country. But Courtesan from his earliest youth had known the art of getting out of an innkeeper things more essential to himself than doubtful dishes and apocryphal wines. So he gave himself out as a man easy to please and willing to leave himself in the hands of the best cook in Mansell, as he told the fat man. There is no difficulty about being the best and the only one, said the host. Serve us in the side room, said Courtesan, winking at Derville, and do not be afraid of setting the chimney on fire. We want to thaw out the frost in our fingers. It was not warm in the coach, said Derville. Is it far to Marsac? Asked Courtesan of the innkeeper's wife, who came down from the upper regions on hearing that the diligence had dropped 2 travelers to sleep there. Are you going to Marsac, monsieur? Replied the woman. I don't know, he said sharply. Is it far from hence to Marsac? He repeated after giving the woman time to notice his red ribbon. In a chaise, a matter of half an hour, said the innkeeper's wife. Do you think that Monsieur and Madame Setchard are likely to be there in winter? To be sure, they live there all the year round. It is now 5 o'clock, we shall still find them up at 9. Oh yes, till 10, they have company every evening, the cure, Monsieur Marin, the doctor. Good folks then, said Derville. Oh, the best of good souls, replied the woman, straightforward, honest, and not ambitious. Neither Monsieur Setchard, though he is very well off, they say, he might have made millions, if he had not allowed himself to be robbed of an invention, in the paper-making of which the brothers Quintet are getting the benefit. Ah, to be sure, the brothers Quintet, said Courtesan. Hold your tongue, said the innkeeper. What can it matter to these gentlemen whether Monsieur Setchard has a right or no to a patent for his inventions in paper-making? If you mean to spend the night here at the Belle Étoile, he went on, addressing the travelers, here is the book, and please to put your names down. We have an officer in this town who has nothing to do, and spends all his time in nagging at us. The devil, said Courtesan, while Derville entered their names and his profession as attorney to the lower court in the department of the Seine. I fancied the Setchards were very rich. Some people say they are millionaires, replied the innkeeper. But as to hindering tongues from wagging, you might as well try to stop the river from flowing. Old Setchard left 200,000 francs worth of landed property, it is said, and that is not amiss for a man who began as a workman well, and he may have had as much again in savings, for he made 10 or 12,000 francs out of his land at last. So supposing he were fool enough not to invest his money for 10 years, that would be all told. But even if he lent it at high interest, as he is suspected of doing, there would be 300,000 francs perhaps, and that is all. 500,000 francs is a long way short of 1,000,000. I should be quite content with the difference, and no more of the Belle Étoile for me. Really, said Courtesan, then Monsieur David Setchard and his wife have not a fortune of 2 or 3 millions. Why, exclaimed the innkeeper's wife, that is what the Quintets are supposed to have, who robbed him of his invention, and he does not get more than 20,000 francs out of them. Where do you suppose such honest folks would find millions? They were very much pinched while the father was alive. But for Kolb, their manager, and Madame Kolb, who is as much attached to them as her husband, they could scarcely have lived. Why, how much had they with La Verberie? 1,000 francs a year perhaps. Courtesan drew Derville aside and said, In vino veritas, truth lives under a cork. For my part, I regard an inn as the real registry office of the countryside. The notary is not better informed than the innkeeper as to all that goes on in a small neighborhood. You see, we are supposed to know all about the Quintets and Kolb and the rest. Your innkeeper is the living record of every incident. He does the work of the police without suspecting it. A government should maintain 200 spies at most, for in a country like France, there are 10 millions of simple-minded informers. However, we need not trust to this report, though even in this little town, something would be known about the 1,200,000 francs sunk in paying for the Rubemper estate. We will not stop here long. I hope not, Derville put in. And this is why, added Courtesan, I have hit on the most natural way of extracting the truth from the mouth of the Setchard couple. I rely upon you to support by your authority. As a lawyer, the little trick I shall employ to enable you to hear a clear and complete account of their affairs after dinner. We shall set out to call on Monsieur Setchard, said Courtesan to the innkeeper's wife. Have beds ready for us. We want separate rooms. There can be no difficulty under the stars. Oh, monsieur, said the woman, we invented the sign. The pun is to be found in every department, said Courtesan. It is no monopoly of yours. Dinner is served, gentlemen, said the innkeeper. But where the devil can that young fellow have found the money? Is the anonymous writer accurate? Can it be the earnings of some handsome baggage, said Derville, as they sat down to dinner. Ah, that will be the subject of another inquiry, said Corentin Lucien de Rubemper, as the Duc de Chaulieu tells me lives with a converted Jewess, who passes for a Dutch woman, and is called Esther van Bogseck. What a strange coincidence, said the lawyer. I am hunting for the heiress of a Dutchman named Gobseckit, is the same name, with a transposition of consonants. Well, said Corentin, you shall have information as to her parentage on my return to Paris. An hour later, the two agents for the Grandlieu family set out for La Verberie, where Monsieur and Madame Setchard were living. Never had Lucien felt any emotion so deep as that which overcame him at La Verberie, when comparing his own fate with that of his brother-in-law. The two Parisians were about to witness the same scene that had so much struck Lucien a few days, since everything spoke of peace and abundance. At the hour when the two strangers were arriving, a party of 4 persons were being entertained in the drawing-room of La Verberie, the Cure of Marsac, a young priest of 25, who at Madame Setchard's request had become tutor to her little boy Lucien, the country doctor Monsieur Marin, the mayor of the commune, and an old colonel, who grew roses on a plot of land opposite to La Verberie on the other side of the road. Every evening during the winter, these persons came to play an artless game of Boston, for centime points to borrow the papers, or return those they had finished. When Monsieur and Madame Setchard had bought La Verberie, a fine house, built of stone and roofed with slate, the pleasure grounds consisted of a garden of 2 acres. In the course of time, by devoting her savings to the purpose, Madame Setchard had extended her garden as far as a brook by cutting down the vines on some ground she purchased, and replacing them with grass plots and clumps of shrubbery. At the present time, the house, surrounded by a park of about 20 acres, and enclosed by walls, was considered the most imposing place in the neighborhood. Old Setchard's former residence, with the outhouses attached, was now used as the dwelling house for the manager of about 20 acres of vineyard left by him of 5 farmsteads, bringing in about 6,000 francs a year, and 10 acres of meadow land, lying on the further side of the stream, exactly opposite the little park. Indeed, Madame Setchard hoped to include them in it. The next year La Verberie was already spoken of in the neighborhood as a chateau, and Eve Setchard was known as the Lady of Marsac. Lucien, while flattering her vanity, had only followed the example of the peasants and vine-dressers. Courtois, the owner of the mill, very picturesquely situated a few hundred yards from the meadows of La Verberie, was in treaty, it was said, with Madame Setchard for the sale of his property, and this acquisition would give the finishing touch to the estate and the rank of a place in the department. Madame Setchard, who did a great deal of good with as much judgment as generosity was equally esteemed, and loved her beauty, now really splendid, was at the height of its bloom. She was about 26, but had preserved all the freshness of youth from living in the tranquility and abundance of a country life. Still much in love with her husband, she respected him as a clever man who was modest enough to renounce the display of fame. In short, to complete her portrait, it is enough to say that, in her whole existence, she had never felt a throb of her heart that was not inspired by her husband or her children. The tax paid to grief by this happy household was, as may be supposed, the deep anxiety caused by Lucien's career, in which Eve Setchard suspected mysteries, which she dreaded all the more, because during his last visit Lucien roughly cut short all his sister's questions by saying that an ambitious man owed no account of his proceedings to anyone but himself. In 6 years, Lucien had seen his sister but 3 times, and had not written her more than 6 letters. His first visit to La Verberie had been on the occasion of his mother's death, and his last had been paid with a view to asking the favor of the lie, which was so necessary to his advancement. This gave rise to a very serious scene between Monsieur and Madame Setchard and their brother, and left their happy and respected life troubled by the most terrible suspicions. The interior of the house, as much altered as the surroundings, was comfortable without luxury, as will be understood by a glance round the room, where the little party were now assembled. A pretty Aubusson carpet, hangings of grey cotton, twill bound with green silk, brocade, the woodwork painted to imitate spa wood, carved mahogany furniture covered with grey woolen stuff, and green gimp, with flower stands gay with flowers in spite of the time of year, presented a very pleasing and homelike aspect. The window curtains of green, brocade the chimney ornaments, and the mirror frames were untainted by the bad taste that spoils everything in the provinces, and the smallest details, all elegant and appropriate, gave the mind and eye a sense of repose, and of poetry which a clever and loving woman can and ought to infuse into her home. Madame Setchard, still in mourning, for her father sat by the fire working at some large piece of tapestry, with the help of Madame Kolb, the housekeeper, to whom she entrusted all the minor cares of the household. "A chaise has stopped at the door," said Courtois, hearing the sound of wheels outside, "and to judge by the clatter of metal it belongs to these parts." "Postal and his wife have come to see us, no doubt," said the doctor. "No," said Courtois, "the chaise has come from Mansell." "Montaigne," said Kolb, the burly Alsatian we have made acquaintance with in a former volume, "Illusions Perdues. Here is a lawyer from Paris, who wants to speak with monsieur." "A lawyer!" cried Setchard, "the very word gives me the colic." "Thank you," said the mayor of Marsac, named Courtesan, who for 20 years had been an attorney at Angoulême, and who had once been required to prosecute Setchard. "My poor David will never improve, he will always be absent-minded," said Yves, smiling. "A lawyer from Paris," said Courtois. "Have you any business in Paris?" "No," said Yves. "But you have a brother there," observed Courtois. "Take care lest he should have anything to say about old Setchard's estate," said Courtesan. "He had his finger in some very queer concerns, worthy man." Corentin and Derville, on entering the room, after bowing to the company, and giving their names, begged to have a private interview with Monsieur and Madame Setchard. "By all means," said Setchard, "but is it a matter of business?" "Solely a matter regarding your father's property," said Corentin. "Then I beg you will allow Monsieur Maire, a lawyer formerly at Angoulême, be present also." "Are you Monsieur Derville?" said Courtesan, addressing Corentin. "No, monsieur, this is Monsieur Derville," replied Corentin, introducing the lawyer, who bowed. "But," said Setchard, "we are, so to speak, a family party, we have no secrets from our neighbors, there is no need to retire to my study, where there is no fire. Life is in the sight of all men." "But your father," said Corentin, "was involved in certain mysteries, which perhaps you would rather not make public." "Is it anything we need blush for?" said Yves in alarm. "Oh no, a sin of his youth," said Corentin, coldly setting one of his mousetraps. "Monsieur your father left an elder son." "Oh, the old rascal," cried Courtois, "he was never very fond of you, Monsieur Setchard, and he kept that secret from you, the deep old dog. Now I understand what he meant when he used to say to me, 'You shall see what you shall see when I am under the turf.'" "Do not be dismayed, monsieur," said Corentin to Setchard, while he watched Yves out of the corner of his eye. "A brother!" exclaimed the doctor. "Then your inheritance is divided into two." Derville was affecting to examine the fine engravings, proofs, before letters, which hung on the drawing-room walls. "Do not be dismayed," Madame Corentin went on, seeing amazement written on Madame Setchard's handsome features. "It is only a natural son. The rights of a natural son are not the same as those of a legitimate child. This man is in the depths of poverty, and he has a right to a certain sum calculated on the amount of the estate, the millions left by your father." At the word millions, there was a perfectly unanimous cry from all the persons present, and now Derville ceased to study the prince. "Old Setchard millions," said Courtois. "Who on earth told you that? Some peasant?" "Monsieur," said Courtesan, "you are not attached to the treasury, you may be told all the facts." "Be quite easy," said Corentin. "I give you my word of honor, I am not employed by the treasury." Courtesan, who had just signed to everybody to say nothing, gave expression to his satisfaction. Monsieur Corentin went on. "If the whole estate were but a million, a natural child's share would still be something considerable. But we have not come to threaten a lawsuit. On the contrary, our purpose is to propose that you should hand over 100,000 francs, and we will depart." 100,000 francs, cried Courtesan, interrupting him. "But Monsieur Old Setchard left 20 acres of vineyard, 5 small farms, 10 acres of meadowland here, and not a sou besides." "Nothing on earth," cried David Setchard, "would induce me to tell a lie, and less to a question of money, than on any other, monsieur," he said, turning to Corentin, "and Derville, my father left us besides the land." Courtois and Courtesan signalled in vain to Setchard. He went on. 300,000 francs, which raises the whole estate to about 500,000 francs. Monsieur Courtesan asked Yves Setchard, "What proportion does the law allot to a natural child?" "Madame," said Corentin, We are not Turks, we only require you to swear before these gentlemen that you did not inherit more than 500,000 francs from your father-in-law, and we can come to an understanding. First, give me your word of honor that you really are a lawyer, said Courtesan to Derville. Here is my passport, replied Derville, handing him a paper folded in four, and monsieur is not, as you might suppose, an inspector from the treasury, so be easy, he added. We had an important reason for wanting to know the truth as to the Setchard estate, and we now know it. Derville took Madame Setchard's hand and led her very courteously to the further end of the room. Madame, said he in a low voice, if it were not that the honor and future prospects of the house of Grandlieu are implicated in this affair, I would never have lent myself to the stratagem devised by this gentleman of the red ribbon. But you must forgive him, it was necessary to detect the falsehood, by means of which your brother has stolen a march on the beliefs of that ancient family. Beware now of allowing it to be supposed that you have given your brother 1,200,000 francs to repurchase the Rubemper estates. 1,200,000 francs, cried Madame Setchard, turning pale. Where did he get them, wretched boy? Ah, that is the question, replied Derville. I fear that the source of his wealth is far from pure. The tears rose to Eve's eyes, as her neighbors could see. We have perhaps done you a great service by saving you from abetting a falsehood of which the results may be positively dangerous, the lawyer went on. Derville left Madame Setchard sitting pale and dejected with tears on her cheeks and bowed to the company. To Mansell, said Courtesan to the little boy who drove the chaise. There was but one vacant place in the diligence from Bordeaux to Paris. Derville begged Courtesan to allow him to take it, urging a press of business. But in his soul, he was distrustful of his traveling companion, whose diplomatic dexterity and coolness struck him as being the result of practice. Courtesan remained 3 days longer at Mansell, unable to get away. He was obliged to secure a place in the Paris coach by writing to Bordeaux, and did not get back till 9 days after leaving home. Parade meanwhile had called every morning either at Passy or in Paris to inquire whether Courtesan had returned on the 8th day. He left at each house a note written in their peculiar cipher to explain to his friend what death hung over him, and to tell him of Liddy's abduction and the horrible end to which his enemies had devoted them. Parade, bereft of Courtesan, but seconded by Courtesan, still kept up his disguise as a nabob, even though his invisible foes had discovered him. He very wisely reflected that he might glean some light on the matter by remaining on the field of the contest. Courtesan had brought all his experience into play in his search for Liddy, and hoped to discover in what house she was hidden. But as the days went by, the impossibility, absolutely demonstrated, of tracing the slightest clue added hour by hour to Parade's despair. The old spy had a sort of guard about him of 12 or 15 of the most experienced detectives. They watched the neighborhood of the Rue des Moineaux and the Rue Taitbout, where he lived as a nabob with Madame du Val-Noble during the last 3 days of the term, granted by a sigh, to reinstate Lucien on his old footing in the Hotel de Grandlieu. Courtesan never left the veteran of the old General Police Office, and the poetic terror shed throughout the forests of America by the arts of inimical and warring tribes, of which Cooper made such good use in his novels, was here associated with the petty details of Paris life. The footpassengers, the shops, the hackney cabs, a figure standing at a window, everything had to the human ciphers to whom old Parade had entrusted his safety the thrilling interest which attaches in Cooper's romances to a beaver village, a rock, a bison robe, a floating canoe, a weed straggling over the water. If the Spaniard has gone away, you have nothing to fear, said Courtesan to Parade, remarking on the perfect peace they lived in. But if he is not gone, observed Parade, he took one of my men at the back of the chaise, but at Blois my man, having to get down, could not catch the chaise up again. 5 days after Derville's return, Lucien one morning had a call from Rastignac. I am in despair, my dear boy, said his visitor, at finding myself compelled to deliver a message which is entrusted to me, because we are known to be intimate. Your marriage is broken off beyond all hope of reconciliation. Never set foot again in the Hotel de Grandlieu. To marry Clotilde you must wait till her father dies, and he is too selfish to die, yet a while old whist players sit at table, the card table, very late. Clotilde is setting out for Italy with Madeleine de Lenoncourt Chaulieu. The poor girl is so madly in love with you, my dear fellow, that they have to keep an eye on her. She was bent on coming to see you, and had plotted an escape that may comfort you in misfortune. Lucien made no reply. He sat gazing at Rastignac. And is it a misfortune after all his friend went on you will easily find a girl as well-born and better looking than Claudel de Madame de Cerisy, will find you a wife out of spite she cannot endure the Grandlus, who never would have anything to say to her. She has a niece little Clemence du Rouvre. My dear boy, said Lucian at length, since that supper, I am not on terms with Madame de Cerisy saw me in Esther's box, and made a scene I left her to herself. A woman of 40 does not long keep up a quarrel with so handsome a man, as you are, said Rastignac. I know something of these sunsets. It lasts 10 minutes in the sky, and 10 years in a woman's heart. I have waited a week to hear from her. Go in calls. Yes, I must now. Are you coming at any rate to the Val Nobles? Her nabob is returning the supper given by Nucingen. I am asked, and I shall go, said Lucian gravely. The day after this confirmation of his disaster, which Carlos heard of at once from a sigh, Lucian went to the Rue Tatebout with Rastignac and Nucingen. At midnight nearly all the personages of this drama were assembled, in the dining-room that had formerly been Esther's drama, of which the interest lay hidden under the very bed of these tumultuous lives, and was known only to Esther, to Lucian, to Parade, to Courtesan the mulatto, and to Packard who attended his mistress a sigh, without its being known to Courtesan, and Parade had been asked by Madame du Valnoble to come and help her cook. As they sat down to table, Parade, who had given Madame du Valnoble 500 francs, that the thing might be well done, found under his napkin a scrap of paper on which these words were written in pencil: "The 10 days are up at the moment when you sit down to supper." Parade handed the paper to Courtesan, who was standing behind him, saying in English, "Did you put my name here?" Courtesan read by the light of the wax candles, "This mean tekel a parson," and slipped the scrap into his pocket. But he knew how difficult it is to verify a handwriting in pencil, and above all a sentence written in Roman capitals, that is to say with mathematical lines, since capital letters are wholly made up of straight lines and curves, in which it is impossible to detect any trick of the hand, as in what is called running hand. The supper was absolutely devoid of spirit. Parade was visibly absent-minded of the men about town, who give life to a supper. Only Rastignac and Lucian were present. Lucian was gloomy and absorbed in thought. Rastignac, who had lost 2,000 francs before supper, ate and drank with the hope of recovering them later. The three women, stricken by this chill, looked at each other. Dullness deprived the dishes of all relish. Suppers, like plays and books, have their good and bad luck. At the end of the meal, ices were served of the kind called plombières. As everybody knows, this kind of dessert has delicate preserved fruits laid on the top of the ice, which is served in a little glass not heaped above the rim. These ices had been ordered by Madame du Valnoble of Tortoni, whose shop is at the corner of the Rue Tatebout and the boulevard. The cook called Courtesan out of the room to pay the bill. Courtesan, who thought this demand on the part of the shopboy rather strange, went downstairs and startled him by saying, "Then you have not come from Tortoni's," and then went straight upstairs again. Packard had meanwhile handed the ices to the company in his absence. The mulatto had hardly reached the door when one of the police constables, who had kept watch in the Rue des Moineaux, called up the stairs, "Number 27. "What's up?" replied Courtesan, flying down again. "Tell Papa that his daughter has come home, but good God, in what a state! Tell him to come at once, she is dying." At the moment when Courtesan re-entered the dining-room, old Parade, who had drunk a great deal, was swallowing the cherry off his ice. They were drinking to the health of Madame du Valnoble. The nabob filled his glass with Constantia and emptied it. In spite of his distress at the news, he had to give Parade. Courtesan was struck by the eager attention with which Packard was looking at the nabob. His eyes sparkled like two fixed flames. Although it seemed important still, this could not delay the mulatto, who leaned over his master just as Parade set his glass down. "Liddy is at home," said Courtesan, "in a very bad state." Parade rattled out the most French of all French oaths, with such a strong southern accent that all the guests looked up in amazement. Parade, discovering his blunder, acknowledged his disguise by saying to Courtesan in good French, "Find me a coach, im off." Every one rose. "Why, who are you?" said Lucian. "Jaho," said the Baron. "Bixiou told me you shammed Englishman better than he could, and I would not believe him," said Rastignac. "Some bankrupt caught in disguise," said du Tillet loudly. "I suspected as much." "A strange place is Paris," said Madame du Valnoble. "After being bankrupt in his own part of town, a merchant turns up as a nabob, or a dandy in the champs. Élysées with impunitio, I am unlucky bankrupts are my bane. Every flower has its peculiar blight, said Esther quietly. Mine is like Cleopatra's asp. Who am I? Echoed Parade from the door. You will know ere long, for if I die, I will rise from my grave to clutch your feet every night. He looked at Esther and Lucian as he spoke. Then he took advantage of the general dismay to vanish with the utmost rapidity, meaning to run home without waiting for the coach in the street. The spy was gripped by the arm as he crossed the threshold of the outer gate. It was a sigh wrapped in a black hood, such as ladies then wore on leaving a ball. Send for the sacraments, Papa Parade, said she, in the voice that had already prophesied Roman 99. A coach was waiting. A sigh jumped in, and the carriage vanished as though the wind had swept it away. There were 5 carriages waiting. Parade's men could find out nothing. On reaching his house in the Rue des Vins, one of the quietest and prettiest nooks of the little town of Passy, Corentin, who was known there as a retired merchant passionately devoted to gardening, found his friend Parade's note in cipher. Instead of resting, he got into the hackney coach that had brought him thither, and was driven to the Rue des Moineaux, where he found only Cat. From her he heard of Liddy's disappearance, and remained astounded at Parade's and his own want of foresight. But they do not know me yet, said he to himself. This crew is capable of anything. I must find out if they are killing Parade, for if so, I must not be seen any more. The viler a man's life is, the more he clings to it. It becomes at every moment a protest and a revenge. Corentin went back to the cab and drove to his rooms to assume the disguise of a feeble old man in a scanty greenish overcoat and a tow wig. Then he returned on foot, prompted by his friendship for Parade. He intended to give instructions to his most devoted and cleverest underlings. As he went along the Rue Saint-Honore to reach the Rue Saint-Roch from the Place Vendôme, he came up behind a girl in slippers, and dressed as a woman dresses for the night. She had on a white bejacket and a nightcap, and from time to time gave vent to a sob and an involuntary groan. Corentin outpaced her, and turning round recognized Liddy. I am a friend of your father's, of Monsieur Canquil's, said he in his natural voice. Ah, then here is someone I can trust, said she. Do not seem to have recognized me, Corentin went on, for we are pursued by relentless foes, and are obliged to disguise ourselves. But tell me what has befallen you. Oh, monsieur, said the poor child, the facts, but not the story can be told. I am ruined, lost, and I do not know how. Where have you come from? I don't know, monsieur. I fled with such precipitancy. I have come through so many streets, round so many turnings, fancying I was being followed, and when I met anyone that seemed decent, I asked my way to get back to the boulevards, so as to find the Rue de la Paix, and at last, after walking, what o'clock is it, monsieur? 11:30, said Corentin. I escaped at nightfall, said Liddy. I have been walking for 5 hours. Well, come along, you can rest now, you will find your good cat. Oh, monsieur, there is no rest for me. I only want to rest in the grave, and I will go and wait for death in a convent, if I am worthy to be admitted. Poor little girl, but you struggled. Oh yes, oh, if you could only imagine the abject creatures they placed me with. They sent you to sleep, no doubt. Ah, that is it, cried poor Liddy, a little more strength, and I should be at home. I feel that I am dropping, and my brain is not quite clear just now. I fancied I was in a garden. Corentin took Liddy in his arms, and she lost consciousness. He carried her upstairs. Cat, he called. Cat came out with exclamations of joy. Don't be in too great a hurry to be glad, said Corentin gravely. The girl is very Roman 99. When Liddy was laid on her bed, and recognized her own room by the light of 2 candles that Cat lighted, she became delirious. She sang scraps of pretty airs broken by vociferations of horrible sentences. She had heard her pretty face was mottled with purple patches. She mixed up the reminiscences of her pure childhood with those of these 10 days of infamy. Cat sat weeping. Corentin paced the room, stopping now and again to gaze at Liddy. She is paying her father's debt, said he. Is there a providence above? Oh, I was wise not to have a family. On my word of honor, a child is indeed a hostage given to misfortune, as some philosopher has said. Oh, cried the poor child, sitting up in bed and throwing back her fine long hair. Instead of lying here, Cat, I ought to be stretched in the sand at the bottom of the Seine. Cat, instead of crying and looking at your child, which will never cure her, you ought to go for a doctor, the medical officer in the first instance, and then Monsieur Desplein and Monsieur Bianchon. We must save this innocent creature. And Corentin wrote down the addresses of these 2 famous physicians. At this moment up the stairs came someone to whom they were familiar, and the door was opened. Parade, in a violent sweat, his face purple, his eyes almost blood-stained, and gasping like a dolphin, rushed from the outer door to Liddy's room exclaiming, "Where is my child?" He saw a melancholy sign from Courtesan, and his eyes followed his friend's hand. Liddy's condition can only be compared to that of a flower tenderly cherished by a gardener, now fallen from its stem, and crushed by the iron-clamped shoes of some peasant. Ascribe this simile to a father's heart, and you will understand the blow that fell on Parade. The tears started to his eyes. "You are crying, it is my father," said the girl. She could still recognize her father. She got out of bed, and fell on her knees at the old man's side, as he sank into a chair. "Forgive me, Papa," said she in a tone that pierced Parade's heart, and at the same moment, he was conscious of what felt like a tremendous blow on his head. "I am dinged, villains," were his last words. Courtesan tried to help his friend, and received his latest breath. "Dead poison," said he to himself. "Ah, here is the doctor," he exclaimed, hearing the sound of wheels. Courtesan, who came with his mulatto disguise, removed, stood like a bronze statue, as he heard Liddy say, "Then you do not forgive me, father, but it was not my fault." She did not understand that her father was dead. "Oh, how he stares at me," cried the poor crazy girl. "We must close his eyes," said Courtesan, lifting Parade onto the bed. "We are doing a stupid thing," said Courtesan. "Let us carry him into his own room. His daughter is half demented, and she will go quite mad. When she sees that he is dead, she will fancy that she has killed him." Liddy, seeing them carry away her father, looked quite stupefied. "There lies my only friend," said Courtesan, seeming much moved. When Parade was laid out on the bed, in his own room, in all his life, he never had but one impulse of cupidity, and that was for his daughter. "Let him be an example to you, Courtesan. Every line of life has its code of honor." Parade did wrong when he mixed himself up with private concerns. "We have no business to meddle with any but public cases." "But come what may, I swear," said he with a voice and emphasis, a look that struck horror into Courtesan, "to avenge my poor Parade, I will discover the men who are guilty of his death, and of his daughter's ruin. And as sure as I am myself, as I have yet a few days to live, which I will risk to accomplish, that vengeance, every man of them shall die at 4 o'clock in good health, by a clean shave on the place to grieve." "And I will help you," said Courtesan with feeling. Nothing, in fact, is more heart-stirring than the spectacle of passion in a cold, self-contained, and methodical man, in whom, for 20 years, no one has ever detected the smallest impulse of sentiment. It is like a molten bar of iron, which melts everything it touches, and Courtesan was moved to his depths. "Poor old Canquil," said he, looking at Courtesan, "he has treated me many a time, and, I tell you, only your bad sort know how to do such things, but often has he given me 10 francs to go and gamble with." After this funeral oration, Parade's 2 avengers went back to Liddy's room, hearing Cat and the medical officer from the Mary on the stairs. "Go and fetch the chief of police," said Courtesan. "The public prosecutor will not find grounds for a prosecution in the case. Still, we will report it to the prefecture. It may perhaps be of some use. Monsieur," he went on to the medical officer, "in this room you will see a dead man. I do not believe that he died from natural causes. You will be good enough to make a post-mortem in the presence of the chief of the police, who will come at my request, try to discover some traces of poison. You will in a few minutes have the opinion of Monsieur Desplein and Monsieur Bianchon, for whom I have sent to examine the daughter of my best friend. She is in a worse plight than he, though he is dead. I have no need of those gentlemen's assistance in the exercise of my duty," said the medical officer. "Well, well," thought Courtesan, "let us have no clashing, monsieur," he said in a few words. "I give you my opinion, those who have just murdered the father have also ruined the daughter." By daylight Liddy had yielded to fatigue when the great surgeon and the young physician arrived. She was asleep. The doctor, whose duty it was to sign the death certificate, had now opened Parade's body and was seeking the cause of death. "While waiting for your patient to awake," said Courtesan to the 2 famous doctors, "would you join one of your professional brethren in an examination which cannot fail to interest you, and your opinion will be valuable in case of an inquiry?" "Your relations died of apoplexy," said the official. "There are all the symptoms of violent congestion of the brain. Examine him, gentlemen, and see if there is no poison capable of producing similar symptoms. The stomach is in fact full of food substances, but short of chemical analysis, I find no evidence of poison." If the characters of cerebral congestion are well ascertained, we have here considering the patient's age a sufficient cause of death observed to spline, looking at the enormous mass of material. Did he sup here? Asked Bianchon. No, said Corentin, he came here in great haste from the boulevard, and found his daughter ruined. That was the poison, if he loved his daughter, said Bianchon. What known poison could produce a similar effect? Asked Corentin, clinging to his idea. There is but one, said Despline, after a careful examination. It is a poison found in the Malayan archipelago, and derived from trees, as yet but little known of the strychnos family. It is used to poison that dangerous weapon the Malay crease, at least, so it is reported. The police commissioner presently arrived. Corentin told him his suspicions, and begged him to draw up a report telling him where and with whom Parade had supped, and the causes of the state in which he found Liddy. Corentin then went to Liddy's rooms. Despline and Bianchon had been examining the poor child. He met them at the door. Well, gentlemen, asked Corentin, place the girl under medical care, unless she recovers her wits when her child is born. If, indeed, she should have a child, she will end her days, melancholimad. There is no hope of a cure, but in the maternal instinct if it can be aroused. Corentin paid each of the physicians 40 francs in gold, and then turned to the police commissioner, who had pulled him by the sleeve. The medical officer insists on it that death was natural, said this functionary, and I can hardly report the case, especially as the dead man was old Canquil. He had his finger in too many pies, and we should not be sure whom we might run foul of. Men like that die to order very often. And my name is Corentin, said Corentin in the man's ear. The commissioner started with surprise. So just make a note of all this, Corentin went on. It will be very useful by send it up only as confidential information. The crime cannot be proved, and I know that any inquiry would be checked at the very outset, but I will catch the criminals some day. Yet I will watch them and take them red-handed. The police official bowed to Corentin and left. Monsieur, said Cat, Mademoiselle does nothing but dance and sing. What can I do? Has any change occurred then? She has understood that her father is just dead. Put her into a hackney coach, and simply take her to Charenton. I will write a note to the Commissioner General of Police to secure her being suitably provided for the daughter in Charenton. The father in a pauper's grave, said Corentin. Courtesan, go and fetch the parish hearse, and now Don Carlos Herrera you, and I will fight it out. Carlos, said Courtesan, he is in Spain. He is in Paris, said Corentin. Positively, there is a touch of Spanish genius of the Philip Roman II type in all this, but I have pitfalls for everybody, even for kings. 5 days after the nabob's disappearance, Madame du Val-Noble was sitting by Esther's bedside weeping, for she felt herself on one of the slopes down to poverty. If I only had at least 100 louis a year, with that sum, my dear, a woman can retire to some little town and find a husband. I can get you as much as that, said Esther. How? Cried Madame du Val-Noble. Oh, in a very simple way. Listen, you must plan to kill yourself, play your part well, send for a sigh, and offer her 10,000 francs for 2 black beads of very thin glass, containing a poison which kills you in a second. Bring them to me, and I will give you 50,000 francs for them. Why do you not ask her for them yourself, said her friend. Assai would not sell them to me. They are not for yourself, asked Madame du Val-Noble. Perhaps. You who live in the midst of pleasure and luxury in a house of your own, and on the eve of an entertainment, which will be the talk of Paris for 10 years, which is to cost Nucingen 20,000 francs. There are to be strawberries in mid-February, they say, asparagus, grapes, melon sand, 1,000 crowns worth of flowers in the rooms. What are you talking about? There are 1,000 crowns worth of roses on the stairs, alone. And your gown is said to have cost 10,000 francs. Yes, it is of Brussels point, and Delphine his wife is furious, but I had a fancy to be disguised as a bride. Where are the 10,000 francs? Asked Madame du Val-Noble. It is all the ready money, I have, said Esther, smiling. Open my table drawer, it is under the curl papers. People who talk of dying never kill themselves, said Madame du Val-Noble, if it were to commit a crime. For shame, said Esther, finishing her friend's thought, as she hesitated. Be quite easy, I have no intention of killing anybody. I had a friend, a very happy woman, she is dead. I must follow her, that is all. How foolish! How can I help it? I promised her I would. I should let that bill go dishonored, said her friend, smiling. Do as I tell you, and go at once I hear a carriage coming it, is Nucingen a man, who will go mad with joy yes, he loves me why do we not love those who love us for indeed they do all they can to please us. Ah that is the question said Madame du Val-Noble, it is the old story of the herring, which is the most puzzling fish that swims. Why? Well no one could ever find out. Get along my dear I must ask for your 50,000 francs. Goodbye then. For 3 days past Esther's ways with the Baron de Nucingen had completely changed. The monkey had become a cat, the cat had become a woman. Esther poured out treasures of affection on the old man. She was quite charming, her way of addressing him, with a total absence of mischief or bitterness, and all sorts of tender insinuation, had carried conviction to the banker's slow wit. She called him Fritz, and he believed that she loved him. My poor Fritz, I have tried you sorely, said she. I have teased you shamefully. Your patience has been sublime. You loved me, I see, and I will reward you. I like you now. I do not know how it is, but I should prefer you to a young man. It is the result of experience. Perhaps in the long run we discover at last that pleasure is the coin of the soul, and it is not more flattering to be loved for the sake of pleasure than it is to be loved for the sake of money. Besides, young men are too selfish, they think more of themselves than of us. While you now think only of me, I am all your life to you, and I will take nothing more from you. I want to prove to you how disinterested I am. Vi I have jifen you notink, cried the Baron enchanted. I propose to jife you tomorrow 30,000 francs a year in a government bond. Dat is main wedding gift. Esther kissed the Baron so sweetly that he turned pale without any pills. Oh, cried she, do not suppose that I am sweet to you only for your 30,000 francs. It is because no, I love you, my good fat Frederick. Ach mein Gott, wie have you kept me waiting? I might have been so happy all de ces 3 months. In 3 or in 5%, my pet, said Esther, passing her fingers through Nucingen's hair and arranging it in a fashion of her own. In trees I had a quantity. So next morning the Baron brought the certificate of shares. He came to breakfast with his dear little girl, and to take her orders for the following evening, the famous Saturday, the great day. Here, my little wife, my only wife, said the banker gleefully, his face radiant with happiness, here is enough money to pay for your keep for the rest of your days. Esther took the paper without the slightest excitement, folded it up, and put it in her dressing-table drawer. So now you are quite happy, you monster of iniquity, said she, giving Nucingen a little slap on the cheek. Now that I have at last accepted a present from you, I can no longer tell you home truths, for I share the fruit of what you call your labors. This is not a gift, my poor old boy. It is restitution. Come, do not put on your bourse face, you know that I love you. My loafly Esther, mein Angel of loaf, said the banker, do not speak to me like dat. I tell you, I should not care wenn all de world took me for a tife, if you should think me ein honest man. I loaf you every day more and more. That is my intention, said Esther, and I will never again say anything to distress you, my pet elephant, for you are grown as artless as a baby. Bless me, you old rascal, you have never known any innocence. The allowance bestowed on you when you came into the world was bound to come to the top some day, but it was buried so deep that it is only now reappearing at the age of 66, fished up by love's barbed hook. This phenomenon is seen in old men. And this is why I have learned to love you. You are young, so young no one but I would ever have known this, Frederick, I alone, for you were a banker at 15, even at college. You must have lent your schoolfellows 1 marble on condition of their returning 2. Seeing him laugh, she sprang onto his knee. Well, you must do as you please. Bless me, plunder the men, go ahead, and I will help. Men are not worth loving. Napoleon killed them off like flies, whether they pay taxes to you or to the government. What difference does it make to them? You don't make love over the budget. And on my honor, go ahead, I have thought it over, and you are right. Shear the sheep, you will find it in the gospel according to Beranger. Now kiss your Esther, I say. You will give that poor Val-Noble all the furniture in the Rue Tatebout. And tomorrow, I wish you would give her 50,000 francs. It would look handsome, my duck. You see, you killed Folix. People are beginning to cry out upon you. And this liberality will look Babylonian. All the women will talk about it. Oh, there will be no one in Paris so grand, so noble as you, and as the world is constituted, Folix will be forgotten. So after all, it will be money deposited at interest. You are right, main Anchel, you know the world, he replied. You shall be main adviser. Well, you see, said Esther, how I study my man's interest, his position and honor. Go at once, and bring those 50,000 francs. She wanted to get rid of Monsieur de Nucingen, so as to get a stockbroker to sell the bond that very afternoon. But why this minute? Asked he. Bless me, my sweetheart, you must give it to her in a little satin box wrapped round a fan. You must say, here, madame, is a fan which I hope may be to your taste. You are supposed to be a turcaret, and you will become a bojan. Charming, charming, cried the Baron, I shall be so clever henceforth. Yes, I shall repeat your vorts. Just as Esther had sat down tired with the effort of playing her part, Europe came. Madame, said she, here is a messenger, sent from the Quai Malaquais, by Celestin Roman 1000 Lucian's servant. Bring him in. No, I will go into the anteroom. He has a letter for you, madame, from Celestin. Esther rushed into the anteroom, looked at the messenger, and saw that he looked like the genuine thing. Tell him to come down, said Esther in a feeble voice, and dropping into a chair, after reading the letter Lucian means to kill himself, she added in a whisper to Europe, no, take the letter up to him. Carlos Herrera, still in his disguise, as a bagman, came downstairs at once, and keenly scrutinized the messenger, on seeing a stranger in the anteroom. You said there was no one here, said he, in a whisper to Europe. And with an excess of prudence, after looking at the messenger, he went straight into the drawing-room Trimpella. Mort did not know that, for some time past, the famous constable of the detective force who had arrested him at the Mason Wacker had a rival who, it was supposed, would replace him. This rival was the messenger. They are right, said the sham messenger to Courtesan, who was waiting for him in the street. The man you describe is in the house, but he is not a Spaniard, and I will burn my hand off if there is not a bird for our net under that priest's gown. He is no more a priest than he is a Spaniard, said Courtesan. I am sure of that, said the detective. Oh, if only we were right, said Courtesan. Lucian had been away for 2 days, and advantage had been taken of his absence to lay the snare. But he returned this evening, and the courtesan's anxieties were allayed next morning at the hour when Esther, having taken a bath, was getting into bed again. Madame du Val-Noble arrived. I have the 2 pills, said her friend. Let me see, said Esther, raising herself with her pretty elbow buried in a pillow, trimmed with lace. Madame du Val-Noble held out to her what looked like 2 black currants. The Baron had given Esther a pair of greyhounds of famous pedigree, which will be always known by the name of the great contemporary poet who made them fashionable, and Esther, proud of owning them, had called them by the names of their parents, Romeo and Juliet. No need here to describe the whiteness and grace of these beasts, trained for the drawing-room with manners suggestive of English propriety. Esther, called Romeo Romeo, ran up on legs so supple, and thin so strong and sinewy, that they seemed like steel springs, and looked up at his mistress. Esther, to attract his attention, pretended to throw one of the pills. He is doomed by his nature to die, thus said she as she threw the pill, which Romeo crushed between his teeth. The dog made no sound. He rolled over, and was stark dead. It was all over while Esther spoke these words of epitaph. Good God, shrieked Madame du Val-Noble. You have a cab waiting, carry away the departed Romeo, said Esther. His death would make a commotion here. I have given him to you, and you have lost him. Advertise for him, make haste, you will have your 50,000 francs this evening. She spoke so calmly, so entirely, with the cold indifference of a courtesan, that Madame du Val-Noble exclaimed, You are the queen of us all. Come early and look very well. At 5 o'clock Esther dressed herself as a bride. She put on her lace dress over white satin. She had a white sash, white satin shoes, and a scarf of English point lace over her beautiful shoulders. In her hair she placed white camellia flowers. The simple ornament of an innocent girl. On her bosom lay a pearl necklace worth 30,000 francs, a gift from Nucingen. Though she was dressed by 6, she refused to see anybody, even the banker. Europe knew that Lucian was to be admitted to her room. Lucian came at about 7, and Europe managed to get him up to her mistress, without anybody knowing of his arrival. Lucian, as he looked at her, said to himself, why not go and live with her at Rubemper, far from the world, and never see Paris again? I have an earnest of 5 years of her life, and the dear creature is one of those who never belie themselves. Where can I find such another perfect masterpiece? My dear, you whom I have made my God, said Esther, kneeling down on a cushion in front of Lucian, give me your blessing. Lucian tried to raise her and kiss her, saying, What is this jest, my dear love? And he would have put his arm round her, but she freed herself with a gesture as much of respect as of horror. I am no longer worthy of you, Lucian said, she letting the tears rise to her eyes. I implore you, give me your blessing, and swear to me that you will found 2 beds at the Hotel d'Euphor. As to prayers in church, God will never forgive me unless I pray myself. I have loved you too well, my dear. Tell me that I made you happy, and that you will sometimes think of me. Tell me that. Lucian saw that Esther was solemnly in earnest, and he sat thinking. You mean to kill yourself, said he at last in a tone of voice that revealed deep reflection. No, said she, but today, my dear, the woman dies, the pure, chaste, and loving woman who once was yours, and I am very much afraid that I shall die of grief. Poor child, said Lucian. Wait, I have worked hard these 2 days. I have succeeded in seeing Clotilde. Always Clotilde, cried Esther, in a tone of concentrated rage. Yes, said he, we have written to each other on Tuesday morning. She is to set out for Italy, but I shall meet her on the road for an interview at Fontainebleau. Bless me, what is it that you men want for wives? Wooden laths, cried poor Esther. If I had 7 or 8 millions, would you not marry Meckham now? Child, I was going to say that if all is over for me, I will have no wife but you. Esther bent her head to hide her sudden pallor, and the tears she wiped away. You love me, said she, looking at Lucian with the deepest melancholy. Well, that is my sufficient blessing. Do not compromise yourself. Go away by the side door, and come into the drawing-room through the anteroom. Kiss me on the forehead. She threw her arms round Lucian, clasped him to her heart with frenzy, and said again, Go only, Gore, I must live. When the doomed woman appeared in the drawing-room, there was a cry of admiration. Esther's eyes expressed infinitude in which the soul sank as it looked into them. Her blue-black and beautiful hair set off the camellias. In short, this exquisite creature achieved all the effects she had intended. She had no rival. She looked like the supreme expression of that unbridled luxury which surrounded her in every form. Then she was brilliantly witty. She ruled the orgy with the cold, calm power that Habeneck displays when conducting at the Conservatoire at those concerts, where the first musicians in Europe rise to the sublime in interpreting Mozart and Beethoven. But she observed with terror that Nucingen ate little, drank nothing, and was quite the master of the house. By midnight everybody was crazy, the glasses were broken, that they might never be used again. 2 of the Chinese curtains were torn. Bixiou was drunk for the 2nd time in his life. No one could keep his feet. The women were asleep on the sofas, and the guests were incapable of carrying out the practical joke they had planned of escorting Esther and Nucingen to the bedroom, standing in 2 lines, with candles in their hands, and singing Buona Sera from the Barber of Seville. Nucingen simply gave Esther his hand. Bixiou, who saw them though tipsy, was still able to say, like Rivarol, on the occasion of the Duc de Richelieu's last marriage, The police must be warned, there is mischief brewing here. The jester thought he was jesting. He was a prophet. Monsieur de Nucingen did not go home till Monday at about noon, but at 1 o'clock, his broker informed him that Mademoiselle Esther van Bogsec had sold the bond bearing 30,000 francs interest on Friday last, and had just received the money. But Monsieur le Baron d'Urville's head clerk called on me just as I was settling this transfer, and after seeing Mademoiselle Esther's real names, he told me she had come into a fortune of 7 millions. Pooh! Yes, she is the only heir to the old bill. Discounter Gobseck d'Urville will verify the facts. If your mistress mother was the handsome Dutch woman La Belle Hollandaise, as they called her, she comes in for. I know dat she is, cried the banker. She told me all her life. I shall write ein Wort to d'Urville. The baronet down at his desk wrote a line to d'Urville and sent it by one of his servants. Then, after going to the Bourse, he went back to Esther's house at about 3 o'clock. Madame forbade our waking her on any pretense, whatever she is in bedasleep. Ach der Teufel, said the baron, but Europe, she shall not be angry to be told that she is furry rich. She shall inherit 7 millions. Old Gobseck is deet, and your missus is his sole heir for her motor. Vas Gobseck's own niece, and besides he shall have left a Roman 104. I could never have taught that a millionaire like dat man should have left Esther in misery. Aha, then your reign is over, old pantaloons, said Europe, looking at the baron with an effrontery worthy of one of Moliere's waiting maids. Shoo, you old Alsatian crow. She loves you, as we love the plague. Heavens above us, millions. Why, she may marry her lover, won't she be glad? And Prudence Servian left the baron simply thunderstricken to be the first to announce to her mistress this great stroke of luck. The old man, intoxicated with superhuman enjoyment, and believing himself happy, had just received a cold shower bath on his passion at the moment when it had risen to the intensest white heat. She vast deceiving me, cried he with tears in his eyes. Yes, she vast cheating me, oh Esther, my life. Vas a fool hafe, I bin can such flowers ever bloom for de old men, I can buy all vat I will. Except only yout, ich got vat, shall I do vat, shall become of me she is right dat cruel Europe Esther, if she is rich, shall not be for me shall I go hank myself, vat, is life mid out de divine flame of joy dat, I have known main got. The old man snatched off the false hair he had combed in with his grey hairs, these 3 months past. A piercing shriek from Europe made Newsingen quail to his very bowels. The poor banker rose and walked upstairs on legs that were drunk with the bowl of disenchantment he had just swallowed to the dregs, for nothing is more intoxicating than the wine of disaster. At the door of her room, he could see Esther stiff on her bed blue with poison dead. He went up to the bed and dropped on his knees. You are right, she told me so she is dead off me. Packard aside, everyone hurried in. It was a spectacle, a shock, but not despair. Everyone had their doubts the Baron was a banker again. A suspicion crossed his mind, and he was so imprudent as to ask what had become of the 750,000 francs, the price of the bond. Packard aside, and Europe looked at each other so strangely that Monsieur de Nucingen left the house at once, believing that robbery and murder had been committed. Europe, detecting a packet of soft consistency, betraying the contents to be banknotes under her mistress, Pillow proceeded at once to lay her out, as she said. Go and tell Monsieur Assai to die, before she knew that she had 7 millions. Gobseck was poor Madame's uncle, said she. Europe's stratagem was understood by Packard. As soon as Assai's back was turned, Europe opened the packet, on which the hapless courtesan had written to be delivered to Monsieur Lucien de Rubemper. 750,000 franc notes shone in the eyes of prudent Servian, who exclaimed, "Won't we be happy and honest for the rest of our lives?" Packard made no objection. His instincts as a thief were stronger than his attachment to Trimpella Mort. Duret is dead, he said at length. My shoulder is still a proof before letters. Let us be off together, divide the money, so as not to have all our eggs in one basket, and then get married. But where can we hide, said Prudence. In Paris, replied Packard. Prudence and Packard went off at once with the promptitude of 2 honest folks, transformed into robbers. My child, said Carlos to Assai as soon as she had said 3 words, find some letter of Esther's, while I write a formal will, and then take the copy and the letter to Gerard. But he must be quick, the will must be under Esther's pillow, before the lawyers affix the seals here. And he wrote out the following will. Never having loved anyone on earth but Monsieur Lucien Chardin de Rubemper, and being resolved to end my life rather than relapse into vice and the life of infamy from which he rescued me, I give and bequeath to the said Lucien Chardin de Rubemper all I may possess at the time of my decease, on condition of his founding Mass in perpetuity in the parish church of St. Roch, for the repose of her who gave him her all to her last thought. Esther Gobseck. That is quite in her style, thought Trimpella Mort. By 7 in the evening, this document written and sealed was placed by Assai under Esther's bolster. Jacques, said she, flying upstairs again, just as I came out of the room. Justice marched. The justice of the peace, you mean? No, my son, the justice of the peace was there. But he had gendarmes with him, the public prosecutor and the examining judge are there too, and the doors are guarded. This death has made a stir, very quickly remarked Jacques Collin. I and Packard and Europe have vanished. I am afraid they may have scared away the 750,000 francs, said Assai. The low villains, said Collin, they have done for us by their swindling game. Human justice and Paris justice, that is to say the most suspicious, keenest, cleverest, and omniscient type of justice do clever. Indeed, for it insists on interpreting the law at every turn, was, at last, on the point of laying its hand on the agents of this horrible intrigue. The Baron of Nucingen, on recognizing the evidence of poison, and failing to find his 750,000 francs, imagined that one of 2 persons, whom he greatly disliked, either Packard or Europe, was guilty of the crime. In his first impulse of rage, he flew to the prefecture of police. This was a stroke of a bell that called up all Corentin's men, the officials of the prefecture, the legal profession, the chief of the police, the justice of the peace, the examining judge. All were astir by 9 in the evening. 3 medical men were called in to perform an autopsy on poor Esther, and inquiries were set on foot. Trimpella Mort, warned by Assai, exclaimed, "No one knows that I am here. I may take an airing." He pulled himself up by the skylight of his garret, and with marvelous agility was standing in an instant on the roof, whence he surveyed the surroundings with the coolness of a tiler. "Good," said he, discerning a garden 5 houses off in the Rue de Provence, "that will just do for me." "You are paid out, Trimpella," Mort said, Courtesan, suddenly emerging from behind a stack of chimneys. "You may explain to Monsieur Camusot what mass you were performing on the roof, Monsieur El Abbe, and above all why you were escaping." "I have enemies in Spain," said Carlos Herrera. "We can go there by way of your attic," said Courtesan. The sham Spaniard pretended to yield, but having set his back and feet across the opening of the skylight, he gripped Courtesan and flung him off with such violence that the spy fell in the gutter of the Rue St. George's. Courtesan was dead on his field of honor. Jacques Collin quietly dropped into the room again and went to bed. "Give me something that will make me very sick without killing me," said he to a sigh, "for I must be at death's door to avoid answering inquisitive persons. I have just got rid of a man in the most natural way, who might have unmasked me." At 7 o'clock on the previous evening, Lucien had set out in his own chaise to post to Fontainebleau with a passport he had procured in the morning. He slept in the nearest inn on the Nemours side. At 6 in the morning, he went alone, and on foot through the forest as far as Buron. "This," said he to himself, as he sat down on one of the rocks that command the fine landscape of Buron, "is the fatal spot where Napoleon dreamed of making a final tremendous effort on the eve of his abdication." At daybreak, he heard the approach of post-horses, and saw a britska drive past in which sat the servants of the Duchesse de Lenoncourt-Chaulieu and Clotilde de Grandlieu's maid. "Here they are," thought Lucien now, "to play the farce well, and I shall be saved a Duc de Grandlieu's son-in-law in spite of him." It was an hour later when he heard the peculiar sound made by a superior traveling carriage, as the berlin came near in which 2 ladies were sitting. They had given orders that the drag should be put on for the hill down to Buron, and the manservant behind the carriage had it stopped. At this instant Lucien came forward. "Clotilde," said he, tapping on the window. "No," said the young duchess to her friend, "he shall not get into the carriage, and we will not be alone with him. My dear, speak to him for the last time that I consent. But on the road where we will walk on, and where Baptiste can escort us, the morning is fine, we are well wrapped up, and have no fear of the cold. The carriage can follow." The 2 women got out. "Baptiste," said the duchess, "the postboy can follow slowly. We want to walk a little way, you must keep near us." Madeleine de Mortsauf took Clotilde by the arm, and allowed Lucien to talk. They thus walked on as far as the village of Grez. It was now 8 o'clock, and there Clotilde dismissed Lucien. "Well, my friend," said she, closing this long interview with much dignity, "I never shall marry anyone, but you. I would rather believe in you than in other men. In my father and mother no woman ever gave greater proof of attachment. Surely now try to counteract the fatal prejudices which militate against you." Just then the tramp of galloping horses was heard, and to the great amazement of the ladies, a force of gendarmes surrounded the little party. "What do you want?" said Lucien, with the arrogance of a dandy. "Are you Monsieur Lucien de Rubempré?" asked the public prosecutor of Fontainebleau. "Yes, monsieur." "You will spend tonight in La Force," said he. "I have a warrant for the detention of your person." "Who are these ladies?" asked the sergeant. "To be sure, excuse me, laissez passports for Monsieur Lucien, as I am instructed, had acquaintances among the fair sex, who for him would." "Do you take the Duchesse de Lenoncourt-Chaulieu for a prostitute?" said Madeleine, with a magnificent flash at the public prosecutor. "You are handsome enough to excuse the error," the magistrate very cleverly retorted. "Baptiste, produce the passport," said the young duchess with a smile. "And with what crime is Monsieur de Rubempré charged?" asked Clotilde, whom the duchess wished to see safe in the carriage. "Of being accessory to a robbery and murder," replied the sergeant of gendarmes. Baptiste lifted Mademoiselle de Grandlieu into the chaise in a dead faint. By midnight Lucien was entering La Force, a prison situated between the Rue Payenne and the Rue des Ballets, where he was placed in solitary confinement. The Abbé Carlos Herrera was also there, having been arrested that evening. The end of evil ways. At 6 o'clock next morning 2 vehicles with postilions, prison vans, called in the vigorous language of the populace panniers, a salon, came out of La Force to drive to the conciergerie by the Palais de Justice. Few loafers in Paris can have failed to meet this prison cell on wheels still, though most stories are written for Parisian readers. Strangers will no doubt be satisfied to have a description of this formidable machine, who knows a police of Russia, Germany, or Austria, the legal body of countries, to whom the salad basket is an unknown machine may profit by it. And in several foreign countries, there can be no doubt that an imitation of this vehicle would be a boon to prisoners. This ignominious conveyance, yellow-bodied on high wheels and lined with sheetirn, is divided into two compartments in front, is a box seat with leather cushions, and an apron. This is the free seat of the van, and accommodates a sheriff's officer, and a gendarme. A strong iron trellis reaching to the top separates this sort of cab front from the back division, in which there are two wooden seats placed sideways, as in an omnibus on which the prisoners sit. They get in by a step behind, and a door with no window. The nickname of salad basket arose from the fact that the vehicle was originally made entirely of lattice, and the prisoners were shaken in it, just as a salad is shaken to dry it. For further security, in case of accident, a mounted gendarme follows the machine, especially when it conveys criminals condemned to death to the place of execution. Thus escape is impossible. The vehicle, lined with sheetirn, is impervious to any tool. The prisoners, carefully searched when they are arrested or locked up, can have nothing but watch springs, perhaps to file through bars, and useless on a smooth surface. So the pannier, a salade improved by the genius of the Paris police, became the model for the prison omnibus known in London as Black Maria, in which convicts are transported to the hulks, instead of the horrible tumbril, which formerly disgraced civilization, though Manon Lescaut had made it famous. The accused are in the first instance dispatched in the prison van from the various prisons in Paris to the Palais de Justice, to be questioned by the examining judge. This, in prison slang, is called going up for examination. Then the accused are again conveyed from prison to the court, to be sentenced, when their case is only a misdemeanor. Or if in legal parlance the case is one for the upper court, they are transferred from the house of detention to the conciergerie, the Newgate of the Department of the Seine. Finally, the prison van carries the criminal condemned to death from Bicêtre to the Barrière Saint-Jacques, where executions are carried out, and have been ever since the Revolution of July. Thanks to philanthropic interference, the poor wretches no longer have to face the horrors of the drive from the conciergerie to the Place de Grève, in a cart exactly like that used by wood merchants. This cart is no longer used, but to bring the body back from the scaffold. Without this explanation, the words of a famous convict to his accomplice, "It is now the horse's business," as he got into the van, would be unintelligible. It is impossible to be carried to execution more comfortably than in Paris nowadays. At this moment, the two vans setting out at such an early hour were employed on the unwonted service of conveying two accused prisoners from the jail of La Force to the conciergerie, and each man had a salad basket to himself. 9/10 of my readers, I and 9/10 of the remaining 10th, are certainly ignorant of the vast difference of meaning in the words incriminated, suspected, accused, and committed for trial, jail, house of detention, and penitentiary, and they may be surprised to learn here that it involves all our criminal procedure, of which a clear and brief outline will presently be sketched. As much for their information as for the elucidation of this history. However, when it is said that the first van contained Jacques Collin, and the second Lucien, who in a few hours had fallen from the summit of social splendor to the depths of a prison cell, curiosity will for the moment be satisfied. The conduct of the two accomplices was characteristic. Lucien de Rubempré shrank back to avoid the gaze of the passers-by, who looked at the grated window of the gloomy and fateful vehicle on its road, along the Rue Saint-Antoine and the Rue du Martre, to reach the quay and the Arch of Saint-Jean. The way at that time across the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville. This archway now forms the entrance gate to the residence of the Préfet de la Seine in the huge municipal palace. The daring convict, on the contrary, stuck his face against the barred grating between the officer and the gendarme, who, sure of their van, were chatting together. The great days of July, 1830, and the tremendous storm that then burst have so completely wiped out the memory of all previous events and politics, so entirely absorbed the French, during the last 6 months of that year, that no one remembers her. A few scarcely remembered various private judicial and financial catastrophes, strange as they were, which, forming the annual flood of Parisian curiosity, were not lacking during the first 6 months of the year. It is therefore needful to mention how Paris was, for the moment, excited by the news of the arrest of a Spanish priest discovered in a courtesan's house, and that of the elegant Lucien de Rubempré, who had been engaged to Mademoiselle Clotilde de Grandlieu, taken on the highroad, to Italy close to the little village of Grez. Both were charged as being concerned in a murder of which the profits were stated at 7 millions of francs, and for some days, the scandal of this trial preponderated over the absorbing importance of the last elections held under Charles Roman X. In the first place, the charge had been based on an application by the Baron de Nucingen. Then Lucian's apprehension, just as he was about to be appointed private secretary to the Prime Minister, made a stir in the very highest circles of society. In every drawing-room in Paris, more than one young man could recollect having envied Lucian when he was honored by the notice of the beautiful Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, and every woman knew that he was the favored attaché of Madame de Cerisy, the wife of one of the government bigwigs. And finally, his handsome person gave him a singular notoriety in the various worlds that make up Paris: the world of fashion, the financial world, the world of courtesans, the young men's world, the literary world. So for 2 days past all Paris had been talking of these two arrests. The examining judge in whose hands the case was put regarded it as a chance for promotion, and to proceed with the utmost rapidity, he had given orders that both the accused should be transferred from La Force to the conciergerie as soon as Lucien de Rubempré could be brought from Fontainebleau. As the Abbé Carlos had spent but 12 hours in La Force and Lucien only half a night, it is useless to describe that prison, which has since been entirely remodeled. And as to the details of their consignment, it would be only a repetition of the same story at the conciergerie. But before setting forth the terrible drama of a criminal inquiry, it is indispensable, as I have said, that an account should be given of the ordinary proceedings. In a case of this kind, to begin with its various phases will be better understood at home and abroad, and besides, those who are ignorant of the action of the criminal law, as conceived of by the lawgivers under Napoleon, will appreciate it better. This is all the more important as at this moment this great and noble institution is in danger of destruction by the system known as penitentiary. A crime is committed if it is flagrant. The persons incriminated inculpes are taken to the nearest lockup and placed in the cell known to the vulgar as the violin, perhaps because they make a noise they're shrieking or crying from thence. The suspected persons inculpes are taken before the police commissioner or magistrate, who holds a preliminary inquiry and can dismiss the case if there is any mistake. Finally, they are conveyed to the depot of the prefecture, where the police detains them, pending the convenience of the public prosecutor and the examining judge, they being served with due notice, more or less quickly according to the gravity of the case. Come and examine the prisoners who are still provisionally detained. Having due regard to the presumptive evidence, the examining judge then issues a warrant for their imprisonment and sends the suspected persons to be confined in a jail. There are 3 such jails: Masons d'Arrêt in Paris, Saint Pélagie, La Force, and Les Madelonnettes. Observe the word inculpe, incriminated or suspected of crime. The French Code has created 3 essential degrees of criminality: inculpe, first degree of suspicion; prévenu, under examination; accused, fully committed for trial, so long as the warrant for committal remains unsigned. The supposed criminal is regarded as merely under suspicion inculpe of the crime or felony. When the warrant has been issued, he becomes the accused prévenu and is regarded as such so long as the inquiry is proceeding. When the inquiry is closed, and as soon as the court has decided that the accused is to be committed for trial, he becomes the prisoner at the bar. Accuse, as soon as the superior court, at the instance of the public prosecutor, has pronounced that the charge is so far proved as to be carried to the assizes. Thus persons suspected of crime go through 3 different stages, 3 siftings, before coming up for trial before the judges of the upper court, high justice of the realm. At the first stage, innocent persons have abundant means of exculpating themselves as public. The town watch the police. At the second state, they appear before a magistrate face to face with the witnesses, and are judged by a tribunal in Paris, or by the collective court of the departments. At the third stage, they are brought before a bench of 12 councillors, and in case of any error or informality, the prisoner committed for trial at the assizes may appeal for protection to the Supreme Court. The jury do not know what a slap in the face they give to popular authority, to administrative and judicial functionaries, when they acquit a prisoner. And so, in my opinion, it is hardly possible that an innocent man should ever find himself at the bar of an assize court in Paris, say nothing of other seats of justice. The détenu is the convict. French criminal law recognizes imprisonment of 3 degrees, corresponding in legal distinction to these 3 degrees of suspicion inquiry and conviction mere imprisonment. is a light penalty for misdemeanor, but detention is imprisonment with hard labor, a severe and sometimes degrading punishment. Hence, those persons who nowadays are in favor of the penitentiary system would upset an admirable scheme of criminal law in which the penalties are judiciously graduated, and they will end by punishing the lightest peccadillos as severely as the greatest crimes. The reader may compare in the scenes of political life, for instance in Une Ténébreuse affair, the curious differences subsisting between the criminal law of Brumaire in the year Roman IV and that of the Code Napoleon which has taken its place. In most trials, as in this one, the suspected persons are at once examined, and from inculpes become provenus justice, immediately issues a warrant for their arrest and imprisonment. In point of fact, in most of such cases, the criminals have either fled or have been instantly apprehended, indeed, as we have seen the police, which is but an instrument, and the officers of justice had descended on Esther's house with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, even if there had not been the reasons for revenge suggested to the superior police by Courtesan. There was a robbery to be investigated of 750,000 francs from the Baron de Nucingen. Just as the first prison van conveying Jacques Collin reached the archway of St. Jean, a narrow dark passage some block ahead compelled the postilion to stop under the vault. The prisoner's eyes shone like carbuncles through the grating in spite of his aspect, as of a dying man which the day before had led the governor of La Force to believe that the doctor must be called in these flaming eyes, free to rove at this moment, for neither the officer nor the gendarme looked round at their customer spoke so plain a language that a clever examining judge, Roman 1000 Popinot for instance, would have identified the man convicted for sacrilege. In fact, ever since the salad basket had turned out of the gate of La Force, Jacques Collin had studied everything on his way. Notwithstanding the pace they had made, he took in the houses with an eager and comprehensive glance. From the ground floor to the attics he saw and noted every passer-by. God himself is not more clear-seeing as to the means and ends of his creatures than this man, in observing the slightest differences in the medley of things and people. Armed with hope as the last of the Horatii was armed with his sword, he expected help to anybody, but this Machiavelli of the hulks, this hope would have seemed so absolutely impossible to realize that he would have gone on mechanically. As all guilty men, do not one of them ever dreams of resistance when he finds himself in the position to which justice and the Paris police bring suspected persons, especially those who, like Collin and Lucien, are in solitary confinement? It is impossible to conceive of the sudden isolation in which a suspected criminal is placed. The gendarmes who apprehend him, the commissioner who questions him, those who take him to prison, the warders who lead him to his cell, which is actually called a cachot, a dungeon, or hiding place, those again who take him by the arms to put him into a prison. Vanvery, being that comes near him from the moment of his arrest, is either speechless or takes note of all he says to be repeated to the police or to the judge. This total severance, so simply effected between the prisoner and the world, gives rise to a complete overthrow of his faculties and a terrible prostration of mind, especially when the man has not been familiarized by his antecedents with the processes of justice. The duel between the judge and the criminal is all the more appalling because justice has on its side the dumbness of blank walls and the incorruptible coldness of its agents. But Jacques Collin or Carlos Herrerate will be necessary to speak of him by one or the other of these names, according to the circumstances of the case, had long been familiar with the methods of the police of the jail and of justice. This colossus of cunning and corruption had employed all his powers of mind and all the resources of mimicry to effect the surprise and anility of an innocent man, while giving the lawyers the spectacle of his sufferings. As has been told, Assai, that skilled locusta had given him a dose of poison so qualified as to produce the effects of a dreadful illness. Thus Monsieur Camusot, the police commissioner, and the public prosecutor had been baffled in their proceedings and inquiries by the effects apparently of an apoplectic attack. "He has taken poison," cried Monsieur Camusot, horrified by the sufferings of the self-styled priest, when he had been carried down from the attic writhing in convulsions. 4 constables had with great difficulty brought the Abbé Carlos downstairs to Esther's room, where the lawyers and the gendarmes were assembled. "That was the best thing he could do, if he should be guilty," replied the public prosecutor. "Do you believe that he is ill?" the police commissioner asked. The police is always incredulous. The 3 lawyers had spoken as may be imagined in a whisper, But Jacques Collin had guessed from their faces the subject under discussion, and had taken advantage of it to make the first brief examination, which is gone through, on arrest absolutely impossible and useless. He had stammered out sentences in which Spanish and French were so mingled as to make nonsense. At La Force, this farce had been all the more successful in the first instance, because the head of the safety Forcian abbreviation of the title head of the Brigade of the Guardians of Public Safety Bibalupin, who had long since taken Jacques Collin into custody at Madame Vauquer's boarding house, had been sent on special business into the country, and his deputy was a man who hoped to succeed him, but to whom the convict was unknown. Bibalupin himself, formerly a convict and a comrade of Jacques Collin's on the hulks, was his personal enemy. This hostility had its rise in quarrels in which Jacques Collin had always got the upper hand, and in the supremacy over his fellow prisoners which Trompe-la-Mort had always assumed. And then for 10 years now, Jacques Collin had been the ruling providence of released convicts in Paris, their head, their advisor, and their banker, and consequently Bibalupin's antagonist. Thus, though placed in solitary confinement, he trusted to the intelligent and unreserved devotion of Assai, his right hand, and perhaps too to Paccard, his left hand, who, as he flattered himself, might return to his allegiance, when once that thrifty subaltern had safely bestowed the 750,000 francs that he had stolen. This was the reason why his attention had been so superhumanly alert all along the road, and strange to say his hopes were about to be amply fulfilled. The two solid sidewalls of the archway were covered to a height of 6 feet, with a permanent dado of mud, formed of the splashes from the gutter, for in those days the foot passenger had no protection from the constant traffic of vehicles, and from what was called the kicking of the carts, but curbstones placed upright at intervals, and much ground away by the naves of the wheels. More than once, a heavy truck had crushed a heedless footpassenger under that archway. Such indeed Paris remained in many districts, until long after this circumstance may give some idea of the narrowness of the Saint-Jean gate, and the ease with which it could be blocked, if a cab should be coming through from the Place de Grève, while a costermonger woman was pushing her little truck of apples in from the Rue du Martre. A third vehicle of any kind produced difficulties. The footpassengers fled in alarm, seeking a cornerstone to protect them from the old-fashioned axles, which had attained such prominence that a law was passed at last to reduce their length. When the prison van came in, this passage was blocked by a market woman with a costermonger's vegetable carton of a type, which is all the more strange, because specimens still exist in Paris, in spite of the increasing number of greengrocers' shops. She was so thoroughly a street hawker that a sergeant de ville, if that particular class of police had been then in existence, would have allowed her to ply her trade without inspecting her permit, in spite of a sinister countenance that reeked of crime. Her head, wrapped in a cheap and ragged checked cotton kerchief, was horrid, with rebellious locks of hair, like the bristles of a wild boar. Her red and wrinkled neck was disgusting, and her little shawl failed entirely to conceal a chest tanned brown by the sun dust and mud. Her gown was patchwork, her shoes gaped, as though they were grinning at a face as full of holes as the gown, and what an apron a plaster would have been less filthy. This moving and fetid rag must have stunk in the nostrils of dainty folks 10 yards away. Those hands had gleaned 100 harvest fields. Either the woman had returned from a German witch's Sabbath, or she had come out of a mendicity asylum. But what eyes, what audacious intelligence, what repressed vitality when the magnetic flash of her look and of Jacques Collin's met to exchange a thought. "Get out of the way, you old vermin-trap," cried the postilion in harsh tones. "Mind you don't crush me, you hangman's apprentice," she retorted. "Your cartful is not worth as much as mine." And by trying to squeeze in between two cornerstones, to make way, the hawker managed to block the passage long enough to achieve her purpose. "Oh, Assai," said Jacques Collin to himself, at once recognizing his accomplice, "then all is well." The postboy was still exchanging amenities with Assai, and vehicles were collecting in the Rue du Martre. "Look out there, Pécaire Fermati Sauni la Vedrum," shrieked old Assai, with the Red Indian intonations peculiar to these female costermongers, who disfigure their words in such a way that they are transformed into a sort onomatopoeia, incomprehensible to any but Parisians. In the confusion in the alley, and among the outcries of all the waiting drivers, no one paid any heed to this wild yell, which might have been the woman's usual cry. But this gibberish, intelligible to Jacques Collin, sent to his ear, in a mongrel language of their own, a mixture of bad Italian and proving Caltha's important news. Your poor boy is nabbed. I am here to keep an eye on you. We shall meet again." In the midst of his joy at having thus triumphed over the police, for he hoped to be able to keep up communications, Jacques Collin had a blow which might have killed any other man. "Lucien in custody," said he to himself. He almost fainted. This news was to him more terrible than the rejection of his appeal could have been if he had been condemned to death. Now that both the prison vans are rolling along the quay, the interest of this story requires that I should add a few words about the conciergerie. While they are making their way thither, the conciergerie, a historical name, a terrible name, a still more terrible thing, is inseparable from the revolutions of France and, especially those of Paris. It has known most of our great criminals, but if it is the most interesting of the buildings of Paris, it is also the least known to persons of the upper classes. Still, in spite of the interest of this historical digression, it should be as short as the journey of the prison vans. What Parisian, what foreigner, or what provincial can have failed to observe the gloomy and mysterious features of the Quai des Lunettes, a structure of black walls, flanked by 3 round towers, with conical roofs, 2 of them almost touching each other. This quay, beginning at the Pont du Change, ends at the Pont Neuf, a square tower, the clock tower, or Tour de l'Horloge, whence the signal was given for the massacre of St. Bartholomew Tower, almost as tall as that of St. Jacques de la Boucherie, shows where the Palais de Justice stands and forms the corner of the quay. These 4 towers and these walls are shrouded in the black winding sheet, which in Paris falls on every facade. To the north, about halfway along the quay at a gloomy archway, we see the beginning of the private houses, which were built in consequence of the construction of the Pont Neuf in the reign of Henry Roman IV. The Place Royale was a replica of the Place Dauphine. The style of architecture is the same of brick with binding courses of hewn stone. This archway and the Rue de Harlay are the limit line of the Palais de Justice on the west, formerly the Préfecture de Police. Once the residence of the Presidents of Parliament was a dependency of the palace. The Court of Exchequer and Court of Subsidies completed the Supreme Court of Justice, the Sovereign's Court. It will be seen that before the Revolution, the palace enjoyed that isolation which now again is aimed at. This block, this island of residences and official buildings in there, midst the Saint Chapelle, that priceless jewel of Saint Louis, Chaplet's, the sanctuary of Paris, its holy place, its sacred ark. For one thing, this island was at first the whole of the city, for the plot now forming the Place Dauphine was a meadow attached to the royal domain, where stood a stamping mill for coining money, hence the name of Rue de la Monnaie Street, leading to the Pont Neuf, hence too the name of one of the round towers. Middle one called the Tour d'Argent, which would seem to show that money was originally coined there. The famous mill, to be seen marked in old maps of Paris, may very likely be more recent than the time when money was coined in the palace itself, and was erected no doubt for the practice of improved methods in the art of coining. The first tower, hardly detached from the Tour d'Argent, is the Tour de Montgomery, the third and smallest, but the best preserved of the 3, for it still has its battlements, is the Tour Bonbec. The Saint Chapelle and its 4 towers, counting the clock tower as one, clearly define the precincts, or as a surveyor would say, the perimeter of the palace, as it was from the time of the Merovingians till the accession of the first race of Valois. But to us, as a result of certain alterations, this palace is more especially representative of the period of St. Louis. Charles Roman V was the first to give the palace up to the Parliament, then a new institution, and went to reside in the famous Hotel St. Paul under the protection of the Bastille. The Palais des Tournelles was subsequently erected backing on to the Hotel St. Paul. Thus, under the later Valois, the kings came back from the Bastille to the Louvre, which had been their first stronghold. The original residence of the French kings, the Palace of St. Louis, which has preserved the designation of Le Palais to indicate the Palace of Palaces, is entirely buried under the Palais de Justice. It forms the cellars, for it was built like the cathedral in the Seine, and with such care that the highest floods in the river scarcely cover the lowest steps. The Quai de l'Horloge covers 20 feet below the surface. Its foundations of 1,000-years-old carriages run on the level of the capitals of the solid columns under these towers, and formerly their appearance must have harmonized with the elegance of the palace, and have had a picturesque effect over the water, since to this day those towers vie in height with the loftiest buildings in Paris. As we look down on this vast capital from the lantern of the Pantheon, the palace with the Saint Chapelle is still the most monumental of many monumental buildings, the home of our kings, over which you tread as you pace the immense hall known as the Salle des Passepartout, was a miracle of architecture, and it is so still to the intelligent eye of the poet who happens to study it when, inspecting the conciergerie, alas for the conciergerie, has invaded the home of kings one's heart bleeds, to see the way in which cells, cupboards, corridors, warders, rooms, and halls devoid of light or air have been hewn out of that beautiful structure, in which Byzantine Gothic and Romanesque, three phases of ancient art, were harmonized in one building by the architecture of the 12th century. This palace is a monumental history of France in the earliest times, just as Blois is that of a later period. As at Blois, you may admire in a single courtyard the chateau of the Counts of Blois, that of Louis Roman XII, that of Francis Roman I, that of Gaston. So at the conciergerie, you will find within the same precincts the stamp of the early races, and in the Sainte-Chapelle the architecture of Saint Louis. Municipal counsel to you, I speak: if you bestow millions, get a poet or two to assist your architects, if you wish to save the cradle of Paris, the cradle of kings, while endeavoring to endow Paris and the Supreme Court with a palace worthy of France. It is a matter for study for some years. Before beginning the work, another new prison or two, like that of La Roquette and the Palace of Saint Louis, will be safe. In these days, many grievances afflict this vast mass of buildings buried under the Palais de Justice, and the quay like some antediluvian creature in the soil of Montmartre. But the worst affliction is that it is the conciergerie. This epigram is intelligible in the early days of the monarchy: noble, criminals for the villains, a word signifying the peasantry in French and English alike, and the citizens came under the jurisdiction of the municipality, or of their liege lord. That lords of the greater or the lesser fiefs were brought before the king and guarded in the conciergerie. And as these noble criminals were few, the conciergerie was large enough for the king's prisoners. It is difficult now to be quite certain of the exact site of the original conciergerie. However, the kitchens built by Saint Louis still exist, forming what is now called the mousetrap, and it is probable that the original conciergerie was situated in the place where till 1825 the conciergerie prisons of the Parliament were still in use, under the archway to the right of the wide outside steps leading to the Supreme Court. From thence, until 1825, condemned criminals were taken to execution. From that gate came forth all the great criminals, all the victims of political feeling: Marechal d'Ancre, and the Queen of France Semblanque, and Malesherbes Damien and Danton Desrues, and casting Fauquier Tinville's private room, like that of the public prosecutor now, was so placed that he could see the procession of carts containing the persons whom the revolutionary tribunal had sentenced to death. Thus this man, who had become a sword, could give a last glance at each batch. After 1825, when Monsieur de Peyronnet was minister, a great change was made in the Palais. The old entrance to the conciergerie, where the ceremonies of registering the criminal and of the last toilet were performed, was closed and removed to where it now is, between the Tour de l'Horloge and the Tour de Montgomery, in an inner court, entered through an arched passage. To the left is the mousetrap, to the right the prison gates. The salad baskets can drive into this irregularly shaped courtyard, can stand there and turn with ease, and in case of a riot, find some protection behind the strong grating of the gate under the arch, whereas they formerly had no room to move in the narrow space dividing the outside steps from the right wing of the palace. In our day, the conciergerie, hardly large enough for the prisoners committed for trial, room being needed for about 300 men, and women, no longer receives either suspected or remanded criminals, excepting in rare cases, as for instance in these of Jacques Collin and Lucien. All who are imprisoned there are committed for trial before the bench. As an exception, criminals of the higher ranks are allowed to sojourn there, since, being already disgraced by a sentence in open court, their punishment would be too severe if they served their term of imprisonment at Melun or at Poissy-Ouvrard, preferred to be imprisoned at the conciergerie rather than at Saint-Pélagie. At this moment of writing, Leon the notary and the Prince de Bourges are serving their time there, by an exercise of leniency which, though arbitrary, is humane. As a rule, suspected criminals, whether they are to be subjected to a preliminary examination to go up, in the slang of the courtier, to appear before the magistrate of the lower court, are transferred in prison vans direct to the mousetraps. The mousetraps opposite the gate consist of a certain number of old cells, constructed in the old kitchens of St. Louis building, whither prisoners, not yet fully committed, are brought to await the hour when the court sits, or the arrival of the examining judge. The mousetraps end on the north at the quay on the east, at the headquarters of the municipal guard on the west, at the courtyard of the conciergerie, and on the south they adjoin a large vaulted hall, formerly no doubt the banqueting room, but at present disused. Above the mousetraps is an inner guardroom with a window commanding the court of the conciergerie. This is used by the gendarmerie of the department, and the stairs lead up to it. When the hour of trial strikes, the sheriffs call the roll of the prisoners. The gendarmes go down one for each prisoner, and each gendarme takes a criminal by the arm. And, thus in couples, they mount the stairs, cross the guardroom, and are led along the passages to a room contiguous to the hall, where sits the famous sixth chamber of the law, whose functions are those of an English county court. The same road is trodden by the prisoners committed for trial on their way to and from the conciergerie and the assize court. In the salle des pas perdus, between the door into the first court of the inferior class and the steps leading to the sixth, the visitor must observe the first time he goes there a doorway, without a door or any architectural adornment, a square hole of the meanest type. Through this, the judges and barristers find their way into the passages, into the guardhouse, down into the prison cells, and to the entrance to the conciergerie. The private chambers of all the examining judges are on different floors in this part of the building. They are reached by squalid staircases, a maze in which those to whom the place is unfamiliar inevitably lose themselves. The windows of some look out on the quay, others on the yard of the conciergerie. In 1830, a few of these rooms commanded the Rue de la Barillerie. Thus, when a prison van turns to the left in this yard, it has brought prisoners to be examined to the mousetrap. When it turns to the right, it conveys prisoners committed for trial to the conciergerie. Now, it was to the right that the vehicle turned which conveyed Jacques Collin, to set him down. At the prison gate nothing can be more sinister. Prisoners and visitors see two barred gates of wrought iron, with a space between them of about 6 feet. These are never both opened at once, and through them, everything is so cautiously scrutinized that persons who have a visiting ticket pass the permit through the bars before the key grinds in the lock. The examining judges, or even the supreme judges, are not admitted without being identified. Imagine, then, the chances of communications or escape. The governor of the conciergerie would smile with an expression on his lips that would freeze the mere suggestion in the most daring of romancers who defy probability. In all the annals of the conciergerie, no escape has been known but that of Lavalette, but the certain fact of august connivance, now amply proven, if it does not detract from the wife's devotion, certainly diminished the risk of failure. The most ardent lover of the marvelous, judging on the spot of the nature of the difficulties, must admit that at all times the obstacles must have been, as they still are, insurmountable. No words can do justice to the strength of the walls, and vaulting they must be seen. Though the pavement of the yard is on a lower level than that of the quay, in crossing this barbican, you go down several steps to enter an immense vaulted hall, with solid walls graced with magnificent columns. This hall abuts on the Tour de Montgomery, which is now part of the governor's residence, and on the Tour d'Argent, serving as a dormitory for the warders or porters or turnkeys, as you may prefer to call them. The number of the officials is less than might be supposed. There are but 20. Their sleeping quarters, like their beds, are in no respect different from those of the pistoles or private cells. The name pistole originated, no doubt, in the fact that the prisoners formerly paid a pistole about 10 francs a week for this accommodation, its bareness resembling that of the empty garrets in which great men in poverty begin their career in Paris. To the left, in the vast entrance hall, sits the governor of the conciergerie, in a sort of office constructed of glass panes, where he and his clerk keep the prison registers. Here the prisoners for examination, or committed for trial, have their names entered with a full description, and are then searched. The question of their lodging is also settled, this depending on the prisoner's means. Opposite the entrance to this hall, there is a glass door. This opens into a parlor, where the prisoner's relations and his counsel may speak with him across a double grating of wood. The parlor window opens on to the prison yard, the inner court, where prisoners committed for trial take air and exercise at certain fixed hours. This large hall, only lighted by the doubtful daylight that comes in through the gates for the single window to the front court, is screened by the glass office built out in front of it, an atmosphere and a gloom that strike the eye in perfect harmony with the pictures that force themselves on the imagination. Its aspect is all the more sinister because, parallel with the Tour d'Argent and de Montgomery, you discover those mysterious vaulted and overwhelming crypts which lead to the cells occupied by the Queen and Madame Elizabeth, and to those known as the secret cells. This maze of masonry, after being of old the scene of royal festivities, is now the basement of the Palais de Justice. Between 1825 and 1832, The operation of the last toilet was performed in this enormous hall between a large stove, which heats it, and the inner gate. It is impossible even now to tread without a shudder on the paved floor that has received the shock and the confidences of so many last glances. The apparently dying victim on this occasion could not get out of the horrible vehicle without the assistance of two gendarmes, who took him under the arms to support him, and led him half unconscious into the office. Thus dragged along, the dying man raised his eyes to heaven in such a way as to suggest a resemblance to the Savior taken down from the cross, and certainly in no picture does Jesus present a more cadaverous or tortured countenance than this of the sham Spaniard. He looked ready to breathe his last sigh. As soon as he was seated in the office, he repeated, in a weak voice, the speech he had made to everybody since he was arrested. "I appeal to His Excellency, the Spanish ambassador." "You can say that to the examining judge," replied the governor. "O Lord," said Jacques Collin with a sigh, "but cannot I have a breviary? Shall I never be allowed to see a doctor? I have not 2 hours to live." As Carlos Herrera was to be placed in close confinement in the secret cells, it was needless to ask him whether he claimed the benefits of the pistole as above described, that is to say, the right of having one of the rooms where the prisoner enjoys such comfort as the law permits. These rooms are on the other side of the prison yard, of which mention will presently be made. The sheriff and the clerk calmly carried out the formalities of the consignment to prison. "Monsieur," said Jacques Collin to the governor in broken French, "I am as you see a dying man. Pray, if you can tell that examining judge as soon as possible that I crave as a favor what a criminal must most dread, namely to be brought before him as soon as he arrives, for my sufferings are really unbearable, and as soon as I see him, the mistake will be cleared up." As an universal rule, every criminal talks of a mistake go to the hulks, and question the convicts. They are almost all victims of a miscarriage of justice. So this speech raises a faint smile in all who come into contact with the suspected, accused, or condemned criminal. "I will mention your request to the examining judge," replied the governor. "And I shall bless you, monsieur," replied the false abbé, raising his eyes to heaven. As soon as his name was entered on the calendar, Carlos Herrera, supported under each arm by a man of the municipal guard, and followed by a turnkey instructed by the governor as to the number of the cell in which the prisoner was to be placed, was led through the subterranean maze of the conciergerie into a perfectly wholesome room, whatever certain philanthropists may say to the contrary, but cut off from all possible communication with the outer world. As soon as he was removed, the warders, the governor and his clerk looked at each other as though asking each other's opinion, and suspicion was legible on every face. But at the appearance of the second man in custody, the spectators relapsed into their usual doubting frame of mind, concealed under the air of indifference. Only in very extraordinary cases do the functionaries of the conciergerie feel any curiosity. The prisoners are no more to them than a barber's customers are to him. Hence, all the formalities which appall the imagination are carried out with less fuss than a money transaction at a banker's, and often with greater civility. Lucian's expression was that of a dejected criminal. He submitted to everything, and obeyed like a machine all the way from Fontainebleau. The poet had been facing his ruin, and telling himself that the hour of expiation had tolled, pale and exhausted, knowing nothing of what had happened at Esther's house during his absence. He only knew that he was the intimate ally of an escaped convict, a situation which enabled him to guess at disaster worse than death. When his mind could command a thought, it was that of suicide. He must at any cost escape the ignominy that loomed before him like the phantasm of a dreadful dream. Jacques Collin, as the more dangerous of the two culprits, was placed in a cell of solid masonry, deriving its light from one of the narrow yards, of which there are several in the interior of the palace. In the wing where the public prosecutor's chambers are, this little yard is the airing ground for the female prisoners. Lucian was taken to the same part of the building, to a cell adjoining the rooms let to misdemeanants, for by orders from the examining judge the governor treated him with some consideration. Persons who have never had anything to do with the action of the law usually have the darkest notions as to the meaning of solitary or secret confinement. Ideas as to the treatment of criminals have not yet become disentangled from the old pictures of torture chambers, of the unhealthiness of a prison. The chill of stone walls sweating tears the coarseness of the jailers, and of the food inevitable accessories of the drama. But it is not unnecessary to explain here that these exaggerations exist only on the stage, and only make lawyers and judges smile as well as those who visit prisons out of curiosity or who come to study them. For a long time, no doubt, they were terrible in the days of the old Parliament, of Louis Roman XIII and Louis Roman XIV. The accused were no doubt flung pell-mell into a low room underneath the old gateway. The prisons were among the crimes of 1789, and it is enough only to see the cells where the Queen and Madame Elizabeth were incarcerated to conceive a horror of old judicial proceedings. In our day, though philanthropy has brought incalculable mischief on society, it has produced some good for the individual. It is to Napoleon that we owe our criminal code, and this even more than the civil code which, still urgently needs reform on some points, will remain one of the greatest monuments of his short reign. This new view of criminal law put an end to a perfect abyss of misery. Indeed, it may be said that apart from the terrible moral torture, which men of the better classes must suffer when they find themselves in the power of the law, the action of that power is simple and mild to a degree that would hardly be expected. Suspected or accused criminals are certainly not lodged as if they were at home, but every necessary is supplied to them in the prisons of Paris, besides the burden of feelings that weighs on them, deprives the details of daily life of their customary value. It is never the body that suffers. The mind is in such a phase of violence that every form of discomfort, or of brutal treatment, if such there were, would be easily endured in such a frame of mind, and it must be admitted that an innocent man is quickly released, especially in Paris. So Lucien, on entering his cell, saw an exact reproduction of the first room he had occupied in Paris at the Hotel Cluny, a bed to compare with those in the worst furnished apartments of the Quartier, Latin straw, chairs with the bottoms out, a table and a few utensils, compose the furniture of such a room in which two accused prisoners are not unfrequently placed together when they are quiet in their ways, and their misdeeds are not crimes of violence, but such as forgery or bankruptcy. This resemblance between his starting point in the days of his innocency and his goal, the lowest depths of degradation and sham, was so direct an appeal to his last chord of poetic feeling that the unhappy fellow melted into tears for 4 hours. He wept as rigid in appearance as a figure of stone, but, enduring the subversion of all his hopes, the crushing of all his social vanity, and the utter overthrow of his pride, smarting in each separate eye that exists in an ambitious mono-lover, a success, a dandy, a Parisian, a poet, a libertine, and a favorite, everything in him was broken by this fall as of Icarus. Carlos Herrera, on the other hand, as soon as he was locked into his cell, and found himself alone, began pacing it to and fro like the polar bear in his cage. He carefully examined the door, and assured himself that with the exception of the peephole there was not a crack in it. He sounded all the walls, he looked up the funnel down which a dim light came, and he said to himself, I am safe enough. He sat down in a corner where the eye of a prying warder at the grating of the peephole could not see him. Then he took off his wig, and hastily ungummed a piece of paper that did duty as lining. The side of the paper next his head was so greasy that it looked like the very texture of the wig. If it had occurred to Bibalupin to snatch off the wig, to establish the identity of the Spaniard with Jacques Collin, he would never have thought twice about the paper. It looked so exactly like part of the wigmaker's work. The other side was still fairly white, and clean enough to have a few lines written on it. The delicate and tiresome task of unsticking it had been begun in La Force. 2 hours would not have been long enough. It had taken him half of the day before the prisoner began by tearing this precious scrap of paper so as to have a strip 4 or 5 lines wide, which he divided into several bits. He then replaced his store of paper in the same strange hiding place. After damping the gummed side so as to make it stick again, he felt in a lock of his hair for one of those pencil leads as thin as a stout pin, then recently invented by Suss, and which he had put in with some gum. He broke off a scrap long enough to write with and small enough to hide in his ear, having made these preparations with the rapidity and certainty of hand peculiar to old convicts, who are as light-fingered as monkeys. Jacques Collin sat down on the edge of his bed to meditate on his instructions, to a sigh in perfect confidence that he should come across her. So entirely did he rely on the woman's genius. During the preliminary examination, he reflected, I pretended to be a Spaniard and spoke broken French, appealed to my ambassador and alleged diplomatic privilege. Not understanding anything, I was asked. The whole performance varied by fainting pauses, sighs, in short, all the vagaries of a dying man. I must stick to that. My papers are all regular, a sigh, and I can eat up Monsieur Camusot. He is no great shakes. Now I must think of Lucian, he must be made to pull himself together, I must get at the boy at whatever cost, and show him some plan of conduct, otherwise he will give himself up, give me up, lose, all he must be taught his lesson, before he is examined, and besides I must find some witnesses to swear to my being a priest. Such was the position, moral and physical, of these two prisoners, whose fate at the moment depended on Monsieur Camusot, examining judge to the inferior court of the Seine and sovereign master, during the time granted to him, by the code of the smallest details of their existence, since he alone could grant leave for them to be visited by the chaplains, the doctor, or anyone else in the world. No human authority, neither the king nor the keeper of the seals, nor the prime minister, can encroach on the power of an examining judge. Nothing can stop him, no one can control him, he is a monarch subject only to his conscience. And the law at the present time, when philosophers, philanthropists, and politicians are constantly endeavoring to reduce every social power, the rights conferred on the examining judges have become the object of attacks that are all the more serious because they are almost justified by those rights which, it must be owned, are enormous, and yet, as every man of sense will own, that power ought to remain unimpaired in certain cases, its exercise can be mitigated by a strong infusion of caution. But society is already threatened by the ineptitude and weakness of the jury, which is in fact the really supreme bench, and which ought to be composed only of choice and elected men, and it would be in danger of ruin if this pillar were broken which now upholds our criminal procedure. Arrest on suspicion is one of the terrible but necessary powers of which the risk to society is counterbalanced by its immense importance, and besides distrust of the magistracy in general, is a beginning of social dissolution. Destroy that institution and reconstruct it on another basis, insistas, was the case before the revolution, that judges should show a large guarantee of fortune, but at any cost believe in it, do not make it an image of society to be insulted. In these days a judge paid as a functionary, and generally a poor man, has in the place of his dignity of old a haughtiness of demeanor that seems odious to the men raised to be his equals, for haughtiness is dignity without a solid basis. That is the vicious element in the present system. If France were divided into 10 circuits, the magistracy might be reinstated by conferring its dignities on men of fortune, but with 26 circuits this is impossible. The only real improvement to be insisted on in the exercise of the power entrusted to the examining judge is an alteration in the conditions of preliminary imprisonment. The mere fact of suspicion ought to make no difference in the habits of life of the suspected parties. Houses of detention, for them, ought to be constructed in Paris, furnished and arranged in such a way as greatly to modify the feeling of the public with regard to suspected persons. The law is good, and is necessary, its application is in fault, and public feeling judges the laws from the way in which they are carried out, and public opinion in France condemns persons under suspicion, while by an inexplicable reaction it justifies those committed for trial. This, perhaps, is a result of the essentially refractory nature of the French. This illogical temper of the Parisian people was one of the factors which contributed to the climax of this drama, nay, as may be seen, it was one of the most important. To enter into the secret of the terrible scenes which are acted out in the examining judge's chambers, to understand the respective positions of the two belligerent powers, the law and the examinee, the object of whose contest is a certain secret kept by the prisoner from the inquisition of the magistrate, well named prison slang. The curious man, it must always be remembered that persons imprisoned under suspicion know nothing of what is being said by the 7 or 8 publics that compose the public, nothing of how much the police know, or the authorities, or the little that newspapers can publish as to the circumstances of the crime. Thus, to give a man in custody such information as Jacques Collin had just received from Assai as to Lucian's arrest is throwing a rope to a drowning man, as will be seen in consequence of this ignorance, a stratagem which without this warning must certainly have been equally fatal to the convict, was doomed to failure. Monsieur Camusot, the son-in-law of one of the clerks of the cabinet, too well known for any account of his position and connection to be necessary here, was at this moment almost as much perplexed as Carlos Herrera in view of the examination he was to conduct. He had formerly been president of a court of the Paris circuit. He had been raised from that position and called to be a judge in Courtesan of the most coveted posts in the magistracy. The influence of the celebrated Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, whose husband, attached to the Dauphin's person and colonel of a cavalry regiment of the Guards, was as much in favor with the king as she was with Madame in return for a very small service, which he had done the Duchess in important matter, to heroine occasion of a charge of forgery brought against the young Comte d'Esgrignon by a banker of Alencon la Cabinet des Antiques Scenes de la Vie de Province. He was promoted from being a provincial judge to be president of his court, and from being president to being an examining judge in Paris. For 18 months now, he had sat on the most important bench in the kingdom, and had once, at the desire of the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, had an opportunity of forwarding the ends of a lady not less influential than the Duchess, namely the Marquise d'Espard, but he had failed to see the commission in lunacy. Lucien, as was told at the beginning of the scene, to be revenged on Madame d'Espard, who aimed at depriving her husband of his liberty of action, was able to put the true facts before the public prosecutor, and the Comte de Cerisy, these two important authorities, being thus won over to the Marquis d'Espard's party, his wife had barely escaped the censure of the bench by her husband's generous intervention. On hearing yesterday of Lucien's arrest, the Marquise d'Espard had sent her brother-in-law, the Chevalier d'Espard, to see Madame Camusot. Madame Camusot had set off forthwith to call on the notorious Marquise just before dinner on her return home. She had called her husband aside in the bedroom. "If you can commit that little fop Lucien de Rubempré for trial, and secure his condemnation," said she in his ear, "you will be counselor to the Supreme Court." And how? Madame d'Espard longs to see that poor young man guillotined. I shivered, as I heard what a pretty woman's hatred can be. "Do not meddle in questions of the law," said Camusot. "I meddle," said she. "If a third person could have heard us, he could not have guessed what we were talking about. The Marquise and I were as exquisitely hypocritical to each other as you are to me at this moment." She began by thanking me for your good offices in her suit, saying that she was grateful in spite of its having failed. She spoke of the terrible functions devolved on you by the law. "It is fearful to have to send a man to the scaffold, but as to that man it would be no more than justice," and so forth. Then she lamented that such a handsome young fellow brought to Paris by her cousin, Madame du Châtelet, should have turned out so badly. That, said she, is what bad women like Coralie and Esther bring young men to when they are corrupt enough to share their disgraceful profits. Next came some fine speeches about charity and religion. Madame du Châtelet had said that Lucien deserved 1,000 deaths for having half killed his mother and his sister. Then she spoke of a vacancy in the Supreme Court. "Knows the Keeper of the Seals, your husband, Madame, has a fine opportunity of distinguishing himself," she said in conclusion, "and that is all. We distinguish ourselves every day when we do our duty," said Camusot. "You will go far if you're always the lawyer, even to your wife," cried Madame Camusot. "Well, I used to think you a goose, now I admire you." The lawyer's lips wore one of those smiles which are as peculiar to them as dancers' smiles are to dancers. "Madame, can I come in?" said the maid. "What is it?" said her mistress. "Madame, the head lady's maid came from the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse while you were out, and she will be obliged if you would go at once to the Hôtel de Cadignan." "Keep dinner back," said the lawyer's wife, remembering that the driver of the hackney coach that had brought her home was waiting to be paid. She put her bonnet on again, got into the coach, and in 20 minutes was at the Hôtel de Cadignan. Madame Camusot was led up the private stairs, and sat alone for 10 minutes in a boudoir adjoining the Duchess' bedroom. The Duchess presently appeared splendidly dressed, for she was starting for St. Cloud in obedience to a royal invitation. "Between you and me, my dear, a few words are enough." "Yes, Madame la Duchesse." "Lucien de Rubempré is in custody. Your husband is conducting the inquiry. I will answer for the poor boy's innocence. See that he is released within 24 hours. This is not all. Someone will ask tomorrow to see Lucien in private in his cell. Your husband may be present, if he chooses, so long as he is not discovered. The king looks for high courage in his magistrates in the difficult position in which he will presently find himself. I will bring your husband forward, and recommend him as a man devoted to the king, even at the risk of his head. Our friend Camusot will be made first a counselor, and then the president of court somewhere or other. Goodbye. I am under orders. You will excuse me, I know. You will not only oblige the public prosecutor, who cannot give an opinion in this affair, you will save the life of a dying woman, Madame de Cerisy, so you will not lack support. In short, you see, I put my trust in you. I need not say you know." She laid a finger to her lips and disappeared. And I had not a chance of telling her that Madame d'Espard wants to see Lucien on the scaffold, thought the judge's wife, as she returned to her hackney cab. She got home in such a state of anxiety that her husband, on seeing her, asked, "What is the matter, Amélie? We stand between two fires." She told her husband of her interview with the Duchess, speaking in his ear for fear the maid should be listening at the door. "Now which of them has the most power?" she said in conclusion. "The Marquise was very near getting you into trouble in the silly business of the commission on her husband, and we owe everything to the Duchess. One made vague promises, while the other tells you shall first be counselor, and then president. Heaven forbid. I should advise you I will never meddle in matters of business. Still, I am bound to repeat exactly what is said at court, and what goes on. But Amélie, you do not know what the prefect of police sent me this morning, and by whom? By one of the most important agents of the superior police, the Bibalupin of politics, who told me that the government had a secret interest in this trial. Now, let us dine and go to the Variates. We will talk all this over tonight in my private room, for I shall need your intelligence. That of a judge may not perhaps be enough. 9 magistrates out of 10 would deny the influence of the wife over her husband in such cases. But though this may be a remarkable exception in society, it may be insisted on as true even if improbable. The magistrate is like the priest, especially in Paris, where the best of the profession are to be found. He rarely speaks of his business in the courts excepting of settled cases. Not only do magistrates' wives affect to know nothing, they have enough sense of propriety to understand that it would damage their husbands if, when they are told some secret, they allowed their knowledge to be suspected. Nevertheless, on some great occasions, when promotion depends on the decision taken, many a wife like Amélie has helped the lawyer in his study of a case. And after all these exceptions, which of course are easily denied, since they remain unknown, depend entirely on the way in which the struggle between two natures has worked out in home life, now Madame Camusot controlled her husband completely. When all in the house were asleep, the lawyer and his wife sat down to the desk, where the magistrate had already laid out the documents in the case. "Here are the notes forwarded to me at my request by the prefect of police," said Camusot. "The Abbé Carlos Herrera. This individual is undoubtedly the man named Jacques Collin, known as Trampella Mort, who was last arrested in 1819 in the dwelling house of a certain Madame Vauquer, who kept a common boarding house in the Rue Neuve, Saint Genevieve, where he lived in concealment under the alias of Vautrin." A marginal note in the prefect's handwriting ran thus: "Orders have been sent by telegraph to Bibalupin, chief of the Safety Department, to return forthwith to be confronted with the prisoner, as he is personally acquainted with Jacques Collin, whom he in fact arrested in 1819 with the connivance of a Mademoiselle Michonneau. The boarders who then lived in the Maison Vauquer are still living and may be called to establish his identity. The self-styled Carlos Herrera is Monsieur Lucien de Rubemper's intimate friend and advisor, and for 3 years past has furnished him with considerable sums, evidently obtained by dishonest means. This partnership, if the identity of the Spaniard with Jacques Collin can be proved, must involve the condemnation of Lucien de Rubempers. The sudden death of Parade, the police agent, is attributable to poison administered at the instigation of Jacques Collin. Rubemper or their accomplices. The reason for this murder is the fact that justice had for a long time been on the traces of these clever criminals." And again on the margin, the magistrate pointed to this note written by the prefect himself: "This is the fact to my personal knowledge, and I also know that the Sieur Lucien de Rubemper has disgracefully tricked the Comte de Cerisy and the public prosecutor. What do you say to this, Amélie?" "It is frightful," replied his wife. "Go on." "The transformation of the convict Jacques Collin into a Spanish priest is the result of some crime more clever than that by which Coignard made himself Comte de Saint Helene. Lucien de Rubemper, Lucien Chardin, son of an apothecary at Angoulême, his mother, Demoiselle de Rubemprevers, the name of Rubemper in virtue. Royal patent. This was granted by the request of Madame la Duchesse de Maufrigneuse and Monsieur le Comte de Cerisy. This young man came to Paris in 182 without any means of subsistence, following Madame la Comtesse Sixte du Châtelet, then Madame de Bargeton, a cousin of Madame d'Espard's. He was ungrateful to Madame de Bargeton, and cohabited with a girl named Coralie, an actress at the Gymnase now dead who left Monsieur Camusot, a silk mercer in the Rue des Bourdonnais, to live with Rubemper. Ere long, having sunk into poverty through the insufficiency of the money allowed him by this actress, he seriously compromised his brother-in-law, a highly respected printer of Angoulême, by giving forged bills, for which David Setchard was arrested during a short visit paid to Angoulême by Lucien. In consequence of this affair, Rubemper fled, but suddenly reappeared in Paris with the Abbé Carlos Herrera. Though having no visible means of subsistence, the said Lucien de Rubemper spent on an average 300,000 francs during the 3 years of his second residence in Paris, and can only have obtained the money from the self-styled Abbé Carlos Herrera. But how did he come by it? He has recently laid out above 1,000,000 francs in repurchasing the Rubemper estates to fulfill the conditions on which he was to be allowed to marry Mademoiselle Clotilde de Grandlieu. This marriage has been broken off in consequence of inquiries made by the Grandlieu family, the said Lucien having told them that he had obtained the money from his brother-in-law and his sister, but the information obtained more especially by Monsieur Derville Etournatla proves that not only were that worthy couple ignorant of his having made this purchase, but that they believed the said Lucien to be deeply in debt. Moreover, the property inherited by the Setchards consists of houses, and the ready money by their affidavit amounted to about 200,000 francs. Lucien was secretly cohabiting with Esther Gobseck, hence there can be no doubt that all the lavish gifts of the Baron de Nucingen, the girl's protector, were handed over to the said Lucien. Lucien and his companion, the convict, have succeeded in keeping their footing in the face of the world longer than Coignard did, deriving their income from the prostitution of the said Esther, formerly on the register of the town. Though these notes are to a great extent a repetition of the story already told, it was necessary to reproduce them to show the part played by the police in Paris. As has already been seen from the note on parade, the police has summaries almost invariably correct concerning every family or individual whose life is under suspicion, or whose actions are of a doubtful character. It knows every circumstance of their delinquencies. This universal register and account of consciences is as accurately kept as the register of the Bank of France, and its accounts of fortunes, just as the bank notes the slightest delay in payment, gauges every credit, takes stock of every capitalist, and watches their proceedings, so does the police weigh and measure the honesty of each citizen. With it, as in a court of law, innocence has nothing to fear, it has no hold on anything but crime. However high the rank of a family, it cannot evade this social providence, and its discretion is equal to the extent of its power. This vast mass of written evidence, compiled by the police reports, notes, and summarine ocean of information, sleeps undisturbed, as deep and calm as the sea. Some accident occurs, some crime or misdemeanor becomes aggressive, then the law refers to the police, and immediately, if any documents bear on the suspected criminal, the judge is informed. These records and analysis of his antecedents are merely sidelights, and unknown beyond the walls of the Palais de Justice. No legal use can be made of them. Justice is informed by them and takes advantage of them, but that is all. These documents form as it were the inner lining of the tissue of crimes. Their first cause, which is hardly ever made public, no jury would accept it, and the whole country would rise up in wrath if excerpts from those documents came out in the trial at the assizes. In fact, it is the truth which is doomed to remain in the well, as it is everywhere, and at all times. There is not a magistrate who, after 12 years' experience in Paris, is not fully aware that the assize court and the police authorities keep the secret of half these squalid atrocities, or who does not admit that half the crimes that are committed are never punished by the law. If the public could know how reserved the employees of the police, Arujo, do not forget thee, would reverence these honest men as much as they do chivalrous. The police is supposed to be astute Machiavellian. It is in fact most benign, but it hears every passion in its paroxysms. It listens to every kind of treachery, and keeps notes of all. The police is terrible on one side, only what it does for justice, it does no less for political interests. But in these, it is as ruthless and as one-sided as the fires of the Inquisition. Put this aside, said the lawyer, replacing the notes in their cover. This is a secret between the police and the law. The judge will estimate its value, but Monsieur and Madame Camusot must know nothing of it. As if I needed telling that, said his wife. Lucien is guilty, he went on, but of what? A man who is the favorite of the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse of the Comtesse de Cerisy, and loved by Clotilde de Grandlieu, is not guilty, said Emilie. The other must be answerable for everything. But Lucien is his accomplice, cried Camusot. Take my advice, said Emilie, restore this priest to the diplomatic career. He so greatly adorns, exculpate this little wretch, and find some other criminal. How you run on, said the magistrate with a smile. Women go to the point, plunging through the law as birds fly through the air, and find nothing to stop them. But, said Emilie, whether he is a diplomate or a convict, the Abbé Carlos will find someone to get him out of the scrape. I am only a considering cap, you are the brain, said Camusot. Well, the sitting is closed, give your Mélie a kiss, it is 1 o'clock. And Madame Camusot went to bed, leaving her husband to arrange his papers and his ideas in preparation for the task of examining the two prisoners next morning. And thus, while the prison vans were conveying Jacques Collin and Lucien to the conciergerie, the examining judge, having breakfasted, was making his way across Paris on foot, after the unpretentious fashion of Parisian magistrates, to go to his chambers, where all the documents in the case were laid ready for him. This was the way of it. Every examining judge has a head clerk, a sort of sworn legal secretariat race, that perpetuates itself, without any premiums or encouragement, producing a number of excellent souls, in whom secrecy is natural and incorruptible from the origin of the Parliament to the present day. No case has ever been known at the Palais de Justice of any gossip or indiscretion on the part of a clerk, bound to the courts of inquiry. Gentle sold the release given by Louise de Sèvres to Semblinque, a war office clerk sold the plan of the Russian campaign to Chernychev, and these traders were more or less rich. The prospect of a post in the Palais and professional conscientiousness are enough to make a judge's clerk a successful rival of the Tomfer. The tomb has betrayed many secrets since chemistry has made such progress. This official is in fact the magistrate's pen. It will be understood by many readers that a man may gladly be the shaft of a machine, while they wonder why he is content to remain a bolt. Still a bolt is content, perhaps, the machinery terrifies him. Camusot's clerk, a young man of 22 named Coquart, had come in the morning to fetch all the documents and the judge's notes, and laid everything ready in his chambers, while the lawyer himself was wandering along the quays, looking at the curiosities in the shops and wondering within himself, how on earth am I to set to work with such a clever rascal as this Jacques Collin? Supposing it is he the head of the safety, will know him, I must look as if I knew what I was about. If only for the sake of the police. I see so many insuperable difficulties that the best plan would be to enlighten the Marquise and the Duchess by showing them the notes of the police, and I should avenge my father, from whom Lucien stole Coralie. If I can unveil these scoundrels, my skill will be loudly proclaimed, and Lucien will soon be thrown over by his friends. Well, the examination will settle all that. He turned into a curiosity shop, tempted by a buhl clock. Not to be false to my conscience, and yet to oblige two great ladies, that will be a triumph of skill, thought he. What do you collect coins to, monsieur? Said Camusot to the public prosecutor, whom he found in the shop. It is a taste dear to all dispensers of justice, said the Comte de Granville, laughing. They look at the reverse side of every medal. And after looking about the shop for some minutes, as if continuing his search, he accompanied Camusot on his way down the quay, without it ever occurring to Camusot that anything but chance had brought them together. You are examining Monsieur de Rubempré this morning, said the public prosecutor. Poor fellow, I liked him. There are several charges against him, said Camusot. Yes, I saw the police papers, but some of the information came from an agent who is independent of the Préfet, the notorious Courtesan, who had caused the death of more innocent men than you will ever send guilty men to the scaffold. And but that rascal is out of your reach. Without trying to influence the conscience of such a magistrate as you are, I may point out to you that, if you could be perfectly sure that Lucien was ignorant of the contents of that woman's will, it would be self-evident that he had no interest in her death, for she gave him enormous sums of money. We can prove his absence at the time when this Esther was poisoned, said Camusot. He was at Fontainebleau on the watch for Mademoiselle de Grandlieu and the Duchesse de Lenoncourt. And he still cherished such hopes of marrying Mademoiselle de Grandlieu, said the public prosecutor. I have it from the Duchesse de Grandlieu herself that it is inconceivable that such a clever young fellow should compromise his chances by a perfectly aimless crime. Yes, said Camusot, especially if Esther gave him all she got. Derville and Nucingen both say that she died in ignorance of the inheritance she had long since come into, added Granville. But then, what do you suppose is the meaning of it all, asked Camusot, for there is something at the bottom of it. A crime committed by some servant, said the public prosecutor. Unfortunately, remarked Camusot, it would be quite like Jacques Colinfer. The Spanish priest is certainly none other than that escaped convicto have taken possession of the 750,000 francs derived from the sale of the certificate of shares given to Esther by Nucingen. Weigh everything with care, my dear Camusot, be prudent. The Abbé Carlos Herrera has diplomatic connections, still an envoy who had committed a crime. Would not be sheltered by his position. Is he, or is he not, the Abbé Carlos Herrera? That is the important question. And Monsieur de Granville bowed, and turned away as requiring no answer. So he too wants to save Lucien, thought Camusot, going on by the Quai des Lunettes, while the public prosecutor entered the Palais through the Cour de Harlay. On reaching the courtyard of the conciergerie, Camusot went to the governor's room and led him into the middle of the pavement, where no one could overhear them. My dear sir, do me the favor of going to La Force and inquiring of your colleague there whether he happens at this moment to have there any convicts who were on the hulks at Toulon between 1810 and 1815, or have you any imprisoned here? We will transfer those of La Force here for a few days, and you will let me know whether this so-called Spanish priest is known to them as Jacques Collin, otherwise Trompe-la Mort. Very good, Monsieur Camusot, but Bibalupin is come. What already, said the judge. He was at Melun. He was told that Trompe-la Mort had to be identified, and he smiled with joy. He awaits your orders. Send him to me. The governor was then able to lay before Monsieur Camusot Jacques Collin's request, and he described the man's deplorable condition. I intended to examine him first, replied the magistrate, but not on account of his health. I received a note this morning from the governor of La Force. Well, this rascal who described himself to you as having been dying for 24 hours past, slept so soundly that they went into his cell there with the doctor for whom the governor had sent without his hearing them. The doctor did not even feel his pulse. He left him to sleep, which proves that his conscience is as tough as his health. I shall accept this feigned illness only so far as it may enable me to study my man, added Monsieur Camusot, smiling. We live to learn every day with these various grades of prisoners, said the governor of the prison. The prefecture of police adjoins the conciergerie, and the magistrates, like the governor, knowing all the subterranean passages, can get to and fro with the greatest rapidity. This explains the miraculous ease with which information can be conveyed during the sitting of the courts to the officials and the presidents of the assize courts. And by the time Monsieur Camusot had reached the top of the stairs leading to his chambers, Bibalupin was there too, having come by the Salle des Passeperdus. What zeal, said Camusot with a smile. Ah well, you see, if it is, he replied the man, you will see great fun in the prison yard, if by chance there are any old stagers here. Why, Trompe-la Mort sneaked their chips, and I know that they have vowed to be the death of him. They were the convicts whose money entrusted to Trompe-la Mort had all been made away with by him, for Lucien, as has been told. Could you lay your hand on the witnesses of his former arrest? Give me 2 summonses of witnesses, and I will find you some today. Coquart, said the lawyer as he took off his gloves and placed his hat and stick in a corner. Fill up 2 summonses by Monsieur's directions. He looked at himself in the glass over the chimney shelf, where stood in the place of a clock, a basin and jug on one side, was a bottle of water, and a glass on the other, a lamp. He rang the bell. His usher came in a few minutes after. Is anybody here for me? Yet he asked the man whose business it was to receive the witnesses, to verify their summons, and to set them in the order of their arrival. Yes, sir. Take their names and bring me the list. The examining judges, to save time, are often obliged to carry on several inquiries at once, hence the long waiting inflicted on the witnesses who have seats in the usher's hall, where the judges' bells are constantly ringing. And then Camusot went on, bring up the Abbé Carlos Herrera. Aha, I was told that he was a priest in Spanish Poo. It is a new edition of Call it, Monsieur Camusot, said the head of the safety department. There is nothing new, replied Camusot. And he signed the two formidable documents, which alarm everybody, even the most innocent witnesses, whom the law thus requires to appear under severe penalties in case of failure. By this time, Jacques Collin had about half an hour since finished his deep meditations, and was armed for the fray. Nothing is more perfectly characteristic of this type of the mob in rebellion against the law than the few words he had written on the greasy scraps of paper. The sense of the first, for it was written in the language, the very slang of slang agreed upon by Assai and himself. A cipher of words was as follows: "Go to the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse or Madame de Cerisy, one of them must see Lucien before he is examined, and give him the enclosed paper to read, then find Europe and Packard. Those two thieves must be at my orders, and ready to play any part one may set them. Go to Rastignac, tell him, from the man he met at the Opera Ball, to come and swear that the Abbé Carlos Herrera has no resemblance to Jacques Collin, who was apprehended at Vauquers. Do the same with Dr. Bianchon, and get Lucien's two women to work to the same end." On the enclosed fragment were these words in good French: "Lucien, confess nothing about me. I am the Abbé Carlos Herrera. Not only will this be your exculpation, but if you do not lose your head, you will have 7 millions, and your honor cleared." These two bits of paper, gummed on the side of the writing, so as to look like one piece, were then rolled tightly, with a dexterity peculiar to men who have dreamed of getting free from the hulks. The whole thing assumed the shape and consistency of a ball of dirty rubbish about as big as the sealing wax heads, which thrifty women stick on the head of a large needle when the eye is broken. "If I am examined first, we are saved. If it is the boy, all is lost," said he to himself while he waited. His plight was so sore that the strong man's face was wet with white sweat. Indeed, this wonderful man saw as clearly in his sphere of crime as Molière did in his sphere of dramatic poetry, or Cuvier in that of extinct organisms. Genius of whatever kind is intuition below this highest manifestation. Other remarkable achievements may be due to talent. This is what divides men of the first rank from those of the second. Crime has its men of genius. Jacques Collin, driven to bay, had hit on the same notion as Madame Camusot's ambition and Madame de Cerizy's passion, suddenly revived by the shock of the dreadful disaster which was overwhelming Lucien. This was the supreme effort of human intellect directed against the steel armor of justice. On hearing the rasping of the heavy locks and bolts of his door, Jacques Collin resumed his mask of a dying man. He was helped in this by the intoxicating joy that he felt at the sound of the warder's shoes in the passage. He had no idea how Assai would get near him, but he relied on meeting her on the way, especially after her promise, given in the Saint Jean gateway. After that fortunate achievement, she had gone on to the Place de Grève. Till 1830, the name of La Grève, the Strand, had a meaning that is now lost. Every part of the river shore, from the Pont d'Arcle to the Pont Louis-Philippe, was then as nature had made it, excepting the paved way which was at the top of the bank. When the river was in flood, a boat could pass close under the houses, and at the end of the streets, running down to the river on the quay, the footpath was for the most part raised with a few steps, and when the river was up to the houses, vehicles had to pass along the horrible Rue de la Mortellerie, which has now been completely removed to make room for enlarging the Hôtel de Ville. So the sham costermonger could easily and quickly run her truck down to the bottom of the quay and hide it there, till the real owner, who was in fact drinking the price of her wares, sold bodily to Assai in one of the abominable taverns in the Rue de la Mortellerie, should return to claim it. At that time, the Quai Pelletier was being extended, the entrance to the works was guarded by a crippled soldier, and the barrow would be quite safe in his keeping. Assai then jumped into a hackney cab on the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville, and said to the driver to the Temple, "And look sharp, ill tip you well." A woman dressed like Assai could disappear without any questions being asked in the huge marketplace, where all the rags in Paris are gathered together, where 1,000 costermongers wander round, and 200 old-clothes sellers are chaffering. The two prisoners had hardly been locked up when she was dressing herself in a low, damp entresol over one of those foul shops where remnants are sold, pieces stolen by tailors and dressmakers. An establishment kept by an old maid, known as La Romette from her Christian name. Jeromette La Romette was to the purchasers of wardrobes what these women are to the better class of so-called ladies in difficulties, Madame la Ressource, that is to say, moneylenders at 100%. Now child, said Asai, I have got to be figged out. I must be a baroness of the Faubourg Saint-Germain at the very least. And sharp's the word, for my feet are in hot oil. You know what gowns suit me, hand up the rouge pot. Find me some first-class bits of lace. And the swaggerest jewelry you can pick out. Send the girl to call a coach, and have it brought to the back door. Yes, madame, the woman replied very humbly, and with the eagerness of a maid waiting on her mistress. If there had been anyone to witness the scene, he would have understood that the woman known as Asai was at home here. I have had some diamonds offered me, said La Romette, as she dressed Asai's head. Stolen! I should think so. Well then, however cheap they may be, we must do without them. We must fight shy of the beak for a long time to come. It will now be understood how Asai contrived to be in the salle des Passeperdus of the Palais de Justice, with a summons in her hand, asking her way along the passages and stairs, leading to the examining judge's chambers, and inquiring for Monsieur Camusot about a quarter of an hour before that gentleman's arrival. Asai was not recognizable after washing off her makeup as an old woman like an actress. She applied rouge and pearl powder, and covered her head with a well-made fair wig, dressed exactly as a lady of the Faubourg Saint-Germain might be if in search of a dog she had lost. She looked about 40, for she shrouded her features under a splendid black lace veil. A pair of stays, severely laced, disguised her cook's figure with very good gloves and a rather large bustle. She exhaled the perfume of powder à la Merchel, playing with a bag mounted in gold. She divided her attention between the walls of the building, where she found herself evidently for the first time, and the string by which she led a dainty little spaniel. Such a dowager could not fail to attract the notice of the black-robed natives of the Salle des Passeperdus. Besides the briefless lawyers who sweep this hall with their gowns, and speak of the leading advocates by their Christian names, as fine gentlemen address each other, to produce the impression that they are of the aristocracy of the law-patient youths, are often to be seen hangerson of the attorneys waiting in hope of a case put down for the end of the day, which they may be so lucky as to be called to plead, if the advocates retained for the earlier cases should not come out in time. A very curious study would be that of the differences between these various black gowns, pacing the immense hall in threes, or sometimes in fours, their persistent talk filling the place with a loud echoing, whom a hall well named indeed, for this slow walk exhausts the lawyers as much as the waste of words. But such a study has its place in the volumes destined to reveal the life of Paris pleaders. Asai had counted on the presence of these youths. She laughed in her sleeve at some of the pleasantries she overheard, and finally succeeded in attracting the attention of Massol, a young lawyer, whose time was more taken up by the Police Gazette than by clients, and who came up with a laugh to place himself at the service of a woman so elegantly scented and so handsomely dressed. Asai put on a little thin voice to explain to this obliging gentleman that she appeared in answer to a summons from a judge named Camusot. Oh, in the Rubemper case. So the affair had its name already. Oh, it is not my affair, it is my maid's, a girl named Europe, who was with me 24 hours, and who fled when she saw my servant bring in a piece of stamped paper. Then, like any old woman who spends her life gossiping in the chimney corner prompted by Massol, she poured out the story of her woes with her first husband, one of the 3 directors of the land revenue. She consulted the young lawyer as to whether she would do well to enter on a lawsuit with her son-in-law, the Comte de Gros Narp, who made her daughter very miserable, and whether the law allowed her to dispose of her fortune. In spite of all his efforts, Massol could not be sure whether the summons were addressed to the mistress or the maid at the first moment. He had only glanced at this legal document of the most familiar aspect, for to save time it is printed, and the magistrate's clerks have only to fill in the blanks left for the names and addresses of the witnesses, the hour for which they are called, and so forth. Asai made him tell her all about the Palais, which she knew more intimately than the lawyer Roman 999. Finally, she inquired at what hour Monsieur Camusot would arrive. Well, the examining judges generally are here by about 10 o'clock. It is now 9:45, said she, looking at a pretty little watch, a perfect gem of goldsmith's work, which made Massol say to himself, "Where the devil will fortune make herself at home next?" At this moment, Asai had come to the dark hall, looking out on the yard of the conciergerie, where the ushers wait. On seeing the gate through the window, she exclaimed, "What are those high walls?" "That is the conciergerie." "Oh, so that is the conciergerie. where our poor Quino I should so like to see her cell. Impossible, Madame la Baronne, replied the young lawyer on whose arm the dowager was now leaning. A permit is indispensable, and very difficult to procure. I have been told, she went on, that Louis Roman XVIII himself composed the inscription that is to be seen in Marie Antoinette's cell. Yes, Madame la Baronne. How much I should like to know Latin that I might study the words of that inscription, said she. Do you think that Monsieur Camusot could give me a permit? That is not in his power, but he could take you there. But his business, objected she. Oh, said Massol, prisoners under suspicion can wait. To be sure, said she artlessly, they are under suspicion, but I know Monsieur de Granville, your public prosecutor. This hint had a magical effect on the ushers and the young lawyer. Ah, you know Monsieur de Granville, said Massol, who was inclined to ask the client thus sent to him by chance her name and address. I often see him at my friend Monsieur de Sérazy's house. Madame de Sérazy is a connection of mine through the Ronquerolles. Well, if Madame wishes to go down to the conciergerie, said an usher, she. Yes, said Massol. So the Baroness and the lawyer were allowed to pass, and they presently found themselves in the little guardroom at the top of the stairs leading to the mousetrap, a spot well known to Assai, forming, as has been said, a post of observation between those cells and the court of the sixth chamber, through which everybody is obliged to pass. Will you ask if Monsieur Camusot is come, yet, said she, seeing some gendarmes playing cards. Yes, Madame, he has just come up from the mousetrap. The mousetrap, said she. What is that? Oh, how stupid of me, not to have gone straight to the Comte de Granville. But I have not time now. Pray take me to speak to Monsieur Camusot, before he is otherwise engaged. Oh, you have plenty of time for seeing Monsieur Camusot, said Massol. If you send him in your card, he will spare you the discomfort of waiting in the anteroom. With the witnesses, we can be civil here to ladies like you. Have a card about you. At this instant Assai and her lawyer were exactly in front of the window of the guardroom, whence the gendarmes could observe the gate of the conciergerie. The gendarmes, brought up to respect the defenders of the widow and the orphan, were aware too of the prerogative of the gown, and for a few minutes allowed the Baroness to remain there escorted by a pleader. Assai listened to the terrible tales which a young lawyer is ready to tell about that prison gate. She would not believe that those who were condemned to death were prepared for the scaffold behind those bars, but the surgeontatarmes assured her it was so. How much I should like to see it done, cried she. And there she remained prattling to the lawyer and the sergeant, till she saw Jacques Collin come out supported by two gendarmes, and preceded by Monsieur Camusot's clerk. Ah, there is a chaplain, no doubt, going to prepare a poor wretch. Not at all, Madame la Baronne, said the gendarme. He is a prisoner coming to be examined. What is he accused of? He is concerned in this poisoning case. Oh, I should like to see him. You cannot stay here, said the sergeant, for he is under close arrest, and he must pass through here. You see, Madame, that door leads to the stairs. Oh, thank you, cried the Baroness, making for the door to rush down the stairs, where she at once shrieked out, Oh, where am I? This cry reached the ear of Jacques Collin, who was thus prepared to see her. The sergeant flew after Madame la Baronne, seized her by the middle, and lifted her back like a feather into the midst of a group of 5 gendarmes, who started up as one man, for in that guardroom everything is regarded as suspicious. The proceeding was arbitrary, but the arbitrariness was necessary. The young lawyer himself had cried out twice, Madame, Madame, in his horror. So much did he fear finding himself in the wrong. The Abbé Carlos Herrera, half fainting, sank on a chair in the guardroom. Poor man, said the Baroness, can he be a criminal? The words, though spoken low to the young advocate, could be heard by all, for the silence of death reigned in that terrible guardroom. Certain privileged persons are sometimes allowed to see famous criminals on their way through this room, or through the passages, so that the clerk and the gendarmes who had charge of the Abbé Carlos made no remark. Also, in consequence of the devoted zeal of the sergeant, who had snatched up the Baroness, to hinder any communication between the prisoner and the visitors, there was a considerable space between them. Let us go on, said Jacques Collin, making an effort to rise. At the same moment, the little ball rolled out of his sleeve, and the spot where it fell was noted by the Baroness, who could look about her freely from under her veil. The little pellet, being damp and sticky, did not roll, for such trivial details, apparently unimportant, had all been duly considered by Jacques Collin to ensure success. When the prisoner had been led up the higher part of the steps, Assai very unaffectedly dropped her bag and picked it up again. but in stooping, she seized the pellet which had escaped notice, its color being exactly like that of the dust and mud on the floor. "Oh dear," cried she, "it goes to my heart, he is dying." "Or seems to be," replied the sergeant. "Monsieur," said Assai to the lawyer, "take me at once to Monsieur Camusot. I have come about this case, and he might be very glad to see me before examining that poor priest." The lawyer and the Baroness left the guardroom with its greasy fuliginous walls, but as soon as they reached the top of the stairs, Assai exclaimed, "Oh, and my dog, my poor little dog," and she rushed off like a mad creature down the Salle des Passepartout, asking everyone where her dog was. She got to the corridor, beyond La Galerie Marchande, or Merchant's Hall, as it is called, and flew to the staircase, saying, "There he is." These stairs lead to the Cour de Harlay, through which Assai, having played out the farce, passed out, and took a hackney cab on the Quai des Orfèvres, where there is a stand. Thus, she vanished with the summons requiring Europe to appear, her real name being unknown to the police and the lawyers. "Rue Neuve Saint-Marc," cried she to the driver. Assai could depend on the absolute secrecy of an old clothes purchaser, known as Madame Nourrisson, who also called herself Madame de Saint-Estève, and who would lend Assai not merely her personality, but her shop at need for it. Was there that Nucingen had bargained for the surrender of Esther? Assai was quite at home there, for she had a bedroom in Madame Nourrisson's establishment. She paid the driver, and went up to her room, nodding to Madame Nourrisson, in a way to make her understand that she had not time to say 2 words to her. As soon as she was safe from observation, Assai unwrapped the papers with the care of a savant unrolling a palimpsest. After reading the instructions, she thought it wise to copy the lines intended for Lucien on a sheet of letter paper. Then, she went down to Madame Nourrisson, to whom she talked, while a little shopgirl went to fetch a cab from the Boulevard des Italiens. She thus extracted the addresses of the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse and of Madame de Cerisy, which were known to Madame Nourrisson by her dealings with their maids. All this running about, an elaborate business, took up more than 2 hours. Madame la Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, who lived at the top of the Faubourg Saint-Honore, kept Madame de Saint-Estève waiting an hour, although the latest maid, after knocking at the boudoir door, had handed in to her mistress a card with Madame de Saint-Estève's name, on which Assai had written, called about pressing business concerning Lucien. Her first glance at the Duchess' face showed her how ill-timed her visit must be. She apologized for disturbing Madame la Duchesse when she was resting on the plea of the danger in which Lucien stood. "Who are you?" asked the Duchess, without any pretense at politeness, as she looked at Assai from head to foot. For Assai, though she might be taken for a baroness by Maître Massol in the Salle des Passepartout, when she stood on the carpet in the boudoir of the Hôtel de Cadignan, looked like a splash of mud on a white satin gown. "I am a dealer in cast-off clothes, Madame la Duchesse, for in such matters every lady applies to women, whose business rests on a basis of perfect secrecy. I have never betrayed anybody, though God knows how many great ladies have entrusted their diamonds to me by the month, while wearing false jewels made to imitate them exactly." "You have some other name," said the Duchess, smiling at a reminiscence recalled to her by this reply. "Yes, Madame la Duchesse, I am Madame de Saint-Estève on great occasions, but in the trade I am Madame Nourrisson." "Well, well," said the Duchess in an altered tone. "I am able to be of great service," Assai went on, "for we hear the husband's secrets, as well as the wives. I have done many little jobs for Monsieur de Marsay, whom Madame la Duchesse—" That will do," cried the Duchess. "What about Lucien?" "If you wish to save him, Madame, you must have courage enough to lose no time in dressing. But indeed, Madame la Duchesse, you could not look more charming than you do at this moment. You are sweet enough to charm anybody, take an old woman's word for it. In short, Madame, do not wait for your carriage, but get into my hackney coach, come to Madame de Cerizy's, if you hope to avert worse misfortunes than the death of that cherub." "Go on, I will follow you," said the Duchess. "After a moment's hesitation between us, we may give Leontine some courage." Notwithstanding the really demoniacal activity of this Doreen of the hulks, the clock was striking 2, when she and the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse went into the Comtesse de Cerizy's house, in the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin. Once there, thanks to the Duchess, not an instant was lost. The 2 women were at once shown up to the Countess, whom they found reclining on a couch in a miniature chalet, surrounded by a garden fragrant with the rarest flowers. "That is well said," Assai, looking about her. "No one can overhear us." "Oh, my dear, I am half dead. Tell me, Diane, what have you done?" cried the Duchess, starting up like a fawn, and seizing the Duchess by the shoulders, she melted into tears. Come, come, Leontine, there are occasions when women like us must not cry, but act, said the Duchess, forcing the Countess to sit down on the sofa by her side. A sigh studied the Countess' face with the scrutiny peculiar to those old hands, which pierces to the soul of a woman as certainly as a surgeon's instrument, probes a wound sorrow that engraves ineradicable lines on the heart, and on the features she was dressed without the least touch of vanity. She was now 4 to 5, and her printed muslin wrapper tumbled, and untidy showed her bosom without any art or even stays. Her eyes were set in dark circles, and her mottled cheeks showed the traces of bitter tears. She wore no sash round her waist, the embroidery on her petticoat and shift was all crumpled, her hair knotted up under a lace cap had not been combed for 24 hours, and showed as a thin short plait, and ragged little curls Leontine had forgotten to put on her false hair. You are in love for the first time in your life, said Assai sententiously. Leontine then saw the woman and started with horror. Who is that, my dear Diane? She asked of the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse. Whom should I bring with me but a woman who is devoted to Lucien and willing to help us? Assai had hit the truth. Madame de Serizy, who was regarded as one of the most fickle of fashionable women, had had an attachment of 10 years, standing for the Marquis d'Aiglemont. Since the Marquis' departure for the colonies she had gone wild about Lucien, and had won him from the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, knowing nothing like the Paris world. Generally off Lucien's passion for Esther in the world of fashion, a recognized attachment does more to ruin a woman's reputation than 10 unconfessed liaisons. How much more than 2 such attachments, however, as no one thought of Madame de Serizy as a responsible person. The historian cannot undertake to speak for her virtue thus doubly dog-eared. She was fair, of medium height, and well preserved as a fair woman can be who is well preserved at all. That is to say, she did not look more than 30, being slender, but not lean, with a white skin and flaxen hair. She had hands, feet, and a shape of aristocratic elegance, and was as witty as all the Ronquerolles, spiteful therefore to women and good-natured to men. Her large fortune, her husband's fine position, and that of her brother, the Marquis de Ronquerolles, had protected her from the mortifications with which any other woman would have been overwhelmed. She had this great merit, that she was honest in her depravity, and confessed her worship of the manners and customs of the Regency. Now at 4 to 2, this woman, who had hitherto regarded men as no more than pleasing playthings, to whom indeed she had, strange to say, granted much regarding love as merely a matter of sacrifice to gain the upper hand, this woman, on first seeing Lucien, had been seized with such a passion as the Baron de Nucingen's for Esther. She had loved as Assai had just told her for the first time in her life. This postponement of youth is more common with Parisian women than might be supposed, and causes the ruin of some virtuous souls, just as they are reaching the haven of 40. The Duchesse de Maufrigneuse was the only person in the secret of the vehement and absorbing passion, of which the joys from the girlish suspicion of first love to the preposterous follies of fulfillment had made Leontine half crazy and insatiable. True love, as we know, is merciless. The discovery of Esther's existence had been followed by one of those outbursts of rage which in a woman rise even to the pitch of murder. Then came the phase of meanness, to which a sincere affection humbles itself so gladly. Indeed, for the last month the Countess would have given 10 years of her life to have Lucien again, for 1 week at last. She had even resigned herself to accept Esther as her rival, just when the news of her lover's arrest had come like the last trump on this paroxysm of devotion. The Countess had nearly died of it. Her husband had himself nursed her in bed, fearing the betrayal of delirium, and for 24 hours she had been living with a knife in her heart. She said to her husband in her fever, "Save Lucien, and I will live henceforth for you alone." Indeed, as Madame la Duchesse tells you, it is of no use to make your eyes like boiled gooseberries, cried the dreadful Assai, shaking the Countess by the arm. If you want to save him, there is not a minute to lose. He is innocent, I swear it by my mother's bones. Yes, yes, of course, he is, cried the Countess, looking quite kindly at the dreadful old woman. But Assai went on, if Monsieur Camusot questions him the wrong way, he can make a guilty man of him with 2 sentences. So if it is in your power to get the conciergerie open to you, and to say a few words to him, go at once, and give him this paper. He will be released tomorrow. I will answer for it. Now get him out of the scrape, for you got him into it. Yes, you fine ladies never have a son, even when you own millions. When I allowed myself the luxury of keeping boys, they always had their pockets full of gold. Their amusements amused me. It is delightful to be mother and mistress, In one now, Yao Yu let the men you love die of hunger. Without asking any questions, Esther now made no speeches she gave at the cost of perdition's soul, and body the million your Lucian was required to show, and that is what has brought him to this pass. Poor girl did she do, that I love her, said Leontine. Yes no, said Asai with freezing irony. She was a real beauty, but now my angel you are better looking than she is, and Lucian's marriage is so effectually broken off, that nothing can mend it, said the Duchess in a whisper to Leontine. The effect of this revelation and forecast was so great on the Countess that she was well again. She passed her hand over her brow, she was young once more. Now my lady hot foot, and make haste, said Asai, seeing the change, and guessing what had caused it. But said Madame de Maufrigneuse, if the first thing is to prevent Lucian's being examined by Monsieur Camusot, we can do that by writing 2 words to the judge, and sending your man with it to the Palais Leontine. Then come into my room, said Madame de Serizy. This is what was taking place at the Palais, while Lucian's protectresses were obeying the orders issued by Jacques Collin. The gendarmes placed the moribund prisoner on a chair facing the window in Monsieur Camusot's room. He was sitting in his place, in front of his table, clockwork pen in hand, had a little table to himself a few yards off. The aspect of a magistrate's chambers is not a matter of indifference, and if this room had not been chosen intentionally, it must be owned that chance had favored justice. An examining judge, like a painter, requires the clear equable light of a north window for the criminal's face, is a picture which he must constantly study. Hence most magistrates place their table as this of Camusot's was arranged, so as to sit with their back to the window, and leave the face of the examinee in broad daylight. Not one of them all, but by the end of 6 months, has assumed an absent-minded and indifferent expression if he does not wear spectacles, and maintains it throughout the examination. It was a sudden change of expression in the prisoner's face detected by these means, and caused by a sudden point-blank question that led to the discovery of the crime committed by casting at the very moment, when after a long consultation with the public prosecutor, the magistrate was about to let the criminal loose on society for lack of evidence. This detail will show the least intelligent person how living, interesting, curious, and dramatically terrible is the conflict of an examination, a conflict without witnesses, but always recorded. God knows what remains on the paper of the scenes at white heat, in which a look, a tone, a quiver of the features, the faintest touch of color lent by some emotion, has been fraught with danger, as though the adversaries were savages watching each other to plant a fatal stroke. A report is no more than the ashes of the fire. What is your real name? Camusot asked Jacques Collin. Don Carlos Herrera Cannon, of the Royal Chapter of Toledo and secret envoy of His Majesty, Ferdinand, Romans 7. It must here be observed that Jacques Collin spoke French like a Spanish trollop, blundering over it in such a way as to make his answers almost unintelligible, and to require them to be repeated. But Monsieur de Nucingen's German barbarisms have already weighted this scene too much to allow of the introduction of other sentences, no less difficult to read, and hindering the rapid progress of the tale. Then you have papers to prove your right to the dignities, of which you speak? Asked Camusot. Yes, Monsieur, me passport, a letter from His Catholic Majesty, authorizing my mission. In short, if you will but send at once to the Spanish embassy 2 lines which I will write in your presence, I shall be identified then. If you wish for further evidence, I will write to His Eminence the High Almoner of France, and he will immediately send his private secretary. And do you still pretend that you are dying? Asked the magistrate. If you have really gone through all the sufferings you have complained of, since your arrest you ought to be dead by this time, said Camusot ironically. You are simply trying the courage of an innocent man, and the strength of his constitution, said the prisoner mildly. Cockwork ring, send for the prison doctor, and an infirmary attendant. We shall be obliged to remove your coat, and proceed to verify the marks on your shoulder. Camusot went on. I am in your hands, monsieur. The prisoner then inquired whether the magistrate would be kind enough to explain to him what he meant by the marks, and why they should be sought on his shoulder. The judge was prepared for this question. You are suspected of being Jacques Collin, an escaped convict, whose daring shrinks at nothing, not even at sacrilege, said Camusot promptly, his eyes fixed on those of the prisoner. Jacques Collin gave no sign, and did not color. He remained quite calm, and assumed an air of guileless curiosity as he gazed at Camusot. I, monsieur, a convict, may the order I belong to, and God above forgive you for such an error. Tell me what I can do to prevent your continuing to offer such an insult to the rights of free men to the church, and to the king my master?" The judge made no reply to this, but explained to the abbé that if he had been branded a penalty at that time, inflicted by law on all convicts sent to the hulks, the letters could be made to show by giving him a slap on the shoulder. "Oh, monsieur," said Jacques Collin, "it would indeed be unfortunate if my devotion to the royal cause should prove fatal to me." "Explain yourself," said the judge, "that is what you are here for." "Well, monsieur, I must have a great many scars on my back, for I was shot in the back as a traitor to my country, while I was faithful to my king, by constitutionalists who left me for dead." "You were shot, and you are alive," said Camusot. "I had made friends with some of the soldiers to whom certain pious persons had sent money, so they placed me so far off that only spent balls reached me, and the men aimed at my back. This is a fact that His Excellency the Ambassador can bear witness to." "This devil of a man has an answer for everything, however, so much the better," thought Camusot, who assumed so much severity only to satisfy the demands of justice. "And of the police, how is it that a man of your character," he went on addressing the convict, "should have been found in the house of the Baron de Nucingen's mistress, and such a mistress, a girl, who had been a common prostitute?" "This is why I was found in a courtesan's house, monsieur," replied Jacques Collin. "But before telling you the reasons for my being there, I ought to mention that at the moment when I was just going upstairs, I was seized with the first attack of my illness, and I had no time to speak to the girl. I knew of Mademoiselle Esther's intention of killing herself, and as young Lucien de Rubempre's interests were involved, and I have a particular affection for him for sacredly secret reasons, I was going to try to persuade the poor creature to give up the idea suggested to her by despair. I meant to tell her that Lucien must certainly fail in his last attempt to win Mademoiselle Clotilde de Grandlieu, and I hoped that by telling her she had inherited 7 millions of francs, I might give her courage to live. I am convinced, monsieur le juge, that I am a martyr to the secrets confided to me by the suddenness of my illness. I believe that I had been poisoned that very morning, but my strong constitution has saved me. I know that a certain agent of the political police is dogging me and trying to entangle me in some discreditable business. If at my request you had sent for a doctor on my arrival, here you would have had ample proof of what I am telling you as to the state of my health. Believe me, monsieur, some persons far above our heads have some strong interest in getting me mistaken for some villain, so as to have a right to get rid of me. It is not all profit to serve a king. They have their meannesses. The church alone is faultless." It is impossible to do justice to the play of Jacques Collin's countenance as he carefully spun out his speech sentence by sentence for 10 minutes, and it was all so plausible, especially the mention of Courtesan, that the lawyer was shaken. "Will you confide to me the reasons of your affection for Monsieur Lucien de Rubempré? Can you not guess them? I am 60 years of age, monsieur. I implore you, do not write it. It is because I must, I say it. It will be to your own advantage, and more particularly to Monsieur Lucien de Rubempre's, if you tell everything," replied the judge. "Because he is, oh God, he is my son," he gasped out with an effort. And he fainted away. "Do not write that down, Coquart," said Camusot in an undertone. Coquart rose to fetch a little phial of 4 thieves' vinegar. "If he is Jacques Collin, he is a splendid actor," thought Camusot. Coquart held the phial under the convict's nose, while the judge examined him with the keen eye of a lynx a magistrate. "Take his wig off," said Camusot after waiting till the man recovered consciousness. Jacques Collin heard, and quaked with terror, for he knew how vile an expression his face would assume. "If you have not strength enough to take your wig off yourself, yes, Coquart, remove it," said Camusot to his clerk. Jacques Collin bent his head to the clerk with admirable resignation, but then his head, bereft of that adornment, was hideous to behold in its natural aspect. The sight of it left Camusot in the greatest uncertainty. While waiting for the doctor and the man from the infirmary, he set to work to classify and examine the various papers and the objects seized in Lucien's rooms after carrying out their functions in the Rue St. George's at Mademoiselle Esther's house. The police had searched the rooms at the Quai Malaquais. "You have your hand on some letters from the Comtesse de Cerisy," said Carlos Herrera, "but I cannot imagine why you should have almost all Lucien's papers," he added, with a smile of overwhelming irony at the judge. Camusot, as he saw the smile, understood the bearing of the word almost. "Lucien de Rubempré is in custody under suspicion of being your accomplice," said he, watching to see the effect of this news on his examinee. "You have brought about a great misfortune, for he is as innocent as I am," replied the sham Spaniard, without betraying the smallest agitation. "We shall see. We have not as yet established your identity," Camusot observed, surprised at the prisoner's indifference. "If you are really Don Carlos Herrera, the position of Lucian Chardon will at once be completely altered." "To be sure she became Madame Chardon, Mademoiselle de Rubempré," murmured Carlos. "Ah, that was one of the greatest sins of my life." He raised his eyes to heaven, and by the movement of his lips seemed to be uttering a fervent prayer. "But if you are Jacques Collin, and if he was and knew that he was the companion of an escaped convict, a sacrilegious wretch, all the crimes of which he is suspected by the law are more than probably true." Carlos Herrera sat like bronze as he heard this speech very cleverly delivered by the judge, and his only reply to the words "knew that he was an escaped convict" was to lift his hands to heaven with a gesture of noble and dignified sorrow. Monsieur l'Abbé Camusot went on with the greatest politeness. "If you are Don Carlos Herrera, you will forgive us for what we are obliged to do in the interests of justice and truth." Jacques Collin detected a snare in the lawyer's very voice as he spoke the words Monsieur l'Abbé. The man's face never changed. Camusot had looked for a gleam of joy, which might have been the first indication of his being a convict, betraying the exquisite satisfaction of a criminal deceiving his judge. But this hero of the hulks was strong in Machiavellian dissimulation. "I am accustomed to diplomacy, and I belong to an order of very austere discipline," replied Jacques Collin with apostolic mildness. "I understand everything, and am inured to suffering. I should be free by this time if you had discovered in my room the hiding place where I keep my papers, for I see you have none but unimportant documents." This was a finishing stroke to Camusot. Jacques Collin, by his air of ease and simplicity, had counteracted all the suspicions to which his appearance unwigged had given rise. "Where are these papers?" "I will tell you exactly if you will get a secretary from the Spanish embassy to accompany your messenger. He will take them, and be answerable to you for the documents, for it is to me a matter of confidential diplomatic secrets, which would compromise His late Majesty Louis Roman XVIII. Indeed, monsieur, it would be better, however, you are a magistrate, and, after all, the ambassador to whom I refer the whole question must decide." At this juncture the usher announced the arrival of the doctor and the infirmary attendant, who came. "Good morning, Monsieur Lebrun," said Camusot to the doctor. "I have sent for you to examine the state of health of this prisoner under suspicion. He says he had been poisoned, and at the point of death since the day before yesterday. See if there is any risk in undressing him to look for the brand." Dr. Lebrun took Jacques Collin's hand, felt his pulse, asked to look at his tongue, and scrutinized him steadily. This inspection lasted about 10 minutes. "The prisoner has been suffering severely," said the medical officer, "but at this moment he is amazingly strong." "That spurious energy, monsieur, is due to nervous excitement caused by my strange position," said Jacques Collin, with the dignity of a bishop. "That is possible," said Monsieur Lebrun. At a sign from Camusot, the prisoner was stripped of everything but his trousers, even of his shirt, and the spectators might admire the hairy torso of a cyclops. It was that of the Farnese Hercules at Naples in its colossal exaggeration. "For what does nature intend a man of this build?" said Lebrun to the judge. The usher brought in the ebony staff, which from time immemorial has been the insignia of his office, and is called his rod. He struck it several times over the place where the executioner had branded the fatal letters. 17 spots appeared irregularly distributed, but the most careful scrutiny could not recognize the shape of any letters. The usher, indeed, pointed out that the top bar of the letter T was shown by 2 spots, with an interval between of the length of that bar, between the 2 points at each end of it, and there was another spot where the bottom of the T should be. "Still, that is quite uncertain," said Camusot, seeing doubt in the expression of the prison doctor's countenance. Carlos begged them to make the same experiment on the other shoulder, and the middle of his back. About 15 more such scars appeared, which at the Spaniard's request the doctor made a note of, and he pronounced that the man's back had been so extensively seamed by wounds that the brand would not show even if it had been made by the executioner. An office clerk now came in from the prefecture and handed a note to Monsieur Camusot requesting an answer. After reading it, the lawyer went to speak to Coquart, but in such a low voice that no one could catch a word, only by a glance from Camusot. Jacques Collin, could guess that some information concerning him had been sent by the prefect of police. That friend of Parades is still at my heels, thought Jacques Collin. If only I knew him, I would get rid of him, as I did of Courtesan. If only I could see Assai once more. After signing a paper written by Coquart, the judge put it into an envelope and handed it to the clerk of the delegate's office. This is an indispensable auxiliary to justice. It is under the direction of a police commissioner, and consists of peace officers, who with the assistance of the police commissioners of each district, carry into effect orders for searching the houses, or apprehending the persons of those who are suspected of complicity in crimes and felonies. These functionaries in authority save the examining magistrates a great deal of very precious time. At a sign from the judge, the prisoner was dressed by Monsieur Lebrun, and the attendant who then withdrew with the usher Camusot sat down at his table and played with his pen. "You have an aunt," he suddenly said to Jacques Collin. "An aunt," echoed Don Carlos Herrera, with amazement. "Why, monsieur, I have no relations. I am the unacknowledged son of the late Duke of Osuna." But to himself, he said, "They are burning," in allusion to the game of hot cockles, which is indeed a childlike symbol of the dreadful struggle between justice and the criminal. "Pooh," said Camusot, "you still have an aunt living, Mademoiselle Jacqueline Collin, whom you placed in Esther's service under the eccentric name of Assai." Jacques Collin shrugged his shoulders with an indifference that was in perfect harmony with the cool curiosity he gave throughout to the judge's words, while Camusot studied him with cunning attention. "Take care," said Camusot, "listen to me." "I am listening, sir." "Your aunt is a wardrobe dealer at the Temple. Her business is managed by a demoiselle Packard, the sister of a convict herself. A very good girl known as La Romette. Justice is on the traces of your aunt, and in a few hours we shall have decisive evidence. The woman is wholly devoted to you." "Pray go on, Monsieur le Juge," said Collin coolly in answer to a pause. "I am listening to you." "Your aunt, who is about 5 years older than you are, was formerly Marat's mistress. Of odious memory, from that blood-stained source she derived the little fortune she possesses. From information I have received, she must be a very clever receiver of stolen goods, for no proofs have yet been found to commit her on after Marat's death. She seems from the notes I have here to have lived with a chemist, who was condemned to death in the year Roman 12, for issuing false coin. She was called as witness in the case. It was from this intimacy that she derived her knowledge of poisons. In 1812, and in 1816, she spent 2 years in prison for placing girls under age upon the streets. You were already convicted of forgery. You had left the banking house, where your aunt had been able to place you as clerk, thanks to the education you had had, and the favor enjoyed by your aunt, with certain persons for whose debaucheries she supplied victims. All this, prisoner, is not much like the dignity of the Dukes d'Osuna. Do you persist in your denial?" Jacques Collin sat listening to Monsieur Camusot, and thinking of his happy childhood at the College of the Oratorians, where he had been brought up, a meditation which lent him a truly amazed look. And in spite of his skill as a practiced examiner, Camusot could bring no sort of expression to those placid features. "If you have accurately recorded the account of myself I gave you at first," said Jacques Collin, "you can read it through again. I cannot alter the facts. I never went to the woman's house. How should I know who her cook was? The persons of whom you speak are utterly unknown to me. Notwithstanding your denial, we shall proceed to confront you with persons who may succeed in diminishing your assurance." "A man who has been 3 times shot is used to anything," replied Jacques Collin meekly. Camusot proceeded to examine the seized papers while awaiting the return of the famous Bibalupin, whose expedition was amazing, for at 11:30, the inquiry having begun at 10 o'clock, the usher came in to inform the judge in an undertone of Bibalupin's arrival. "Show him in," replied Roman 1000 Camusot. Bibalupin, who had been expected to exclaim, "It is he," as he came and stood puzzled. He did not recognize his man in a face pitted with smallpox. This hesitancy startled the magistrate. "It is his build, his height," said the agent. "Oh yes, it is you, Jacques Collin," he went on as he examined his eyes, forehead, and ears. "There are some things which no disguise can alter. Certainly, it is he, Monsieur Camusot. Jacques has the scar of a cut on his left arm. Take off his coat, and you will see." Jacques Collin was again obliged to take off his coat. Bibalupin turned up his sleeve and showed the scar he had spoken of. "It is the scar of a bullet," replied Don Carlos Herrera. "Here are several more." "Ah, it is certainly his voice," cried Bibalupin. "Your certainty," said Camusot, "is merely an opinion, it is not proof." "I know that," said Bibalupin with deference, "but I will bring witnesses. One of the boarders from the Mason Vacher is here already," said he with an eye on Colin. But the prisoner's set calm face did not move a muscle. "Show the person in," said Camusot roughly, his dissatisfaction betraying itself, in spite of his seeming indifference. This irritation was not lost on Jacques Collin, who had not counted on the judge's sympathy, and sat lost in apathy produced by his deep meditations in the effort to guess what the cause could be. The usher now showed in Madame Poart at this unexpected appearance. The prisoner had a slight shiver, but his trepidation was not remarked by Camusot, who seemed to have made up his mind. "What is your name?" asked he, proceeding to carry out the formalities introductory to all depositions and examinations. Madame Poart, a little old woman as white and wrinkled as a sweetbread, dressed in a dark blue silk gown, gave her name as Christine Michel Michonneau, wife of one Poart, and her age as 51 years, said that she was born in Paris, lived in the Rue des Poules at the corner of the Rue des Postes, and that her business was that of lodging-house keeper. In 1818 and 1819, said the judge, you lived, madame, in a boarding house kept by a Madame Vacher. Yes, monsieur, it was there that I met Monsieur Poart, a retired official who became my husband, and whom I have nursed in his bed. This 12-month past, poor man, he is very bad, and I cannot be long away from him. There was a certain Vautrin in the house at the time, asked Camusot. Oh, monsieur, that is quite a long story. He was a horrible man from the galleys. You helped to get him arrested. That is not true, sir. You are in the presence of the law, be careful, said Monsieur Camusot severely. Madame Poart was silent. Try to remember, Camusot went on. Do you recollect the man? Would you know him again? I think so. Is this the man? Madame Poart put on her eyepreservers and looked at the Abbé Carlos Herrera. It is his build, his height, and yet, monsieur le juge, she said, if I could see his chest I should recognize him at once. The magistrate and his clerk could not help laughing, notwithstanding the gravity of their office. Jacques Collin joined in their hilarity, but discreetly the prisoner had not put on his coat after Bibalupin had removed it, and at a sign from the judge, he obligingly opened his shirt. Yes, that is his fur trimming, sure, enough, but it has worn grey, Monsieur Vautrin cried. Madame Poart. What have you to say to that? Asked the judge of the prisoner. That she is mad, replied Jacques Collin. Bless me if I had a doubt, for his face is altered. That voice would be enough. He is the man who threatened me, and those are his eyes. The police agent, and this woman, said Camusot, speaking to Jacques Collin, cannot possibly have conspired to say the same thing, for neither of them had seen you till now. How do you account for that? Justice has blundered more conspicuously even than it does now in accepting the evidence of a woman who recognizes a man by the hair on his chest, and the suspicions of a police agent, replied Jacques Collin. I am said to resemble a great criminal in voice, eyes, and build that seems a little vague as to the memory which would prove certain relations between Madame and my Sosuhich. She does not blush to own. You yourself laughed at. Allow me, monsieur, in the interests of truth, which I am far more anxious to establish for my own sake than you can be for the sake of justice, to ask this lady Madame Poart. Poart. Poart, excuse me, I am a Spaniard. Whether she remembers the other persons who lived in this, what did you call the house? A boarding house, said Madame Poart. I do not know what that is. A house where you can dine and breakfast by subscription. You are right, said Camusot with a favorable nod to Jacques Collin, whose apparent good faith in suggesting means to arrive at some conclusion struck him greatly. Try to remember the boarders who were in the house when Jacques Collin was apprehended. There were Monsieur de Rastignac, Dr. Bianchon-Pierre, Goriot, Mademoiselle Taillefer. That will do, said Camusot, steadily watching Jacques Collin, whose expression did not change well about this Pierre Goriot. He is dead, said Madame Poart. Monsieur, said Jacques Collin, I have several times met Monsieur de Rastignac, a friend, I believe, of Madame de Nucingen's, and if it is the same, he certainly never supposed me to be the convict with whom these persons try to identify me. Monsieur de Rastignac and Dr. Bianchon, said the magistrate, both hold such a social position that their evidence, if it is in your favor, will be enough to procure your release. Coquart, fill up a summons for each of them. The formalities attending Madame Poart's examination were over in a few minutes. Cockworth read aloud to her the notes he had made of the little scene, and she signed the paper, but the prisoner refused to sign, alleging his ignorance of the forms of French law. "That is enough for today," said Monsieur Camusot. "You must be wanting food. I will have you taken back to the conciergerie." "Alas, I am suffering too much to be able to eat," said Jacques Collin. Camusot was anxious to time. Jacques Collins returned to coincide with the prisoner's hour of exercise in the prison yard, but he needed a reply from the governor of the conciergerie to the order he had given him in the morning, and he rang for the usher. The usher appeared and told him that the porter's wife from the house on the Quai Malaquais had an important document to communicate with reference to Monsieur Lucien de Rubempré. This was so serious a matter that it put Camusot's intentions out of his head. "Show her in," said he. "Beg your pardon, pray excuse me, gentlemen," all said the woman, courtesying to the judge, and the Abbé Carlos by turns. "We were so worried by the Lamy husband, and meth twice, when it has marched into our house, that we had forgotten a letter that was lying for Monsieur Lucien in our chest of drawers, which we paid 10 sous for it, though it was posted in Paris. For it is very heavy, sir. Would you please to pay me back the postage, for God knows when we shall see our lodgers again." "Was this letter handed to you by the postman?" asked Camusot, after carefully examining the envelope. "Yes, monsieur." Cockworth, write full notes of this deposition. Go on, my good woman, tell us your name and your business. Camusot made the woman take the oath, and then he dictated the document. While these formalities were being carried out, he was scrutinizing the postmark, which showed the hours of posting and delivery, as well as the date of the day. And this letter, left for Lucien the day after Esther's death, had beyond a doubt been written and posted on the day of the catastrophe. Monsieur Camusot's amazement may therefore be imagined when he read this letter, written and signed by her whom the law believed to have been the victim of a crime. Esther to Lucien. Monday, May 13, 1830. My last day, 10 in the morning. My Lucien, I have not an hour to live. At 11 o'clock I shall be dead, and I shall die without a pang. I have paid 50,000 francs for a neat little black currant containing a poison that will kill me with the swiftness of lightning, and so, my darling, you may tell yourself, my little Esther had no suffering end, yet I shall suffer in writing these pages. The monster who has paid so dear for me, knowing that the day when I should know myself to be his would have no more nuisingen, has just left me as drunk as a bear, with his skin full of wind. For the first and last time in my life, I have had the opportunity of comparing my old trade as a street hussy with the life of true love, of placing the tenderness which unfolds in the infinite above the horrors of a duty which longs to destroy itself and leave no room even for a kiss. Only such loathing could make death delightful. I have taken a bath. I should have liked to send for the father confessor of the convent where I was baptized to have confessed and washed my soul, but I have had enough of prostitution. It would be profaning a sacrament, and besides, I feel myself cleansed in the waters of sincere repentance. God must do what he will with me. But enough of all this, Maudlin. For you I want to be your Esther to the last moment, not to bore you with my death or the future, or God, who is good, and who would not be good if he were to torture me in the next world, when I have endured so much misery in this. I have before me your beautiful portrait, painted by Madame de Merble. That sheet of ivory used to comfort me in your absence. I look at it with rapture, as I write you my last thoughts and tell you of the last throbbing of my heart. I shall enclose the miniature in this letter, for I cannot bear that it should be stolen or sold. The mere thought that what has been my great joy may lie behind a shop window, mixed up with the ladies and officers of the empire, or a parcel of Chinese absurdities, is a small death to me. Destroy that picture, my sweetheart, wipe it out, never give it to anyone unless, indeed, the gift might win back the heart of that walking well-dressed maypole, that Clotilde de Grandlieu, who will make you black and blue in her sleep. Her bones are so sharp, yes, to that I consent, and then I shall still be of some use to you, as when I was alive. Oh, to give you pleasure, or only to make you laugh, I would have stood over a brazier with an apple in my mouth, to cook it for you. So my death even will be of service to you. I should have marred your home. Oh, that Clotilde, I cannot understand her. She might have been your wife, have borne your name, have never left you day or night, have belonged to you and she could make difficulties, only the Faubourg Saint-Germain can do that, and yet she has not 10 pounds of flesh on her bones. Poor Lucian, dear ambitious failure, I am thinking of your future life. Well, you will more than once regret your poor faithful dog, the good girl who would fly to serve you, who would have been dragged into a police court to secure your happiness, whose only occupation was to think of your pleasures and invent new ones, who was so full of love for you and her hair, her feet, her ears, your ballerina in short, whose every look was a benediction, who for 6 years has thought of nothing but you, who was so entirely your chattel that I have never been anything but an effluence of your soul as light is that of the sun. However, for lack of money and of honor I can never be your wife. I have, at any rate, provided for your future by giving you all I have. Come as soon as you get this letter, and take what you find under my pillow, for I do not trust the people about me. Understand that. I mean to look beautiful. When I am dead I shall go to bed and lay myself flat in an attitude, not then I shall break the little pill against the roof of my mouth, and shall not be disfigured by any convulsion, or by a ridiculous position. Madame de Serizy has quarreled with you, I know, because of me. But when she hears that I am dead, you see, dear pet, she will forgive, make it up with her, and she will find you a suitable wife if the Granlus persist in their refusal. My dear, I do not want you to grieve too much when you hear of my death. To begin with, I must tell you that the hour of 11 on Monday morning, the 13th of May, is only the end of a long illness which began on the day when on the terrace of Saint-Germain you threw me back on my former line of life. The soul may be sick as the body is, but the soul cannot submit stupidly to suffering like the body. The body does not uphold the soul as the soul upholds the body, and the soul sees a means of cure in the reflection, which leads to the needlewoman's resourceth bushel of charcoal. You gave me a whole life the day before yesterday, when you said that if Clotilde still refused you would marry me. It would have been a great misfortune for us both. I should have been still more dead, so to speak, for there are more and less bitter deaths. The world would never have recognized us. For 2 months past, I have been thinking of many things. I can tell you a poor girl is in the mire as I was before I went into the convent. Men think her handsome, they make her serve their pleasure without thinking any consideration necessary. They pack her off on foot, after fetching her in a carriage. If they do not spit in her face, it is only because her beauty preserves her from such indignity, but morally speaking they do worse. Well, and if this despised creature were to inherit 5 or 6 millions of francs, she would be courted by princes, bowed to with respect as she went past in her carriage, and might choose among the oldest names in France and Navarre, that world which would have cried Rocca to us on seeing 2 handsome creatures united and happy. Always did honor to Madame de Staël, in spite of her romances in real life, because she had 200,000 francs a year. The world which grovels before money or glory will not bow down before happiness or verdure. I could have done good. Oh, how many tears I would have dried, as many as I have shed, I believe. Yes, I would have lived only for you and for charity. These are the thoughts that make death beautiful, so do not lament, my dear. Say often to yourself, there were 2 good creatures, 2 beautiful creatures, who both died for me ungrudgingly, and who adored me. Keep a memory in your heart of Coralie and Esther, and go your way and prosper. Do you recollect the day when you pointed out to me a shriveled old woman in a melon green bonnet and a puce wrapper all over black grease spots, the mistress of a poet before the Revolution, hardly thawed by the sun, though she was sitting against the wall of the Tuileries and fussing over a pug, the vilest of pugs? She had had footmen and carriages, you know, and a fine house, and I said to you then, how much better to be dead at 30. Well, you thought I was melancholy, and you played all sorts of pranks to amuse me, and between 2 kisses I said every day some pretty woman leaves the play before it is over, and I do not want to see the last piece, that is all. You must think me a great chatterbox, but this is my last effusion. I write as if I were talking to you, and I like to talk cheerfully. I have always had a horror of a dressmaker pitying herself. You know, I knew how to die decently once before on my return from that fatal opera ball, where the men said I had been a prostitute. No, my dear love, never give this portrait to anyone if you could know with what a gush of love I have sat losing myself in. Your eyes looking at them with rapture during a pause I allowed. Myself you would feel as you gathered up the affection with which I have tried to overlay the ivory that the soul of your little pet is indeed there. A dead woman craving alms, that is a funny idea. Come, I must learn to lie quiet in my grave. You have no idea how heroic my death would seem to some fools if they could know Nucingen last night offered me 2 millions of francs if I would love him. As I love you, he will be handsomely robbed when he hears that I have kept my word and died of him. I tried all I could still to breathe the air you breathe. I said to the fat scoundrel, do you want me to love you as you wish to promise even that I will never see Lucien again? What must I do? He asked. Give me the 2 millions for him. You should have seen his face. I could have laughed if it had not been so tragical for me. Spare yourself the trouble of refusing, said I see you care more for your 2 millions than for me. A woman is always glad to know at what she is valued, and I turned my back on him. In a few hours, the old rascal will know that I was not in jest. Who will part your hair as nicely as I do? I will think no more of anything in life. I have but 5 minutes. I give them to God. Do not be jealous of him, dear heart. I shall speak to him of